My stepbrother got $85,000 of my college fund for Broadway dreams. 10 years later, he was broke, and when my parents begged for him, I shut the door. I am a 33-year-old female family medicine physician who has my own practice in Portland. But 10 years ago, I was a 17-year-old who had just been cheated out of her entire future by parents who believed musical theater was more important than medical school. Here's how things went down. My mother, Marianne, married my stepfather, Roland, when I was 13. He arrived with his 16-year-old son, Adrian, who quickly became the golden child of our household. Adrian was a wannabe Broadway star who spent his waking hours singing show tunes and practicing jazz hands in the mirror. I must admit that the kid has decent pipes. However, he possessed the work ethic of a sloth and the ego of Kanye West. Roland was one of those divorced dads who tried too hard to be the cool parent. He was constantly bragging about Adrian's artistic abilities and how he was going to be the next big thing on Broadway. Every topic eventually came back to Adrian's most recent audition or performance. Meanwhile, I was getting straight A's in AP chemistry and biology, volunteering at the hospital, and plotting my path to medical school. The bias was so evident that it was nearly laughable. Roland's reaction to my acceptance into the National Honor Society was, "That's nice, honey. Did you hear Adrian got the lead in the school musical?" When I scored in the 95th percentile on my PATs, Marianne clapped politely and then immediately shifted the conversation to how Adrian needed new headshots for his portfolio. Adrian milked the spotlight for all it was worth. This child would break into song during dinner chats. Not kidding. We'd be talking about grocery lists when he'd suddenly start singing Defying Gravity from Wicked like we were his personal audience. Roland would beam with pride as I sat there, wondering if this was how a stroke felt. The real stinger was how they handled our various activities. My science fair projects received, "Very nice, dear." Adrian's community theater performances were attended by the entire family, with flowers and a celebratory luncheon following. I once won first place in the Regional Scientific Olympiad, and Roland's only comment was that we could leave early because Adrian had rehearsal. I recall one particular incident during my junior year that completely captured the familial dynamics. I'd been working on an antibiotic resistance study in local water sources for months. I spent weekends at the university lab, conducted fieldwork to collect materials, and presented discoveries that impressed my AP biology teacher sufficiently to recommend me for a state-level science competition. Adrian auditioned for the lead in the community theater's performance of Guys and Dolls. The same week I learned I had won second place at state, a major accomplishment that would look well on college applications. He received a callback. Not the part, but a callback. Guess which accomplishment dominated family dinner discussions for the next month? Roland actually printed the callback notice and placed it on the refrigerator. My state-level science medal went into a drawer someplace, but I assumed college would be my escape. I'd been saving every penny from my part-time job at the drugstore, 3 shifts each week after school and 8-hour weekend stints. The labor was quite tedious, stocking shelves, running the register, and assisting customers who couldn't understand why their insurance wouldn't pay their pet's medication. But each paycheck went directly into my college savings account. More importantly, Marianne had always assured me that my college fund would cover the rest. This was not some hazy parental commitment. This was a real account begun by my biological father, Martin Reinhardt, who died in a vehicle accident when I was 8. Martin had been a sensible and forward-thinking engineer who established an education fund that increased steadily over time through careful investments. By my senior year, it had risen to almost $85,000. Perhaps not enough for Harvard Medical School, but more than enough to get me through undergraduate school debt-free and provide a solid platform for medical school applications. My entire path was planned. 4 years of pre-med at Oregon State, maintaining a good GPA, performing well on the MCATs, being accepted to Oregon Health and Science University, completing residency, and eventually becoming Dr. Clara Reinhardt. That is where I messed up. I assumed that having my deceased father's money set aside exclusively for my schooling meant it was mine. The bomb dropped in the spring of my senior year, right in the midst of college decision season. I was investigating medical schools, comparing pre-med programs, and preparing to accept my seat at Oregon State. I'd been admitted to numerous institutions, but Oregon State provided the finest balance of academic reputation and in-state tuition. Marianne knocked on my door with that fake charming voice she employed when she was going to deliver bad news. She used the same tone when she told me we couldn't afford the senior class trip to Washington, D.C., or that I couldn't acquire a car for my 16th birthday due to financial constraints. "Honey, we need to talk about college." I imagined she wanted to talk about lunch plans or dorm room assignments. Consider asking about my class schedule or campus orientation. Boy, was I mistaken. Your stepfather and I have been talking, and we've decided to redirect your college fund toward Adrian's career development. I looked at her as if she had started speaking ancient Greek. The terms literally did not compute. What do you mean redirect? Well, Adrian got accepted to that intensive summer program at Juilliard. And then there's the year-long acting conservatory in New York. This is his shot, Clara. His one opportunity to really make it in the industry. The words hit me like a physical punch in the stomach. I felt nauseated. That's my college fund. Martin Reinhardt left that money for my education. Marianne's face tightened and became protective, the expression she often used when she knew she was being unfair, but was determined to maintain her stance. Roland is your father now, and we make decisions as a family. Adrian's dreams are just as valid as yours. Adrian's dreams. I'm planning to become a doctor. I am going to save lives. He wants to dance about in tights, singing show tunes. Don't be so dramatic. There will be other opportunities for you to go to college. Adrian's window is closing. He needs to strike while the iron is hot. Strike while the iron is hot. This was about a 20-year-old who had never worked a real job, never paid for anything himself, and whose crowning achievement was being cast as chorus member number 3 in the high school production of Oklahoma. You can take out student loans like everyone else, Roland said from the doorway, where he'd clearly been listening. Character building experience. Adrian's artistic development can't wait. Character building, right? Because working 3 jobs to pay for medical school while Adrian lived in Manhattan pursuing his art was exactly what Martin Reinhardt intended when he established that college fund. I used every reason I could think of. The money came from my father, not Roland. I had real professional opportunities with definite earning potential, whereas Adrian was following a pipe dream in an industry where 90% of actors are unemployed at any given time. Medical school was costly and competitive. I needed that financial basis to have a serious chance at success. Nothing worked. Roland had persuaded Marianne that Adrian was the family's best investment. Their ticket to fame and prosperity. One successful Broadway show and he'll be set for life, he said again. Meanwhile, doctors are a dime a dozen. Doctors are available in abundance. This comes from a guy who had a Jiffy Lube franchise and thought changing your oil every 3,000 miles was the pinnacle of automotive sophistication. The conversation went in circles for 2 hours. Roland kept mentioning return on investment and promoting artistic potential. Marianne insisted that this was what families did for one another, and that I was selfish for not understanding Adrian's needs. I kept emphasizing that this was actually theft, taking money intended for one person's education, and giving it to someone else totally. Roland finally dropped the true bomb. The decision's already been made. We've spoken to the financial advisor and begun the transfer process. Adrian's program starts in June, so we needed to act quickly. They hadn't contacted me, asked for my views, and had already begun moving my money to pay Adrian's fantasy before even informing me of it. The worst part was seeing Adrian's reaction after they told him. The kid did not even have the decency to feel guilty. He's just started looking at New York residences and discussing how he'll thank the family in his Tony Award acceptance speech. Don't worry, Clara, he replied with a patronizing smile that made me want to throw something at him. When I make it big, I'll help pay for your medical school. Think of this as an investment in both our futures. An investment in my Broadway dreams. Using my deceased father's money. I locked myself in my room for the remainder of the day, alternately angry and depressed. Everything I'd worked for, every strategy I'd devised, and every sacrifice I'd made hinged on that college money. Without it, medical school became immensely more difficult, if not impossible. That summer was harsh in ways I had not anticipated. While Adrian was having a great time at Juilliard, sharing Instagram stories from trendy Manhattan cafes and networking events, I was working extra shifts at the drugstore and applying for every scholarship, grant and loan I could find. The financial assistance office at Oregon State became my second home. Mrs. Schneider, my guidance counselor, guided me through the maze of applications and procedures. She was aware of my circumstances and was silently outraged, despite her attempts to remain professional. There are options, she explained during one of our discussions. Scholarship applications, loan paperwork, and explanations of work-study programs were all spread out on her desk. Scholarships for merit, need-based help, work-study programs, and student loans. It won't be easy, but it's doable. What she didn't say, but we both understood, was that it would be a lot more difficult than it should be. Students with familial support can concentrate on academics and extracurricular activities. Students like me would have to work 30 hours a week just to survive. I ended up putting together a financial aid package that covered approximately 60% of my expenses. Academic scholarships funded a portion of the cost. Need-based assistance assisted with lodging and board, but there remained a large deficit. The rest came from working nights at a 24-hour diner near school called the Sunrise Cafe, where I served coffee and pie to inebriated college students and shift workers beginning at 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., 3 evenings a week. My freshman year schedule looked like it was devised by a sadist. Classes throughout the day, study time in the afternoon, and job starting at 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., sleep for 4 hours, and repeat. I survived on vending machine coffee and whatever free food I could find at the cafe. Day-old muffins, soup about to be thrown out, and the occasional sandwich from a compassionate cook. Meanwhile, Adrian shared Instagram stories from trendy Manhattan cafes, discussing his artistic path and networking with other budding performers. The $85,000 that should have paid for my school went for his coffee shop meetings, acting classes, and what appeared to be a rather active social life. My grades suffered during the first year. Not bad. I maintained a 3.4 GPA, but not the 3.8 I had hoped for. It's difficult to perform academically when you only get 4 hours of sleep and your biggest meal of the day is usually a granola bar between courses. But I adapted. Found study groups that met while I was awake. Developed ties with teachers during office hours, when most students were socializing. Discovered that medical school admissions committees favored individuals who had worked their way through college. It showed determination and work ethic that trust fund children couldn't match. Adrian's dispatches from New York were more intermittent and ambiguous. The Juilliard summer program went well, but the year-long conservatory was reportedly more difficult than he had anticipated. His Instagram posts ranged from artistic revelations to concerns about the competitive environment of New York theater, the cost of living, and the challenge of standing out amid so many excellent performers. Roland kept making excuses on our periodic family phone calls. He's finding his artistic voice. The New York scene is tough to break into. He just needs more time to establish himself in the industry. Adrian truly needed a job, but it seemed beneath him. When I spoke with him personally, he complained about auditions that did not result in callbacks, pricey classes that did not produce the expected results, and the general difficulty of making it as an artist in New York. By my sophomore year, I'd discovered my rhythm. Better time management resulted in better marks. I raised my GPA to 3.7. The diner work was still hard, but I had been promoted to shift supervisor, which meant somewhat higher pay and more consistent hours. I'd also started coaching other students in organic chemistry, which was more lucrative than restaurant labor and looked well on medical school applications. Adrian, meantime, had relocated from his luxury Manhattan apartment to a shared space in Brooklyn. The updates from New York grew less regular, and when he did post on social media, he frequently talked about the difficulties of being an artist rather than his triumphs. Junior year provided both opportunity and problems. I'd begun volunteering at the campus health center, gaining hands-on experience with patient care that would prove invaluable for medical school applications. Dr. Laurent, the volunteer coordinator, became an informal mentor, guiding me through the medical school admission process and even writing one of my recommendation letters. But junior year also brought the news that Adrian was returning home. After 3 years and the loss of the majority of my college savings, the New York experiment was officially over. He was 23, broke, and settling back into his childhood bedroom as if nothing had occurred. Roland framed it as a chance to recuperate for his next phase, while also bringing key industry experience back to the local market. What it really meant was that Adrian had spent $85,000 of my inheritance and had nothing to show for it but stories about auditions he didn't get and connections that didn't go anywhere. The family relationships at holiday gatherings were unsettling. Adrian would regale everyone with stories from his experience in the industry, including actors and directors he'd met briefly at networking events. Meanwhile, I was working 16-hour days between classes, employment, and volunteering to prepare for the MCATs, while everyone else was engrossed with Adrian's stories from the Big Apple. Senior year was hectic. Medical school applications, MCAT prep, maintaining grades, and working enough hours to cover basic living expenses. I took the MCAT twice. The initial score was satisfactory, but not exceptional. After months of studying with borrowed prep books and free web tools, the second attempt turned out considerably better. Medical school interviews were their own form of torture. Professional clothing was out of my price range. Travel expenses cut into my grocery budget. The pressure of competing with applicants whose parents could afford test prep classes and application advisors. But somehow it worked. I was accepted to Oregon Health and Science University, my ideal school. Excellent reputation and reasonable cost for in-state students. Not a full scholarship, but manageable with loans and the part-time employment I intended to do while medical school. 4 years later, I graduated from Oregon State University with a 3.9 GPA in biochemistry. Not bad for someone who had been working 25 to 30 hours per week in college and subsisting on vending machine dinners and day-old diner pastries. Medical school was even more difficult without family support. While other students were able to focus solely on their academics, I was working weekends as a medical scribe at urgent care clinics, coaching undergraduates in organic chemistry, and conducting medical research for faculty members who paid graduate student rates for data analysis. These loans were terrible. Each semester came new promissory notes, debt totals, and projections for how long it would take to repay everything. By graduation, I owed approximately $250,000, which was modest for a doctor's wage, but still represented a mound of debt that would follow me for decades. Throughout medical school, I kept track of Adrian through social media and family gossip. He'd taken a job at a music store in town, was occasionally acting in local community theater shows, and was still living at home with Marianne and Roland, talking about his music career as if he was only in between major opportunities. The difference was startling. I was studying to diagnose heart attacks and deliver babies while working 80-hour weeks on clinical rotations, preparing to save lives and make a meaningful contribution to society. Adrian was selling guitar picks and auditioned for the Grease dinner theater play. I finished from medical school with honors and began my residency in family medicine at Portland General. 3 years of punishing schedules, overnight hours, emergency department rotations, and learning to manage everything from regular checks to life-threatening situations. But I loved it. Every challenging case, every complicated diagnosis, every patient I assisted, it all seemed worthwhile. During residency, family updates became increasingly troubling. Adrian had been laid off from the music store and was now working part-time at Guitar Center. Still living at home and chasing his dreams. He is approaching 30 and has no genuine professional prospects or life skills. Roland's health had deteriorated due to excessive stress, a bad diet, and what appeared to be untreated cardiac problems that he continued to ignore. Marianne was working part-time at a dental office but not earning enough to support 3 individuals, especially because Adrian contributed almost nothing to household expenses. I completed residency and began my own family medicine practice in a lovely Portland suburb, gradually growing a patient base and ultimately earning real money for the first time in my adult life. The practice exceeded all of my expectations. Assisting families, treating children, and elderly people. Being the type of doctor who genuinely listens and spends time with each patient. My student loans were finally affordable on a doctor's wage. I'd rented a little house with a garden, purchased a dependable car, and begun to consider genuinely starting a life rather than simply existing until the next exam or loan payment. Adrian, meanwhile, was 31 years old, still living in his boyhood bedroom, working part-time in retail, and occasionally posting on Facebook about impending projects that never materialized. Then the call arrived. On a calm Tuesday afternoon, I was in my office checking patient charts when Marianne called, crying profusely. Roland had been experiencing chest pains for several weeks but disregarded them because he didn't have time to be sick. The typical masculine response to worrying symptoms. He eventually collapsed at the Jiffy Lube during the morning shift and was sent to the hospital. According to the emergency department physician who contacted Marianne with updates, she had suffered a massive heart attack. The doctors are saying he needs surgery, she wailed into the phone, multiple bypasses, and they want to keep him in intensive care for at least a week. My medical training kicked in instantly. I inquired about his symptoms, timing, and what the cardiologist said about prognosis and therapy options. I began mentally calculating recovery time, probable complications, and the level of follow-up care he would require. "How much is this going to cost?" I said, already knowing the answer would be awful. That's when the true trouble emerged. Roland's health insurance through the Jiffy Lube business provided only catastrophic coverage, a large deductible, a narrow network, and the type of plan that works well for everyday treatment but bankrupts you when anything severe happens. They were looking at around $200,000 in hospital expenditures, assuming everything went well with no issues or lengthy recuperation time. Roland's plan would probably cover about 40% of that when the deductible was met. Marianne was worrying in the way that happens when someone who has never experienced major financial stress suddenly finds herself facing the possibility of losing everything. They didn't have any savings. Roland spent the most of his salary supporting Adrian's lifestyle and paying for his numerous professional development expenses. Roland had taken out a reverse mortgage on the house a few years before to support an unsuccessful business expansion. They were essentially screwed. "We don't know what to do," Marianne admitted, her voice breaking. "We thought maybe, since you're a doctor now." There it was. I'd been expecting it for years. "You want me to help with the medical bills?" "It's not that we expect you to pay everything," she responded quickly, presumably realizing how harsh that sounded. But maybe you could talk to the doctors, work something out, help us figure out payment plans or charity care options. Help them make up payment arrangements with the money I earned while working my ass off in medical school, while they used my inheritance to fund Adrian's Manhattan experience. I'll think about it, I assured her, the most non-committal statement I could muster. That evening, I sat in my living room, the first place I'd ever lived where I could afford to decorate tastefully, and really thought about what to do. A part of me wanted to help. Despite everything, Roland was not a bad person. He was simply a father who had made extremely poor decisions about how to support his son. Marianne had been weak rather than evil, allowing Roland to persuade her that pouring money at Adrian's dreams was more essential than protecting my future. But every time I felt sorry about their position, I recalled being in that 24-hour diner at 2 a.m. During medical school, I studied anatomy while selling coffee to inebriated college students because I couldn't afford to study full-time like my colleagues, who were supported by their parents. I recall eating ramen noodles for dinner 3 times a week because that was all I could afford after paying for textbooks and lab fees. I remembered the continual stress of loan applications, scholarship essays, and the exhaustion of working and studying at the same time, all while Adrian posted Instagram stories from fancy Manhattan restaurants. The following morning, I drove to my childhood home for the first time in 3 years. The house looked exactly the same from the outside, except for Adrian's car in the driveway, a respectable Honda Accord that probably cost more than I'd spent on food during my whole medical school career. The grass needed mowing, and the paint was flaking a little, but it was still the middle-class suburban home where I grew up. I knocked on the door and waited. Adrian responded, as if he had just awoken, despite the fact that it was 11 a.m. He still had that entitled expression, albeit it faltered somewhat as he noticed me standing there. "Oh, hey Clara. Marianne's at the hospital with Roland." "I know. I came to see you." He let me in, and I took a glance around the living room, where I had spent my childhood. The furniture is the same, and the walls are covered in family memorabilia, including several framed pictures of Adrian from various stage shows throughout the years. I saw that my academic achievements were not reflected anywhere. "This is really scary, you know," Adrian replied, snuggling into the couch as if he were about to have a long chat. "Roland's like really sick, and the money situation is totally screwed." "Yeah, I heard. What are you doing to help?" He seems perplexed by the question. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what are you doing to help with the medical bills? You're 31 years old, you live here rent-free. They've supported your career attempts for over a decade. What's your plan for helping them through this crisis?" Adrian shuffled uneasily, obviously not used to being asked to accept responsibility for anything. "I mean, I'm working at Guitar Center. I don't exactly have medical bill money lying around, right? But you could get a second job, or maybe a better primary job that actually uses that expensive training they paid for you to get. It's not that simple. I'm still pursuing my music career. I can't just abandon everything I've worked for. Everything you'd worked for with my college fund." The audacity was amazing. "Adrian, what happened to the $85,000? "What do you mean?" "My college fund. The $85,000 from my father that was supposed to pay for my education. Where did it go?" He had the decency to appear uncomfortable. "At least that was like years ago, Clara. It went to my training, living expenses in New York, networking opportunities, investment in my future, right? And what return did they get on that investment?" The hush stretched between us. Adrian picked at a thread on the couch cushion, becoming increasingly intrigued in the upholstery pattern. "Look," his final response was, "I know you're probably still mad about the college thing, but that worked out fine. You're a doctor now, you made it work. I made it work by accumulating $250,000 in student debt and working 3 jobs throughout medical school. You made it work by spending my dead father's money on acting classes and Manhattan rent. That's not fair. Marianne and Roland made that decision as parents. I didn't force them to do anything." "No, but you sure didn't object to it either. And you didn't exactly rush to pay it back when your Broadway dreams didn't pan out." Adrian rose up and paced toward the window as people do when confronted with hard truths. "What do you want me to say, Clara? I'm sorry." "Fine. I'm sorry it worked out that way, but I can't change the past. And Roland's sick now. This is bigger than old family drama." "You're right. This is bigger than old family drama. This is about accountability." I dug into my purse and took out a CD, not a burned CD with a handwritten label. This was professionally created, with glossy artwork and all. Adrian's eyes widened as he noticed it. "Where did you get that?" "Your MySpace page from 2017, remember? You spent about $3,000 of my college fund getting these demo CDs professionally made, posted about it constantly, how this was going to be your breakthrough, how record labels would hear your talent and offer contracts. Adrian's cheeks turned red. That was a different phase of my career. I'm more focused on live performance now. Right. Well, I bought a copy off eBay. Figured it was the least I could do since I technically helped pay for it. I set the CD on the coffee table between us and went to the door. Adrian followed me. Clara, wait. What are you doing? Are you going to help with Roland's bills or not? I turned around at the door, gazing at this 31-year-old man who still lived in his childhood bedroom, had squandered my fortune on a failing goal, and was now pleading with me to help the family who had sacrificed my future for his own. I'm going to help exactly as much as this family helped me get through medical school. What does that mean? It means you should probably start checking couch cushions for spare change. Maybe sell some of those professional headshots from your portfolio. That evening, Marianne called again. Roland's surgery went well, but he would be in the hospital for at least a week. The bills were already piling up and they'd received an estimate for the whole treatment cost, $170,000, not counting follow-up care and rehabilitation. Did you talk to Adrian? She inquired. I did. Interesting conversation. He's still living the dream, apparently. Clara, please. I know you're angry about the college fund situation, but this is life or death. Roland could die if he doesn't get proper follow-up care. Marianne, Roland is going to get proper follow-up care. That's how hospitals work in America. They don't just let heart surgery patients die because of billing disputes. But the debt will destroy us. We'll lose the house. We don't know what to do. I took a long breath, attempting to strike the appropriate balance between honesty and brutality. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to talk to the hospital's financial counselor about payment plans. Every hospital has them. You're going to apply for charity care programs. Most hospitals have sliding scale assistance for people who can't afford treatment. Adrian is going to get a second job, or maybe his first real job, and contribute to household expenses so you can focus on paying medical bills. But Adrian's career is working retail part-time and occasionally performing in community theater. He's 31 years old. It's time to be realistic about his prospects and his responsibilities to this family. You could just help us. You're a doctor. You make good money now. There it was. The entitlement that had shaped my entire childhood. The belief that my success was somehow shared property, whereas Adrian's misfortunes were only transitory setbacks necessitating additional investment. You're right. I do make good money. I make good money because I worked my ass off to get through medical school without family support. I make good money because I spent 4 years eating ramen noodles and working nights, while my classmates went to study groups funded by parents who could afford to support their children's education. I make good money because I graduated with a mountain of debt that I'm still paying off. We did what we thought was best at the time. You did what was convenient for your new husband and his son. You sacrificed my future to fund Adrian's fantasy. And now you want me to rescue you from the consequences of that decision. It wasn't a fantasy. Adrian is talented. Marianne. Adrian is a 31-year-old man living in his childhood bedroom, working part-time at Guitar Center, whose biggest accomplishment in a decade is a demo CD that no record label ever bothered to listen to. Meanwhile, I'm actually helping people, saving lives, contributing to society in meaningful ways. Which one of us turned out to be the better investment? She was silent for a long time. So, you won't help? I'm not giving you money, if that's what you're asking. But I'll give you something better. I'll give you the same thing you gave me when I needed support for my education. Advice to figure it out on your own. And good luck making it work. That's cruel. No, Marianne. Cruel is taking a teenager's college fund, money specifically left by her deceased father for her education, and giving it to your stepson for acting classes. What I'm doing is justice. I hung up and blocked their number. The following few months were unexpectedly calm. I concentrated on my practice, which was rapidly expanding as word traveled about the new family doctor who genuinely listened to patients and took time for I'd begun specializing in preventative care and chronic illness appointments. Management, finding great satisfaction in assisting patients in maintaining their health rather than just addressing catastrophes. 2 weeks later, my cousin Elise called. She had heard about Roland's dilemma and my refusal to aid through the family grapevine and wanted to hear my side of the story. Because what I'm hearing from Marianne doesn't sound like the Clara I know, she explained delicately. I recounted everything, The college fund theft, Adrian's failing career sponsored by my inheritance, the years of favoritism and dismissive treatment, and their current expectation that I'd protect them from the repercussions of their own actions. Elise was quiet for a bit after I finished. Jesus, Clara, I had no idea about the college fund thing. That's incredibly messed up. Yeah, well, water under the bridge now. Is it though? I mean, how do you feel about how this is all playing out? I thought about the question thoroughly. You know what? I'm actually at peace with it. I spent years being angry about what they did to me. But building my career, proving I could succeed without their support, that's been incredibly satisfying. Now they need help, and they're finding out what it feels like when family doesn't come through for the important stuff. What about Roland though? I mean, he could actually have complications, need ongoing care. Roland isn't going to die, Elise. They'll work out payment plans with the hospital, maybe qualify for charity care programs. Figure something out the way millions of Americans do every year. Hospitals have entire departments dedicated to helping people navigate these situations. But they'll have to do it themselves. And maybe they'll learn what it's like to struggle financially for something important, like I did for 8 years. Elise understood. She'd seen the family dynamics throughout the years during holiday parties and noticed how differently Adrian and I were treated, but she'd never realized the magnitude of it. A month later, I learned through the family network that Roland had been discharged and was doing well at home. They had qualified for the hospital's charity care program, which covered roughly 60% of the costs. The remaining bills were set up on a 10-year payment plan with lower interest rates. More importantly, Adrian had secured a second job working evenings at a call center. He continued to live at home but was now contributing to household expenses for the first time in his adult life. Apparently, the financial crisis served as a wake-up call concerning the realistic prospects for his music career. Marianne had returned to work full-time as a dental receptionist, her first full-time position in years. They were getting by, but there wasn't enough money for Adrian's artistic ambitions or professional advancement. Adrian contacted me personally 6 months after Roland's surgery, rather than through Marianne or other family members, by text message. Hey Clara, I know things have been weird between us, but I wanted to reach out. Roland's recovery is going really well, and I've been thinking a lot about what you said about accountability and responsibility. I got a better job, assistant manager at a music store downtown. Not just retail sales, still doing music stuff on weekends, but treating it more like a hobby now instead of expecting it to pay the bills. Anyway, I wanted to say I'm sorry about the college fund. It was the first sincere apology I had ever received from him. Not flawless, not thorough, but honest and detailed, as opposed to the customary non-apology apologies I had received from my family. I replied with the following. Thanks for saying that, Adrian. I'm glad Roland's doing better and that you're taking more responsibility. That means a lot. That was it. There was no dramatic reconciliation, no return to family dinners, but rather a sense of tranquility that felt more valuable than forced forgiveness. Another 6 months have passed. My practice continues to grow. I'd recruited a nurse practitioner to help with the patient load and had finally paid off my undergraduate school loans. Still had medical school debt, but it was manageable and steadily diminishing. I was at my office late one evening, finishing up patient files and insurance paperwork, when I received a call from an unknown local number. Dr. Reinhardt, this is Roland. My stepfather's voice was different, lower and uncertain than I remembered from childhood. Hi Roland, how are you feeling? Much better. The cardiologist says I'm ahead of schedule on recovery. Listen, I was wondering if I could take you to coffee sometime. There are some things I'd like to say, and I don't think I can do them justice over the phone. We met the following Saturday in a neutral spot, a coffee shop near my office that I occasionally stop by between appointments. Roland appeared older, more fatigued than I remembered, and healthier than I had expected considering the significant operation. I owe you an apology, he began without explanation. Several apologies actually. I waited, curious about where this was headed. The college fund thing was wrong, not just misguided or poorly thought out, it was wrong. I convinced Marianne it was the right decision for the family, but it wasn't. That money was meant for your education, specifically set aside by your father for that purpose, and we had no right to redirect it. Why did you do it? Roland swirled his coffee for a long time, apparently contemplating how to respond honestly. Honestly, because I was desperate to prove that supporting Adrian's dreams was the right choice. I'd been divorced, felt like I'd failed at being a father the first time around, and I wanted to show Adrian that I believed in him completely. But I did it at your expense, and that was inexcusable. What about Adrian? Have you talked to him about all this? We've had several long conversations over the past few months. The financial crisis was a wake-up call for him about taking responsibility for his own life instead of expecting other people to fund his dreams. He's been contributing to household expenses, found better employment, started acting like the adult he should have been years ago. I'm glad he's growing up. Roland, I need you to know Marianne never stopped feeling guilty about the college fund decision. She talks about it constantly now, how proud she is that you made it through medical school and built a successful practice despite our lack of support. How much she regrets listening to me about redirecting that money to Adrian. Then why didn't she ever say that to me directly? Pride, I think, and maybe fear that you'd reject the apology or tell us it was too little, too late. Roland reached into his jacket and took out a folded piece of paper. This is a promissory note. We can't pay you back the full $85,000 all at once, but we've worked out a budget to repay you over 10 years with interest. It's not enough compensation and it's not soon enough, but it's what we can realistically manage given our current financial situation. I unfurled the document and examined it. It was extensive and well thought out, including monthly payment amounts, interest computations, and contingency plans in case their financial status altered. The interest rate was significantly more than what they had to give. You don't have to do this, Roland. Yes, we do. We stole your inheritance and used it to fund a fantasy. Now we're going to pay it back, even if it takes until we're both dead to do it. I folded the paper and stored it in my purse. Roland, I want you to know I'm not angry anymore. I was for a long time, furious about what felt like a betrayal, but building my career on my own terms, proving I could succeed without family support, that actually healed something in me. I'm grateful for the struggle in some ways because it made me stronger and more self-reliant. That doesn't make what we did right. No, but it makes me who I am today. And I like who I've become. We drank our coffee and talked about more appropriate topics. Roland's rehabilitation, my practice, and the weather. Normal chat between two grown-ups who have discovered a way to cohabit together. My sister tried to steal my house with a fake will and lies about my husband, but his hidden records and lawyer's proof exposed her entire scam. You know, I stood there 3 months later, a widow at my nephew's first birthday party, when my sister dropped a bomb that should have devastated me. She claimed my late spouse was the father of her child and presented a will claiming half of my home. But she had no idea why I was struggling to suppress a wild, inappropriate chuckle. The kind of chuckle that tastes like pain, wrath, and utter disbelief. Daniel, my Daniel, 37 years old, is gone in an instant. Only 3 months ago, a sudden aneurysm took Dad away from me. We'd been together 11 years and married for 10. And now, days after his funeral, I'm barely holding it together, just to be blasted with this. Our tale began 12 years ago at a charity auction for children with cancer. I was volunteering, assisting with silent auction goods, and there was this magnificent watercolor of the Boston skyline at dusk. All brilliant oranges and purples are spilling into the harbor. I was completely captivated. Then Daniel, the gorgeous blue-eyed corporate attorney, outbid everyone on it. My heart fell. But then he strolled right over to me, that crinkling smile on his face, and handed it to me. I noticed you looking at this all night, he said. I believe it belongs to you. That was Daniel, thoughtful, perceptive, and kind to the extreme. I fell hard and quickly. Our first date felt as if we had known each other forever. He was intelligent but humble, the type of person who recalled waiters' names and sincerely inquired about their lives. 8 months later, he proposed on the harbor, with the actual skyline reflecting the painting that brought us together. After our first anniversary, we decided to purchase our Victorian home in Beacon Hill. An $800,000 fantasy with solid foundations, lofty ceilings, and a tiny garden where I imagined our future children playing. However, those children never showed up. We tried for years, mapped, planned, and hoped. Then followed the doctors, the tests, the procedures, and the rounds of IVF, which depleted our savings, emotions, and everything else. I recall the peaceful journey home following the last failed effort. Daniel reached over the console to take my hand. We both knew that was the end of the road, so neither of us said anything. That night, on our porch swing, he said, "We can still have a beautiful life, you and me. That is enough." He actually meant it. We slowly rebuilt our dreams. We traveled and devoted ourselves into our vocations. We refurbished the house room by room, transforming it into the showpiece home I had always envisioned. Daniel encouraged me when I started my own interior design firm. Our lives were full. Not exactly as we had expected, but full nevertheless. My younger sister, Elena Moretti, was always on the periphery of our enjoyment. 4 years younger, 30 years old, and always the wild child. While I was advancing in my profession, she was juggling jobs and tumultuous relationships. Our parents were continually concerned, which usually led to justifications for her behavior and numerous financial bailouts. Elena and I shared a difficult relationship. She was unquestionably attractive and easily charming, but there was always a sense of competitiveness on her side. If I accomplished something, she had to outdo me. When I started dating Daniel, she suddenly became interested in law students. When we acquired our house, she whined about her apartment for months, hoping that our parents would assist her improve. It was exhausting, but Daniel always supported me. "She's your only sister," he'd say. "Family is important." 2 years ago, Elena began dating Marco Santini, a bartender with tattoos and a motorcycle our parents despised. Their relationship was full of drama, with passionate reconciliations followed by cataclysmic breakups. Then came the pregnancy announcement over Thanksgiving dinner the year before Daniel's death. It was unexpected. Elena had unwittingly accomplished what we had so deeply desired, despite all of our trials and suffering. But I suppressed the usual twinge of jealousy. I was really pleased for her and determined to be the best aunt possible. Adrian Moretti was born weighing 8 pounds and 4 ounces. I arrived at the hospital carrying flowers and a homemade blanket that I had spent months making. Elena looked overwhelmed with parenthood from the outset, frequently contacting me in tears over colic or weariness. I stepped in whenever I could, even staying with Adrian overnight so she could sleep. Daniel was less involved, which I now understand I linked to our own infertility difficulties, assuming it was simply too hard for him. He was usually kind when Elena brought Adrian over, but he kept a certain distance that I never questioned at the time. Then came the dreadful Tuesday morning. Daniel complained about a headache before heading for work. I recommended he stay at home, but he had a crucial customer meeting. "Just a migraine," he said, kissing me goodnight. "I'll call you after the meeting." That call never arrived. Instead, I received one from the hospital. When I arrived, he had already left. Brain aneurysm. Nothing could have been done. My Daniel is 37 years old. The following days were a whirl of preparations and intense anguish. Elena was curiously absent, sending texts about Adrian's illness or her inability to locate a babysitter. When she did attend the burial, she stayed short, kept to herself, and left before the reception. I was too overcome with grief to think about it. Adrian's first birthday came just 1 week after we laid Daniel to rest. I didn't want to go to a child's birthday celebration, but my mother pushed. "Daniel would want you to go," she explained. "He always said, family comes first." So I found myself going to Elena's little rental house with a wrapped gift in the passenger seat and black circles under my eyes that no concealer could conceal. I hadn't slept since Daniel died. Spent evenings staring at his empty side of the bed, searching for warmth that didn't there. I took a few big breaths, grabbed the gift, and went inside. Nobody should have to pretend happiness so soon after losing a husband. I smiled and knocked. Sophie Keller, Elena's friend, opened the door, her gaze expanding slightly. "Oh Claire, you made it," she murmured, her tone strangely strained. She took a quick check over her shoulder before stepping aside. "Come in." Everyone's in the backyard. The tiny house was adorned with blue balloons and streamers. I spotted a group of strangers whispering in the kitchen. They grew silent as I passed, their gazes following me. In the backyard, more visitors gathered in small groups. I noticed my folks looked uncomfortable. My father got up when he saw me, relief on his face. "Claire." He hugged me. "We weren't sure you'd come." "Of course I came," I responded, placing the gift on the specified table. "Where's the birthday boy?" "With Elena," my mother replied, not quite addressing my gaze. "They should be out soon for the cake." I mingled awkwardly, receiving condolences and avoiding questions about how I was doing. Everyone felt on edge, and the conversation came to an abrupt halt when I approached. I attributed it to people not understanding how to behave around a newlywed widow. Elena emerged from the home with Adrian on her hip after 30 awkward minutes. She was wearing a new clothing that I had never seen before, and her hair had been newly highlighted. Adrian looked lovely in a small button-up shirt and bow tie. Elena barely acknowledged me as she sat Adrian in his high chair. She appeared energetic, almost exuberant, and moved with surprising assurance. She tapped a spoon against her cup to get everyone's attention. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate Adrian's special day," she said, her voice echoing around the yard. "This past year has been full of surprises and challenges, as many of you know." Guests exchanged eyes. My mother grew quite interested in her shoes. "I've been keeping a secret," Elena added, resting a hand on Adrian's head. "One that I can no longer hide." especially after recent events. A shiver went down my spine. Something was extremely wrong. Adrian is not Marco's son, she said, her gaze catching mine across the yard. He is Daniel's. The world appeared to pause. I heard gasps around me and felt my father stiffen behind me, but they were only background noise to the rushing in my ears. What? Elena continued, her voice firm and practiced. Claire's husband and I had a brief affair 2 years ago. It was a mistake, a moment of weakness for both of us. We never meant to hurt anyone, but these things happen. I stood motionless, unable to grasp what I had heard. My sister claimed she had slept with my husband and that her son, the nephew I had lovingly cared for, was Daniel's child. It was so completely ludicrous that I almost laughed out loud. Elena wasn't done. She dug inside her purse and retrieved a folded sheet. Daniel knew the truth about Adrian. Before he died, he updated his will, she continued, bringing up the paper. He wanted his son to be provided for. This will states that half of the house Daniel and Claire owned should go to Adrian as his biological child. Every eye in the yard shifted to me. I could see pity, morbid interest and discomfort. My parents appeared stunned, my father half standing wondering whether to intervene, and suddenly to everyone's surprise, including mine, I felt a smile tug on my lips. Not a joyful smile, but one that occurs when something is so grossly false that it is almost amusing. I pushed my lips together, attempting to control the inappropriate laughter that was building up inside me. Oh, I see, I finally said, my voice calm and even. I drank a drink of water, buying time to resist the impulse to laugh in my sister's face. May I see this will, Elena? Her strong expression wavered slightly. She certainly did not expect this reply. She approached slowly and handed me the document, a typed page with what appeared to be Daniel's signature. I quickly scanned it and immediately noticed inconsistencies. The formal wording was completely wrong, unlike the legal paperwork I'd seen Daniel bring home, and the signature, while similar, was plainly counterfeit. The connecting stroke between the D and A was incorrect, and the final flourish was excessively pronounced. I carefully folded the paper and returned it to her. Thank you for sharing this with me. I think I need to go now. That's it? Elena questioned, her voice filled with bewilderment. You're not going to say anything else? Not right now, I explained gently, retrieving my handbag. This is Adrian's day. We can discuss this privately later. I bid farewell to my astonished parents and promised to call them shortly. As I walked to my car, I could hear muttering behind me, and the party atmosphere was shattered. Once inside my car, safe and out of sight, I finally let out the laugh that had been trying to escape. It began little, but increased until tears streamed down my cheeks. Not tears of delight, but a bizarre combination of pain, indignation, and bewilderment at my sister's audacity. Because Elena was unaware of something. Something Daniel and I had never discussed with anyone. Something that rendered her intricate deception not just hurtful, but completely, impossibly, totally wrong. The truth about Daniel and Elena emerged 3 years ago, long before Adrian was even born. We had brought my sister home for dinner to celebrate her new work at a marketing agency, which was her longest employment to date. Daniel had made his renowned lasagna, and we'd opened a nice bottle of wine. It was a wonderful evening until I excused myself to answer a work call from a customer with a design emergency. The call ran longer than intended, with nearly 20 minutes spent walking a wealthy client through displaying artwork. When I returned to the dining room, the atmosphere had shifted. Daniel was uncomfortable, and Elena was seated much closer to him than when I left, her hand on his arm, laughing at something I hadn't heard. I didn't think much of it at the moment. Elena was usually affectionate, and the wine was flowing freely. But later that night, as we were getting ready for bed, Daniel appeared worried. There's something I need to tell you, he continued, sitting on the edge of our bed. And I don't want it to cause problems between you and your sister, but I also don't want to keep secrets from you. He told me that while I was on the phone, Elena made a pass at him. Nothing dramatic, just improper remarks about how fortunate I was to have him, followed by the implication that he deserved someone who actually valued him. When he rejected her, she brushed it off as a joke, claiming I was overly sensitive if he believed she was serious. I was wounded, but not completely surprised. Elena had always pushed the boundaries. We opted to dismiss it as an exceptional episode, triggered by wine and her regular competitive temperament. But it was not isolated. Elena sought ways to touch Daniel while I wasn't looking, sent text messages that wavered between pleasant and flirty, and once showed up uninvited at his office, asking him to lunch. Daniel always maintained boundaries in a gentle but strong manner and informed me immediately. Following the office incident, we addressed my parents about Elena's actions. It did not go well. They suggested Daniel was misinterpreting friendly gestures, and Elena simply looked up to him as a brother. My mother even suggested, with good intentions but poor judgment, that Daniel was charmed by the attention and exaggerating the situation. That night, Daniel and I reached a decision. We would separate from Elena without provoking a family schism. We avoided invitations that included her, made sure we were never alone with her, and Daniel disabled her phone number after she sent a particularly suggestive late-night text message. Then came the medical issue, which changed everything. Daniel had been in agony for several weeks before consulting a doctor. The diagnosis was a varicocele, which is an expansion of veins in the scrotum that requires surgery. The treatment went smoothly, but there was a complication. Because of the large size of the varicocele and the possibility of recurrence, the doctor recommended a vasectomy at the same procedure. It was a difficult decision, especially given our previous fertility issues, but we both decided it was the best option for Daniel's health. The vasectomy was conducted 2 years before Adrian's conception. We kept the medical information secret. Even our parents didn't know. After years of persistent questioning about our childless status, we had learned to safeguard our reproductive privacy. The only ones who knew were Daniel, me, and Daniel's doctors. Daniel made a paranoid forecast while recovering from surgery. "Elena isn't done," he replied, sitting in our garden with an ice pack strategically placed. "I have a feeling she might try something more drastic one day." I laughed it off, but Daniel was serious. The following week, he made an appointment with our family attorney, Henri Dubois. I went with him and listened as Daniel described Elena's conduct and his recent medical treatment. Henri advocated documenting everything, including unwelcome advances, medical paperwork verifying the vasectomy, and even Elena's text messages and emails. "You never know what might become relevant," Henri said. "Better to have documentation and never need it than wish you had it later." We took his advice and created a file containing everything pertaining to the case. Daniel also amended his will correctly through formal means, ensuring that everything would pass to me in the case of his death. Henri retained copies of all documents, while we stored the originals in a safe deposit box at our bank. "Just in case," Daniel added as we secured the box. "Though I plan to be around to deal with any of Elena's drama for at least another 50 years. Oh, Daniel. The morning after Adrian's birthday, I headed straight to the bank. The manager, who had known Daniel and me for years, offered his condolences as he took me to the vault. I sat alone in the small viewing room and opened the box Daniel and I had loaded with what he jokingly referred to as our disaster preparation kit. Inside, I found just what I needed. Daniel's valid will, notarized and properly executed, leaves everything to me. Medical records show that he had a vasectomy 2 years before Adrian's conception, making him physiologically incapable of fathering the child. Daniel had kept a journal that detailed every inappropriate contact with Elena, including dates, hours, and exact statements, printed copies of the text messages she sent him. A letter from our attorney verifying that he observed Daniel's valid will and was ready to verify its legitimacy, and in the bottom of the box was a sealed letter with my name written in Daniel's familiar handwriting. With shaky fingers, I opened it and started reading. "My dearest Claire, if you are reading this, something has happened to me, and you have needed to access these documents. I hope it is many years from now, when we are old and gray and Elena's antics are nothing but a distant memory we laugh about. But if not, if the worst has happened and she has tried to hurt you in my absence, please know that I tried to prepare for every possibility. I know how much you value family, how loyal." Tears ran down my cheeks as I read his words. Feeling his love and protection reach out to me even in death. My practical and thoughtful spouse had foreseen this. Perhaps not the precise situation, but the chance that Elena may try to take advantage of his death. I carefully returned everything to the box except what I needed: copies of the medical documents, the valid will, and a few diary entries. Then I called Henri Dubois and set up an appointment for that afternoon. Henri Dubois' law office was in a converted brownstone in downtown Boston, which radiated old money and caution. I'd only been there a few times without him, but the receptionist remembered me immediately, her smile softening with sorrow. "Mrs. Laurent," she began, rose to welcome me. "Mr. Dubois is expecting you. Please accept my condolences for your loss." Henri was in his 50s, with silver hair and reading glasses perched at the tip of his nose. He had been Daniel's mentor when he initially joined the firm, and they had remained close friends. When I walked in, he stood and came around his desk to briefly embrace me. "Claire," he continued, motioning for me to sit. "I was devastated to hear about Daniel. He was one of the good ones." "He was," I agreed, my voice breaking slightly. "And it seems he was also right about preparing for the worst with my sister." I recounted what had happened at the birthday party and showed him the fake will Elena had provided. Henri examined it, his expression becoming more anxious. "This is an amateurish forgery," he concluded. "The language is all wrong, and the signature, while similar, would never stand up to expert analysis. But the fact that she created this at all is deeply troubling." I showed him the paperwork from the safety deposit box, medical records verifying Daniel's vasectomy, a valid will, and Daniel's journal detailing Elena's conduct over time. Henri remarked on Daniel's thoroughness as he reviewed the information. "These medical records alone disprove her claim about Adrian's paternity. The vasectomy was performed 2 years before the child was conceived. It is biologically impossible for Daniel to be the father." "What should I do?" I inquired. "I don't want to humiliate her publicly, but I can't let her take half of our home based on a lie." Henri slumped back in his chair. "First, we need more information. I recommend hiring a private investigator to look into Elena's current situation. There is likely a motivation beyond simple cruelty here. People rarely attempt fraud of this nature without financial pressure." He recommended Victor Novak, a former police detective who now works as a private investigator, frequently on cases for the firm. I agreed, and Henri called immediately, outlining the issue in broad strokes. Victor showed up an hour later, a stocky man with a Boston accent and a no-nonsense demeanor. He made copious notes as I presented the scenario, asking probing questions about Elena's relationship, past, employment, and finances. I realized how little I knew about my sister's current situation. We had drifted apart since Adrian's birth, with my attempts to be active as an aunt sometimes ignored or overlooked. "I'll need a few days," Victor remarked when I finished. "My preliminary focus will be on her financial situation and relationship with the child's actual father." "Is there anything else you can tell me about him?" I revealed what little I knew about Marco. Elena, a bartender, had been dating when she fell pregnant. I had only met him a few times, and he appeared uninterested in family events. They were still together, as far as I knew, but she rarely addressed him. He didn't show up to the celebration yesterday, which struck me as unusual for the birthday boy's father. Victor nodded and made another note. "That's a good starting point. I'll be in touch soon." 3 days later, Victor called to request a meeting at Henri's office. When I arrived, both men were reading documents on the conference table. "Mrs. Laurent," Victor began after we were seated, "I've uncovered some concerning information about your sister's situation. Elena's financial situation was poor, according to his inquiry. She had almost $75,000 in debt from credit cards, personal loans, and medical expenditures for Adrian, who required surgery for a heart problem soon after birth. Her credit score was terrible, and she'd been turned down for 3 more loans in the last month alone. She's also facing eviction," Victor said, passing a document across the table. "This is a copy of the notice her landlord filed last week. She has until the end of the month to pay 4 months of back rent or vacate the property." Marco supposedly abandoned Elena and Adrian shortly after their birth, traveling to Seattle with a new partner. He was paying very little child support, only $200 per month, and even that intermittently. "I also found these," Victor added, displaying printouts of text messages. "She'd been telling acquaintances about her ambitions to take over a portion of my house for weeks. These were messages exchanged between her and her friend Sophie, the same woman who had unlocked the door at the party. The messages were damning. Daniel's death is terrible, but maybe it's finally my chance to get what I deserve. The house is worth at least $800,000 now. If I play this right, I'll have a nice nest egg for Adrian and me. The will is almost ready. My friend Dave is good with Photoshop and found a sample of Daniel's signature online from some charity auction. It looks totally legit. Claire has always been the golden child. Time for me to get my share. She got 11 years with a G. I felt physically unwell after reading my sister's icy words. This wasn't pure opportunism. It was calculated deceit intended to take advantage of my grief." "There's more," Victor replied kindly. "I ran a background check on Marco Santini, the actual father. He has a history of domestic violence charges from a previous relationship and currently has a warrant out for unpaid child support for another child in New Hampshire. He's not someone you would want around your nephew." I sat in startled silence, attempting to digest everything. My sister wasn't simply desperate. She was willing to jeopardize Daniel's reputation and our marriage to address her financial troubles. And her choice of partners has placed Adrian in a potentially perilous predicament. "What do I do with all of this?" I inquired, gazing between Henri and Victor. "I can't just expose all of this publicly. Adrian is innocent in all of this. He's still my nephew." Henri removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "You have several options, Claire. We could file charges against Elena for attempted fraud and forgery. That would likely result in criminal penalties for her, possibly even jail time given the amount of money involved. Or, he said, recognizing my feelings, we could handle this privately, confront her with the evidence, require her to retract her claims, and potentially work out an arrangement that protects both you and the child. I left the conference with a heavy heart and a folder filled with evidence. That evening, I called my therapist, Dr. Ingrid Miller, whom I had been seeing since Daniel's death, to set up an emergency session. In her serene, plant-filled office, I unloaded the entire story. I'm so angry I can barely see straight, I stated. But Adrian is just a baby. None of this is his fault, and despite everything, Elena is still my sister. Dr. Miller listened carefully, occasionally inquiring about my relationship with Elena throughout our lives. It sounds like this pattern of competition and manipulation has existed since childhood, she told me. The current situation is an escalation, not an anomaly. What would you do? I asked, desperate. I cannot tell you what decision to make, she said. But I will say that compassion does not mean allowing yourself to be victimized. You can be kind while creating clear boundaries and penalties. After much thought, I made a decision. I would address Elena individually with all of the facts, giving her the option of facing probable legal repercussions for her fraud, or accepting a settlement that would provide for Adrian while holding her accountable. The following morning, I called Elena with fresh determination. We need to talk about the will, I replied when she responded. Can you come to my house tomorrow afternoon? Just you. Oh, I knew you'd come around, she said, smugly pleased. I'll be there at 2. I spent the morning preparing for Elena's visit, sorting documents in a logical arrangement, and setting up recording devices as Henri suggested. Massachusetts is a 2-party consent state, he told me. So you cannot record her secretly, but you can ask for her permission at the start of your conversation, framing it as a way to ensure you both have a record of any agreement reached. The doorbell rang precisely at 2 o'clock. I took a long breath to compose myself before opening the door. Elena stood on the porch, dressed sharply in a new costume, her confidence clear in her posture. Come in, I said, taking her into the living room, where I had set up 2 chairs facing each other, a coffee table between them, a recorder, water glasses, and a folder of paperwork. I hope you don't mind if we record our conversation. It seems prudent given the legal nature of what we're discussing. Elena hesitated briefly before nodding. Sure, whatever makes you comfortable. Though I think this can be pretty straightforward. The will is clear. I put on the recorder, entered the date and time, and confirmed Elena's approval to be recorded. Then I sat back and studied my sister's face. Before we discuss the will, I would like to understand exactly what you are claiming happened between you and Daniel. Elena started into a well-rehearsed narrative about a rumored affair 2 years prior. According to her story, she and Daniel met during a time when he and I were having issues. She claimed they met multiple times at a downtown hotel, that Daniel voiced his dissatisfaction with our marriage, and that Adrian was conceived during these meetings. He always meant to tell you, she explained, her eyes wide with rehearsed earnestness. But then Adrian was born with a heart condition, and he didn't want to add stress to the situation. He promised he would provide for his son, though. I listened without interrupting, noting the anomalies in her timing and the specifics that contradicted my understanding of Daniel's itinerary at the time. After she finished, I started asking questions. I said, which hotel did you meet at? The Mandarin Oriental, she answered promptly. And what room do you remember? She faltered somewhat. It was on a high floor. I don't recall the exact number. What days of the week did you usually meet? Tuesdays. Sometimes Thursdays when he told you he was working late. I continued to ask increasingly precise queries. What did Daniel typically order from room service? Which side of the bed did he prefer? Did he shower before or after? Details that only someone who had been intimate with Daniel would know. Elena became increasingly embarrassed, and her responses were ambiguous or conflicting. Why does any of this matter? She eventually exclaimed. The point is that Adrian is Daniel's son, and the will proves Daniel wanted to provide for him. Actually, I explained calmly, opening my folder. Both of those claims are demonstrably false. I put the medical records on the table between us. 2 years before Adrian was conceived, Daniel had a vasectomy following surgery for a varicocele. It was completely successful, confirmed by follow-up tests. It was physically impossible for him to father a child after that procedure. Elena's face had lost its color. She grabbed the medical paperwork with shaky hands, studying the clinical language and dates. These could be faked, she replied softly. They are not, I answered. And Daniel's doctor is prepared to testify to their authenticity if necessary. But that is just the beginning. Next I presented the actual will, which had been notarized and duly filed with the court. This is Daniel's actual will, prepared by Henri Dubois and witnessed by 2 partners at his firm. As you can see, it leaves everything to me with no mention of Adrian. Elena's confidence was plainly eroding, but she tried to recover. He must have changed it after this was drawn up. The will I have is more recent. The will you have, I replied kindly, is a forgery. A poor one, I might add. Henri has already identified multiple legal inconsistencies in the language, and the signature is clearly fake. Creating a fraudulent will is a felony in Massachusetts, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. I continued to present evidence methodically, Daniel's journal showing her unwanted approaches, text conversations between her and Sophie outlining the plan, and eventually Victor's investigative report detailing her financial issues, eviction notice, and Marco's abandonment. We know everything, Elena, I continued as she sat astonished. The question now is what happens next. She remained silent for quite some time. Then, to my amazement, she started crying. Not the theatrical cries I'd seen her employ to mislead our parents, but true, aching sobbing. I didn't know what else to do, she finally admitted between gasps. I'm going to be homeless. Adrian and I will be out on the street in 2 weeks. Marco left us with nothing. The medical bills just keep coming. I thought if I could just get some money from the house. So, you decided to destroy Daniel's reputation? I inquired, my voice tightening. To tell everyone he cheated on me? To forge legal documents? I was desperate, she exclaimed, her despair rising to rage. You have everything. This big house, a successful business, everyone's respect. What do I have? A baby with a heart condition, $75,000 in debt, and an eviction notice. You try making good decisions in that situation. Her outburst lingered in the air between us. The basic honesty of it, stripped of manipulation and deceit, touched something in me. Not forgiveness. Not yet. Possibly understanding. Adrian. Isn't he Marco's son? I inquired more gently. She nodded and wiped her eyes. Yes. Daniel never touched me. Not like that. I did try with him years ago. He always shut me down immediately. He was annoyingly loyal to you. And the will, my friend Dave helped me create it. He does graphic design and thought it would be easy to fake a signature. I was going to use it to pressure you into giving me money. I never thought you would actually look into it so thoroughly. I turned off the recorder and sat back to evaluate my next move. Elena looked at me uncomfortably, apparently expecting the worst. I could press charges, I finally responded. What you did was illegal, not to mention cruel and calculated. She nodded miserably. I know. But that would hurt Adrian, I said. And despite everything, he is my nephew. I love him. I leaned forward to ensure she was staring straight at me. So, here is what is going to happen. You are going to tell everyone the truth, that you lied about the affair, that Adrian is not Daniel's son, and that you forged the will. You will apologize publicly to me and to Daniel's memory. And then what? She inquired, her voice soft. We'll still be evicted. I am not finished, I said. In exchange for your full confession and a legal agreement never to attempt anything like this again, I will help you and Adrian. Not by giving you half my house, but by setting up a trust fund for Adrian's education and medical needs and helping you find stable housing. Her eyes expanded. Why would you do that after what I did? Not for you, I replied honestly. For Adrian. And because Daniel would want me to help his nephew, even if that nephew's mother tried to destroy his reputation. There will be conditions, I went on. You will enter therapy and financial counseling. You will maintain steady employment, and you will allow me to be part of Adrian's life to ensure he is being properly cared for. If you violate any of these conditions, the support stops immediately. Elena was quiet for a long time, contemplating everything. I don't deserve your help, she finally responded. No, I agree. You don't. But Adrian deserves a stable home and medical care, and I deserve to have my husband's memory untarnished. This solution gives us both what we need. Elena accepted my terms after more conversation. We'd meet with Henri the next day to finalize the arrangement, and she'd make her public confession at a family dinner the following weekend. As I escorted her out, she halted at the door. I really am sorry, Claire. I've been jealous of you my whole life. Everything always seemed to come so easily to you. Nothing about my life has been easy, I said. You just never bothered to look past the surface. Maybe it's time you start. The family supper I planned on Saturday evening was stressful from the beginning. My parents arrived early, and my mother brought her homemade lasagna as a peace offering. "I don't know what this is about," she replied as she placed the plate on my counter. "But Elena has been calling us in tears, saying you're forcing her to come to some sort of family meeting." "Just wait until everyone is here," I said, pouring her a glass of wine. "This needs to be addressed once with everyone present." By 7 o'clock, my parents, Elena, minus Adrian, who was with a babysitter, and I were sat around my dining room table. Henry had encouraged me to record the chat as well, and a little recorder was in the middle of the table. "Thank you all for coming," I said, after explaining the recording. "I have asked Elena to share some important information with you." Elena, my sister, appeared pale and nervous, with none of her normal confidence. She spoke while staring down at her plate. "I lied about Adrian being Daniel's son," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Daniel and I never had an affair. Adrian is Marco's child, and I forged the will I showed at the birthday party." My parents looked at her in disbelief. "But why would you do such a thing?" my father insisted. "Do you have any idea what that claim did to your sister?" "To Daniel's reputation." Elena outlined her dire financial predicament, her voice growing stronger as she described the rising bills, Marco's absence, and the eviction notice. As she spoke, I noticed my mother's look change from shock to sympathy. "Oh, honey," she remarked once Elena finished. "Why didn't you just come to us for help? You didn't need to make up such terrible lies." "Would you have given me $400,000? Elena inquired plainly. "Because that's what I would have gotten if my plan had worked. Half the value of Claire's house." "Of course we couldn't give you that kind of money," my father said. "But we could have helped with the rent, at least temporarily. Instead, you chose to try to defraud your own sister while she was grieving her husband." "I know it was wrong," Elena said. "Claire has already made that abundantly clear. She has the evidence to press charges against me if she wanted to." My mother looked to me, alarmed. "You wouldn't do that to your own sister, would you, Claire?" I felt frustrated by her quick defense of Elena. "Even now I could," I stated firmly. "What she did was not just immoral, but illegal. Forgery and fraud are felonies." "But she's family," my mother said. "And there is Adrian to think about." "I am family too," I said, my voice rising slightly. "Your daughter too. The one who just lost her husband, and then had to defend his memory against false accusations of infidelity. Where was your concern for me in all this?" My father appeared uneasy, shifting in his seat. "Of course we care about you, Claire. But Elena has always needed more help, more guidance." "And whose fault is that?" I inquired. "You have been bailing her out of her poor decisions her entire life. Maybe if you had let her face consequences occasionally, she wouldn't have escalated to criminal behavior." My mother gave a gasp. "That's hardly fair, Claire. We have always treated you girls equally." Elena, unsurprisingly, shook her head. "No, Mom, you haven't. Claire is right. You always made excuses for me. Always found ways to fix my mistakes. It didn't help me. It just made me think I could do whatever I wanted without consequences." My parents were astonished by this statement. Elena, perhaps for the first time, accepted responsibility rather than avoiding blame. "So, what happens now?" my father inquired, glancing between us. "Is Elena going to jail?" "No," I replied. "I've decided not to bring charges under specific circumstances." I described the agreement Elena and I had established with Henry's assistance. Adrian's trust fund, the treatment and financial counseling requirements, and a solid employment situation. "That is very generous," my father exclaimed, relieved. "Especially after what she did." "It's more than generous," Elena replied gently. "It's more than I deserve." "Well," my mom remarked with a smile, "this is all working out for the best. Elena has apologized, Claire is helping with Adrian, and we can put this ugly business behind us." "It's not that simple, Mom," I stated firmly. "Trust has been broken here, the healing will take time, if it happens at all, and there need to be boundaries going forward." "What kind of boundaries?" she inquired, looking concerned. "For one thing, I need you both to stop enabling Elena's behavior. No more bailouts. No more excuses. She needs to stand on her own feet with appropriate support that does not perpetuate dependency." My father nodded slowly. "That seems reasonable. And I need you to respect that my relationship with Elena will be different now. I am involved in Adrian's life because I love him and want the best for him. But Elena and I will not be close the way we once were. At least not for a long time. My mother appeared disturbed. But we are family. We need to stick together, especially now. Being a family does not imply tolerating abuse, Mom, I added gently. What Elena did was abusive. She tried to use my grief to manipulate me, to take advantage of me at my most vulnerable. That has consequences, even within a family. The rest of the supper was quiet, as my parents processed this new reality. When they departed, my father grabbed me tightly and whispered, "I'm proud of you, Claire. Daniel would be too." My mother held me as well, but her eyes were sorrowful, missing the idealistic family dynamic she had always imagined we had. Elena was the last to depart. At the door she paused. "I really am sorry," she repeated again. "Not just for the will and the lies, but for everything. For the years of competition and jealousy. For not being the sister you deserved." "I know," I said. "And I hope the therapy helps you understand why you made these choices. Adrian deserves a mother who is emotionally healthy and honest." "Do you think you will ever forgive me?" I thought about the question thoroughly. "I don't know," I replied sincerely. "But I am willing to see where this new path takes us. For Adrian's sake, and maybe someday for ours too." My parents and I drove home in silence, each engrossed in our own thoughts. I knew one thing for sure. Our family will never be the same. However, it is possible that it will evolve into something healthy in the future, based on honesty rather than deception. 1 year after Daniel died, I stood in our garden, watching the spring bulbs emerge from the dirt. Daniel had planted daffodils the previous fall, and they were blossoming, creating a riot of yellow against the newly green lawn. I felt a bittersweet sorrow viewing them, knowing he had planted them in the ground with the intention of seeing them bloom. There had been so much upheaval in that year. Adrian's trust fund has been established and is already helping to meet his ongoing medical needs. His cardiac issue, while requiring monitoring, was responding positively to medication, and he was developing into a joyful, inquisitive toddler. Elena had astonished everyone by fully accepting the terms of our arrangement. 6 months of treatment had helped her realize early behavioral patterns, such as the incessant urge to compete with me and the self-sabotage that had defined many of her decisions. She had found consistent work as an office manager at a dental clinic, which offered stability and benefits. Our relationship remained official but friendly. Adrian and I saw each other on a regular basis, and we would go to the park or the children's museum. Elena and I didn't pretend to be close, but we had found a way to live together amicably for Adrian's sake. My parents had first struggled with the new boundaries I had set. My mother found it extremely difficult to accept that her daughters would not have the close relationship she had always desired. They too had changed over time, learning to support Elena while not fostering her need. For me, the grief support group I joined immediately after Daniel's death had been a lifeline. 12 strangers brought together by grief had become friends, comprehending one another in ways that even well-meaning family and friends couldn't. We met weekly to share our grieving experiences, celebrate little accomplishments, and encourage one another through inevitable disappointments. 3 months after the argument with Elena, I founded the Daniel Laurent Foundation for Legal Education, which awards scholarships to students from poor backgrounds interested in corporate law. It gave me hope to see Daniel's legacy live on in the careers of young idealistic lawyers who might not otherwise have had the opportunity to enter the profession. Old friends had stepped up in ways I could never have expected. Daniel's law partners checked in on me on a regular basis, asking me to meals and gatherings to ensure that I was not alone in my grief. My undergraduate roommate, Anna, flew in from Chicago every month only to spend weekends with me, sometimes doing nothing but watching movies and eating takeout. And then there was Thomas. I met him at a foundation fundraising event 6 months after Daniel's death. He was an ethics professor at Boston University, scholarly and gentle, with a subtle sense of humor that reminded me of Daniel in certain ways. We began as buddies, sharing coffee after foundation meetings, and gradually progressed to occasional meals. It was different from my experience with Daniel, as it should be. Thomas recognized that Daniel would always be a part of my life, and that loving again did not imply replacing what had come before. We were taking things carefully, both cautious and hopeful. Standing in the yard that spring morning, I reflected on what Daniel had taught me, not only during our time together, but even after he had left. His thoughtfulness in compiling those documents had kept me safe when I was most vulnerable. His journal notes confirmed my encounters with Elena while my own parents tried to ignore them. His love protected me even when he was not present. Throughout this journey I learned painful lessons. Family interactions require clear limits to remain healthy. Documentation is not only a legal precaution, it can also be an emotional requirement. Forgiveness does not necessarily imply forgetting or allowing destructive patterns to persist. That sometimes the individuals we think to defend us are actually the ones we need to protect ourselves from. But I had also discovered my own strength. I had dealt with Elena's betrayal, navigated legal complications, and made difficult decisions about how to proceed, all while grieving the loss of my husband. I had discovered a method to honor Daniel's memory while starting a new life for myself. The daffodils waved in the spring breeze, proving resilient after a long winter. I reflected on how grief works similarly. Not a straight path, but a succession of seasons, each with its own set of problems and unexpected delights. I wasn't the same person I was before Daniel's death or Elena's betrayal. I was stronger in certain areas, more careful in others, but overall more real in my approach to relationships and limits. Sometimes the most terrible betrayals force us to discover strength we didn't know we possessed. I know you couldn't have known what would happen after you were gone, I whispered to the garden Daniel had adored. But somehow you prepared me to face it. And in that way, your love protects me still. As I turned to go back inside, I felt a sense of calm that had been missing for so long. Not because the sadness had vanished, it never would, but because I had discovered a way to carry it alongside hope for the future. Daniel had given me that gift, teaching me that love lasts long after the individual is gone. That preparedness and honesty are gestures of deep caring. My mom stole my $45,000 college fund for my sister's house, so I slept in my car at 18. Now a millionaire, I faced them again, and turned the tables. For me, one of those occasions was seeing my sister Veronica and our mother Margaret walk into the welcome reception for my new $960,000 home. A home that reflected every single sacrifice, late night, every ounce of hustle I put into starting my IT company. Nonetheless, the knot in my stomach intensified and my skin crawled because I recognized the expression in their eyes. The exact expression I saw when I was 18, the night my entire world collapsed. Growing up in Boston, our family appeared to be rather normal. Dad works in finance, while Mom runs a boutique and has 2 daughters, as well as a golden retriever named Rusty. However, as the saying goes, appearances can be misleading. When I was 12, the cracks began to show. Dad walked out, and while the divorce wasn't spectacular, what happened next laid the foundation for years of pure family dysfunction. Veronica, 3 years my older, later married Daniel, an investment banker from an affluent family. Their wedding was spectacular, and Mom spent over $50,000 she didn't have, arguing that a daughter only gets married once. I was 19, working 2 jobs, attending community college, and barely scraping by to purchase my bridesmaid dress. Then came the babies, James, Freya, and Caleb. With each child, Veronica's attitude of entitlement developed, and Mom was always available to help them out, often at my expense. Your sister has 3 children to feed, Mom would explain. What do you need extra money for anyway? Books? Can't you just use the library? Meanwhile, I was working myself to exhaustion. Scholarships helped, but without family support, I worked as a barista in the morning, a tutor in the afternoon, and a data entry clerk on weekends. Sleep was a luxury that I could not afford. Dad faded into obscurity after moving to Chicago and starting a new family. Mom honestly made it difficult for him to stay in touch with me by forgetting to notify me when he called, or mistakenly deleting his messages. But I persevered. While Veronica shared gorgeous family holiday images, I stayed up all night coding and studying. I graduated as the top of my class. Mom attended my high school graduation, but left early since Veronica called. James had a minor temperature. I've never complained. I simply accepted this as my reality and got motivated to create my own success on my own terms. I did not need their approval. What I didn't expect was how drastically things would shift on my 18th birthday. That night defined all that followed, culminating in the showdown 14 years later. My 18th birthday was on a Tuesday. I recall because I had managed to get the evening off, a rare occurrence. I wasn't expecting a major celebration. Veronica and Daniel were expecting their 3rd child, and they had the entire family's attention. Still, turning 18 seemed momentous. I was legally an adult, had completed high school, and received partial scholarships to 3 universities. When I returned home after tutoring, I found Mom and Veronica at the kitchen table, engrossed in spreadsheets. They scarcely glanced up. Leftover lasagna in the fridge if you're hungry, Mom said, her gaze fixed on the papers. I heated a plate and joined them, intrigued. What are you working on? Mom asked, looking up. Just figuring out some financial matters. Veronica and Daniel need a bigger house now that Caleb is on the way. I nodded, accustomed to such chats. But then a chill ran through me. Why do you have my college paperwork? Veronica sighed dramatically. We might as well tell her, Mom. Mom smoothed the papers and glanced at me with that familiar gaze that usually comes before I have to make a family sacrifice. Lena, we need to discuss your college plans, Mother told me. With Veronica expecting again, they really need a 4-bedroom house. Daniel's bonus wasn't as large as they expected this year, and they're a bit stretched. I sat calmly, knowing exactly where this was headed. The thing is, says Veronica, we've calculated everything. And even with Daniel's salary and Mom helping with the down payment, we're still short. Short for what? I inquired, even though I already knew. We need to use your college fund, Mom said frankly. It's not like you don't have scholarships already. And community college is perfectly respectable. You can transfer to a university later when things aren't so tight for the family. My college fund. The money Dad had started prior to the divorce. Mom's promised money for my schooling remained undisturbed. I was banking on this fund to bridge the gaps left by scholarships. But that's my money, I replied gently. Dad set it aside for my education. Veronica rolled her eyes. Don't be selfish, Lena. We're talking about a home for your niece and nephews. Where are they supposed to sleep? Should Caleb just live in a closet because you want to attend some fancy university? That's not what I'm saying, I insisted. But I've worked so hard for this. I've maintained a 4.0 GPA while working multiple jobs. Those scholarships won't cover everything. You can take out loans just like everyone else, Veronica snapped. Daniel and I have a mortgage. That's life. Or she might have said, you could live at home and attend community college. That would be much more economical. Something within me shifted. A lifetime of acquiescence and acceptance gave way to outright outrage. No. A simple word hung in the air. Mom blinked, not expecting any resistance from me. Excuse me? No, I said again, more forcefully this time. That money is for my education. Dad and you set it aside for me. It's not Veronica's house fund. Mom's expression tightened. This isn't a negotiation, Lena. This is what's happening. Your sister has a family to provide for. And I have a future to build, I responded, my voice cracking. I've earned those scholarships. I've worked while maintaining perfect grades. I deserve to use my college fund for college. Veronica chuckled in a chilly, disdainful tone. Oh, please. Like you know anything about real responsibility. Try having 3 children before you lecture us on what you deserve. Tears threatened, but I kept them back. This isn't fair, and you know it. Mom jumped up, scraping her chair. My priority is my education, I replied. That's not wrong. Well then, Mom said, crossing her arms. If that's your attitude, you have a choice to make. Accept that the money is going to help your sister, or pack your bags and figure out life on your own. You're 18 now, after all. An ultimatum hovered in the air. Veronica smiled, confident that I would back down as I had always done. But something had cracked within me. Years of being second best, putting Veronica's needs ahead of my own. I stood up gently. I'll pack my bags. The shock on their faces would have been satisfying if I hadn't been so afraid. Mom certainly did not expect me to choose independence. Don't be so dramatic, Veronica scoffed. Where would you even go? I didn't respond. I stepped into my bedroom and took out my largest luggage. I packed clothing, toiletries, my laptop and vital documents mechanically. Family portraits remained on the walls. They did not feel like mine anymore. Mom appeared in my doorway as I zipped the suitcase shut. You're being ridiculous. Sleep on it, and we'll discuss this rationally in the morning. There's nothing to discuss, I said, startled by my own serenity. You've made your position clear. I'm making mine clear too. I pushed my suitcase past her, retrieved my backpack from the hook near the front door, and stepped outside into the night. Nobody called after me. Nobody tried to stop me. That night, I slept in my car in the Walmart parking lot, with my work uniform as a cushion. For 2 weeks, I maintained that routine, working 3 jobs, sleeping in my car, and showering at the gym where I had a bargain membership. I told no one. On the 15th day, my computer science teacher, Professor Clara Hughes, observed me snoozing in the library. She softly awoke me and asked whether everything was fine. Something in her gentle eyes broke my carefully held composure, so I told her everything. That evening, she drove me to her house and showed me the guest room. It's yours until you figure things out, she explained simply. No one should face this alone. Professor Hughes became more than just a teacher. She became my mentor, advocate, and the first person who believed in me unconditionally. She assisted me in obtaining further scholarships, guiding me through financial aid applications, and providing a valuable reference for an internship that would eventually change my life. Everything that happened after the night I was kicked out was shaped by that experience. It showed me that I was completely on my own, but that chosen family can be more supportive than biological relatives. Most significantly, it demonstrated my personal strength. A strength I was unaware I possessed until I was forced to discover it. With Professor Hughes' help, I was able to secure enough financial aid, scholarships, and part-time employment to attend a local state institution rather than my ideal school. It wasn't Boston University, but it had a strong computer science curriculum, which I appreciated. College life was very different for me than for my peers. While they went to parties and joined clubs, I worked various jobs to remain afloat, including waitressing, staffing the university IT help desk, and completing freelance web development projects late at night. Sleep became a luxury, and social life was non-existent. Despite my hectic schedule, I maintained a flawless GPA. The computer science curriculum came easily, and I found myself assisting classmates who were struggling, one of whom was Isabella Tran. Isabella, a brilliant but distracted individual, became my best friend and eventual business partner. We were diametrically opposed in some respects. I was methodical. She was impetuous. I excelled at back-end programming. She had a knack for user experience and design. Together, we were ideal. During our junior year, we began talking about developing a money management app for young adults. The majority of existing tools were designed for those who were already financially secure, rather for those like us who were living paycheck to paycheck. We identified a gap and were motivated to fill it. Using campus resources, we created a prototype. We dubbed it SENS, an app that let users visualize their spending, automate their savings, and create responsible credit. Our teachers were impressed, but more significantly, our classmates found it quite beneficial. After graduation, Isabella and I had to decide whether to take stable corporate jobs or chase our business dreams. The safe option was appealing, especially considering my financial instability. However, I remembered Professor Hughes's words. Sometimes the riskiest path leads to the greatest rewards. We took a chance by moving into a tiny roach-infested flat to save money. We gave ourselves totally to sins. I coded while eating ramen. Isabella worked on user interfaces till daybreak. We went to every networking event, pitch competition, and startup program we could find. 6 months of rejections ensued. Investors believed we were too young, inexperienced, or focused on the wrong demographics. College students don't care about financial planning, one venture entrepreneur remarked dismissively. But we persisted. We had a breakthrough when we received a small company grant, which enabled us to hire our first employee, a marketing professional who assisted us in refining our messaging. We shifted slightly, focusing on recent graduates with student loans rather than current students. The app gained traction gradually, then exponentially. We were highlighted on a technology blog. A financial influencer with millions of followers endorsed SENS, and our user base rose from thousands to hundreds of thousands. Throughout this process, I had occasional thoughts about reaching out to my relatives. I'd had very little interaction since that night. Mom called 3 months after I left, not to apologize, but to notify me that they had spent my college fund for Veronica's down payment. Dad sent periodic texts to check in, but our relationship remained distant. Instead, I focused on growing my business and my personal life. Years passed in a flurry of code, meetings, and eventual achievement. Isabella and I relocated from our shabby flat to a proper office. We employed additional developers, customer service agents, and marketing specialists. SENS developed into a comprehensive financial platform. 5 years after our start, we received an acquisition offer from one of the country's top financial technology organizations. The amount was staggering, enough to make Isabella and me wealthy multiple times over. We finally agreed after weeks of negotiations. I was 30 years old and suddenly richer than I had ever believed possible. The worried 18-year-old sleeping in her car appeared to be a completely different person. Financial security provided the freedom to make intelligent decisions rather than frantic ones. I invested the most of my windfall, gave to scholarships for first-generation college students, and eventually allowed myself to consider building a home, a genuine home, not just a place to sleep between work shifts. After months of searching, I discovered it. A lovely craftsman-style home in an upmarket neighborhood. At $960,000, it was a hefty investment, but it was well within my budget. The 4-bedroom home has character and charm, with hardwood floors, huge windows, a wraparound porch, and a large backyard. It needed modifications, but I spotted its potential right away. As I signed the closing forms, I considered the irony. 14 years ago, my college fund was depleted to help Veronica buy a larger home. Now, I was able to buy a property for about $1 million via my own work. During the restoration, I got an unexpected note from my father. He'd seen the news about SENS's acquisition online and wanted to congratulate me. Our chat was unpleasant, yet it opened up possibilities. He stated that he had lost track of me after I left and was too embarrassed to try harder to find me. He got divorced again and moved back to Boston. Would I consider meeting for coffee? That coffee meeting was tense, yet healing. Dad apologized for being absent during my challenging years. He confessed he was aware of the college fund predicament but felt unable to intervene. I didn't forgive him right away, but I appreciated his honesty. We agreed to focus on progressively restoring our connection. During our talk, he revealed that Veronica and Daniel were experiencing financial difficulties again. Apparently, they had to downsize once Daniel's company was restructured. Mom continued to help them in any way she could. "They don't know about your success," Dad remarked. "I haven't told them." I nodded, not sure how I felt about it. Part of me wanted them to know I was successful despite their lack of support. Another part preferred that my accomplishments remain quiet. As my house renovations neared completion, I planned a housewarming celebration. After considerable thought, I included my relatives on the guest list. Isabella worried I was setting myself up for disappointment, but I felt it was time to end that chapter of my life, one way or another. I extended formal invitations to Dad, Mom, Veronica, and Daniel. Dad answered promptly with acceptance. Mom called, astonished but agreeable. Veronica texted, "Looking forward to seeing how you're doing. We'll be there." The stage was set for a reunion I never expected, one that would be more dramatic than I could have imagined. The morning of my housewarming party was sunny and lovely. Despite staying up late to finish up the house, I awoke early. Every room was perfect. The living room with its comfortable sectional and built-in bookshelves, the gourmet kitchen with marble countertops and professional-grade appliances, the dining room that could comfortably seat 12 people, and 4 beautifully appointed bedrooms upstairs, including a master suite with a balcony overlooking the backyard. Isabella arrived about 10 o'clock, laden with champagne and decorations. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" she inquired, arranging flowers. "It's not too late to uninvite them." "I need closure," I said, my stomach churning at the prospect of seeing my mother and sister again. "Besides, they're just 3 people out of 30 guests. If things get uncomfortable, we'll have plenty of buffers." The caterers arrived at midday and set up stations on the first level. By 3, everything was ready. Food, drinks, music, and my nerves were frayed. My colleagues in technology arrived first, followed by neighbors. Professor Hughes arrived with her husband, embracing me warmly and whispering how proud she was. Friends from college, industry contacts, and my financial advisor completed the early arrivals. At 4:30, the doorbell rang again. I opened it to see my father standing awkwardly on the porch, holding a gift bag. "Dad," I replied, the words still seeming odd. "Lena," he said, looking at the house behind me. "This is impressive." I let him in, gave him a quick tour, and introduced him to a few guests. He appeared genuinely thrilled to see how well I was doing, if a little out of place among the successful professionals that occupied my home. "Your mother and sister should be here soon," he explained. "They were planning to come together." I nodded and refilled my water glass to conceal my uneasiness. "And how are they?" Dad paused. "Managing Daniel's job situation has been tough on them. They sold their house last year and moved to a townhouse. Margaret, your mom, helps with the kids a lot." Before I could react, Isabella appeared at my elbow. "More guests arriving," she said. "Including, I believe, your mother and sister." I took a deep breath and made my way to the front door. There they stood, Margaret, barely aged despite the 14 years, and Veronica, still lovely but with stress lines around her eyes. Behind them stood Daniel, who appeared much older and more worn than I remembered, and their 3 children, James, now a teenager, Freya, a preteen, and Caleb, about 10 years old. "Lena," Mom replied, her tone cautious. "Thank you for inviting us." "Welcome," I said, standing back to let them enter. "Please come in." The kids hung back sheepishly, evidently instructed to be on their best behavior. I smiled at them. I scarcely knew these nieces and nephews. "There's a game room upstairs if you get bored," I assured them. "Second door on the right." That broke the ice a little. James inquired if I had a gaming system, and when I said yes, the kids went upstairs. After a quick thank you, Daniel said, "Beautiful home." He gazed about with professional curiosity. The architectural details are impressive. Thank you, I responded. The renovation took 6 months, but it was worth it. 6 months? Veronica raised her eyes. You must have had quite a team working on it. I did, I said without elaborating. Would you like a tour? Leading them around the house, I watched Veronica's demeanor become more calculated. She ran her hand along the granite counters, glanced into closets, and commented on the great play area in the backyard. Mom followed more quietly, occasionally remarking on a decor or inquiring about a feature. This must have been quite an investment, she finally murmured as we entered the main bedroom. It was, I admitted, but I've been fortunate in my career. What exactly are you doing now? Veronica inquired, sitting uninvited on the edge of my bed. Dad mentioned something about an app. I told them a shortened version of my success story, seeing their faces change from polite inquiry to astonished realization. You sold your company for millions? Veronica asked, her voice higher than usual. We did, I said. The timing was right. The tour continued downstairs where additional visitors had arrived. I introduced my family to Isabella, Professor Hughes, and colleagues and acquaintances who knew some of my tale. Throughout the introductions, I spotted Mom and Veronica gathered in corners, whispering passionately. Daniel appeared disengaged from their chats, instead truly interacting with my tech industry acquaintances. 1 hour into the celebration, I clinked my glass to get everyone's attention. Thank you all for coming to celebrate this new chapter with me, I told you. This house represents not just a place to live, but a milestone I once thought impossible. I'm grateful to everyone who supported me along the way. As I finished my brief statement, Veronica approached. As Lena's sister, I'd like to say something too. Her voice had that confident tone I knew from childhood, the voice that always preceded her getting exactly what she wanted. Family is everything, she added, resting her palm on my arm, and seeing Lena's beautiful home today has made me realize how perfect this would be for our family. The visitors exchanged perplexed murmurs. What Veronica means, Mom said softly, is that we're so proud of Lena for creating a space where family can gather. No, Veronica replied, tightening her grasp on my arm. What I mean is that this house would be perfect for my family. With Daniel's job situation and the kids needing good schools, we've been looking for exactly this kind of home in exactly this neighborhood. The room went silent, even the caterer had stopped moving. Veronica, Daniel began, his face flushing. This isn't the time or place. It's exactly the right time, she said. Lena's always wanted to help family. She's single, no kids, and clearly doing well financially. This 4-bedroom house is wasted on one person when we have 3 growing children who need space and stability. Mom nodded in accord. Family. I stood paralyzed, hardly believing what I was hearing. After 14 years of no contact, after seizing my college fund, they were now requesting, nay, expecting, that I give them my home. Lena, Mom said, her voice taking on that authoritative tone I recognized all too well. You need to pack your bags and find somewhere smaller. A condo downtown would suit your lifestyle much better, and it would mean the world to your sister's family. Veronica was already pacing around the living room pointing out the adjustments they planned to make. James could take the bedroom with the bay window. Freya would love the purple room, and Caleb would have so much space for his toys in the smallest bedroom. Mom joined in. After all Veronica's been through, she deserves this. It's the least you could do as her sister. The room had become utterly silent. My visitors glanced at us with terrified fascination. Isabella had rushed to my side, offering support but remaining mute. I took a deep breath, feeling strangely calm despite the absurd scene that was happening. I have something to show you, I murmured quietly while collecting my phone. I used the smart home system to connect my phone to the enormous TV in the main room. With a few touches, I opened a document and projected it on the screen. What's this? Veronica inquired anxiously. This, I told you, is a restraining order I filed 14 years ago after you kicked me out on my 18th birthday. The room fell silent as the legal paper appeared on the screen. Even the caterer stood motionless, trays in hand. What are you talking about? Mom's voice broke the silence, a mix of confusion and outrage. We never kicked you out. You chose to leave. I kept my voice steady, years of practiced control paying off. You gave me an ultimatum on my 18th birthday, except that my college fund would go to Veronica's down payment or pack my bags. I packed my bags. You didn't stop me. That was a disagreement, not an eviction, Veronica snorted, keeping her gaze set on the document. You are being dramatic. I slept in my car for 2 weeks, I explained simply. In February. In Boston. A murmur spread among the assembled visitors. Dad walked forward, his face pale. I didn't know it was that bad, he remarked gently. You never told me. Would it have mattered? I inquired. He had no response to that. I swiped to the next document in my phone. This is more interesting though. This is why I filed the restraining order. The screen now displayed credit reports and loan applications in my name, all from shortly after I left home. What is this? Daniel inquired, leaning closer to the screen, his financial background helping him to comprehend what he was witnessing before the others. After I left, someone opened 3 credit cards and took out a personal loan in my name, I told him. They had my social security number, my birth certificate, and enough personal information to pass security questions. The total debt was just over $45,000. Mom's face had turned white. Veronica became really interested in her wine glass. Fortunately, I said, the detective who helped me was thorough. The credit cards were used at stores Veronica frequented. The loan money was deposited into an account that then transferred the exact amount to your joint checking account, Daniel. Daniel carefully turned to face his wife. You told me that money was from your mother. A gift to help with the down payment. It was, Veronica affirmed. Mom helped arrange it. By committing identity theft against your own daughter, Professor Hughes interjected, her intellectual manner giving way to protective wrath. That's a felony, in case you weren't aware. I'm sure there's been some Mom started. This is the police report I filed, I said, bringing up another document. I had enough evidence to press charges for identity theft and fraud. The detective was particularly interested in this loan application. I focused on a signature in which someone attempted to counterfeit my signature but misspelled my middle name. Veronica's hand shook so terribly that she had to put down her wine glass. If you filed charges, why weren't we arrested? She asked, her voice lacking conviction. Because I didn't pursue it, I explained simply. I was 18, terrified. And despite everything, you were still my family. So, I made a deal with a detective. I would pay off the fraudulent debts myself if they documented everything but held off on prosecution. I swiped to another document. This is proof of payment. Every cent of that $45,000, plus interest, paid by me over 3 years, while I was putting myself through college, working 3 jobs, sleeping 4 hours a night, eating ramen noodles to survive, while paying off debt I never incurred. Daniel appeared physically unwell. I had no idea, he murmured, his voice scarcely audible. Veronica told me her parents were helping with the down payment as a gift. Just one parent, I said gently. And it wasn't a gift. It was theft. Mom has finally found her voice. You're twisting everything to make yourself the victim, she was saying. We've always done everything we could for you. Sometimes families need to make hard choices for the greater good. The greater good? Dad asked, his voice rising unexpectedly. Margaret, she was 18, our daughter, and you stole from her. Mom turned against him. Don't you dare judge me, Richard. You walked away. You left me to handle everything. I left you, not our daughters, he replied. And I certainly didn't authorize you to steal Lena's college fund or commit fraud in her name. I knew about the college fund, he said, and he turned to me. I'm sorry I didn't fight harder for you, but the credit cards, the loan, I had no idea. I nodded and accepted his incomplete apology for what it was. Veronica adjusted her approach after witnessing her support crumble. It was a difficult time, she admitted, tears welling up in her eyes. We had a baby, needed a home. Mom was just trying to help us, and you weren't around to ask. Maybe, I said. But that doesn't justify fraud. I swiped to another document. This might interest you too, Daniel. While investigating the identity theft, I discovered quite a bit about your family finances. These are records of 6 failed business ventures Veronica invested in without your knowledge, using joint funds. The total losses exceeded $200,000 over 8 years. Daniel's face had lost its color. What business ventures? Her college friend Megan's clothing boutique, her cousin's restaurant, a subscription box service for luxury pet products, among others, I put on paper. All failed within a year. All received substantial investments from your family accounts. Those were personal loans to friends, Veronica said faintly. They were going to pay back everything with interest. Is that why you hid the paper? The room had become uncomfortably tight. Guests were seeking for ways out, unsure whether to stay for this plainly private family crisis. I think, I stated loudly, that we've gotten off track. You came here today to claim my home for yourselves, based on the assumption that I would once again sacrifice my needs for Veronica's wants. I'm making it clear that will never happen again. So, you'll throw your own sister's family out on the street? Asked her mother. Where's your compassion? My compassion? I laughed. But there was no humor about it. Where was your compassion when I was sleeping in my car in winter? Where was your compassion when you stole my identity and left me with crushing debt before I'd even started college? Mom opened her mouth before closing it again. I'm not throwing anyone out on the street, I explained more softly. But I'm not giving up my home. If you need financial help, I'm willing to discuss setting up education funds for James, Freya, and Caleb. They're innocent in all this, and I'd like to know my niece and nephews. We don't need your charity, Veronica snapped, despite Daniel's face indicating otherwise. It's not charity, I responded. It's family helping family the right way. Mom grabbed her purse. I think we've heard enough. Veronica, children, we're leaving. The children are upstairs playing video games, I reminded her. And I think Daniel might want to stay. Daniel nodded slowly. I need to understand exactly what's been happening with our finances, he told me. Kids will be fine for a while longer. Fine, Mom snapped. Veronica, let's go. As they approached the door, Isabella took a step forward. I think that's best. This is supposed to be a celebration of Lena's new home, not a venue for attempted property theft. Mom's face turned crimson red. How dare you? This is a family matter. Yes, Isabella responded. And Lena's chosen family is here to support her. You might want to think about what real family support looks like before you return. After they left, the party gradually recovered momentum, though talks naturally revolved around the dramatic incident. Daniel remained in the corner, speaking quietly with my financial advisor and periodically checking his phone for texts from Veronica. Later, as the guests began to leave, he approached me and formally stated, I owe you an apology. I had no idea about the identity theft or the investments. I knew about the college fund, but Veronica told me you had agreed to it. Would it have mattered if you'd known the truth? I questioned you. He considered it. I'd like to think so, but truthfully, I was different then. Success and money were all that mattered. He looked around the room. Looking at what you've built on your own, I realized how misguided my priorities have been. What will you do now? I inquired. Have a very difficult conversation with my wife, he said solemnly. And probably contact a divorce attorney. The financial deceptions are too significant to ignore. I felt an unexpected ping of sadness for my sister. Despite her imperfections, I never wished her marriage to end. I meant what I said about education funds for the children, I told the gentleman, regardless of what happens between you and Veronica. He nodded graciously. They'd like to know their aunt, especially James. He's interested in programming. After Daniel left to pick up the children, Isabella and I started cleaning up. Well, she began, tossing glasses into the dishwasher. That was the most dramatic housewarming I've ever attended. I laughed and felt lighter than I had in years. Not exactly the closure I expected, but closure nonetheless. Do you think they'll try to contact you again? Inquired the woman. Mom and Veronica. Eventually. When they need something. I shut the dishwasher and straightened up. But next time I'll be prepared. No more doormat. Lena. As the final guest left and the silence descended over my new home, I wandered through each room, admiring what I'd created. Not only was it a physical structure, but it also represented a life achieved through dedication, hard work, and the confidence to stand up for myself when it counted most. The days after the housewarming were unexpectedly tranquil. I expected Mom and Veronica to torment me, angry phone calls, manipulative texts, and possibly even unannounced visits. Instead, quiet. Daniel phoned me and asked to meet at a coffee shop near his office. Veronica moved in with your mother, he told me over lattes, 3 days after the party. She took the kids for now, but we've agreed to equal custody while we sort things out. I'm sorry about your marriage, I stated truthfully. He shrugged, appearing fatigued and relieved. After what came to light at your party, I started digging deeper into our finances. It's worse than you know. We're not just struggling, we're nearly bankrupt. How's that possible? You had a good position at the investment firm. Had, he reiterated. I was let go 6 months ago, downsizing. I've been working as a financial consultant since then, but making about 1/3 of my previous salary. Meanwhile, Veronica continued spending as though nothing had changed. He pushed the folder across the table. These are statements from accounts I didn't even know existed. Credit cards maxed out. Loans I never signed for. Second mortgages on the house before we sold it. While reviewing the records, I experienced a sense of déjà vu. She did to you what she and Mom did to me? I inquired. Except on a much larger scale. He agreed grimly. We're talking hundreds of thousands in debt. What will you? Bankruptcy seems inevitable. He admits. I nodded in understanding. My offer for education funds still stands. I can set up accounts that can only be used for educational expenses. That would mean everything, he remarked with sincere gratitude in his voice. And maybe, would you consider spending time with them occasionally? They need stable adults in their lives right now. That conversation signaled the beginning of a new chapter for myself, Daniel, and the children. They were intelligent, inquisitive children who withstood their parents' disagreement with surprising perseverance. Around 2 weeks after the housewarming, Dad invited me to supper. Over pasta at a quiet restaurant, he expressed his thoughts on years of family strife. I failed you, he admitted honestly. After the divorce, Margaret made it difficult to maintain contact. But that's no excuse. I should have fought harder to stay involved in your life. Why didn't you? I asked, finally putting my thoughts into words after 14 years. He sighed heavily. Partly guilt. The divorce was my fault. I had an affair with my second wife before leaving. Margaret knew, and she used that as leverage to control everything, including access to you girls. This discovery altered my view of our family relationships, but it did not excuse his absence. I also failed to protect your college fund, he added. It was in a joint account with Margaret. I trusted her to use it appropriately despite our problems. When I found out what happened, I was too ashamed to confront you about it. You could have helped me, I stated. When I was sleeping in my car. I didn't know, he said. Margaret told me you'd moved in with a friend from school. By the time I learned otherwise, months had passed and you'd stopped responding to my messages. We talked for hours that night, clearing up years of misconceptions, half-truths, and downright lies. Dad wasn't blameless, but I realized he'd been manipulated by Mom almost as much as I had. Your mother wasn't always like this, he clarified. After Veronica was born, something changed. She became obsessed with creating a perfect life for her, often at your expense. I tried to balance things, to advocate for you, but it only created more conflict. Why the favoritism? I inquired, the question that had plagued my boyhood. He pondered this attentively. I think Veronica reminded Margaret of herself, the self she wanted to be. Beautiful, socially adept, traditional. You are more like me. Analytical, independent, questioning. And I think that scared her. The first communication from Veronica came 2 days after my meal with Dad. A long email that alternated between apology and justification. She admitted to identity theft, but blamed it on financial desperation and her mother's influence. She apologized for the housewarming argument but insisted that her family's needs took precedence over my luxury. Classic Veronica, Isabella observed as I gave her the email. Apologizing without actually accepting responsibility. At least she's acknowledging what happened, I said, feeling more generous now that I was safe from her influence. That's progress. Mother's approach was more straightforward. She began phoning every day, leaving voicemails that ranged from angry accusations to sad pleas. Families should forgive each other, she said in one message. We made mistakes, but so have you by embarrassing us in front of your friends. I did not respond to either of them right away, instead focusing on setting clear boundaries with my therapist, Dr. Jennifer Blake. Your mother and sister exhibit classic patterns of manipulative behavior, Dr. Blake observed during one session. They're used to you eventually giving in. Your continued boundary setting is unfamiliar and threatening to them. I feel guilty sometimes, I told you, especially about the kids being caught in the middle. That's natural, she promised me. But remember, you're modeling healthy boundaries for those children, and you're supporting them directly through the education funds and quality time. That's genuine family support. Not the conditional kind you received. Daniel and Veronica's circumstances worsened over the course of several weeks. Their divorce processes uncovered other financial deceptions. Daniel filed for bankruptcy, as planned. Veronica and the children remained in Mom's modest home, which had become cramped and tense. 6 months after the housewarming, Daniel got a better job at a smaller company and rented a 3-bedroom apartment. The custody arrangement granted him access to the children every other week. Throughout his weeks, I would pay James several visits, assisting him with programming assignments or simply offering another supporting adult presence. During one of these encounters, Daniel mentioned that Veronica had started therapy. Her therapist suggested it might help with the divorce and financial issues, he told me. I'm skeptical about her commitment, but it's a start. Around the same time, I finally agreed to meet Mom for coffee. The conversation was difficult but respectful. She had aged significantly in the 6 months since the celebration. Living with Veronica and the children is challenging, she told me. There's no privacy, no peace, and her spending habits. She paused, shaking her head. You enabled those habits, I kindly pointed out. I wanted her to have everything I didn't, Mom explained. An uncommon example of self-awareness. I grew up poor, wore hand-me-downs, never had the nice things other girls had. I swore my daughter would have better. You had 2 daughters, I reminded her. She had the decency to appear embarrassed. I know. I convinced myself you were stronger, more independent, that you didn't need the same support. It wasn't a complete apology, but it was the closest I'd ever gotten. This decades-long pattern of financial deception taught me that Mom's behavior was more than just favoritism. It revealed underlying concerns of control, entitlement, and possibly untreated mental health problems. Meanwhile, Veronica's therapy looked to be generating actual results. Our weekly meals with the kids moved from awkward to cautiously enjoyable. She got a job as an administrative assistant at a local company, her first serious job since marriage, and moved into a modest apartment when living with Mom became too expensive for both of them. I've never learned to stand on my own, she admitted at one of our discussions. Mom did everything for me, then Daniel took over. When everything fell apart, I had no idea how to function independently. I felt an unexpected sense of compassion as I saw her struggle with fundamental adult chores like budgeting, meal planning, and home maintenance. Veronica, like me, had been a victim of Mom's disorder, albeit in a different way. Her golden child status had hampered her ability to build resilience and self-sufficiency. The children adapted to their new situation with surprising adaptability. James, now 11, thrived in the coding group I introduced him to. Freya acquired a fascination for science that neither Veronica nor Daniel had recognized. Caleb's dinosaur passion grew into a more general interest in natural history. I established college funds for each of them, with the condition that the funds be spent solely for educational purposes, a safeguard against history repeating itself. Daniel and I formed an unexpected friendship based on mutual respect. He had confronted the financial calamity full-on, gradually repairing his credit and profession while becoming a more present father than he had ever been during his marriage. The bankruptcy was humiliating, he admitted, this truer version of Daniel. Not all relationships could be saved, however. Mom continued to avoid actual accountability, alternating between superficial apologies and sly explanations. During one especially challenging meal, she mentioned that my success was owed in part to her tough love style. If we hadn't pushed you out of the nest, would you have developed the same drive? She wondered, as if my homelessness had been a deliberate teaching moment rather than an abandonment. I cautiously set down my fork. That's like saying abuse makes people stronger. Some survive despite it, not because of it. I succeeded in spite of how you treated me, not because of it. She swiftly changed the subject, since she was always uncomfortable with direct confrontation. These incidents confirmed Dr. Blake's assessment that, while Mom may change her conduct to preserve touch, true remorse or insight may never arrive. Some people aren't capable of the depth of self-reflection necessary for genuine change, Dr. Blake told me. You can adjust your expectations accordingly and decide what kind of limited relationship, if any, serves your well-being. By the time my house's 1-year anniversary neared, I had set clear guidelines for family interaction. Monthly lunches with Veronica and the kids, occasional coffees with Mom, regular dinners with Dad, and more frequent time with the kids during Daniel's custody weeks. To commemorate the event, I arranged a small gathering, in stark contrast to the previous year's grand housewarming. Isabella accompanied her new fiancé. Professor Hughes and her husband attended. Dad arrived with Laura, their relationship now serious. Daniel brought the kids for a few hours, even Veronica made a brief and charming visit. Mom was noticeably absent. Her choice after I declined to invite certain toxic family friends she insisted on including. It was a little but crucial win in keeping my boundaries. As the evening progressed and people had dessert on the patio, James approached me with his laptop. Aunt Lena, can you look at my code? I'm trying to build a game, but the graphics won't render properly. We sat on the porch swing, solving his JavaScript issues, as fireflies blinked in the coming dusk. The simple moment, an aunt assisting her nephew, family members supporting one another in healthy ways, brought tears to my eyes, which I quickly wiped away. "Are you okay?" James inquired, noting my emotion. "More than okay," I told him. "Just happier here." Later that night, when everyone had left, I wandered through my home, which was genuinely my in every way. The house had become a haven, not only from the outer world, but also from the harmful family habits that had nearly ruined me. Within these confines, I had created new rituals, connections, and a new understanding of family that was based on mutual respect rather than duty or manipulation. My journey from sleeping in my van at 18 to owning this lovely home at 32 was not solely about financial gain. It was about reclaiming my worth, setting healthy boundaries, and creating a life that reflected my ideals rather than others' expectations. My ties with my family would most certainly remain complex. Mom may never fully admit the devastation she has caused. Veronica's growth potential may be limited. Dad's attempts to make amends could not undo years of absence. However, I no longer required their validation or approval to feel whole. The terrified 18-year-old who drove away from her childhood home with nowhere to go had discovered not just safety, but also strength. She had realized that family is sometimes chosen rather than born, and that standing in your truth, no matter how difficult, results in genuine connection rather than hollow performance of obligation. As I sat on my veranda with a cup of tea, watching the stars appear in the summer sky, I felt tremendous serenity. The voyage had not been easy, but it had taken me exactly where I needed to be. Home in all senses of the word, my sister laughed while excluding me from the reunion. Days later, I mailed a letter that forced her to sell her $300,000 house in 30 days. I, a 34-year-old male, have spent my adult life serving as my family's unseen safety net. The dependable guy who never asks for anything but is always contacted when bills need to be paid or emergencies need to be resolved. My family includes my parents, Thomas and Margaret, who are in their early 60s, and my golden child sister Claire, who is 37. Growing up middle class in Ohio, the partiality was obvious from the start. Claire made cheering front-page family news. "I've won the state science fair twice." "That's nice, honey." Claire immediately pivots to the boy she's dating. The tendency became more pronounced during high school. Claire received a carefully restored Honda Civic Dad for her 16th birthday, my 16th, a lecture on responsibility, and a Goodwill bicycle. Her graduation party had 150 guests and catering. My meal was pizza with family, and Mom spent it on the phone with Claire discussing her college roommate trouble. College was where everything went nuclear. Claire required the whole college experience at a pricey private school, necessitating the second mortgage. I attended state school on academic scholarships, worked 2 jobs, and finished debt-free with a computer science degree. Claire finished with a communications degree and $80,000 in loans, which suddenly became family debt because we all benefited from her education. Still trying to figure out that rationale, after college, I got a tech job in Columbus, lived cheaply, and saved everything. Claire alternated between employment, always looking for something more meaningful or escape terrible work settings. The first money request came when I was 23. $500 for car repairs so Mom could get to her new job. 11 years later, we are still waiting for that revenge. However, that $500 unlocked the floodgates. Suddenly I became the family's ATM, paying Claire's rent, credit cards and groceries, as well as my parents' water heater, car maintenance, and property taxes. Every time it was simply a short loan to get us back on our feet. The paybacks never materialized, and asking resulted in guilt trips and controversy. So I stopped asking. By 30, I was earning $200,000 per year from startup stock options and freelance consulting. My family didn't have specific figures, but they knew I was doing well. Well enough that when Claire announced her engagement to Ryan, I somehow became wedding planner and banker, venue deposit, caterer, flowers, photographer, $45,000 total that they'd pay back once settled. Ryan merits a special note. He's constantly launching the next great idea that will make him wealthy. Insurance, cryptocurrencies, day trading, and MLM energy drinks. Zero actual earnings, but he talks a good game, and Claire is charmed. After the wedding, I was co-signing leases, paying deposits, and covering monthly gaps when Ryan's latest business ultimately failed. It's like clockwork now. Ryan calls with tragic stories about unpaid clients or failing investments that require assistance just this one time. Welcome to my existence as the family's constant unpaid financial advisor / ATM / emotional support system, the unseen safety net that everyone relies on but rarely sees. The breaking point should have occurred when they chose to purchase a home. They had been renting for 3 years, had bad credit, and Ryan's job history resembled a game of career hopscotch. No bank would consider them for a mortgage. Mom called me and asked for a favor. "Jack, honey. You know how much Claire and Ryan want to start a family," she said, her guilt-ridden tone developed over decades of practice. "They really need a stable place to raise children, but their credit isn't quite where it needs to be yet." I knew what was coming before she finished the statement. They located the ideal property in Worthington, excellent schools, safe neighborhood, but they require someone with good credit to co-sign the mortgage temporarily until Ryan's new business takes off and they can refinance on their own. I should have said no. I should have hung up the phone. I should have learnt from the decade of temporary loans that were never paid. Instead, 2 weeks later, I found myself at a mortgage broker's office, signing documents that rendered me legally accountable for a $300,000 house loan. The house was excellent, with 4 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, a large yard, and an attached garage, everything a young couple could want. Claire cried as they handed her the keys, saying how grateful she was, and how this would alter their lives. Ryan shook my hand, promising that this would be the last time they needed my help. That was 2 years ago. Since then, I've paid 7 mortgage payments when Ryan's salary was temporarily disrupted. I've paid for a new roof when theirs leaked, updated their HVAC system when it failed during a heat wave, and paid their property taxes twice when they forgot to save for them. Overall, I've probably invested another $30,000 in the house in addition to co-signing the original loan. But here's the thing. They've never acknowledged anything I've done for them. In their perspective, I'm just a family member with money, so I should help. It is not viewed as a sacrifice or favor. It is viewed as an obligation, as if I owe them anything for the honor of being linked to them. The familial dynamics did not change either. Claire remained the center of attention at every gathering. Her work at the pharmaceutical firm was extremely significant. Her husband was extremely clever and ambitious. Their aspirations to start a family were incredibly exciting. Meanwhile, I was still simply Jack, the computer guy who had little to contribute to conversations about everyday topics. I didn't date much, partially because I was usually working and partly because I'd been burned a few times by women who seemed more concerned with my financial security than with me as an individual. My family interpreted this as proof that I was antisocial or overly choosy. Mom was continually attempting to link me up with the daughters of her colleagues or coworkers, generally with the pitch that these women were searching for a stable, responsible man. Translation: they needed someone to pay their expenses. The isolation worsened with time. Family dinners became exercises in listening to Claire and Ryan's most recent plans, while everyone ignored my attempts to participate to discussions. Claire and Ryan's holiday celebrations revolved entirely around their preferences. Birthday parties, anniversaries, and special occasions, I was invited as an afterthought, expected to contribute monetarily, but not treated as an equal participant. I began declining invitations, citing work or other responsibilities. This prompted lessons on family loyalty and responsibility. However, it also meant spending less time listening to Ryan discuss his latest get-rich-quick plan, or seeing Claire be praised for accomplishments that I had helped finance. The final straw came 6 months ago, when I overheard Mom and Claire's phone chat. I'd stopped by to assist Dad fix their garbage disposal. Another of those casual expectations, that I'd drop everything to assist with domestic issues. Mom began talking to Claire in the living room as I was working in the kitchen, unaware that I could hear all she said. "Jack is getting weird," Mom said. "He barely comes around anymore, and when he does he's so quiet. I'm worried he's becoming one of those bitter single men who just focuses on work." "He's always been antisocial," Claire explained. I could hear the disdainful tone coming from the adjacent room. "At least he's useful for helping with stuff. Did you see the new patio furniture Ryan picked out? We're going to need Jack to cover the gap until Ryan's next commission check comes through." I stopped working and listened. "You should probably call him this week," Mom added. "Make it sound like we really need his help. You know, he responds better when he thinks it's an emergency." My hands shook as I packed my equipment. I'd been playing for years. I'd been duped into believing that my family needed me, that I was assisting them through transitory difficulties. In truth, I was just the family ATM, and they were discussing the best methods to trick me into making additional withdrawals. I finished fixing the disposal in silence, assured Dad it was working, and then departed without saying goodbye to Mom. I spent the entire evening sitting in my apartment, poring through bank statements and calculating how much money I had given my family over the years. The amount was staggering, nearly $200,000 in direct payments, co-signed loans, and covered costs. $200,000. And they saw me as an antisocial obligation who was there to solve their money difficulties. That's when I started making tiny tweaks. At first, I stopped responding to Ryan's calls about mortgage payments. When Claire texted about needing help with groceries, I pretended to be preoccupied with work. When Mom asked whether I could help with their property taxes, I explained that I was traveling for business. The demonstrations began immediately. How could I be so selfish? Didn't I realize that family supports family? What was wrong with me recently? But I remained firm. I began saying no, and it felt liberated. Next came the family reunion. Every 3 years, my father's side of the family hosts a large reunion. It's usually between 50 and 60 people. Aunts, uncles, cousins and their children. They rent out a pavilion in a state park. Everybody provides food. There are games and activities for the children. It's actually rather enjoyable, or was when I was younger and didn't understand family dynamics. I hadn't attended the previous reunion since I was working on a significant project at work, but I expected to be invited this time. 3 months before the event, I began hearing fragments of chatter regarding planning and preparedness. Claire served on the organizing committee. Mom was coordinating the food. Dad was handling the logistics. 2 months before the reunion, I asked Mom when I should schedule it. "Oh, honey," she said with a rehearsed, sympathetic expression. "We weren't sure if you'd want to come. You've been so busy with work lately, and you know how these family things can be. Lots of kids running around, people asking personal questions about when you're going to settle down. We thought you might be more comfortable skipping this one." I stared at her. "You thought I'd be more comfortable being excluded?" "It's not excluded," she answered immediately. "It's just, well, space is limited this year. And we had to make some tough decisions about who to invite." "Space is limited. It is a public pavilion." "Well, yes. But there are cost considerations too. Food, activities, decorations. Everyone who comes has to contribute, and we know money's been tight for you lately." "Money has been tough for me, the person who has been subsidizing their lifestyle for more than a decade." I nearly laughed. "How much is the contribution?" I inquired. $75 per person," she murmured, avoiding my gaze. "Plus whatever you bring for the potluck." $75. I probably spent more money on lunch that week. They were also anxious that I could not afford to contribute to a family reunion. "Who made the decision about who to invite?" I requested an answer. "The organizing committee," she explained. "Claire, your Aunt Susan, Uncle James and me. We tried to balance family participation with practical considerations. And the practical consideration was that I could not afford $75. She shifted uncomfortably. "Jack, you know that's not, it's just that you haven't seemed interested in family events lately. We thought." "You thought wrong," I said. "I'm interested. I'd like to come." "Well, I'll have to check with the committee," she told me. "Maybe we can figure something out." Maybe. Perhaps they might find out how to invite their own son and brother to a family reunion. That night I phoned Claire immediately. "Mom says there might not be room for me at the reunion," I stated without elaborating. "Oh, Jack," she groaned, as if I were being difficult. "You never come to family stuff anymore." "We didn't think you'd want to come to this either, but you didn't ask. Come on, be honest. Would you have come? You hate those things. All those kids running around, Uncle James asking about your love life, the cousins talking about their jobs and mortgages. It's not really your scene. It's a family reunion, Claire." "My scene is being part of the family." She laughed. Not a mocking laugh, but the dismissive chuckle you give a child who says something naive. "Jack, you barely tolerate spending 2 hours at Christmas dinner. 3 days of camping with the whole extended family? Please. You'd be miserable and you'd make everyone else miserable too. So, you decided for me?" "We made a practical decision. Space is limited. Costs had to be controlled, and honestly, the family dynamics work better when it's just the social people. You know what I mean?" I understood exactly what she meant. The family dynamics improved when the antisocial ATM was not present to make anyone feel embarrassed about their incessant financial solicitations. "Maybe next year you'll be invited," she added. I could sense a smirk in her voice, as if she was doing me a favor by considering me for future inclusion. "Once we see how this one goes, we may be able to work you in next year." As if I were on a waiting list for my family. "I understand," I replied gently. "Thanks for explaining." After I hung up, I sat in my apartment for a long time thinking about that discussion, about the mortgage payments, the wedding bills, the innumerable crises I'd sponsored, and about being branded as someone who exacerbated family dynamics simply by existing. Then I remembered the mortgage I'd co-signed. The one that made me legally liable for their housing costs. The one that appeared on my credit report as a major debt obligation, and the one that had prevented me from purchasing my own home because my debt-to-income ratio was too high with their mortgage factored in. I took out my copy of the mortgage documentation and carefully reviewed them. Claire and Ryan were the major borrowers on the loan, but I was also liable for the entire amount. If they defaulted, the bank may pursue me for the entire debt. More crucially, I had the right to remove myself as a cosigner by providing 30 days written notice. Furthermore, the principal borrowers could qualify for the loan on their own. They could not qualify on their own. This is why they needed me in the first place. And their financial condition has only worsened since then. Ryan's most recent business venture, an internet marketing consulting service, was bringing in around $1,500 per month on good months. Claire earned a solid living from her pharmaceutical work, but not enough to cover their $300,000 home and other expenditures. Without my co-signature, they'd have around 30 days to refinance the loan or sell the home. Refinancing was not an option given their credit and income status. They'd have to sell, most likely at a loss, because they'd only been there for 2 years and hadn't made much progress on the principal. I spent the next week researching the legal ramifications and consulting with a lawyer about the process. Everything was straightforward. I could withdraw from the loan with sufficient notice and Claire and Ryan couldn't stop me. The only uncertainty was about timing. The family reunion was arranged for the second weekend of August. I decided to send the co-signer removal letter on August 1st, right in the midst of their reunion preparations. It felt poetic. They could talk about my exclusion from the family while dealing with the consequences. The letter was straightforward and professional. Dear Claire and Ryan, this letter serves as my formal 30-day notice of intent to remove myself as a co-signer on your mortgage loan number with First National Bank. According to the terms of the original loan agreement, this removal will be effective September 1st, 2023. You must contact First National Bank immediately to discuss your options for refinancing the loan without a cosigner or making arrangements for loan payoff. Please confirm receipt of this notice. I mailed copies to them, the bank, and retained one for my own records. Then I waited. The phone call began 3 hours later. Jack, what the hell is this? Ryan's voice was tense with fear. We just got your letter. You can't just remove yourself from the mortgage. We have a contract. The contract allows for co-signer removal with proper notice, I remarked in a calm voice. I've provided proper notice. But why? What's this about? If this is about money, we can work something out. The marketing business is really starting to take off, and Claire's up for a promotion. We'll be able to make all the payments ourselves soon. When? Well, it's hard to say exactly, but probably within the next few months. Maybe by Christmas. Definitely by next summer. Ryan, you've been telling me your business was about to take off for 2 years. In that time, I've made 7 mortgage payments for you, plus covered property taxes twice, and paid for a new roof and HVAC system. I'm done. Jack, please. This is our home. We can't just lose our house because you're having some kind of midlife crisis. I'm not having a midlife crisis. I'm setting boundaries. What boundaries? We're family. Family that doesn't invite me to family reunions. There was silence on the other end. That's what this is about? The reunion, Jack, that was just a space issue. We can still work something out if you really want to come. I don't want to come, Ryan. I want you to understand that actions have consequences. You can't treat someone like they don't matter and then expect them to keep funding your lifestyle. We never said you don't matter. You're being ridiculous. Look, forget about the reunion. That was Claire's decision anyway. I'll talk to her. We'll figure it out. Just don't pull the co-signer thing. Please. The notice has been sent. You have 30 days to refinance or sell. I hung up. Take a quick pause, gentlemen. YouTube just introduced a new buzz tool. If you're hooked on this news, hit the hype button. It informs YouTube that this video deserves to go viral, and it continues to bring you even weirder stories. Thank you very much for your support. Okay, back to the drama. Claire called 20 minutes later, between crying and angry. Jack, you can't do this. This is our home. Ryan's business is just starting to work, and I'm pregnant. That completely stopped me. You're pregnant? 8 weeks. We were going to announce it at the reunion. She started crying again. Real tears. We've been trying for 2 years and it finally happened. You can't take our house away from us when we're about to have a baby. I felt a stab of guilt but brushed it away. Congratulations on the pregnancy, Claire. But that doesn't change the situation. You have 30 days to figure out your housing situation. Jack, please. I'm begging you. The reunion thing was stupid. I admit it. We should have invited you. We can fix that. But don't punish our unborn child because you're mad at us. I'm not punishing your child. I'm removing myself from a financial obligation that I should never have taken on in the first place. But where are we supposed to go? We can't afford rent on a place big enough for a family, and our credit is still bad. We'll end up in some terrible apartment in a bad neighborhood. You'll figure it out. You always do. How can you be so cold? This is your nephew or niece we're talking about. It's also my financial future. I've been carrying your expenses for over a decade, Claire. I've given up opportunities, delayed buying my own home, put my life on hold to fund yours. I'm done. She hung up on me. My parents called that evening, both on the line with carefully controlled voices. Jack, Dad said. Claire told us about the letter. This seems pretty extreme, don't you think? Not really. I'm removing myself from a financial obligation. That's pretty normal, son. We raised you to be better than this, Mom added, her voice full of disappointment. Family doesn't abandon family when things get tough. You mean like how you abandoned me when I wasn't invited to the family reunion? That was different, Dad replied swiftly. That was just logistics. This is their home. Their future. Claire's pregnant, Jack. This is your family we're talking about. No, it's your family. I'm apparently just the outsider who pays for things. Jack, honey. Mom's voice took on the manipulative tone I was used with. You're being hurt and emotional right now. We understand that. But making financial decisions when you're upset isn't smart. Why don't you withdraw the letter and we can all sit down and talk about this like adults? I've been talking to you like adults for 15 years, Mom. Every time you needed money, every time Claire had an emergency, every time Ryan's business fell through, I talked, you took, and nothing ever changed. I'm done talking. So, you're going to make your pregnant sister homeless out of spite? Dad's voice became harsher now. I'm going to stop enabling your daughter's financial irresponsibility. There's a difference. Jack. Think about what you're doing, Mom begged. This isn't just about Claire and Ryan. This affects the whole family. If they lose the house, they'll have to move in with us. Dad's back problems are getting worse, and we can't handle having a baby in the house. Please, just give them more time. How much more time? It's been 2 years, Mom. Ryan's business isn't working. Claire's spending habits haven't changed. Their credit is still terrible. How much more time is supposed to fix problems they've had for their entire adult lives? Just until after the baby comes, she begged urgently. Give them until after the baby comes to get back on their feet. And then what? When the baby's here and they need money for childcare, medical expenses, a bigger car, all the things that come with having a child, do I keep the co-signature then too? Silence. This conversation is over, I said. The notice stands. The following 3 weeks were terrible. The calls came regularly, often several times a day. Claire crying about the hardship of house shopping while pregnant, Ryan swinging between fury and desperate negotiating, and my parents attempting various approaches, guilt, manipulation, threats, and promises. They also tried to involve other family members. Aunt Susan called to lecture me on family loyalty. Uncle James left a voicemail expressing his disappointment with my selfishness. Cousin Emily wrote a lengthy email explaining how my actions were harming the entire family's interpersonal dynamics. But here's the thing. None of them offered to help. None of them offered to co-sign a new loan or provide financial support to Claire and Ryan. They were all concerned about my moral commitments, but none of them appeared eager to take on any themselves. The reunion took place without me, of course. I saw the photos on Facebook. Everyone appeared cheerful and comfortable, with children playing games and adults sitting around conversing. Claire was there, proudly displaying her tiny baby bulge and getting congratulations and pity for her housing situation. I wondered if anyone had asked where I was. I wondered if they talked about my departure from the mortgage during their family bonding time. I wondered whether any of them felt terrible about excluding me and then asking me to continue funding their lives. Probably not. On August 25th, with 6 days till my cosigner removal took effect, Ryan contacted with what he plainly believed was a wonderful idea. Jack, I talked to a guy who knows about real estate, and he says we can probably get a private mortgage from an investor. The interest rate would be higher, but we could qualify without a cosigner. That sounds like a great solution, I replied. The thing is, we need $15,000 up front for the loan fees and closing costs. I know that sounds like a lot, but it would solve everything. We could pay you back over the next year, and then you'd be completely off the hook for the house. I actually laughed aloud. Ryan, you want me to give you $15,000 so you can get a loan to replace the loan I'm co-signed on? It's not giving, it's lending. And it's a solution that works for everyone. You get out of the mortgage obligation, we keep the house. Everybody wins. Everybody except me, who'd be out another $15,000 that you'd never pay back. We would pay it back. This is different. How is it different? Because it would be a smaller amount and my business is really picking up now, and Claire's promotion came through. We'd have the cash flow to handle it. Ryan, if your cash flow had improved, you'd be able to make your mortgage payments without me covering them. Those were special circumstances. The business has seasonal fluctuations. And the answer is no. Jack, please. Claire's stress levels are through the roof. The doctor says too much stress could affect the pregnancy. Do you really want to be responsible if something happens to your nephew? I'm not responsible for Claire's stress levels, Ryan. You are. You're the one who's failed to provide stable housing for your pregnant wife. How can you say that? I've been busting my ass trying to build something. Just because it's taken longer than expected doesn't mean. It means you're not reliable, Ryan. It means you make promises you can't keep and commitments you can't honor. It means I'm done trusting you with my financial security. He hung up on me. September 1st arrived and passed peacefully. I received a letter from the bank confirming my removal as a co-signer. Claire and Ryan were now fully responsible for their mortgage. They ceased phoning me after that. The familial pressure lasted another week or two, but it gradually dissipated as well. I believe they knew I was not going to change my opinion and that it was pointless to continue wasting energy trying to persuade me. I learned from mutual acquaintances that they were looking at smaller rental homes to locate something they could afford on their own. Claire had to give up some of the lifestyle components she had grown accustomed to, the pleasant neighborhood, the large yard, and the attached garage. Reality was setting in. In October, Mom texted me that Claire and Ryan had secured a rental, a 3-bedroom residence in Whitehall. It's not the most aesthetically pleasing neighborhood, but it's economical and near to Claire's workplace. The baby is expected in March. I did not answer, but I was happy they had discovered anything. Despite everything, I didn't want them to become homeless. In November, I purchased my own home. With my better debt-to-income ratio, I was approved for a mortgage on a lovely 4-bedroom colonial in Upper Arlington. Nothing extravagant, but enjoyable. Good neighborhood, excellent schools for the future, large backyard, 2-car garage, everything I desired but couldn't afford while bearing Claire's mortgage. I shared a few photos on social media after moving in. Just some casual pics of my new home office and backyard. The response was interesting. My coworkers and friends congratulated me profusely, but my family said nothing. My parents sent me a generic holiday card with a handwritten letter saying, "Hope you're doing well. Love, Mom and Dad." No invitation to Christmas dinner. There is no attempt at reconciliation. Just an acknowledgement that I exist. Claire did not send anything. On Christmas Day, I volunteered at a homeless shelter, serving meals and organizing donations. It felt better than any family event I'd ever attended. Being around people who were genuinely grateful for assistance, understood what it meant to suffer, and didn't take charity for granted. Mom called in February to tell me Claire had given birth to a healthy baby boy named Noah. She sent me a picture via text, and I must say that it hit me more than I expected. He was small but perfect, and for a brief moment, I felt sadness for not being a part of his life. But then I remembered all the years I'd spent being treated like a walking ATM. All the times my own needs and feelings had been ignored, all the casual cruelty of being alienated from my own family while yet expected to support their lifestyle. I responded with a simple congratulations and erased the picture. Ryan called me 3 months later, in May, for the first time since September. His voice was different, humbler and more defeated. "Jack, I know we haven't talked in a while, and I know you probably don't want to hear from me, but I need to ask you something." I did not say anything. The baby's been having some health issues. Nothing life-threatening, but expensive. Claire's on maternity leave, so money is really tight. We're behind on rent, and our landlord is starting to make noise about eviction. Still no word from me. "I'm not asking for a handout," he added hurriedly. "I know those days are over, but I was wondering, do you know anyone in real estate who might be hiring? I'm thinking about getting out of the consulting business, maybe getting a real job with steady income. I'd take anything, assistant, paperwork, whatever. I just need something reliable." Ryan contacted me for help finding job for the first time in 15 years, rather than asking for money. "I might know someone," I admitted finally. Send me your resume and I'll see what I can do. Really, Jack? Thank you. I mean it. This could really turn things around for us. I knew someone, a colleague who had started a property management company and was seeking for someone to manage tenant relations and maintenance coordination. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it was stable and paid well. Ryan landed the job. 3 weeks later, he called to thank me again and tell me that he was doing well, and that having a monthly salary was helping them catch up on bills. I should have done this years ago, he said. All that time chasing big dreams when I should have been focusing on taking care of my family. I get it now. I hoped he did. 6 months later, Ryan called back. This time his voice was full of confidence, which I had never heard before. Jack, I wanted to thank you, he told me, and I wanted to apologize for everything. The way we treated you, the money stuff, all of it. I've been doing some thinking, and I realized how unfair we were to you. Okay, I replied, unsure where this was headed. The thing is, having a real job, having to actually show up and be responsible every day, it's made me understand some things about myself, about how I was living before. I was basically a child letting other people, you, handle the adult responsibilities while I played around with fantasy businesses. Ryan, let me finish, please. I know I can't pay you back for everything. We calculated it out and it's close to $200,000 over the years. That's insane. Jack, I can't believe we took that much from you. Actually, the figure was closer to $250,000, but I did not correct him. But I want to start paying you back anyway, he said. Even if it takes 20 years. We're putting together a payment plan. Maybe $200 a month to start, more as we get our finances in order. It's not much, but it's something. Ryan, you don't have to. Yes, I do. Because here's the thing I figured out. You weren't just giving us money all those years. You were giving us the chance to avoid growing up, to avoid taking responsibility for our choices. And that wasn't helping us in the long run. He paused. Claire's been doing some thinking too. She wants to call you, but she's scared. She knows she messed up, especially with the reunion thing. That was... God, Jack. I can't believe we excluded you from a family event and then expected you to keep paying our mortgage. That's so screwed up. Yeah, it was. Would you be open to talking to her? She's different now. Having Noah, almost losing the house, it changed her perspective on things. She knows she took you for granted. I thought about it. Maybe. I replied finally. But Ryan, no more loans. No more financial help. That part is over permanently. I understand. And Jack, thank you for everything. I know we didn't deserve it, but you kept us afloat for years. We wouldn't have made it without you. After we hung up, I sat in my home office, looking out at my backyard, reflecting on the conversation. Ryan had never acknowledged the full amount of what I had done for them before. It was the first time anyone in my family acknowledged the sacrifices I had made. It felt nice. Not good enough to erase 15 years of being taken for granted, but good enough to hint at the prospect of forgiveness. Someday. 2 weeks later, Claire called. Jack, it's me. I recognized her voice, but it sounded different, older and possibly more tentative. Hi Claire. I don't really know where to start. Ryan said you two talked, and he told me what he said about paying you back and everything. I wanted to call and say, well, a lot of things. She took a breath. First, I'm sorry. For all of it. For taking your money. For taking you for granted. For treating you like you didn't matter. For the reunion thing especially. That was cruel. And I knew it was cruel when we decided it. But I told myself it was practical. That you wouldn't want to come anyway. Why didn't you want me there, Claire? Honestly? Because you made me feel guilty. Every time I saw you, I was reminded of how much you'd done for us and how little we'd done for you. It was easier to exclude you than to face that reality. At least she was honest. And I was jealous. She went on. Here you always having your life together, always being responsible, always being successful, and I was the older sister who couldn't keep a job, couldn't manage money, couldn't even afford to live without my little brother's help. It was embarrassing. So, you decided the solution was to treat me worse. I decided the solution was to pretend it wasn't happening. To pretend we were equals, that you helping us was just normal family stuff and not something extraordinary. It was easier than admitting I was the screw-up. We talked for about an hour. She told me about Noah and how becoming a mother caused her to reconsider duty and values in ways she hadn't before. She discussed the hardship of almost losing their house, Ryan's metamorphosis since gaining a real job, their current budget, and how different their lives appeared. "I want you to meet Noah," she stated near the end of the conversation. "When you're ready. No pressure, and no agenda. Just, he's your nephew, and I think he should know his uncle. But only if you want to." "I'd like that," I responded really. "And Jack, Ryan told you about the payment plan, right? We know it's not nearly enough, and it'll take forever. But we want to start somewhere." "You don't have to do that, Claire." "Yes, we do. Because Ryan was right. You weren't just giving us money. You were enabling us to avoid growing up, and that needed to stop. For our sake as much as yours." After we hung up, I noticed something had changed. Not back to the old dynamic, which had vanished forever, but rather towards something new, something that may approach a good family bond. A month later, I met Noah for the first time. He was 6 months old, plump and attentive, with Ryan's black hair and Claire's blue eyes. Claire and Ryan had invited me to their rented home. Small, yet clean and pleasant. Nothing extravagant, but plainly a place where a family was reared. We ate supper together, and for the first time in years, I felt like I was a member of a family gathering rather than an outsider who happened to share DNA with them. Claire inquired about my employment and appeared genuinely interested in my responses. Ryan discussed his job and how he learned to appreciate the steadiness that comes with regular employment. They showed me Noah's room, explained his sleep and feeding pattern, and included me in the everyday minutiae of family life. Claire hugged me farewell as I departed that night. "Thank you for giving us another chance," she told me. "Thank you for becoming people worth giving a chance to," I told you. That was 8 months ago. Ryan has been making his $200 monthly installments on time. I've only received 2 so far, but they've both arrived on time and included brief updates on their family's progress. Claire and I now text on occasion, generally to share pictures of Noah or to catch up on family news. She also inquires about my life and appears to be attentive to the responses. Last month my parents called to celebrate my 35th birthday, the first time they had done so in 3 years. The conversation was tense but courteous, and Mom asked if I would like to attend Christmas dinner this year. "What about Claire and Ryan?" I inquired. "They'll be there too, if you're comfortable with that." "I am. So this will be the first Christmas I've spent with my family in 4 years. I'm cautiously optimistic that this time will be different, that I'll be treated like a family member rather than as an obligation. But if it's not, that's fine too. I've learned to be content without their approval, to live my life based on my own principles rather than their expectations. I've learned that sometimes the best thing you can do for someone you care about is to quit enabling their bad conduct. Sister said I was selfish for leaving. Years later, she's overwhelmed and begs me to return, after realizing I raised her kids better than she could. My name is Kevin, and if someone had told me 10 years ago that I'd be living across the country from my family, entirely estranged from them, I would have laughed. Not because it appeared impossible, but because I couldn't picture a life in which I wasn't continuously required, available, and responsible for everyone else's children. I was the middle child in a family of 5 children. Rachel was 3 years older and living her life carefree. The twins, Liam and Lily, were 8 years old, and Noah, their baby brother, was just 5. My parents worked difficult professions, Mom as a nurse working 12-hour shifts, and Dad as a supervisor with variable hours. Looking back, I can see how things started. It wasn't malicious, just convenient. Rachel had a mall job, boyfriend, and social life. I was quiet, responsible, and seemed to have nothing else to do than babysit when needed. "Kevin, can you keep an eye on the kids while I run to the store?" Turned into, "Kevin, I'll be back in a few hours." Which ultimately evolved into, "Kevin, you're in charge until we get home." There was no conversation, no question about whether I had plans, only assumption. I understood how deep I was in this hole around junior year. I was in the library working on a college application essay when my phone rang. "Kevin, honey, I need you to pick up the twins. Mrs. Henderson called in sick, so there's no after-school care today." I glanced at my half-finished essay. "But Mom, I'm working on college stuff." "Can't Rachel?" "Rachel has work. You know that. The twins are waiting." I packed and drove to primary school. The twins piled into the back seat of the beat-up Honda my parents let me drive for family emergencies, which evidently included any time they required chauffeur service. That became a pattern. School, then promptly pick up children, assist with homework, prepare snacks, break up conflicts, manage baths, and read bedtime stories. By the time my folks arrived home around 8 or 9, I was exhausted. "Thanks, sweetie. Mom would reply before heading upstairs. Dad would brush my hair and say, "You're such a lifesaver. I don't know what we'd do without you, kiddo." No remuneration, no recognition that I had just finished a 6-hour nanny shift. There was no awareness that I could have had plans, assignments, or a life of my own. Meanwhile, Rachel saved money for college through retail, went to parties, met guys, and had the typical adolescent experience that I was supposedly too responsible to have. When I mentioned it, Mom just sighed. "Rachel's different, Kevin. She's not as mature as you are. We know we can count on you." Translation: Rachel can be young and careless, but you are the dependable one, thus you can be a grown-up at the age of 17. When Rachel departed for college, there was no conversation about dispersing responsibilities. Instead, it was assumed that I would fill the void. The senior year became a whirl of squandered opportunities. Noah got the sick, and Mom was working doubles, so he couldn't join clubs, do SAT prep, or attend homecoming. "There will be other dances," she announced. "Family comes first." I returned my dress clothes and went grocery shopping instead. My guidance counselor began drawing me away. "Your grades are good, but colleges want well-rounded applicants." I wanted to say that I was well-rounded. I could change diapers, help with calculus, referee conflicts, and cook for 5 people in one afternoon. However, professional unpaid nanny was probably not what admissions committees wanted. Noah knocked on my door one night when I was filling out applications for local schools. He was holding his one-eyed pet elephant. "Kevin, I can't sleep. Can you read me a story?" I looked at the application and then at his optimistic expression. "Sure, buddy." As I tucked him up and read Dr. Seuss for the umpteenth time, I noticed something that made my chest tighten. I truly and deeply loved these children. But somewhere along the way, love morphed into obligation, and obligation into a cage. The tipping point occurred in February of my senior year. Rachel called home in tears. She'd failed 2 classes and been placed on academic probation. She needed to return home to straighten things out, which meant relocating to her old room and having Mom and Dad support her while she worked at the mall again. I was preparing after-school snacks for the twins on the day she returned, laden with suitcases and dorm decorations. She put her belongings in the living room and looked about. "God, this place is a mess," she exclaimed. "What happened to keeping things clean?" I asked, pointing to Liam assembling Legos and Lily completing homework surrounded by art supplies. "Kids happened. Kids that someone has to watch." Rachel shrugged. "Well, now that I'm back, maybe I can help out sometimes." Sometimes. The word hung in the air like a promise no one meant to keep. That weekend, Mom asked me to monitor everyone while they took Rachel out to supper to discuss her future plans. I spent Saturday evening assisting with homework, settling twin fights, and establishing bedtime rituals. They arrived home after 10 o'clock, giggling at something Rachel had said. "Oh, and Kevin." Mom turned to me as she walked upstairs. "Rachel needs the car tomorrow for job hunting. You'll have to find another way to get to school." I looked at her disappearing form. Rachel had only been home for a week, and she was already taking over the car I'd used for 2 years of kid transportation. However, it appears that her job search took precedence over my transportation to school. That night, I was unable to sleep. I opened my laptop and searched for full scholarships out of state. Most deadlines had passed, but one piqued my interest. The Morrison Foundation Scholarship for Youngsters Who Exhibit Outstanding Perseverance. Deadline: March 15th. It was February 28th. The essay prompt is: describe a struggle you overcame and how it prepared you for college achievement. I gazed at the blank document before starting to type. For the past 3 years, I've been the primary caregiver for my 3 younger siblings while keeping a 3.8 GPA. I wrote for 3 hours about missed opportunities and late-night homework sessions, budget-friendly meals and calming nightmares, love and contempt, and the difficult line between being wanted and being taken for granted. The Morrison Foundation provided full tuition, lodging, and board at 12 member universities. I applied to all 12, including ones across the nation that I had never truly considered. Then I waited. March and April were spent in standardized babysitting routines. Rachel assisted with children precisely twice. College rejections piled up. My local state institution accepted me with partial scholarships. Nothing that would allow me to genuinely depart. On a Thursday in late April, I received the call. My phone rang when I was making mac and cheese and assisting Lily with her math homework. Unknown number. "Hello? Hi, is this Kevin Mitchell? This is Dr. Carter Kim from the Morrison Foundation. I'm calling with wonderful news. I almost dropped the wooden spoon. Lily glanced up, sensing something significant. You've been selected as one of this year's Morrison Scholars. Congratulations, Kevin. Your essay was extraordinary. The kitchen floor was swaying. What? Full scholarship to your first choice school, Portland State University in Oregon. 4 years, full tuition, room, board, and a stipend for books. Oregon is 3,000 miles away. A place where no one recognized me as the person who babysat his siblings. You deserve it. Your resilience and maturity shone through every line. After I hung up, Lily tugged on my shirt. Kevin, who was that? You look funny. I got into college. I got a full scholarship to college. That evening when my parents arrived home, I informed them about the scholarship. I expected joy, congratulations, and possibly pride. Instead, I experienced perplexity. Oregon? Mom asked, as if I'd declared I was relocating to Mars. But why Oregon? There are perfectly good schools here. It's a full scholarship, Mom. Full ride. Dad frowned. But what about the kids? Rachel's still getting back on her feet. We can't handle everything without you. I stared at him. I'm 18 years old, Dad. I'm supposed to go to college. Of course, Mom replied swiftly. We're just saying maybe somewhere closer. Somewhere you could come home on weekends. Somewhere you could still be on call for babysitting duty. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Morrison Foundation only gives out 20 scholarships nationwide each year. Rachel, looking through her phone, looked up. I think it's kind of selfish, honestly. The word landed like a smack. Selfish. You know Mom and Dad need help with the kids. You know I'm trying to get my life together. This feels like you're abandoning everyone because you got some fancy scholarship. Something broke inside my chest. Abandoning. I had spent 3 years raising children who were not mine. I had missed school dances, SAT prep, and other typical adolescent activities because I was here caring for everyone else's children. How is finally doing something for myself abandoning anyone? We never forced you, Mom responded, her tone becoming more lecture-like. You're part of this family, and family members help each other. Help each other. When was the last time someone assisted me? We nourished you, clothed you, placed a roof over your head, your dad remarked. Everything you did was for Rachel and Liam and Lily and Noah. You were just the unpaid help. The room fell silent, except for Noah, who was playing with toys, oblivious to the stress. Finally Mom spoke, her voice frigid. If that's how you feel, Kevin, maybe you should go to Oregon. But don't expect us to pretend we're happy about you abandoning your family. Fine, I replied gently. I'll go to Oregon. And since I'm abandoning everyone anyway, I guess you'll figure out childcare on your own. I went upstairs and closed the door. For the first time in years, I did not ask whether anyone needed assistance with homework or goodnight reading. The following few weeks were Arctic. Mom spoke to me in short, icy sentences when absolutely necessary. Dad attempted to play peacemaker once or twice, proposing that I could compromise by attending a school closer to home, but when I refused, he gave up and joined the silent treatment. Rachel appeared almost pleased about the entire scenario. With me in disgrace, she suddenly seemed like the decent daughter in comparison. She even volunteered to help with the kids on a few occasions, ensuring that Mom and Dad saw her reading to Noah or assisting Lily with spelling words. See, I heard her tell Mom one evening. I told you I could help out more. Kevin always acted like he was the only one who could do anything around here. The twins, Liam and Lily, were perplexed by the tension, but wise enough to remain out of it. Noah, at the age of 5, just understood that everyone appeared upset and that Kevin was no longer reading him goodnight tales. I spent those weeks planning my escape. I learned everything I could about Portland State, Oregon, and being a college student 3,000 miles from home. I applied for a campus job and researched student groups that I might want to join. I began purchasing necessities for my dorm room with money I had saved from my part-time work at the local grocery store. 2 weeks before graduation, Mom cornered me in the kitchen. Kevin, this has gone on long enough. You're being ridiculous. I continued making my lunch without looking up. I'm being ridiculous? Yes. This whole Oregon thing is a tantrum. You're upset about some imagined slight, and you're punishing all of us for it. I put down the knife I was using to spread peanut butter and finally looked at her. Mom, in the past 3 years, how many school events of mine have you attended? She blinked. What does that have to do with anything? How many? I've been to plenty of your events. Name one. Silence. I made honor roll every semester for 3 years. I was in the National Honor Society. I gave a speech at the academic awards ceremony. I was selected for the peer tutoring program. You missed all of it because you were working, or because someone needed to watch the kids. Kevin, you know how demanding my job is. You went to every single one of Rachel's volleyball games. You went to her homecoming dance pictures. You threw her a party when she got accepted to college, even though her grades were terrible. Mother's face reddened. That's different. How? Rachel needed more support. She wasn't as naturally responsible as you. So I got punished for being responsible by being given more responsibility. And Rachel got rewarded for being irresponsible by having her responsibilities taken care of for her. It's not punishment, Kevin. It's family. No, Mom. Family is when everyone contributes. Family is when parents take care of their children instead of making one child take care of the others. Family is when a teenager gets to be a teenager instead of being a built-in babysitter. I picked up my sandwich and walked up the stairs. Where are you going? Mom called after me. To my room to work on scholarship paperwork, for the opportunity I'm being selfish about by accepting. Graduation day felt awkward and anxious. My parents came because not attending would have looked awful to the other parents, but they sat stiffly during the ceremony and then left without proposing we go out to celebrate. Rachel, who was working at the mall that day, greeted us at home later. How was graduation? She inquired, not glancing up from her phone. Fine, I said. Cool. That was the extent to which my family acknowledged my high school graduation. 3 days later, Mom discovered me putting boxes in my room. You're really doing this, she stated. It was not a question. Yes. We've decided that if you go to Oregon, you shouldn't expect to come back here for holidays or summers. If you want to abandon your family, then you're on your own. I glanced up from the box of books I was packing. Are you disowning me? We're not disowning you. We're just making it clear that if you choose to leave, you can't expect us to welcome you back when it's convenient for you. So, you're disowning me? Mom's mouth constricted. Think of it however you want, Kevin, but don't come crying to us when you realize how hard it is to make it on your own. The morning I went for Portland, just Noah came downstairs to say goodbye. He was still wearing his pajamas and clutching his toy elephant. Are you coming back? He inquired, his 5-year-old expression serious. I kneeled down to his level. I don't know, buddy, but I'll miss you. He hugged me tightly, and for a moment, I considered changing my decision. Almost. But then I remembered that, as much as I adore Noah's hugs, they were not worth jeopardizing my entire future. Take care of yourself, okay? Be good for Mom and Dad. He nodded earnestly, as if I had given him an important duty. I packed my car with everything important to me and drove away from the house where I'd spent the last 18 years caring for everyone. In the rearview mirror, I saw Noah standing in the doorway, waving in his dinosaur pajamas. Portland exceeded all of my expectations. My dorm room was small, but it was mine. My roommate Matt came from California and had no knowledge of my family or my reputation as the responsible one. To him, I was just Kevin, a freshman psychology major who was interested in child development. The irony was not lost on me. For the first time in years, I had full control over my schedule. Classes, study time, meals when I wanted to eat them, and sleep when I was genuinely weary, not when the last child had gone to bed. I joined the psychology club and started tutoring at a local elementary school. I made friends who knew me for being funny, smart, and shockingly good at beer pong, rather than the man who had to leave early to babysit. I contacted home twice during my first semester. Both times, whoever responded was nice but distant. Yes, everyone was okay. Yes, they'd made plans for the children. There was no genuine news to report. I stopped calling. The Morrison Foundation grant included a mentorship program, and I was assigned to Dr. Elaine Carter, a psychology professor with expertise in family dynamics and child development. During our monthly coffee meetings, Mary assisted me in processing not only my academic ambitions but also the complex emotions I felt concerning my family. It's normal to feel guilty, she explained during one of our meetings. You were parentified as a child, forced to take on adult responsibilities before you were ready. When parentified children finally set boundaries, they often struggle with feelings of guilt and abandonment, even though they're the ones who were originally abandoned by their parents. But I did abandon them, I said. The kids needed help, and I left. The kids needed their parents to figure out appropriate childcare, not to continue relying on their older son to sacrifice his future. You modeled something important for them, that it's okay to prioritize your own well-being, and that adults should be responsible for their own choices. It took 2 years of treatment and numerous sessions with Dr. Carter before I realized that quitting had not been selfish. It had been survival. By junior year, I was thriving. I had a 3.9 GPA, a part-time job as a research assistant, and a girlfriend named Grace who thought my childhood memories were sad and out of the ordinary. I was applying to graduate school programs in child psychology, motivated by my own experiences but now able to perceive them through a professional rather than personal lens. I had established a life in Portland. I had friends, teachers who recognized my name and potential, internship prospects, and a sense of self as an individual rather than just an extension of my family's demands. For the first time in my life, I was content. Then, one Tuesday evening in October of my junior year, my phone rang. I almost didn't respond. I didn't recognize the number, but something compelled me to take it up. "Hello, Kevin. It's Rachel." I sat down on my dorm bed. I hadn't spoken to my sister in over 2 years. "Hi," I said cautiously. "Hi. How are you?" "I'm fine. How are you?" There was a pause. "I'm well. I'm pregnant." I waited for her to proceed. "And I'm no longer with my father, and I'm living at home with Mom and Dad." Her voice trembled. "Kevin, I don't know how you did it. I can't handle the twins and Noah and everything, and now I'm going to have a baby, and I don't know what to do." The irony was astounding. Rachel, who had labeled me selfish for leaving, was now seeing just how much effort I'd been doing all these years. "Have you talked to Mom and Dad about getting help?" I asked them. "They're working even more hours now. Dad got laid off last year and had to take a job at a different plant with worse pay, so Mom picked up extra shifts. They're barely home, and when they are, they're exhausted." "What about professional childcare?" Rachel laughed, but it sounded like tears. "With what money? Do you know how much daycare costs for 3 kids? Even if we could find someone to take Noah after school and watch the twins all summer, we can't afford it." I felt the old familiar tug of remorse and obligation. She was continuing talking about my siblings. Noah was 7 now, and the twins were 10. They were children, and they needed to be cared for. But then I remembered Dr. Carter, and all our discussions about limits, enabling, and the distinction between assisting and fixing. I reflected on my life in Portland, the graduate school applications on my desk, and the research project I was working on, which could lead to publication. "Rachel, I'm sorry you're struggling, but I can't come back." "I'm not asking you to come back permanently," she replied hurriedly. "Just for a while, just until I figure things out, just until the baby comes and I can get back on my feet." "And then what?" "You'll be a single mother with 4 kids to take care of instead of 3. How is that going to be easier?" "Kevin, please. I'm desperate. I was wrong before. I know I was wrong. You weren't selfish. I get it now. I'm sorry." I had been waiting for an apology for years, but it came at the worst possible time and for the wrong reasons. "Rachel, me coming back won't solve the problem. It will just enable everyone to avoid solving it themselves. Mom and Dad need to figure out sustainable childcare arrangements. You need to figure out your situation with the baby. The twins and Noah need stability that doesn't depend on whether or not I'm available to provide it." "So, you're just going to let your family fall apart?" There it was. The manipulation I was expecting. Even though I lived 3,000 miles away, I was responsible for my family's troubles. "My family fell apart years ago," I answered gently, "when parents decided that one child's future was less important than their convenience. When you called me selfish for accepting an opportunity that could change my entire life. When I was disowned for refusing to sacrifice my education to be your permanent babysitter." Rachel was crying now. "Kevin, please. I know we messed up, but we need you. You need help. You don't need me specifically. There are resources, Rachel. Look into state programs for single mothers. Look into sliding scale childcare. Look into family support services. But don't call me asking to resume a role that nearly destroyed me. I don't know how to do any of that." Then learn. The same way I learned how to take care of 3 kids when I was barely older than Liam and Lily are now. The same way I learned to fill out college applications while working essentially full-time as a nanny. The same way I learned to build a life for myself without any support from the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. After I hung up, I sat in my dorm room for quite some time. My roommate was at his girlfriend's apartment, so I had some alone time to contemplate what had just happened. Part of me wanted to buy a plane ticket home. the part of me that had been trained since childhood to solve everyone else's issues and to put my own wants aside for the sake of the family. But a greater part of me, the one that had grown stronger over the previous 3 years, realized that returning would solve nothing and cost me everything. I called Dr. Carter instead. "Kevin," she replied, her voice filled with anxiety as I told her about Rachel's call. "How are you feeling?" "Guilty and angry and relieved. I think relieved that I'm not there, that it's not my problem to solve this time." "That's growth," she joked. "Recognizing that you can care about people without being responsible for their problems." The calls persisted for several months, first from Rachel, then Mom, and then from Dad. Always the same subject. Things were challenging, they needed aid. Couldn't I just come back for a short while? The guilt was unbearable at times. I'd lie awake at night worrying if Noah was doing well in school, if the twins were getting help with their homework, and if Rachel was taking care of herself while pregnant. But I remained firm about my boundaries. Rachel gave birth to a baby girl named Grace in December. Mom texted me a single snapshot. "She's gorgeous. We are all doing nicely." When I glanced at the image of my niece, a tiny red-faced infant with dark hair, I felt a complex range of emotions. Love since she was family, and completely innocent in all of this. I was sad since I missed her first moments, relief that her existence was not my responsibility. I said simply, "Congratulations, she's gorgeous." That was the only direct connection I had with my family in nearly 2 years. My bachelor's degree in psychology was completed successfully. I got accepted to the University of Washington's PhD program in developmental psychology, with an emphasis on family systems and child welfare. I moved to Seattle, rented a little apartment, and began researching. My research examined the long-term impacts of parentification on child development. I interviewed scores of young adults who had been forced to take on parental obligations as children, documenting the effects on their academic performance, mental health, and relationships. It was personal work disguised as academic research, and it was the most important thing I had ever done. Through my investigation, I met other people who had similar experiences. I was not alone. I was not crazy. I was not selfish. I was part of a more prevalent pattern than most people understood, and I was working to document it and find ways to heal from it. My phone rang on a Wednesday afternoon, 5 years after I left for Portland and 6 months after defending my dissertation. Another unknown number, this time from my home area code. I responded without thinking. "Kevin." "Oh, thank God. It's Dad." I hadn't heard my father's voice for years. He sounded elderly and exhausted. "Hi, Dad. Kevin, we need to talk. Are you free?" I was in the middle of evaluating data from a research on trauma-informed childcare practices, but something in his tone made me stop. "I can talk for a few minutes. What's going on?" "It's your mother. She had a stroke last month. She's not doing well, Kevin. She's in a rehabilitation facility, but the costs, and someone needs to coordinate her care. And Rachel's overwhelmed with the baby. And Noah's having problems at school." He was rambling, the words spilling out as if he had been holding them back for weeks. "Dad, slow down. How bad was the stroke?" "She lost some mobility on her left side. Her speech is affected. She's going to need ongoing therapy and probably long-term care assistance." "I'm sorry. That must be really difficult." There was a pause. "Kevin, I know we haven't talked in a long time. I know things ended badly between us, but we need help. Rachel can't manage everything, and I'm working 2 jobs just to keep up with the medical bills. The twins are in middle school now, and Noah's struggling." "And what are you asking me, Dad? Could you come home just for a while? Just to help us figure out what to do?" The old familiar request. The old familiar idea that my life was malleable, that my priorities were secondary, and that my value to the family was as a solver of problems I hadn't caused. This time, though, things were different. This time, I had 5 years of distance, a PhD, a career, and most crucially, a strong understanding of my identity, outside of my family position. "Dad, I'm sorry about Mom. I really am, and I'm sorry you're all struggling, but I can't come back. Kevin, please. I know we made mistakes. You disowned me. Mom told me I was selfish for accepting a full scholarship to college. None of you spoke to me for 5 years. You don't get to call me now and ask me to fix problems that were building long before Mom's stroke. That's not. We didn't disown you. We were hurt that you left. You were hurt that I stopped being your free child care." Silence. "Dad, I love you. I love Mom. I love all my siblings. But loving someone doesn't mean sacrificing your life for them. Especially when they've made it clear that your life doesn't matter to them. Your life does matter to us. Then why didn't it matter 5 years ago? Why didn't anyone care that I was missing out on normal teenage experiences to be a full-time babysitter? Why didn't anyone care that I was passing up local colleges to get an opportunity that could change my entire future? Why didn't anyone support me when I finally tried to build something for myself? We were scared. We didn't know how we'd manage without you. It was the first time anyone in my family had been honest with me in years. Dad, that was your problem to solve, not mine. I was a kid. Kids shouldn't have to manage their parents' inability to handle their responsibilities. We know that now, Rachel told us. She told us how hard it was. She couldn't do it even for a few months. She said she doesn't know how you managed for years. I felt a flash of affirmation, followed by grief. It took my family 5 years and a crisis to realize what I had been attempting to tell them all along. I'm glad Rachel understands now. But Dad, I can't fix this. I have a life here. I have a career, research commitments, responsibilities of my own. I can't just drop everything and come back to being the family problem solver. What are we supposed to do? What millions of families do when they face medical crisis? You research resources, you contact social services, you look into respite care and home health aides. You figure out sustainable solutions that don't depend on one person sacrificing their life. We don't know how to do that. Then you learn. The same way I learned to take care of kids when I was 17. The same way I learned to navigate college applications and scholarships and building a career without any support from my family. After I hung up, I sat in my hospital office for quite some time. Through the glass, I could see parents bringing their children to appointments, worried, optimistic, and fatigued expressions. They were all trying to do their best for their children given the situation. I reflected on my research, on all of the families I'd studied who had discovered ways to heal from dysfunctional patterns and establish healthier dynamics. It was conceivable, but everyone involved had to be willing to adapt, to abandon old roles and adopt new ways of communicating. My phone vibrated with a text from Rachel. Dad said you wouldn't come home. I understand why, but could we please talk? I glanced at the message for a moment before typing back. I'm willing to chat, but not about my return home. If you wish to talk about resources for mom's care or child care choices, I can help you research them. Her reaction arrived immediately. That might be helpful. I am drowning, Kevin. I never recognized how much you accomplished. Over the next 3 weeks, Rachel and I had several lengthy phone chats, not about my return, but about real solutions to the family's issues. I assisted her in researching state services for families dealing with medical crises. I discovered information about sliding-scale childcare, after-school programs, and respite care options. I even connected them with social professionals who specialize in assisting families with challenging care circumstances. My family gradually developed a sustainable system. Mom transferred from the rehabilitation facility to a smaller care facility closer to her house. Dad cut his hours at one of his jobs to help manage her care and spend more time with the younger children. Rachel got a part-time job with flexible hours and enrolled Grace in a daycare that charged sliding-scale rates. It was not simple for them, and it wasn't ideal, but it was effective. Most significantly, it did not require me to sacrifice my life. 6 months after Dad's call, Mom was able to return home with the help of a part-time assistant. Her speech had greatly improved, and while she still had movement issues, she was stable. Noah was doing better in school after receiving tutoring and more constant home support. The twins had adapted to their new routines. Rachel contacted me one Saturday evening in spring. "How's everyone doing?" I inquired. "Better," she replied. "Really better. Mom's getting stronger every week. Noah made honor roll this semester. Liam and Lily are both playing soccer now." "That's wonderful. Kevin, I owe you an apology, a real one. I waited. When you left for college, I was jealous. I was jealous that you got this amazing opportunity and I was stuck at home dealing with my failures. And I was terrified because I knew that once you were gone, I'd have to step up, and I didn't think I could do it." "Rachel, no. Let me finish. I called you selfish because it was easier than admitting that I was the selfish one. I had been letting you carry all the responsibility while I got to be the irresponsible older sister. When you left, I realized how much work you'd been doing, how much you'd been sacrificing." She paused, and I heard her trembling breath. "I tried to take over for a few months when I got pregnant, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't handle what you'd been handling since you were 15 years old. And instead of recognizing that you were amazing, I was resentful that you weren't there to keep doing it. Thank you for saying that, I replied softly. I'm proud of you. I know I should have said that years ago, but I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself and for building something incredible with your life. And I'm sorry it took me so long to understand. We spoke for another hour. We talked for the first time in our adult lives. She told me about her problems with single parenthood, her concerns about being a decent parent, and her gratitude for everything I taught her during our upbringing that she had never acknowledged before. I informed her about my research, my professional objectives, and my life in Seattle. As we were winding up the call, she stated, "Would it be okay if I visited sometime? I'd love to see your life there, and I'd love for Grace to know her uncle." "I'd like that," I responded, really. A few weeks later, I received a card in the mail. Noah, now 12, wrote it in careful cursive handwriting, reminding me of when he was 5 years old and I helped him with his letters. "Dear Kevin, Dad told me you helped find the programs that allowed Mom to return home. Thank you for your assistance. Even though we were harsh to you. I miss you and hope to see you soon. I still own the elephant you mended. Love. Noah." Love for the little child who hugged me farewell in dinosaur pajamas. Grief over the years we had lost. Relief that we might be able to create something new. I do have relationships with my family members now, but they are based on choice and mutual respect, not obligation and guilt. Rachel comes to see me once a year with Grace, a bright, enthusiastic 5-year-old who refers to me as Uncle Kevin and enjoys visiting the Science Museum. Noah and I text frequently, and I've been able to assist him with college applications and scholarship essays. The twins are now adolescents, busy with sports and school activities, but they keep me updated on their life. Mom and I have video calls every few weeks. Her speech has almost fully restored. And although we've never had a lengthy chat about the past, she tells me she's pleased of what I've accomplished. Dad and I share emails regarding family news and my employment. It is not the close-knit familial relationship that other people have, but it is authentic. It is based on recognizing who we all truly are, rather than who circumstance and dysfunction have forced us to be. My mom left me to go on a 2-week Bali trip with her new husband. I found 12 letters and chose a new family before she even cleared customs. My name is Elowen, and when I was 15, my mother abandoned me at the airport. I still recall her careless shrug as she handed me $200 and went away with her new husband and their children. That event at Gate 24 devastated all I believed I understood about family and love. What I didn't expect was how that horrible betrayal would lead me to the truth about my background, changing my life forever. Before I tell you how I went from being abandoned at Gate 24 to discovering my true family, believe me, you'll want to hear what happened when my mother arrived to find my room completely vacant. My early childhood memories of my mother were largely cheerful. I recall weekend outings to the neighborhood park, where she would push me on the swings until my stomach fluttered with delight. On my 6th birthday, she cooked a lopsided chocolate cake and decorated our small flat with homemade paper streamers. We had little, but we had each other. And at the time, that felt plenty. Everything changed when I was 8 years old. When I got home from school one day, I found my parents sitting stiffly at opposite ends of our ancient couch. The air felt heavy with anxiety, as they said they were getting divorced. The explanation was brief, stating simply, "Sometimes adults stop loving each other," leaving me with more questions than answers. I recall weeping myself to sleep that night, clutching my teddy rabbit as the faint sounds of their disputes crept through my bedroom wall. My mother was granted primary custody, and my father quickly withdrew from my life. Weekends with him decreased from every other weekend to once a month, followed by sporadic phone conversations that were increasingly unpleasant and brief. By the time I was 10, Dad was little more than a name on my birth certificate and a distant memory. Life as a single parent was not easy. My mother worked 2 jobs to support us: waitressing during the day and cleaning office buildings at night. I grew accustomed to eating microwave dinners and entering our flat with the key I wore around my neck. Despite our financial difficulties, our routine remained rather stable. I knew the rules, what was expected of me, and how important I was to my mother. When I turned 13, everything changed again. My mother met Cassian in the restaurant where she works. He was a wealthy businessman who left generous tips and requested her section whenever he dined there. I recall the first time she mentioned him, her cheeks flushing with pleasure as she recounted his fine outfit and the way he gazed at her as if she were someone exceptional. Their romance moved quickly. Within 6 months, Cassian had proposed to my mother with a diamond ring so huge that it appeared comically out of place on her work-worn hand. Before I could get used to the thought of having a stepfather, we were moving into his large suburban mansion, complete with a pool, home theater, and more bathrooms than I could count. Cassian's 3 children from his previous marriage lived in the residence as well. Aurelia was 14, only a year older than me, and her persistent expression of disdain made me feel instantly inferior. Ronan, 12, was silent and aloof, barely noticing my presence. Leora, the youngest, was 10 years old and first the most welcome, but her goodwill rapidly faded once we were all under one roof. From the start, it was evident that I didn't fit into this pre-made household. Cassian was cordial but remote, saving his true smiles and compassion for his own kids. Cassian and my mother talked private schools, country club memberships, and vacation homes during family dinners, topics I had never heard of before. When I talked, my remarks on school or books were welcomed with polite nods before the subject returned to the stepchildren's achievements in tennis, debate club, or piano performance. What stung the most was seeing my mother alter. The woman who had previously cut coupons and shopped clearance racks suddenly spoke intelligently about designer goods and exclusive eateries. She dyed her hair, whitened her teeth, and began referring to our old life as the struggle years, with an awkward giggle if Cassian's friends were present. It was as if she was shedding her old skin, along with the portions of herself that were attached to me. I was trying to blend in with my new step-siblings. I volunteered to help Aurelia with her arithmetic homework, complimented Leora on her artwork, and inquired about Ronan's video game collection. My efforts were treated with chilly politeness at best, and blatant rejection at worst. One particularly heartbreaking recollection was overhearing Aurelia tell her friends on the phone that her father's new wife came with luggage, which included me. As summer neared, Cassian announced a family trip to Bali, 2 weeks at a luxurious resort with private villas and personal butlers. Despite the growing gap between my mother and me, I had a burst of excitement. Perhaps this trip would allow me to finally bond with my new family away from the stresses of school and daily life. My aspirations were swiftly dashed when my mother brought the stepchildren shopping for new vacation attire, but excluded me. When I inquired why, she nonchalantly stated that I already had plenty of clothes. Despite the fact that the majority of mine were from our pre-Cassian days, I decided to use the money I had earned from babysitting to purchase myself a new swimsuit, a modest blue one-piece that paled in comparison to the designer bikinis Aurelia and Leora would be carrying. A week before the trip, I overheard a troubling conversation between my mother and Cassian. They were in their bedroom, the door slightly open, unknowing that I was passing by on my way to the kitchen. "What about the arrangements for Aloan?" Cassian inquired, his tone low. "All taken care of," my mother said dismissively, making my stomach knot. "She will not be a problem." When I asked her about it later, she dismissed my worries with a casual, "Just trip details, honey. Nothing for you to worry about." The morning of our trip was filled with chaos and excitement. The house was a hive of activity as suitcases were put into Cassian's luxurious SUV. I realized my passport was not among the stack of travel paperwork on the kitchen counter, but when I reported this to my mother, she grumbled something about having it in her handbag and hurried me on. Looking back, I should have spotted the warning signs: my mother's avoidance of eye contact as we drove to the airport, the fact that no one talked about my seat assignment on the plane as they were deciding who would receive the window seats, and the fact that my suitcase was curiously smaller than everyone else's. But at 15, determined to feel I belonged to this family, I ignored the warning signs. The international terminal was a hectic jumble of passengers, rolling bags, and frantic airline employees. Cassian guided our group through the mob with practiced speed, my mother by his side, clutching her luxury handbag. Aurelia, Ronan, and Leora followed closely after, their expressions filled with excitement. I followed in the back, struggling to keep up while rolling my small suitcase. When we arrived at the check-in counter, Cassian handed the airline attendant our passports and confirmation information. I observed he handed over 5 passports, not 6. I felt a knot in my gut as I saw each family member receive their boarding permits except for myself. "Excuse me," I said, moving ahead. "I think you forgot my boarding pass." The aircraft attendant seemed perplexed. "I only have 5 passengers listed for this reservation." Cassian cleared his throat. "Your mother needs to speak with you about that. We will go ahead to security." As the stepchildren and Cassian left with the luggage cart, my mother grabbed my elbow and led me to a quiet area near a gift shop. Her face bore a look I had never seen before. A curious blend of detachment and faint displeasure. "Listen, Elowen," she continued, her tone unusually calm. "There has been a change of plans. You are not coming with us to Bali." The words struck me like a physical blow. "What? Why? Did I do something wrong?" She groaned and looked across to Cassian and the children waiting in the security line. Cassian thinks this should be a trip just for us and his kids. A chance to really bond as a family. But I am family too, I shouted, my voice shaking. I am your daughter. Do not make a scene, she said, rummaging inside her purse. She took out a bundle of cash and put it into my hand. Here is $200. You can figure it out. Just take an Uber home. I looked at the money in surprise. You are leaving me at the airport alone? I do not even have a house key. She gave a careless shrug that would haunt my dreams for years. Mrs. Voss next door has the spare. You will be fine. You are mature for your age. Tears welled in my eyes as the whole gravity of what was happening hit me. Mom, please. You cannot do this. Cassian is waiting, she added, looking nervously at the security checkpoint. This vacation is important for our future. Allowin', sometimes we all have to make sacrifices. A sacrifice would be giving up a concert ticket or postponing a shopping trip, I responded, my amazement giving way to wrath. This is abandonment. She startled at the term, but immediately gathered herself. Do not be so dramatic. It is just 2 weeks. The refrigerator is stocked, and I left money for pizza in the kitchen drawer. She leaned in and gave me a brief, dry kiss on the forehead. I will call you when we land. With that, she turned and walked away, her high heels clicking on the airport tile as she returned to Cassian and the stepchildren. I watched in startled silence as they passed through security, my mother never looking back. Aurelia caught my attention quickly and smirked before they vanished from sight. I stood motionless, the $200 clasped in my quivering fist. Around me, the airport's typical rhythm continued. Travelers rushing to their destinations, families hugging farewell, and airline announcements resounding overhead. However, when the gravity of my mother's deception became clear to me, time seemed to stand still. As I slumped onto a nearby bench, hot tears streamed down my face without warning. Several passers-by gave me interested or concerned looks, but no one stopped. In an airport, a crying teenager was just another part of the scenery, easily noticed and quickly forgotten. I spent the next hour in a fog, staring at the departure board as their flight status moved from boarding to departed. Each update added a new twist to the story. I tried phoning my mother's cell phone several times, but the calls went directly to voicemail. My messages were delivered but stayed unanswered. Having fun at the airport, I finally texted, fury briefly overpowering pain. Hope abandoning your child was worth the first-class upgrade. No response arrived. Not that I anticipated one. By now my mother would have settled into her seat, probably sipping champagne next to Cassian, pleased to be free of the burdens of her prior life, including me. As the afternoon progressed into nighttime, my situation got more hazardous. An airport security officer approached me as I sat in the food court, drinking a beverage I had purchased to explain taking up the table. Everything okay, miss? He said, his expression a mix of suspicion and worry. You have been here for several hours now. I am waiting for my ride. I lied, avoiding his gaze. They got stuck in traffic. He appeared doubtful, but nodded and moved on, warning me not to leave my suitcase unattended. I felt another wave of embarrassment flood over me. How could I admit that my own mother had left me? The words remained in my throat, pulled back by a mix of humiliation and lingering loyalty. As the evening throng dispersed and airport businesses began to close their security gates, the truth of my situation became impossible to ignore. The $200 would not last very long. Even if I made it back home, I'd be alone for 2 weeks, with no transportation and minimal cash. I found myself in the airport bathroom, spraying cold water on my puffy face and attempting to devise a strategy. The girl in the mirror appeared to be a stranger, her eyes crimson and disturbed. At that instant, I realized that something basic had changed. The invisible link that had kept me connected to my mother, the fundamental belief that she would always protect me, had been permanently broken. My mother had walked away 6 hours ago. I'd moved from bench to bench in the terminal, seeing families and couples go on journeys together. Each passing hour increased my sensation of solitude. My phone battery was running low, adding to my already stressful scenario. Around 8 p.m., I went to a still-open airport restaurant. I sat at the counter and ordered the lowest item on the menu, a side of fries, to stretch my restricted budget. The waitress, a woman with gentle eyes and a name tag reading Soraya, brought my dinner and then lingered to observe my face. "Are you okay, honey?" she inquired, her voice soothing. "You look like you have been crying." I tried a smile that felt more like a grimace. "I am fine. Just a long day." She did not press any further, but returned a few minutes later with a chocolate milkshake that I had not requested. On the house, she added with a wink. Whatever is going on, sugar and chocolate never hurt. Her simple compassion nearly broke me. I thanked her despite the lump in my throat and ate slowly while scanning through my phone contacts, looking for someone who could help. My selection of alternatives was disappointingly short. Most of my pals from before the relocation had moved on, and I hadn't met many new ones in Cassian's area. I tried texting two of my mother's friends, women who had been in our life before Cassian. One did not respond, and the other left a quick message indicating she was out of town. My mother's former support network appeared to have been completely abandoned when she went on to her new life, just like our modest apartment and cheap groceries. As I went through my contacts, a name stood out and made my heart skip a beat. Dad. I hadn't communicated with him in over 3 years. Our final conversation was a short, unpleasant phone call on my 12th birthday. After that, he seemed to vanish. My mother had always hinted that he didn't want to be a part of my life since he had a new family that came first. Your father has moved on, she would respond when I inquired about him. Some men just are not cut out for parenthood. I focused on his contact information, my thumb hovering over the call button. What if he rejects me too? What if my mother was speaking the truth and he didn't want anything to do with me? The notion of another abandonment was agonizing. I returned to the airport facilities and locked myself into a stall for solitude. I rehearsed what I was going to say, trying out various openings. Hi Dad, it is Alawan. I know it has been a while. No, it's too casual. Hello. This is Alawan. I am sorry to bother you, but I am in trouble. Better, but still not perfect. In the end, necessity triumphed over pride. With shaky fingers I pressed the call button and held my breath until the phone rang. Once, twice, or 3 times. I was about to hang up when a deep voice responded. Hello? The sound of his voice, so familiar yet foreign, temporarily deprived me of words. Hello, is anyone there? He repeated. Dad, I finally said, my voice small and hesitant. There was a pause, followed by, Alawan? Is that you, sweetheart? The anxiety in his speech struck a chord with me. Dad, I need your help, I pleaded. And then the entire narrative came out in a blur of words broken by sobs. The remarriage, the relocation, the airport, the $200. By the end, I was hardly lucid. She left you alone at the airport. His tone had shifted, with a steely edge replacing the first disbelief. Where are you now? Which airport? I informed him, half expecting him to offer to contact a social services organization or wire me money for a motel. Stay exactly where you are. He stated sternly. I am coming to get you myself. It will take me about 3 hours to reach you. Can you stay safe until then? You are coming here? I inquired, my voice trembling with incredulity. You do not have to do that. Maybe you could just help me get home. And Alawan, interjected him. I am coming to get you. Find the customer service desk for the airline your mother was flying with. Tell them your situation. I will call ahead and make sure they take care of you until I arrive. After he hung up, I stayed in the bathroom stall for a few minutes, trying to figure out what had happened. My father, who I had thought had little interest in me, was dropping everything to help me. It seemed too wonderful to be true, and my life's failures had taught me to be skeptical of hope. Nonetheless, I followed his directions and approached the customer service desk, my heart in my throat. To my amazement, the airline employees were immediately empathetic. They led me to a private waiting area, served me a sandwich and juice, and promised me that they would look after me until my father arrived. Unfortunately, this happens more often than you would think, the customer support manager said gently. Parents changing plans at the last minute, leaving kids to fend for themselves. The 3-hour wait seemed long and weird. I alternated between optimism, anxiety, and tiredness. What happens if my father does not show up? What if he did but disliked having to save me? What if this was all a setup for another rejection? My thoughts turned to the few memories I had of him before the divorce. Teaching me to ride a bike in the park, his steady hand on the seat as I wobbled forward, reading bedtime stories in a different voice for each character, and a Christmas morning when he built me a dollhouse, his face lighting up with delight. If he loved me, why had he left my life? Why hadn't he fought to see me? The questions swarmed in my fatigued thoughts as the minutes passed. As I was starting to doze off in the uncomfortable airport chair, a voice came over the PA system. Attention please, will Alawan Williams please come to the information desk? Alawan Williams to the information desk please. My heart rushed into my throat as I packed my small suitcase and followed an airline employee who had arrived to accompany me. Instead of going to the main terminal, we proceeded via a series of hallways and security gates until we arrived at what appeared to be a VIP terminal area. "Your father has arranged for you to meet him here," the staffer said as we reached the glass doors leading to the tarmac. That's when I spotted it. A beautiful private jet with stairs leading down from its entrance. And heading down those steps was a tall man dressed in a business suit. His familiar visage made my breath catch. My father appeared different than I remembered. His dark hair was now streaked with silver at the temples, and he held himself with a confidence I had not seen since childhood, but as his eyes met mine, they were just as I remembered. Friendly and crinkled at the corners. For a time, we both froze, taking each other in from a distance. Then he strode forward, closing the distance between us in seconds. He stopped just short of embracing me, hesitation on his face. "Elowen," he said, his voice full of emotion, "I cannot believe it is really you." I wasn't sure what to say or do. Part of me wanted to fall into his arms like the little girl who used to meet him at the door. Another part, the devastated youngster who had felt abandoned by both parents, withheld information. He seems to detect my uncertainty. "I am so sorry," he grumbled gently, "for everything. For not being there, for not fighting harder to stay in your life." Something in his genuineness penetrated my defenses. The tears I thought were gone hours ago resurfaced with new vigor. "She said you did not want to see me anymore," I gasped out. "That you had moved on." His face clouded. "That was never true. Not for a single day." He tentatively opened his arms, and this time I didn't hesitate. Stepping into his hug and releasing years of pent-up sadness onto his shoulder. We stood there for a few minutes, both overtaken with emotion. When we finally parted ways, he kept one arm around my shoulders and walked me to the waiting plane. "Let us get you out of here," he asked gently. "We can talk properly once we are in the air." The cabin of the private plane was unlike anything I had ever seen. Plush leather seats, polished oak tables, and gentle lighting produced a sense of peaceful luxury. A flight attendant greeted us cheerfully and offered me a variety of beverages and food. As we took our seats facing each other, I couldn't help but look at my father in astonishment. "Is this your plane?" He smiled, a tinge of discomfort on his face. "The company's, technically. I am the CEO of Horizon Tech now." "CEO?" I repeated in surprise. My mother had always represented him as struggling financially, barely able to pay child support. "It has been a successful few years," he replied simply before leaning forward, his expression serious. "Elowen, I need you to know something. I have been trying to contact you for years. Birthday cards, Christmas gifts, phone calls, all of it. When your mother remarried and moved, I lost track of you completely. I hired private investigators who could not find your new address. I filed motions with the court that were somehow lost or delayed." My thoughts reeled as the implications of what he was saying hit home. "She kept you away from me on purpose?" He nodded, pain visible in his eyes. "I have been sending child support and additional money every month since the divorce. Money you never saw." I remembered the secondhand clothes, the times we ate ramen noodles for days on end, and my mother's continuous concerns about money problems. "We were always broke," I muttered. "She said you barely paid child support." My father opened his briefcase and took out a folder, offering it to me. Inside were copies of cashed checks, court paperwork, and records of attempted interactions, all carefully arranged by date. The evidence for his attempts and my mother's lie was overwhelming. "I do not show you this to hurt you," he stated kindly. "But you deserve to know the truth." As the jet took off, transporting me away from the airport where my mother had abandoned me, I felt curiously weightless, as if I was shedding years of misunderstandings and manipulations with each mile. My father said that he now lives in Seattle and runs the technology company he helped start shortly after the divorce. What began as a small startup had evolved into a big player in the market, earning him unexpected success. "I kept your room ready," he replied with a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "All these years, just in case." The flight flew by as we started the delicate process of getting to know each other again. There were awkward pauses and intense feelings, but beneath it all was a river of true connection that felt both fresh and old. When we landed, there was a car waiting to drive us to his house. I plastered my face against the window as we drove through wealthy neighborhoods before turning into a private road that led up a hillside. The first house I saw was breathtaking, a modern edifice of glass and stone placed on a rock overlooking the ocean. "Home sweet home," my father remarked, observing my reaction with pleasure and fear. I hope you will be comfortable here. A woman named Mireille met us at the door. I tensed up, wondering whether this was my father's wife, but he swiftly introduced her as his executive assistant, who had helped arrange for my arrival. I have set up the blue bedroom for Aloan, she told my father. Fresh towels in the ensuite bathroom, and I stocked the kitchen with groceries. The security team has been updated to include her in the household. My father thanked her, and she left with a friendly grin in my direction. He then took me on a tour of the house, each room more gorgeous than the last. When we arrived at my bedroom, I paused in the doorway, overwhelmed by the attention to detail. The room was painted a light blue and featured wide windows that overlooked the ocean. A sumptuous queen-sized bed dominated one wall, while a desk, bookshelf, and comfortable reading chair formed an ideal study nook near the window. But what drew my attention was the array of stuff on the dresser. Are those? I got closer, unable to finish the query. My father nodded with a loving expression. Birthday and Christmas presents. Every year since I lost contact with you, I couldn't deliver them, but I couldn't bear not to buy them either. Gifts for each age group were organized chronologically. They'd been stored in their original wrapping paper. Beside them was a photo album simply titled Aloan. With trembling hands, I opened it to find the few photos my father had managed to collect of me growing up. School photos my mother must have sent during the early years after the divorce, a newspaper clipping of me receiving an academic award in 6th grade, and a blurry photo of me leaving my old school taken from a distance. You really did try to stay in my life, I muttered, the realization setting in. Every single day, he said, his voice hoarse and emotional. And I am not going anywhere now if you will let me be your dad again. That first night in my new house, we had a meal delivered from a nearby restaurant because neither of us was ready to cook. The discussion flowed more smoothly as tiredness eased my guard and food replenished my energies. For the first time in years, I felt seen and heard. My opinions and feelings were valued and considered. As I finally slipped into the amazingly lovely bed in my new room, I was overcome with mental and physical tiredness. My last conscious thought before falling asleep was that perhaps being abandoned at the airport was not the death I had feared, but rather the new beginning I had always wanted. I awakened the next morning, little bewildered. The unusual comfort of the bed and the sound of waves crashing against the cliff below perplexed me. Then the events of the previous day came flooding back, and I sat up, taking in my new surroundings in the bright light of morning. The room looked much better than it did the night before. Sunlight flowed through the wide windows, creating patterns on the pale blue carpet. I ran my fingertips over the plush duvet, amazed at the contrast between this luxury and the existence I had known. After showering in the ensuite bathroom, which had a rainfall showerhead and more toiletries than I had ever possessed, I changed into yesterday's clothing and went downstairs. I discovered my father in the kitchen, attempting to make pancakes with scant success. "Good morning," he murmured, looking up with an embarrassed smile and pointing to the malformed pancake in the pan. "I thought I would make breakfast, but it seems my cooking skills have not improved since you were little." The memory resurfaced unexpectedly. Sunday mornings when he attempted pancakes while my mother slept in. They were often weirdly shaped and occasionally burned, but Dad served them with pride, so I never complained. "I remember your pancakes," I murmured, settling into a stool at the kitchen island. "You used to make smiley faces with chocolate chips." His face lightened up. "You remember that? You were so young." "Some things stick with you," I said, taking the platter he gave. Despite their appearance, the pancakes tasted wonderful, and the familiarity of eating breakfast served to relieve our uneasiness together. After we ate, my father gave me a thorough tour of the house and grounds. The property was large, with groomed grounds that led down to a private beach access. Inside, the house had a home gym, a theater room, and an office with views that would make concentration hard for most people. "I have some people I would like you to meet today," he explained as we returned to the main living room. "If you feel up to it." An hour later, I was sitting across from a sophisticated woman in her 50s who introduced herself as Rowena Pike, a family law attorney. "What your mother did constitutes abandonment under the law," she stated, her tone professional but compassionate. "Leaving a minor without proper care arrangements is illegal. Additionally, there appears to be financial misconduct regarding the child support payments your father has been making." I shuffled uncomfortably in my seat. "I do not want to get my mom in trouble. You just want to be safe and secure," Rowena told me. "I understand, but we need to establish legal protection for you, especially if you wish to remain with your father." My father, who had been silently listening, leaned forwards. "Aloan, The choice is ultimately yours, but I want you to know that I am prepared to seek full custody if that is what you want. The thought was both horrifying and empowering. Can I really choose? You are 15, Rowena said. The court gives significant weight to the preferences of children your age, especially in cases involving abandonment or neglect. After the attorney had departed, my father showed me his office, where he had methodically documented every attempt to communicate with me. There were printouts of court files demanding visitation, records of unanswered phone calls to my mother, and even emails from my school that appeared to have never reached me. She threatened legal action if I tried to contact you directly, he said, presenting me a letter from my mother's attorney from 3 years ago. She claimed I was harassing her and causing you emotional distress. Each revelation added another piece to the puzzle, painting a picture of intentional estrangement that made my heart hurt. Why would she do this? Just to keep you away from me? My dad sighed. I think it was more complicated than that. After the divorce, your mother struggled financially, which was partly my fault. I had not yet achieved success in my career. I think when the company took off and my financial situation improved dramatically, it was easier for her to maintain the narrative that I was uninvolved than to explain why she had kept us apart. My mother called 2 days after I arrived, just as I was getting used to my new routine with my father. I glanced at her name on my phone screen, a storm of emotions paralyzing me temporarily. You don't have to answer, my father remarked gently, seeing my concern. After 4 rings, the phone went to voicemail. A minute later, a notification flashed, suggesting that she had left a message. With shaky fingers, I hit play and placed the phone on speaker. Elowen, honey, there appears to have been a terrible misunderstanding. My mother's voice rose, deceptively bright. I thought you understood the plan was for you to stay home during our trip. Cassian felt it would be good for you to have some independence, and I agreed. I did not abandon you, sweetie. That is such a harsh word. Call me back so we can clear this up. The resort Wi-Fi is spotty, but I will try to check my messages. Love you. The blatant distortion of reality made my stomach turn. There was no plan for me to stay at home, and no discussion about independence. She had abandoned me unexpectedly and was now attempting to gaslight me into disbelieving my own experience. Classic, my father muttered while shaking his head. She has not changed at all. I chose not to return the call. Instead, with Rowena Pike's and my father's backing, I decided to stay in Seattle permanently. The attorney started the process of filing for a change of custody by gathering evidence of my mother's abandonment and financial malfeasance. With the urgent legal issues in hand, my father turned his focus to practical problems. You need clothes, school supplies, whatever personal items you want, he told me. We can go shopping today if you feel up to it. The shopping experience was weird. My father's insistence that I chose whatever I wanted without checking price tags overwhelmed me, as I was used to thrift stores and clearance racks. By the end of the day, I had a new clothes, a laptop for homework, and a phone with unlimited data. A stark contrast to the restrictive plan my mother had reluctantly granted. That evening, while sitting on the terrace facing the beach, my father and I had our first truly in-depth chat regarding the divorce and the years of separation. Why did you and Mom split up? I said, finally giving voice to a topic that had tortured me since I was 8 years old. He remained quiet for a long time, gathering his thoughts. The simplest answer is that we wanted different things from life. Your mother wanted financial security and social status above all else. When my first business venture failed, she saw me as a disappointment rather than a partner facing temporary setbacks. And you? I asked. I wanted a true partnership. Someone who would weather the storms with me, not abandon ship at the first sign of rough waters. He glanced at me with a mournful expression. I never wanted to leave you, Elowen. That was the hardest part. Your mother used her custody rights as a weapon, gradually restricting my access until I was effectively cut out of your life. As the days passed, we discussed my future. My father contacted the premier private school in Seattle and made arrangements for me to begin classes in the autumn term. A child psychologist was hired to assist me deal with the abandonment and years of manipulation. Slowly, I began to imagine a world in which I was loved and supported rather than simply tolerated. 1 week after I arrived in Seattle, my father and Rowena Pike proposed that I remove my possessions from my mother's residence. With her still in Bali for another week, we had the ideal opportunity to enter the property legally, as I was still a resident, and retrieve my personal belongings without incident. You do not have to come if it would be too difficult, my dad informed me. I can handle it with the legal team. But I knew I had to do it myself as a crucial step in closing this chapter of my life. I want to go, I stated firmly. There are things there that matter to me. After making our decision, we meticulously planned the vacation. Flights were scheduled, legal documentation were drafted, and a moving company was hired to transport my possessions. As the date arrived, I found myself penning and redrafting a letter to leave for my mother, attempting to explain the severity of her betrayal and my resolve to forge a new path. 3 days before my mother was due to return from Bali, my father and I arrived at the house I lived with my mother and Cassian's family, joined by Rowena Pike and her assistant. I entered the front door with my key and found the house just as it had been left, eerily silent and untouched. Walking into that environment as a tourist was confusing. Familiar surroundings suddenly felt unfamiliar, as if I were viewing them through fresh eyes. For the first time, I realized that the images on the walls were largely of Cassian and his children, with my mother appearing infrequently. There were almost no images of me, and none of me with my mother. "Where is your room?" my father inquired calmly, placing his hand on my shoulder to reassure me. I brought him upstairs to the smallest bedroom at the end of the hall, farthest from the master suite. Opening the door revealed my little space, clean but impersonal, devoid of the pampering apparent in the stepchildren's quarters we had passed. "This was your room?" my father asked, his voice full of amazement as he noticed the simple furnishings and lack of decorations. "It is fine," I answered instinctively, the protective response imprinted from years of being instructed to be grateful for what I had. His expression softened. "No, sweetheart. It is not fine. You deserved better." With the help of the movers, we started packing my possessions. Clothes were placed in wardrobe boxes, while books and school materials were packed in smaller cartons. I was picky about what I took, leaving behind anything that had been a gift from my mother or Cassian, and only taking what actually belonged to me or had sentimental worth. As I emptied my desk drawers, I discovered a box of treasures that I had almost forgotten, shoved to the back of the bottom drawer. The photographs inside were from before the divorce. My father had sent me a few birthday cards in the early years after our separation, as well as a small teddy bear for my 5th birthday. "You kept these," he exclaimed, his voice full with passion as I gave him the souvenirs. "I never really believed she was telling the truth about you not caring," I told her. "Not completely." In my closet, beneath a rack of shoes, I discovered something that made my blood run cold. A stack of envelopes tied with a rubber band and addressed to me in my father's handwriting. With trembling hands, I opened the first one to discover a birthday card for my 13th birthday with a lovely inscription and a gift card that had never been used. I examined the envelopes one by one, each providing evidence of my father's ongoing efforts to remain in my life. My mother had carefully kept her efforts secret from me. Cards for each birthday and Christmas. A letter revealing his new address and phone number after moving to Seattle. Photos of him at his corporate headquarters, with a note expressing his desire that I might visit someday. "She kept all of these from me," I said quietly, tears flowing down my cheeks. "All this time, I thought you had forgotten about me." My father drew me into a close hug. "Never. Not for a single day." As the movers resumed their work, I strolled inside my mother's home office, motivated by a need to understand why she had gone to such great pains to isolate me from my father. Rowena had told me that personal records linked to me were legally mine to keep, so I started looking through the filing cabinet. In the divorce folder, I saw financial papers that supported what my father had told me. Monthly child support payments, considerably exceeding what my mother claimed to receive, were transferred on a regular basis into an account I had no idea existed. There were also court paperwork demonstrating my father's repeated requests for visitation, which were all denied by my mother using various bogus grounds. The most damning evidence was a draft letter to her attorney, dated around the time mother met Cassian, outlining a plan to reduce my father's influence as she integrated into her new partner's life. I was referred to as a complication that needed to be properly managed to keep Cassian's interest. By late afternoon, the packing was done. As the movers carried the last of the boxes onto their truck, I sat at my now empty desk and penned the letter I'd been thinking about for days. "Dear Mom," it began. The formality of mother felt too remote, and the tenderness of mommy seemed impossible to reach. I expressed my sentiments of betrayal, not only from the airport abandonment, but also from years of being treated as a nuisance. I said that I had discovered the concealed letters and financial records, and that I knew the truth about her methodical attempt to keep my father from me. "I am choosing to live with Dad now," I said near the end. "Not as revenge, but because I deserve to be somewhere I am wanted and valued. I hope someday you will understand the damage your choices have caused, not just to me, but to yourself. Despite everything, I do not hate you. But I need to love myself enough to leave. I laid the letter on the naked mattress of what had been my bed, the white paper standing out against the bare blue sheet. Finally, I left the home key alongside it as a mark of my departure from this household. Walking out of that house for the final time, I felt a mixed mix of loss, relief, and resolution. My father waited near the car, his expression anxious. "All done?" he inquired. I nodded, unable to speak with the lump in my throat. He appeared to understand, opening the car door for me without more explanation. As we drove away, I didn't look back at the house. Instead, I looked ahead, at the future I could now construct. My mother returned from Bali 3 days later. Within hours, my phone was inundated with notifications, an onslaught of increasingly urgent texts. "Where are you? Why is your room empty? Call me immediately. Eloan, this is not funny. Come home right now. I just spoke to your father's lawyer. How could you do this to me after everything I have done for you? Please come home, sweetie, we can work this out. I miss you." The texts followed a familiar pattern of wrath, manipulation, and feigned contrition. I showed them to my father and Rowena, who encouraged me not to answer until the legal proceedings were further advanced. A week after her return, my mother arrived unannounced at my father's house, having somehow discovered the address. The security system notified us of her presence at the gate, with her expensive SUV visible on the monitor while she repeatedly hit the intercom button. "You do not have to see her," my father informed me. "We can have security turn her away." But I knew this meeting was unavoidable and possibly essential. "I will talk to her," I responded firmly. "But I want you and Rowena there too." When the front door opened, my mother's face was a study in mixed emotions. Relief at finding me and indignation at the circumstances. She wore an expensive sundress and fashionable sunglasses pushed up into her nicely highlighted hair, the epitome of affluent suburbia. "Eloan, thank God," she exclaimed, moving up to embrace me. I took an instinctual step back, and her arms fell to her sides. "What is going on? Why did you leave? Why are you with him?" The final phrase was so venomous that I flinched. "Perhaps we should continue this conversation inside," Rowena said. My father had sent me a few birthday cards in the early years after our separation, as well as a small teddy bear for my 5th birthday. "You kept these," he exclaimed, his voice full of passion as I gave him the mementos. "I never really believed she was telling the truth about you not caring," I told her. "Not totally." In my closet, beneath a rack of shoes, I discovered something that made my blood run cold. A stack of envelopes tied with a rubber band and addressed to me in my father's handwriting. With trembling hands, I opened the first envelope to find a birthday card for my 13th birthday, containing a heartfelt message and a gift card that had never been used. One by one, I opened the envelopes, each containing evidence of my father's continued efforts to remain in my life, efforts that my mother had purposefully hidden from me. Cards for every birthday and Christmas, a letter explaining his new address and phone number when he moved to Seattle, photos of him at his company. I muttered, tears flowing down my cheeks. "All this time, I thought you had forgotten about me." My father drew me into a tight embrace. "Never, not for a single day." As the movers continued their work, I wandered into my mother's home office, drawn by a need to understand why she had gone to such lengths to separate me from my father. Rowena had advised that personal documents related to me were legally mine to take, so I began searching through the filing cabinet. In a folder labeled Divorce, I found financial records that confirmed what my father had told me. Monthly child support payments, far larger than what my mother had claimed. There were also court documents showing my father's repeated petitions for visitation, all of which were opposed by my mother with various fabricated excuses. The most damning of all was a draft of a letter to her attorney, dated around the time she met Cassian, outlining a strategy to minimize the father's influence as she integrated into her new partner's life. I was referred to as a complication that needed to be carefully managed to ensure Cassian's ongoing interest. By late afternoon, the packing was finished, and as the movers loaded the last of the boxes into their truck, I sat at my now empty desk and wrote the letter I'd been thinking about for days. "Dear Mom," it began, the formality of mother feeling too distant, the warmth of mommy impossibly out of reach. I poured out my feelings of betrayal, not just from the airport abandonment, but from years of being treated as an inconvenience. I explained that I had found the hidden letters and financial records, that I knew the truth about her systematic campaign to keep my father from me. "I am choosing to live with Dad now," I wrote near the conclusion, not as payback, but because I deserve to be somewhere I am loved and cherished. "I hope someday you will comprehend the damage your actions have caused, not only to me, but also to yourself. Despite everything, I don't detest you. but I have to love myself enough to leave. I laid the letter on the stripped mattress of what had once been my bed, the white paper standing out against the bare blue sheet, and as a finishing touch, I left the house key beside it, symbolizing my departure from this family. Walking out of that house for the last time, I felt a strange combination of loss, relief, and resolution. My father waited by the car, his look anxious. "Is everything done?" he asked. I nodded, unable to speak past the knot in my throat, and he seemed to understand, opening the car door for me without further inquiries. As we drove away, I didn't look back at the house. Instead, I focused on the future I was now free to make. My mother returned from Bali 3 days later, and within hours, my phone was inundated with notifications, a barrage of increasingly urgent messages. "Where are you? Why is your room empty? Please call me quickly. Alawan, this isn't funny. Come home immediately. I just spoke with your father's lawyer. How could you do this to me after all I've done for you? Please come home, sweetheart. We can work it out. I miss you." I showed the text to my father and Rowena, who urged me not to answer until the legal proceedings had progressed. The communications followed a predictable pattern of fury, manipulation, and feigned contrition. A week after her return, my mother arrived unannounced to my father's house, having somehow found the location. The security system alerted us to her presence at the gate, and her luxurious SUV was visible on the monitor as she repeatedly punched the intercom button. "You do not have to see her," my father informed me. "We can have security turn her away." But I knew this meeting was unavoidable and possibly essential. "I will talk to her, but I want you and Rowena there too." When the front door opened, my mother's face was a study in conflicting emotions: joy at finding me, and indignation at the circumstances. She wore an expensive sundress and designer sunglasses pushed up over her nicely highlighted hair, the picture of affluent suburbia. "Alawan, thank God," she exclaimed, moving up to embrace me. I took an instinctual step back and her arms fell to her sides. "What's going on? Why did you leave? Why are you with him?" The last word was so venomous that I flinched. "Perhaps we should continue this conversation inside," my father proposed, his voice calm but forceful. Once sat in the living room, with Rowena as both legal counsel and witness, my mother's veneer began to shatter. Her gaze darted over the lovely space, soaking in the obvious riches and taste visible in every detail. "So this is what this is about," she exclaimed with a brittle laugh. "He enticed you away with promises of luxury. I should have known." "That is not why I am here," I said, attempting to keep my voice calm. "I am here because you left me at an airport. I came here because you have been lying to me about Dad for years. I'm here because I discovered all the letters and cards you hid from me." Her expression faltered and then stiffened. "You went through my private belongings. How dare you?" "They were addressed to me," I said. "They were mine to read." "You are 15 years old," she snapped. "And everything under my roof, including your correspondence, belongs to me. I was protecting you from his inconsistency and broken promises." My father, who had been quietly observing, eventually spoke. "Vivienne, there were no broken promises. Only your relentless attempts to remove me from our daughter's life. You have no right to judge me," she said. "You have no idea what it was like raising her alone while you were off becoming a millionaire." "I sent child support every month," he said evenly. "Much more than the court required. You appear to have spent money on yourself while telling Alawan you were struggling." My mom's face reddened. "That's a lie. I gave up everything for her, even dumping her at an airport so you could go on vacation with your new family." Rowena intervened, her professional tone making the charge even more damning, and my mother seemed at a loss for words for a moment before narrowing her eyes and returning her gaze to me. "I have not abandoned you. I offered you the possibility for independence. If you had simply gone home as instructed, none of this drama would have occurred." The brazen distortion of truth made my chest tighten with rage. "You abandoned me at a foreign airport with $200 and no house key. You didn't tell me to go until you were walking away. You did not respond to my calls or SMS. How is that an opportunity?" "You are twisting what happened," she insisted, her voice losing some confidence. My father leaned forwards. "Vivienne, we have security footage from the airport. We have witness statements from airline employees. And we have the text messages you sent Alawan after the fact, attempting to conceal your tracks." My mother's face lost its color. "You're developing a case against me. You want to take my kid and throw me in jail, after everything we've done for one other." "This is not about punishment," Rowena emphasized. "It is about determining what is best for Alawan going forward. She has clearly stated a desire to live with her father, and given the circumstances, the court is very likely to grant her demand. My mother's composure cracked completely, tears flowing down her cheeks as she turned to me. "Eloan, please. I made an error. I was mistaken. But you can't leave me for him. We're a family." "We stopped being a family when you decided Cassian and his children were more important than me," I quietly murmured. "Maybe even before that, when you started lying about Dad." "It was not like that," she said faintly. "So what was it like?" I said. "Help me understand why you would hide Dad's letters, lie about child support, and then ditch me for a vacation." She opened her mouth, then closed it again, seemingly unable to create a rationale even she could believe. Finally, she whispered, "Cassian thought it would be best if you stayed at home. He stated that the resort was primarily for adults and his children, who were accustomed to that lifestyle. I was afraid of losing him." The direct honesty was more hurtful than her previous attempts at manipulation. "So, you chose him over me?" "I chose financial security," she replied. "Do you know what it's like to be a single mother without money? Cassian promised us a better life." "He offered you a better life," I responded. "I was just excess baggage." Before she could react, the front door opened and Cassian walked in, his face tense with rage. "Vivian, this has lasted long enough. Get in the car now." My father rose immediately. "How did you get through security?" Cassian ignored him and focused on my mother. "I said not to come here. You're simply making things worse. Our lawyer told us not to make any contact." My mother appeared to shrink beneath his stare, her fleeting moment of honesty fading as she reverted to the obedient wife. "I just wanted to see Eloan." "And now that you have," he remarked dismissively. "Let us go." My mother stood to follow him, and I yelled after her. "Do you truly want this, Mom? Someone who treats you like a child and considers me an inconvenience?" She halted, her countenance conflicted, but Cassian firmly grasped her elbow. "The car, Vivienne. Now." The last sight I had of my mother that day was her back as she walked away, exactly like at the airport, except this time, I wasn't the one being left behind. In the aftermath of that confrontation, my father's legal team filed for a restraining order after Cassian attempted to enter the property again the next day. The court granted the order, and a temporary custody arrangement was put in place pending a full hearing. The most difficult part was accepting that my mother had chosen her new life over me. Not just once at the airport, but repeatedly over the years with each hidden letter and lie about my father. The girl who had once felt she was the center of her mother's existence had to face the awful fact that she had been, at best, an afterthought. The months that followed my mother's dramatic visit were difficult but transforming. My weekly sessions with Dr. Cressida Hale, a therapist specializing in adolescent trauma and parental abandonment, provided a safe space for me to process the complex emotions surrounding my mother's betrayal and years of manipulation. Creating new routines, establishing boundaries, and learning to trust that his presence in my life was permanent were all part of the adjustment process. "What you are feeling is entirely normal," Dr. Hale assured me during one especially painful session. "Anger, grief, relief, guilt, all of these can coexist. Healing isn't a linear process." With her coaching, I began to see that my mother's behaviors reflected her own brokenness rather than my worth. While this insight did not excuse what she had done, it did help me bear the load with less self-blame. "People who are whole do not abandon their children," the doctor said. "Your mother's choices speak to her limitations, not yours." My father enrolled me in Westlake Academy, one of Seattle's premier private schools, for my sophomore year, and the transition was both exciting and intimidating. After years of being the outsider in Cassian's home, I was wary of making new connections, but to my surprise, I found myself making genuine friends for the first time in years. Leora and Evren, twins who shared my love of literature, welcomed me into their friend group with an ease that felt almost suspicious at first. Juniper, a gifted artist who recognized my tentative attempts at sketching, offered to teach me proper techniques during lunch periods. I gradually began to lower my defenses, allowing these new friends glimpses of my true self. "You are different from when you first came here," Leora said one afternoon as we walked home from school. "Less guarded." "I guess I am learning that not everyone has an agenda," I said, surprised by my own realization. Developing a relationship with my father was a delicate dance of rediscovery. We were getting to know each other as we were now, while also reconciling memories of who we had been. Sometimes the past and present were perfectly aligned, such as when he remembered my childhood love of stargazing and installed a telescope on the deck. Other times, the years of separation created unexpected gaps, moments of disconnect that reminded us of everything we had missed. "I wish I could have been there for your first day of middle school," he said one evening as we looked at photos I had brought from my mother's house. "Your science fair projects, your first crush. We cannot get those years back," I told him, surprised at the role reversal, me soothing him. "But we have now and the future." He squeezed my hand, his eyes unsettlingly bright. "When did you become so wise?" "Trauma has its benefits," I remarked, the dark humor a symptom of my ongoing recovery. After Rowena presented the overwhelming evidence of abandonment and financial misconduct, the judge ordered my mother to repay the misappropriated child support funds and established a structured visitation schedule that would begin only after I was compensated. The court granted my father full legal custody 6 months after I moved in with him. My mother, who was represented by an expensive attorney Cassian had hired, initially opposed the decision, but eventually agreed to it. It was more care than she deserved, in my opinion, but my father gently reminded me that having a relationship with her could be beneficial to my long-term emotional health. "You can be angry with her, even hate what she did, without severing the connection completely," he urged. "But the choice is ultimately yours. I will support whatever decision you make." My mother's narrative had shifted from denying abandonment to framing it as a misguided attempt to please Cassian, as if that somehow made it less damaging. Even though the first few sessions were excruciating, she alternated between tearful apologies and subtle attempts to justify her actions. "I just wanted us to have security," she said repeatedly. "So you made sure I ended up alone at an airport instead," I said during one very stressful session. Over time, I established firm boundaries with my mother. I would not return to live with her despite promises or emotional appeals. I would not pretend the past did not exist, and I would not allow her to rewrite our history to relieve her guilt. These terms were non-negotiable, and she gradually seemed to accept them. My father remained unusually impartial during this process, never speaking ill of my mother despite everything she had done. When I confronted him about this restraint, his response stuck with me. "Hating her will only damage you," he said. "You are half her whether we like it or not. Besides, she gave me you, so I can forgive practically anything." My first holiday season with my father and his extended family, grandparents and cousins I barely remembered, was a revelation. The genuine warmth and inclusion I experienced stood in stark contrast to the performative family dinners at Cassian's house, where I had always felt like an unwanted guest. My paternal grandma, a vivacious woman in her 70s, approached me at Christmas dinner. "You have your father's perseverance," she told me, her eyes crinkling with love. "And his heart. But that spark, that fire when you talk about things that are important to you, that is uniquely yours." 3 years later they graduated from high school. My father was beaming with pride as I delivered the valedictorian address, and my mother sat awkwardly in the row behind my father and his parents. Our relationship had evolved into something cordial, if not close, based on careful honesty rather than the false harmony she preferred. In college I moved to the East Coast to pursue a degree in psychology with a minor in family law. The distance from both parents allowed me to define myself beyond the dynamics of their divorce and the drama of my adolescence. I discovered passions and strengths that I might not have recognized if my life had continued on its previous path. In my junior year, I interned with a nonprofit organization that helps children of divorce, and I used my experience to help others navigate similar challenges. This work eventually led to my career path, which is to develop programs for family courts to better consider children's needs during custody proceedings. The journey to forgiveness was long and non-linear. Some days, the memory of my mother's casual shrug as she abandoned me at the airport still had the power to steal my breath. On other days, I could acknowledge her humanity, flaws, and limited capacity with compassion rather than bitterness. My therapist had explained years ago that forgiveness does not mean that what happened was okay. On my 25th birthday, I wrote my mother a letter expressing my hard-earned understanding that people can only give what they have within themselves. I wrote, "Your capacity for unconditional love was damaged long before I came along. Recognizing this has freed me from anticipating something you can never deliver." Her response was surprisingly self-aware. "You deserve better than what I could be as a mother," she wrote back. "I am sorry for that, every day." When I married at 28, my father walked me down the aisle with tears in his eyes. "From the moment you called me from that airport, all I wanted was to see you happy and whole," he whispered before handing me over to my soon-to-be husband. "Look at you now." My mother attended the wedding with her new companion, Cassian, who was long gone after their final divorce. She participated correctly, but without seeking to take credit for the lady I had become, a restraint that represented her own maturation over time. My mother taught me the value of self-sufficiency and the dangers of prioritizing status over genuine connection, while my father taught me the patient perseverance of true love and the courage to start over after a loss. These lessons served as a roadmap for me as I started my own family. The airport abandonment, which previously defined me, gradually became simply one chapter in a much longer journey, a critical point, but not the finish. In an unexpected way, being left behind spurred me ahead, forcing me to discover strengths I may not have discovered otherwise. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if my mother had taken me to Bali that day, if she had chosen me over Cassian's preferences. Would I still be stuck in the cycle of seeking her conditional approval? Would I have discovered my father's unwavering love? Would I have found my voice and purpose? Of course, these questions have no answers. My father taught me that families are defined not by biology or legal documents, but by a consistent choice to show up, value, and prioritize one another. In her absence, my mother confirmed this. If you have ever felt abandoned or betrayed by someone who should have protected you, you know that their failure does not determine your worth. Family can be found and created in unexpected places if you remain open to connection, even after heartbreak. Thank you for listening to my story. Take care and best wishes. Parents orchestrated my eviction on my birthday. A decade later, they tried to seize Grandpa's estate, until lawyers said 3 words that ended them. My name is Lucas, I am 27 years old, and if you had told me 10 years ago that I would one day inherit my grandfather's whole inheritance, worth a staggering $3.5 million, I would have laughed in amazement. Back then, I had no idea whether I'd make it through the week, let alone to a lawyer's office with my estranged parents staring at me like vultures circling their prey. The irony is that these are the same parents that abandoned me at 18, sent me out with nothing but a backpack, and told me I was no longer their responsibility. Yet, here we are, with them reappearing at the will reading as if the previous decade had not occurred. Growing up, my family was complex. My parents weren't poor by any means. We lived in a comfortable suburban home. My father worked as a regional manager for a logistics company, while my mother was a part-time teacher who pretended to run the entire neighborhood. But they had a catastrophic fault. Appearance was everything. Sophia, my older sister, was the golden child. Straight-A student and cheerleader who never caused them any trouble. She could do no wrong. I, on the other hand, was represented as a letdown. I was not rebellious. Not really. I just didn't fit the mold. I preferred art to sports, literature to vehicles, and I had a stubborn streak that made me question things they expected me to embrace. That was unforgivable for them. When I was a teenager, the cracks became more noticeable. When money was involved, it became a weapon. Sophia received a brand new automobile for her 17th birthday, whilst I was instructed to be grateful for hand-me-downs. She had her college tuition completely covered, whereas I was told that if I wanted to go, I would have to figure it out on my own. And when I tried to question why things weren't equal, I was lectured about being a man and earning my place. My mother would roll her eyes and say things like, you've always been too sensitive. You expect the world to hand you things. My father would mutter about how I'd never make it without them. I'll never forget one evening at dinner when my father leaned across the table, looked me dead in the eye, and said, "If you're still under our roof by 18, you're a failure." I laughed, because what else could I do? But internally, I was crushed. When my 18th birthday arrived, they didn't just kick me out. They orchestrated it as a play. They sat me down, informed me they were cutting me off financially, and said, "It's time for you to learn the value of hard work." They provided me with no money, assistance, or even a safety net. I walked out of that house with a backpack, 2 changes of clothes, and a part-time job that barely covered groceries. That night, I slept in the back seat of my automobile. Meanwhile, Sophia was sharing Instagram images from her sorority home, smiling while holding a sparkling new MacBook and a credit card from her father. The only person who did not desert me was my granddad. He was my father's father, and he had always been distinct from the rest of them. My parents saw weakness, but he saw possibility. When others teased me for being silent, he responded, that's because you think before you speak." He didn't care if I wasn't the athlete or golden child. He saw me for who I am. He'd invite me over on weekends, feed me, and let me sleep on his couch when things went tough. I never told him the whole scope of what my parents had done. But he was not foolish. He noticed the strain. He noticed how I flinched when my father's name came up. And over time, he became more like a father to me than my biological father ever was. Fast forward almost a decade. I'd created a modest lifestyle for myself, It was not glamorous. I worked long hours, saved where I could, and maintained a distance from my family. Sophia would occasionally send me smug texts about her travels or new house, reminding me that I was still beneath her. My parents remained silent until they needed anything. Then, all of a sudden, I'd get a call from my mother. "Lucas, honey, how are you doing?" I knew better than to believe it. I always kept my responses short. I was not going to be their backup plan. Then came the phone call I had both dreaded and anticipated. My granddad passed away. It gutted me. Even though he'd been sick for a time, I was certain he'd recover. Losing him felt like losing the only true family I'd ever known. When the lawyer called to inform me that I would be attending the will reading, I expected to receive a watch or a letter, something sentimental. I never imagined me inheriting everything. When I walked into the oak-paneled office, I froze. My parents and Sophia sat there dressed as if they were going to a gala. My mother's smile was big. My father's hand rested smugly on his knee. And Sophia gave me this once-over, as if she were calculating how much I was worth today. I wanted to turn around and leave, but I pushed myself to sit. The air was thick with her phony sweetness. My mother leaned over and whispered, "Don't worry, Lucas. We'll make sure the estate is taken care of properly." My father added, "Yeah, of course. We'll manage it for you." They had already begun to mentally count the money. I saw it in their eyes. They assumed I was still the weak youngster they had kicked out. But then the lawyer cleared his throat, shuffled the documents, and delivered the words that made my heart race. Per the wishes of the late Mr. Walter Montgomery, his entire estate, valued at approximately $3.5 million, is hereby left to his grandson, Lucas Montgomery. I swear time has stopped. I looked up, and for a single second, I believed I saw my grandfather's smirk in my head, as if he had planned this moment all along. My parents' smiles were frozen in place. Sophia's jaw actually fell, and then the lawyer turned the page and said, "There are additional stipulations you'll want to hear." Which is when things took a turn that none of us expected. My mother was the first to recover from the shock, but her voice was too high and pleasant, as if she was attempting to hide her worry. "Well, of course that makes sense," she responded, cheerfully clapping her hands. "Lucas was always so close to Dad. But naturally Lucas will need our guidance. He's inexperienced with finances. We'll step in, won't we, dear?" She glanced to my father, who nodded as if the whole thing was already determined. My father sat back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Yes, Walter meant well, I'm sure. But Lucas is not equipped to handle an estate of this size. $3.5 million is a lot for someone with no background. It could ruin him. It's only logical we manage the funds on his behalf." What he said gave my stomach a tighten up. They did not recognize me as a person. They saw me as a barrier between them and a fortune. Sophia smirked, tucking her hair behind her ear as if she could already see herself shopping with the money. "Honestly, Lucas, don't take it the wrong way, but you've never been, well, responsible. Remember when you maxed out that tiny credit card freshman year?" She giggled under her breath as if that one mistake defined me forever. "And Dad's right. A sudden windfall could really mess you up. Let us help." The lawyer cleared his throat again, cutting through their little performance. "If I may, Mr. Montgomery specified very clearly that the estate belongs to Lucas alone. No trustees, no oversight, full control." His eyes flickered toward me quickly, as if to suggest, "Your grandfather knew what they'd try to do." This did not deter my parents. My mother placed a hand on my arm, her claws pushing slightly into my sleeve. "Lucas, sweetheart. You know we only want what's best for you. We can guide you through this, make sure you don't make mistakes. Think of it like a family effort. Grandpa would want us all to benefit." The word benefit weighed on the audience. Benefit for them, not me. I remained silent, attempting to keep my face neutral. But inside, I was seething. All those years of being told I wasn't good enough, of being passed over for Sophia, of sleeping in my car while they laughed at vacation photos, and now they felt they could sweep in and take control of the one thing my grandfather had left me. It wasn't even about money at that point. It was about their hubris, the belief that I couldn't manage my own life without their help. Sophia crossed her legs and leaned forward, her voice quiet yet condescending. "Look, Lucas, you've done fine for yourself, I guess. But this is different. You don't want to end up like those lottery winners who go broke in a year, right? I mean, think about it. You're not even a homeowner. You still rent, don't you? You don't have experience investing. What if you blow it all?" She blushed. "It just makes sense that Dad handles it. He's been managing money his whole career. What she didn't say but I heard was that she assumed I'd always be the failure, the one who lagged behind, the one they could control. This time the lawyer didn't look up from his papers. Again, Mr. Montgomery's instructions are explicit. No one but Lucas is to control or manage the estate. My father's jaw tensed as he attempted a grin. Of course, we're just concerned, that's all. You understand, son? He spoke son as if it were a term of endearment, but it sounded empty. This was the same man who had warned me I'd never make it without him, and who had watched me pack my belongings on my 18th birthday without contributing me $20 in groceries. Now he wanted me to hand up millions in thanks. My mother uttered a small laugh, tilting her head. Lucas, you know, we always wanted the best for you. Maybe we were tough on you, but look how strong you've become. That was our way of preparing you. Don't hold grudges. Let's move forward as a family. I nearly choked from the hypocrisy. They prepared me by putting me out and allowing me to struggle while showering Sophia with everything. My grandfather had prepared me, not them. He taught me resilience, patience, and the importance of quiet strength. Nonetheless, I said nothing. I wanted to hear every last manipulative word. Allow them to dig their own holes. The lawyer proceeded to read through the requirements, but I scarcely recognized what he was saying. My parents were speaking to each other and planning. Sophia tapped on her phone under the table, likely texting her boyfriend about how wealthy she was about to become. I sat motionless, yet inside I felt something shift. After years of being discarded and nights spent wondering if I was worth anything, I suddenly had authority, which they despised. When the lawyer finished, my mother stood swiftly and smoothed her skirt. Well, thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Lucas, we'll discuss the details at home. You'll come over tonight, won't you? She said it as if it was all planned, as if I'd fall back into their circle. My father said, yes, we'll get started on a plan. Investments, property management, taxes. Don't worry, we'll take care of everything. Sophia leaned in close as we walked out, with that same smug little smirk. You're lucky, Lucas. If it weren't for us, you'd drown in all this. Don't forget who actually knows what they're doing. I tightened my teeth and held my fists at my sides. Lucky? No, I was not lucky. I was chosen. My grandfather saw through them all and chose to put everything in my hands. They were no longer in charge, no matter how much they tried to appear otherwise. But I didn't say anything. Not yet. I felt deep down that this was only the beginning. I left the law office that afternoon, my head whirling, clutching a copy of my grandfather's will like a lifeline. My parents walked out with the brittle grins that come with suppressing disappointment, but I could feel their eyes burning into my back as I walked away. I knew them well enough to realize that this was not the end of their plans. It was merely the beginning. And I was not wrong. That evening, around 9 p.m., I had a knock on my apartment door. When I opened it, Sophia stood there, as if she'd just come off a runway, scent filling the air. She gave me the same sneer and slipped away without asking. Cute place, she murmured, raising her eyebrows as she looked about the little living area. But let's be honest, Lucas. This won't do anymore. You'll need something bigger, and you know who can help with that. Me. I closed the door gently, already fatigued. What do you want, Sophia? She dropped down on my couch and crossed one leg over the other. Simple. I'm here to make sure you don't embarrass yourself with this inheritance. You've been living small for so long, you don't even realize what you've got. Think about it. Dad knows investments, Mom knows people, and she twirled a strand of hair around her finger. I know style. Imagine the three of us helping you. We could turn Grandpa's estate into something bigger, but only if you stop being stubborn. Her remarks stung not because they were true, but because they echoed every abuse my parents had ever hurled at me. Small, stubborn, and incompetent. She knew the script by heart. I don't need help, I stated firmly. Grandpa left it to me. Not you. Not them. Me. Her smile slipped somewhat, but she compensated with a laugh. Oh, Lucas. You really think that? You think Grandpa didn't expect you to lean on the family? You wouldn't even have met with that lawyer if Mom hadn't told you the time. That's when I understood she wasn't there to help. She came here to check whether I could bend. But the true betrayal happened a week later. I received a call from the lawyer, his tone clipped. Lucas, I need to ask, did you authorize any changes to the estate account? My stomach sank. No. What? There have been attempts to access the funds. Someone presented themselves at the bank as your representative. Luckily the bank flagged it because of the stipulations in the will, but they were very insistent, claiming you had verbally authorized it. I immediately recognized who it was. My parents. That night, I drove by their house. It looked just like I recalled. 2 automobiles in the driveway, the porch light blazing warmly, the epitome of suburban contentment. I sat there in the dark, hands grasping the wheel, staring at the home from which I had been exiled. And for the first time, I felt neither grief nor longing. I felt cold and calculated, because this wasn't just manipulation anymore. This was theft. They were willing to breach the law, fabricate, and lie in order to deprive me of what my grandfather had trusted me with. Sophia emailed me later that night, as if the cosmos wanted to twist the knife. Don't be naive, Lucas. Money belongs in the hands of those who understand how to use it. Be smart, or you will lose everything. I looked at the message for a long time, my heart pounding in my chest. That was when something snapped. The betrayal was not simply an attempt to steal from me. It was the understanding that they would always perceive me as the weak link, the throwaway one. They had cut me off at 18, laughing as I struggled to make ends meet, and now that I had something of my own, they wanted it as well. I set down my phone and sat in the dark, thinking about my grandfather. I remembered his voice, calm and forceful. The way he looked at me and said, "Oh, don't let anyone tell you what you're worth. You decide." I hadn't believed him for years. But now with my folks hovering like sharks, I finally understand. That night was the tipping point. I was not going to let them control me anymore. And I wasn't just going to safeguard what I owned. I was determined to make them regret underestimating me. But I had no clue how far they'd go next, or how vicious the fight was about to go. The days following the bank incident were some of the saddest I'd experienced since the night I was kicked out at 18. At first, I assumed I could simply disregard my parents' plots, cut them out entirely, and move on with my life. But that was not how they worked. They had a habit of clawing into every gap and forcing themselves into areas they didn't belong, until you felt suffocated. I started to notice unusual things. One morning, I went down to my car and discovered a deep scratch along the side. It was not arbitrary, it looked purposeful and jagged, as if someone had dragged a key from the front bumper to the taillights. Later that week, I received an email from my landlord stating that they had gotten numerous anonymous complaints about noise from my unit. I lived alone. I rarely played music and worked late most nights. Someone was obviously trying to cause trouble for me. Then came the murmurs. My parents still lived in the same town where I grew up, and they had their own small group of friends, the country club set, the church crowd, and the gossipy neighbors. When I was running errands around town, those individuals began to look at me differently. The grocery store cashier, who used to grin, raised her eyebrows as I paid in cash. The woman at the gas station whispered, "Must be nice living off an old man's money." I knew where it had come from. My parents had begun to portray me as the greedy, undeserving grandson who swooped in and seized the family estate. The worst part was not even the defamation. It was the silence. My few friends in town stopped calling. They had heard the rumors too, and perhaps some of them believed them. I'd worked so hard to build a reputation as someone dependable and trustworthy, and now my parents were ruining it all. I reached a low point one night as I sat alone at my kitchen table, staring at the mound of bills in front of me. Not because I couldn't pay them, I had money now, but because I was afraid. I was terrified that if I utilized my grandfather's money too freely, it would feed into the story my parents were crafting. I was terrified that every action I made would be used to prove that I was incapable of handling what I had been handed. That's when the old doubts came back. Maybe they were correct. Perhaps I was not strong enough. Perhaps I'll drown in this fortune, as they said. For hours, I sat there repeating every insult, dismissal, every memory of being told I was useless. It felt like I was 18 again, sleeping in the back seat of my car and wondering if I'd make it through the week. But then I opened the table's drawer and discovered something I had almost forgotten. My grandfather gave me an envelope on my 21st birthday. I had kept it for years without actually looking at it again. Inside was a message written in his firm, slightly wobbly handwriting. "Lucas, if you're reading this, I hope you've realized by now that the world does not provide you anything it attempts to take. Don't let them. You are stronger than you realize, and one day you will need to show it. When that time comes, do not back down. Stand tall. They can only take from you if you give it to them." I read it often until the words became ingrained in my memory. My granddad had known. He saw through my parents long before I did, and he believed in my ability to overcome them. That night, something changed in me. I was still at rock bottom. Lonely. Beaten down. And overwhelmed. But I began to plan discreetly and deliberately. I started capturing everything. I retained copies of the bank's report on the attempted account access. I saved Sophia's texts. I jotted down every rumor I heard in town and where it came from. I began staying late at work, using the company's public computers to conduct research on estate law, trust funds, and property administration. If they wanted to treat me as if I was incapable, I would make sure I was the most capable person in the room. I did not inform anyone what I was doing. I smiled when people sneered, remained cool when my parents threw tiny jabs, and pretended to back down. All the while, I was silently constructing something beneath the surface. It was lonely and unpleasant. Every day seemed like walking a tightrope over an infinite drop. The silence, however, held a curious force. For the first time, I didn't respond. I was prepared. And I had a strong sensation that my grandfather would have been proud. I wasn't sure when or how. But I promised myself that one day the balance would shift. That I'd stop being the target and start holding the strings. I just had no idea how quickly that moment would come, or how violently my parents would try to force my hand. The transition did not occur overnight, but once it began, it felt unstoppable, like a tide suddenly turning in my favor after years of being pulled beneath. I kept my head down, worked long hours, and dedicated myself to learning everything I could about responsible money management. It was not about the money itself. Not really. It was about demonstrating to myself that I wasn't the defenseless child my parents had always described me as. The first significant turning point occurred when I engaged a financial advisor, not someone glamorous or connected to my parents' world, but a quiet, methodical man named Richard who was recommended by a co-worker. He was unimpressed with the size of the estate and did not treat me as a youngster. He sat across from me with a yellow legal pad, asking thoughtful questions and listening to my responses without judgment. By the end of our first meeting, he had delivered me a straightforward plan with diversified investments, tax coverage, and long-term security built in. "You're more than capable," he assured me as we shook hands. "You just needed someone to confirm it." Those words ignited something within me. For the first time, I realized I wasn't just holding on to my grandfather's gift out of fear. I was building upon it. I utilized a portion of the estate to purchase a small home in a quieter area of town. Nothing extravagant, nothing my parents could mock at for bragging, yet, it was mine. Walking through those empty rooms the first night, I paused in the midst of the living room, allowing the silence to wash over me. Nobody could throw me out here. Nobody could tell me I didn't belong. The keys in my pocket demonstrated that I had finally carved out something real. At work too, things began to shift. I was just another name on the payroll. But, with my grandfather's letter in the back of my mind, I began to push harder. I volunteered for projects, worked late, and provided more than expected. People gradually began to notice. A tiny yet important advancement occurred. My manager stated to me, "You've got leadership in you, Lucas. You just need to believe it yourself." I did not broadcast any of this. I knew better than to tell my folks how wonderfully things were going. Eventually, news spread. Small-town gossip had a way of coming back. And soon, I began to hear whispering, which fueled me even more. "He purchased a house. He has a new job title." Perhaps Walter knew what he was doing after all. My parents' rumors were crumbling and being replaced by something else. Respect, albeit grudgingly. That regard worried my parents more than anything else. Sophia paid an unexpected visit to my new home one evening. I did not allow her cross the porch. She stood there in heels, arms folded, her face something between bewilderment and irritation. "Nice place," she stated frankly. "Did you decorate it yourself? Or did you finally get someone to hold your hand?" I did not bite. I simply leaned against the doorframe and replied, "I'm fine, Sophia." "Better than fine." Her eyes narrowed. "Don't get cocky, Lucas. You think one house and a job promotion means you've won? Dad's already looking into ways too." She stopped herself, biting her lip. But I caught it. "Dad is already looking into how to what? Regain control? Undermine me?" It did not matter. I realized then that they had not given up. And that's when I knew my rise was more than just survival. It was all about location. Every stride forward created leverage. Every success was a weapon that they could not take away from me. I began to associate with people outside of my family's circle. I joined a local charity board in my grandfather's name to celebrate the work he had done quietly for years. I worked with people who valued my grandfather's integrity and generosity. With each handshake and link, I was creating a web of support for myself that my parents couldn't break with rumor alone. Inside I remained guarded, still bearing the scars of those early years. But for the first time, I sensed a quiet confidence growing. My parents expected me to stumble and drown in responsibility. Instead, I was learning to swim in waters far deeper than they had expected. Nonetheless, I kept my preparations covert. I knew the storm was not over. If anything, it was accumulating, and when it broke, I wanted to be prepared because I could feel it coming. My parents were not the type to accept loss in silence. They attempted manipulation, they tried stealing, they tried slander. None of it had worked. I knew the next move was going to be bigger and more desperate, and when the time came, I needed to be prepared to not just defend myself, but also strike back. The setup happened nearly by accident. In retrospect, it felt like my grandfather was guiding me even years after his death. I'd started going to more of those charity board meetings, which I joined in his honor. And at one of these events, I met Marcus Hale. He was in his late 50s, a retired attorney with piercing eyes and a calm demeanor that drew you in when he spoke. He had known my grandfather personally. They appear to have played chess together every Thursday night for nearly 10 years. When he learned who I was, his expression softened. Walter was a rare man, he stated firmly, shaking my hand. I hope you know how proud he was of you. The way he phrased it felt unusual, almost secretive. Later that week, while drinking coffee, he leaned across the table and said quietly, "You should be careful. Your grandfather, he anticipated there might be trouble after he passed. He put certain protections in place." I froze. Protections? What types of safeguards exist? Marcus grinned slightly. That's something we can talk about more formally. But let's just say Walter wasn't blind to your parents' nature. He made sure the estate would be safeguarded in ways they wouldn't expect. If they overstep, it won't just be morally wrong, it'll be legally disastrous for them. For the first time, I knew I wasn't simply playing defense. I had ammo. Marcus spent the following 2 weeks assisting me in determining exactly what my grandfather had done. The estate was more than just a large sum of money. It was well planned. There were deeds, interests in a modest portfolio of properties, and even a trust set up particularly for altruistic undertakings in my name. More crucially, there were clauses, ironclad stipulations that directly disinherited my parents if they tried to intervene or identify themselves as representatives. My grandfather had written everything down, signed and notarized, as if he knew they'd try to take what wasn't theirs. Marcus spelled it all out piece by piece. And I felt something change inside me. All those years I thought I was alone, powerless, and struggling to survive. It turns out that my grandfather had planned for this very occasion. He had seen the storm coming, and he had given me not just the wherewithal to weather it, but also the power to fight back. My parents' confidence strengthened over time. I began receiving letters in the mail, formal-looking envelopes with their names neatly written on the bottom. Proposals about how I should divide the inheritance. One person proposed placing Sophia on the payroll as a family liaison. Another suggested selling off the estate properties to eliminate management issues, and then funneling the revenues into trusted family accounts. I didn't respond to any of them, but I did keep each letter properly packed in the folder Marcus asked me to keep. He told me that paper traces are powerful. Every word they write is another rope around their own neck. At the same time, I was moving up in my own right. Work acknowledged me again, this time with a big promotion that included increased authority and a place at the table during strategy sessions. People who had previously neglected me were now asking for my opinion and nodding as I spoke. It wasn't about money anymore, it was about respect. Genuine respect is acquired through persistence and ability. With respect came allies. The more people saw me come into my own, the more they quietly countered the rumors my parents had spread. At community functions, I overheard statements like, "Lucas's really turned out well," and, "You can tell Walter raised him right." Each remark chipped away at the false image my parents had attempted to create. The nicest part was that they didn't know. They had no idea that while they plotted behind closed doors, I was gathering allies, records, and quiet power. They assumed I was still the boy they had sent out with nothing but a rucksack. They expected me to capitulate, hand over the reins and thank them for it. But I wasn't that boy anymore. I was a man with power. They were unprepared for the power that was approaching. Then came the moment that brought everything together. Marcus handed me a little, worn-edged, leather-bound notebook one evening. "Your grandfather asked me to hold on to this until I felt you were ready," he told me. Inside were pages of my grandfather's handwriting, notes and comments, as well as a precise description of how to fight every move he predicted my parents would make. He had not only left me money, but also a playbook. As I closed the journal, my hands quivering, I knew something with absolute conviction. The time for just surviving had passed. I wasn't just going to defend what I owned. I planned to set the setting so that when my parents made their next move, I'd be fully prepared to destroy it. They wanted to play games with me. They had no idea I was already holding the winning hand. The breaking point came faster than I anticipated. My parents had been circling for months, writing letters, dropping hints to neighbors, and making not-so-subtle remarks whenever we crossed paths in town. But when they did make their move, they went big. Too big. Marcus called me on a fresh fall morning. His voice was quiet, yet it had a sharpness that I had not heard before. "Lucas, your parents filed a petition with the court this morning. They're claiming you're unfit to manage the estate and are requesting guardianship of the assets." Guardianship? They were literally attempting to deem me incapable at 27 years old. After everything I'd accomplished for myself, I nearly laughed when he told me. The absurdity of it is almost astounding. But then it hit me. This wasn't simply another attempt to manipulate me behind closed doors. This was public. This was them dragging my name through the mud and attempting to portray me as inadequate in front of the entire community. And it was their error. Marcus and I had been preparing for months, silently gathering every scrap of proof of their interference, the attempted bank access, the manipulative letters, the stories they'd circulated, the will requirements my grandfather had meticulously crafted. Piece by piece, we had constructed an airtight casing that virtually sparkled. The court date came on a gray Tuesday morning. I came into that courtroom wearing a basic suit, with no entourage or theatrics. My parents were already sitting, flanking Sophia like devoted warriors. They looked arrogant and cocky, as if the outcome was already decided. My mother even mustered the courage to grin at me, her look syrupy sweet, as if she was forgiving me for causing this show. But as the judge called us to order and my parents' attorney began his opening statement, the fractures appeared right away. He described me as irresponsible, emotionally unstable, and prone to financial recklessness. He mentioned my lack of experience and modest upbringing. Sophia nodded dramatically at each time, playing her part perfectly. And then it was our turn. Marcus rose gently, commanding attention without raising his voice. "Your Honor, what we have here is not a question of competence, but of greed." He started laying out the documents one by one. The fraudulent effort at the bank. The letters proposing that I relinquish authority. The SMS messages were filled with disdain. The will had provisions that plainly disinherited my parents if they sought to meddle. The courtroom became quieter with each piece of evidence. My parents shuffled uncomfortably, their smugness fading. Sophia's jaw hardened as her arms folded across her chest. Then came the final blow. Marcus raised the leather-bound notebook my grandfather had left me behind. "Mr. Montgomery anticipated this very situation. In his own handwriting, he described his concerns about his son and daughter-in-law's history of manipulation. He wrote, and I quote, 'If they attempt to take what is not theirs, it will be proof enough of why I chose Lucas.'" The words echoed around the courtroom, like a gavel strike. My mother's face paled, my father's fists tightened, and Sophia's gaze shifted to the floor. When the judge finally spoke, her tone was firm and definitive. "The petition is denied. The estate will remain solely in Lucas Montgomery's control. Furthermore, this court cautions the petitioners against any further attempts to undermine the explicit wishes of the deceased. This matter is closed." It was over in less than an hour, but the consequences were immediate. My parents' attempt to gain power not only failed, but also exposed them for what they were: deceptive, selfish, and desperate. As we exited the courthouse, my mother tried one more time. She reached out, her voice wavering with artificial warmth. "Lucas, sweetheart, we only did this for you. You don't understand how much pressure this is. Let us dash. I paused and gazed at her, calmer than I had been in my entire life. "No," I answered simply. "You did it for yourselves. Grandpa knew it. And now everyone else does too." Her hand froze in the air and dropped to her side. My father muttered something under his breath, but he could not meet my gaze. Sophia pushed ahead, her shoes clicking like bullets on the marble floor. I walked out of that courthouse with the weight of years lifted off my shoulders. Not only had I defended my grandfather's trust, but I had done so with a level of calm that they had not expected from me. They had consistently underestimated me, and their arrogance had finally caught up with them. But this was just the start of their reckoning. Because, while the courtroom had resolved the legal struggle, the true fallout, the social, personal, and irreversible, was still lurking just around the corner. The weeks following the court hearing were like watching dominoes fall one after another in slow motion. My parents had strolled into that courtroom expecting to win, believing they could bend the world in the same way they had bent me as a child. However, the judge's decision went beyond simply denying their petition. It had shattered the illusion they'd crafted over decades. When the mask came off, the entire community saw them in a new light. It started little. My mother's group of acquaintances at the country club, whom she had spent years talking with, began to drift apart. When she strolled into the room, talk came to a halt, unlike before when she had been the focal point. One woman even said quietly to me, "We had no idea how badly they treated you, Lucas." "I'm sorry." My mother attempted to maintain appearances, but the chilly smiles and hushed whispers informed me her image was deteriorating. My father fared no better. His company had learned about the hearing. Small communities have a way of spreading stories to every corner. His financial expertise suddenly became less valuable. Clients were tired, meetings were canceled, and rumors spread that he had been asked to retire early. The humiliation was painful for a man whose entire identity was based on his career. Sophia's fall was the sharpest of all. She had built her social reputation on being the golden child, the one who could do no wrong, and taunted me while receiving gifts. However, following the hearing, people viewed her differently. At gatherings, she was no longer the focus of attention. Instead, she was the girl who tried and failed to steal from her brother. Her lover dumped her shortly after, and I learned through the grapevine that she had moved back in with my parents. The three of them were once again living under the same roof, feeding off each other's bitterness like slow poison. Meanwhile, my own life extended in ways I had not anticipated. The estate was more than just money. It represented possibility. I invested in myself through undertakings that my grandfather would have been proud of. The nonprofit board grew in size, and I found myself taking on leadership responsibilities where my opinion was valued. For the first time in my life, I was not an outsider. I was not the disappointment. People respected me. But the most powerful moment occurred one evening as I drove by my parents' home. The same house from which I had been evicted at the age of 18 with just a backpack. The porch light was on, but the yard was overgrown, and the shutters needed painting. The house appeared tired and worn down, almost like the people inside it. I parked across the street for a time and watched. Memories poured over me, the night of my banishment, the years of derision, and the repeated comparisons with Sophia. For so long this site represented my failure and disgrace. But now, as I looked at it, all I felt was clarity. They had not ruined me. They'd forged me. Every insult, dismissal, every bitter comment had strengthened the resolve I now possessed. And then I realized my revenge was complete. Not because I embarrassed them in court. Not because they had lost their position. But I no longer required their approval. Their power over me was completely gone. I rolled down my window, letting in the cool night air, and said to myself things I'd never dared say before. Grandpa was right. I decide what I'm worth. With that, I shifted into gear and drove away, leaving the house and everything it meant behind me. They attempted to cut me out of their life. Finally, I cut them out of mine. When my parents threatened to sue me unless I gave my house to my sister, my lawyer laughed, and I realized I was finally free. Growing up, the pattern was clear. Serafina had the newest fashions, special tutors, and fantasy trips. I received lectures about hard work and independence. At 16, I was flipping burgers at a shabby country eatery while she prepared for a summer trip to Europe. When I brought it up, my parents advised me to recognize priorities. Translation: Serafina's future was more important than mine. I wasn't bitter at first. I just figured that's how things worked. Parents invest in the child they believe will succeed, while the other learns to fend for himself. So, I did. I worked through college, lived in tight apartments with roommates who forgot to pay rent, and avoided going out while my peers partied. Every paycheck, I set something aside. I wasn't sure why I needed a safety net. All I knew was that no one would catch me if I fell. After graduation, I realized I had two options: work in a low-paying job or take a chance. So I used my savings to create a tiny auto repair shop. It wasn't glamorous, and the first year was grueling: late nights, long hours, weekends spent elbow-deep in engine grease. But it paid off. By year 5, I was making enough money to seriously consider getting my own house. Of course, my parents were aware of this. I had voiced my desire to ultimately own a home rather than rent a shoebox flat, and each time I did, they would grin and the discussion would move. My mother would sigh deeply. "Serafina's been struggling so much. Rent is so expensive these days." My father would add, "She just needs a little help." It would mean so much if she had a stable place to live. They never said it outright, but the message was clear. I was supposed to be the one to fix her problems. Never mind that Serafina's difficulties were entirely her own. While I was working 16-hour shifts, she was living her best life: vacations, designer handbags, and nights out at upscale restaurants. But strangely, she was the one who needed assistance. Then there was the money. Over the years I'd been assisting my parents financially, covering home repairs, unforeseen bills, and even sneaking them additional cash when things became tough. I didn't mind at first; after all, they were my parents. But then I started noticing minor things, like how my mother constantly had a new purse and my father suddenly got a nice new watch. At first I assumed they had merely been saving. Then I recognized where the money was going. Serafina. My parents weren't struggling. They were simply funneling my assistance directly into her lifestyle. Then I overheard an exchange that altered everything. I'd stopped by my folks' place to drop something off. I hadn't planned to stay long, but as I passed past the kitchen, I heard my name. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I stopped in place and listened while pretending to check my phone. "I'm sure he'll do the right thing," my mother said. "He's responsible. He's been saving for years." My father agreed. "It only makes sense. He can't expect her to struggle. He's her brother." Struggle? Serafina? The same Serafina who had never paid rent in her life and still relied on my parents to pay her credit card bills? Something was not adding up. And then it struck me. They were discussing my money. I stood there, my heart hammering as the revelation hit. They had a plan. I would buy a house without being asked. Not for myself. For Serafina. And the worst part? They expected I would simply go along with it. Like it was apparent. As if it were my responsibility. I wanted to storm in and demand answers, but I knew what would happen. They'd claim I was being selfish. They'd talk about family, duty, and how fortunate I was to have succeeded while Serafina struggled. I have heard it all before. I needed to think, so I left without saying anything. That night, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling of my little studio apartment, which had a flickering kitchen light that I hadn't fixed. I reflected on every time I had been told to wait my turn, every sacrifice I had made, and every time I had swallowed my rage and smiled. And I thought about Serafina, and how she would respond if she knew what they were planned. Would she feel embarrassed? Grateful? Or would she simply presume it was her right? I received an answer the next morning. Serafina contacted me out of nowhere, her voice full of enthusiasm. She went on and on about the new spot she had discovered. "It's perfect," she exclaimed. 3 bedrooms, a backyard. I can finally move out." I waited for her to say the most important part. That she had a plan to pay for it. But she didn't, since she didn't require one. In her mind, this was already decided. My parents had plainly ensured that. She even had the guts to say she'd let me crash in the guest room if I ever needed a place to stay. That was it. I realized I wasn't playing along anymore. The very following day, I did precisely what they expected. I bought a house. But not the one they had in mind. I did not tell anyone. There is no spectacular announcement, no explanations. I selected a place I adored, paid my deposit, and signed the papers. It wasn't big, but it was mine. The first thing in my life that I genuinely owned. I assumed I had time before my family found out. Perhaps a few months, or perhaps a year. But life has a strange way of hurrying things up. I was in the middle of putting together my new kitchen, peeling off the ludicrous "Live Laugh Love" stickers left by the previous owner, when my phone started exploding up. Missed calls and messages from my mother, father, Serafina, and even extended relatives I hadn't spoken to in years. Then I saw the text that made my stomach drop. "Why did we hear from the realtor that you bought a house?" I didn't know how they found out. Perhaps the agent said anything to someone. Perhaps Serafina had been looking at the same listings. It did not matter. What mattered was that I had made a move, and the real struggle was about to begin. The moment the text appeared on my screen, I realized my calm housewarming period was officially ended. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing, calls and messages, some angry, others concerned, all with the same undertone. Betrayal. I disregarded them. If I picked up now, I'd be dragged into a conversation where they distorted everything to make me the bad guy. Instead, I went back to building up my home. The previous owner had left behind some ugly wallpaper in the living room, and that was going to be the most distressing thing I had to deal with today. Then the doorbell rang. I already knew who it was. I felt it in my bones. When I opened the door, my parents appeared less like loving parents and more like corporate officials, eager to talk about my breach of contract. My mother's face was a mix of disappointment and anguish, the kind of expression reserved for when I forgot to call home. My father had his arms crossed, as if he were preparing to negotiate a hostile takeover. Before they could even enter, I braced myself. The following 20 minutes were just as I expected: accusations, guilt-tripping, and the entire "we're family" speech. My mother went on about how Serafina was upset and didn't know where she would live now. My father made it obvious that they expected me to do the right thing. And my particular favorite, the reminder that after everything they had done for me, this was how I would repay them. They did everything for me. For example, as a teenager, I was forced to pay rent. Like asking me to pay for my own school, while they pay for Serafina's luxury outfit, allowing me to work 2 jobs while she enjoyed weekend spa trips. If anything, I'd repaid them tenfold. I could feel my patience wearing thin, but instead of snapping, I remained silent, nodded along, and let them talk. I'd learned a long time ago that arguing was ineffective. They were not here to listen. They were here to further their story. Then came the ultimatum. My mother, her voice full of artificial calm, informed me I had 2 options: give the house to Serafina or be disconnected. I had to control myself from laughing. Cut off from what? Whose love and support? The same affection and support that was always contingent upon certain circumstances. The same family that had never given me anything without asking twice as much in exchange. I assured them that I would think about it. Not because I would, but because I wanted them out of my home. They left looking victorious, as if they had surrounded me and forced me to submit. I took a big breath, entered my kitchen, and retrieved a beer from the refrigerator. Sat down and stared at my phone. More missed calls. Serafina had finally texted, and I could anticipate what it said. Something about me ruining her life, and how she had relied on me. I opened it, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Serafina sent a message, but it was not intended for me. She had unintentionally forwarded it to our family group chat rather than the person she was talking to. The communication had a detailed strategy for how she and my parents were going to break me. How they'd keep up the pressure until I gave in and handed over the house. There it was. As clear as day. Confirmation that none of this concerned fairness or family. It was a planned takedown, and I was just the fool who was meant to roll over. I snapped a screenshot, saved it, and then sat there for a minute. For the first time in years, I felt something different. There is no anger or sadness. Only clarity. They had never considered me family. I was only a resource to be called upon as needed. So, I made a decision. I was not going to argue. I was not going to explain myself. I was only going to show them how finished I was. The following morning, I began making my move. The following morning, I awoke with a plan. If my family wanted a conflict, they'd get it. But only on my terms. I was not going to fight or explain myself. I was going to take charge of the situation and make it clear that I was done playing their games. First, I secured everything. I called my bank and confirmed that only I could make adjustments to my accounts. I changed my passwords, safeguarded my key documents, and even installed security cameras around my home just in case. Knowing my family, I wouldn't put it past them to do something desperate. Then I contacted a lawyer. I had no idea if my parents could get me in trouble legally, but I wasn't going to take any chances. After describing my position, the lawyer informed me that as long as everything was in my name and I hadn't signed anything for Serafina, I wouldn't have to worry. That was encouraging news, but I was still not taking any chances. Later that day, I received an SMS from Serafina. She was willing to discuss, but only if I agreed to make things right. I ignored it. A few hours later, another text arrived, this time from my mom. She was worried about me and suggested we have a family meal to address everything. Yes, right. I was not going to fall for that trap. Instead, I chose to reverse the script. If my family felt they could influence me with pressure, I was going to apply some of my own. First, I went to social media. I published a simple post, nothing big, nothing explicitly addressing them. I just posted a picture of my new house with the message, "Finally home. Worked hard for this, and it's all mine." The reaction was quick. Friends and extended family began thanking me, commenting on how well I earned it. And then the real fun started. Serafina did not respond, but I knew she saw it. A few hours later, I received another SMS. This time, she wasn't as courteous. She yelled at me about how selfish I was, and how I had embarrassed her by making my purchase public. Apparently several of her acquaintances had queried why she wasn't buying a house if I could afford one. Her ego had taken a knock, and she was unhappy about it. Then came the phone call. This time it was my father. No more faking care. No more, "we're family" rhetoric. He was enraged, accusing me of embarrassing them and being ungrateful. I let him rant. When he eventually asked what I was going to do to rectify it, I responded simply, nothing. That's when the threats began. If I didn't do the proper thing, I might never be welcome in their home again. What's my response? Sounds like a win-win to me. For the first time in my life, I did not feel bad about standing my position. I didn't feel like I owed them anything, since the truth was that I didn't. I banned Serafina's number. I muted my parents' calls. Then I got takeaway from my favorite barbecue establishment, opened a cool drink, and sat on my new porch, watching the sun set over my hard-earned property. For the first time in my life, I felt completely free. The silence did not last long. By the next morning, my email was overflowing with new messages. Serafina had gone into full meltdown. My parents had begun damage control. Apparently, some extended family members saw my post and began asking inquiries. My parents didn't want anyone outside of their small circle to realize how bad things were. I could almost hear their conversations, my mother desperately attempting to spin the narrative so she wouldn't appear terrible, and my father moaning about family responsibility and how I had somehow betrayed them. And Serafina? Well, she'd gone nuclear. Not only was she yelling on the family group chat, but she was also venting her frustrations on social media. I scanned through her most recent posts, long theatrical captions about how difficult her life was, how she had been deceived by those closest to her, and how she was fighting to find a place to live. I nearly choked on my coffee when I noticed she had created a GoFundMe campaign. That's correct, she had launched a crowdfunding effort called, Help Serafina Get the Home She Deserves. The audacity was nearly astounding. The description was even better. She portrayed herself as the struggling sister whose cold-hearted brother had refused to assist her during her hour of need. She conveniently left out the part where she was expecting a free house and had done nothing to deserve it. What about the donations? A grand sum of $20, likely from one of her equally entitled buddies. I had to admit that I was rather disappointed. If you're going to commit to the hoax, make it convincing. Still, the situation was becoming ludicrous. I needed to stop this before it went any farther. I didn't want to turn this into an internet family war, but I also didn't want to let them tarnish my reputation. So I decided to drop one final bomb. I created a second article, but this time I added some receipts, actual screenshots of Serafina's text message to me, in which she openly acknowledged to scheming with my parents to coerce me into giving her my house. I didn't provide any commentary, just screenshots and the caption, clearing up some misunderstandings. The internet handled the rest. Within hours, others began calling her out. Friends who had previously blindly supported her have now gone silent. Some even turned against her, understanding they'd been duped. Serafina erased her GoFundMe page and locked her social media accounts. My parents, too, were struggling to cope with the heat. Apparently, some extended family members decided to reach out and question why they thought it was acceptable to demand a house from their son while coddling their daughter. By the end of the day, the family group chat was completely silent. No more guilt-tripping messages or passive-aggressive calls. Just silence. And it was amazing. I sat back and watched the sun fall below the horizon, my phone empty of notifications. I had a refreshing drink in my hand, a playlist of my favorite music playing in the background, and for the first time in years, I wasn't waiting for the next shoe to drop. I wasn't concerned with what my family thought or if I had done the proper thing. I'd done the right thing for myself, and that was enough. The hush lasted for a full week. There are no calls, texts, or anything. I anticipated my parents to make one more desperate attempt, but for the first time, they appeared to realize I wasn't moving. Perhaps the public disgrace had finally set in. Perhaps they were regrouping. In any case, I was not about to get comfy. Then, just as I was settled into my new life, another surprise arrived. Certified mail. A large envelope bearing my parents' return address, the kind that never contains good news. I sat at my kitchen table, coffee in one hand and a letter opener in the other, prepared for whatever drivel was inside. This was a legal notice. My parents threatened to sue me. I had to read it twice to ensure that I wasn't having hallucinations. According to the petition, they claimed I misled them into believing I was purchasing the home for the family's benefit and that I had unjustly profited myself at their expense. That was absurd. I had never made a promise to anyone about handing away my house, but their desperation had reached unprecedented heights. What is the best part? They demanded financial restitution for the mental suffering I had caused Serafina. That's right. She was so upset about not getting a free house that they assumed she deserved money. I followed what any sensible individual would do. I laughed. Then I called my lawyer. The conversation was short. My lawyer could barely contain his delight as he told me that this lawsuit had no chance of succeeding in court. At best, it was a fear technique. At worst, it was a last-ditch attempt to coerce me into giving in. Regardless, I wasn't concerned. But I wasn't going to let it slip. If they tried to escalate things, I would immediately escalate them back. I made a few more calls, one to my bank to double-check everything was locked down, and another to a locksmith to strengthen my home security. Then I did something I knew would send them over the edge. I responded with a certified letter notifying my parents that any additional harassment would result in legal action. 2 days later, phone calls resumed, first my mother, then my father, and finally Serafina. I disregarded them all. Some left contrite voicemails, while others continued to guilt-trip me. My mother's was the greatest. She went from tearful to enraged in a single message, demanding to know how I could abandon my own family for something as insignificant as a house. Small. The irony almost knocked me over. Why would they go to court over something so small? Finally, on the third day, I answered when my father called. He cut through the chit-chat and got right to the point. They would drop everything if I simply decided to work something out with Serafina. I informed him that there was nothing to work out. That was the final straw. He exploded, ranting about how selfish I was, how I had deceived them, and how no son of his would ever treat his family in this manner. It was the same type of speech I had heard 100 times before. However, this time I felt nothing. I let him speak. When he finally ran out of steam, I simply told him I had nothing else to say. I wished him well, expressed my hope that they would move on, and hung up. And that was all. The legal threats were dismissed. The guilt trip is gone. My parents finally seemed to realize that I was not giving up. Serafina went radio silent. Either she recognized she was not receiving anything from me, or she found another subject to cling on to. For the first time in my life, I felt liberated. No more manipulation. No more obligations. Just me, my house, and a future that truly belonged to me. I'd won. The first several weeks of freedom were challenging. I'd spent so much time waiting for the next round of manipulation that it seemed strange to wake up without fear of receiving a passive-aggressive text or another family ambush. My house felt more like a home than a location I had to defend. For the first time, I was able to focus on myself. I established a consistent routine, getting up early, going to the gym, and making genuine meals rather than grabbing fast food on the run. I finally had the time and energy to enjoy the simple pleasures in life, like sitting on my veranda with a cup of coffee and watching the world rise up. It was the kind of peace I never knew I needed. But of course, peace does not stay long. One afternoon, while working from home, I heard a knock on the door. Before I saw, my intuition knew who it was. Sure enough, Serafina. She stood on my porch, looking less like the sister I grew up with and more like a door-to-door salesperson on the final day of the quarter. The entitled assurance was vanished, leaving behind an appearance of desperation. Almost. I did not let her in. Instead, I stood outside, arms crossed, waiting for whatever script she had written. She began with small talk, awkward and strained, as if she were reciting from a poorly rehearsed screenplay. Then came the true reason she was here. She reflected on everything and realized. She had been a little unjust. She informed me that she was no longer looking for a house, but rather a somewhere to stay for a short time. I almost laughed. A little while, correct? And then what? I let her move in, and now I'm paying her expenses while she sits on my couch, whining about how unfair life is. Not a chance. I kept my reaction simple. Her parents had gone above and beyond for her. Why not stick with them? That was when the full truth came out. She was no longer welcome there. Our parents' reputation seemed to have suffered as a result of what happened. Relatives who had previously tolerated their behavior were less likely to support them. Even Serafina's pals had distanced themselves. It turns out that when you go viral for attempting to defraud your own brother, people don't want to interact with you. Serafina was seeking for more than just a place to crash. She wanted to get away from the catastrophe she had created. I did not take the bait. I informed her I was no longer interested in performing that role. No hard feelings, but I was not responsible for resolving the issues she caused. Her demeanor shifted as soon as I said those words. The phony humility vanished, replaced by the same old anger. She labeled me selfish and claimed that families should support each other. I simply shrugged. She walked out in a huff, making a dramatic exit that would have worked when we were kids. But all I felt was relief. A few days later, I went to the mall to pick up some items. While standing in line at a coffee establishment, I heard a familiar voice. Serafina was speaking loudly to someone at a nearby table. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, But when your sister's voice sounds like a megaphone, it's difficult not to. She was whining loudly about how difficult life was today and how she needed to get this work, an actual job, like a normal person. She complained about how stressful it was and how she couldn't believe people did this every day. Meanwhile, the woman she was speaking with appeared to be on the verge of telling Serafina that the majority of the population has always done the same thing. I bit my lip to avoid laughing. It was too wonderful. Instead of saying anything, I grabbed my coffee and passed by her table. She did not even notice me. However, as I stepped outdoors, I couldn't help but smile. For the first time in my life, I wasn't dealing with Serafina's issues. Someone else heard her tirade about life's inequities. And you know what? That was all right with me. Later that evening, I received a text from my mother, a last-ditch attempt to guilt me into rethinking. Something about how family sticks together, and she couldn't believe how cold I'd gotten. I ignored it. They had spent years emphasizing that I wasn't truly a member of their family until I served a purpose for them. Now I finally understand something crucial. I was not cold, I was just finished. And for the first time in my life, I felt no need to explain myself to anyone. My sister stole my identity for an $800,000 fraud. At dinner, I faced her and said, "This is a police report." Her smile vanished instantly. The bank informed me that I owed $623,000 for a mortgage I never signed. It turns out that my sister exploited my name to acquire her dream home. At family dinner, I didn't say anything but handed the police report across the table. Her fork dropped. Every jaw at the table dropped. My world was wrecked with a single phone call. A terrible betrayal that ripped through the very core of my family. I never dreamed that the person I'd looked up to my whole life would be the one to orchestrate such a brutal lie, leaving me to pick up the pieces of a life she'd systematically destroyed. Before everything fell apart, I, Lila Morgan, a 29-year-old nurse from Seattle, had a pretty wonderful existence. Nothing spectacular, but it was satisfying. For 6 years, I worked as a registered nurse in Seattle Grace Hospital's pediatric unit. Even on the most difficult days, aiding sick children feels extremely rewarding. My co-workers were like family, and I had established a reputation as dependable and caring. My little cozy apartment in Ballard was my haven, complete with plants. With so many plants, my friends joked that it was more like a greenhouse than a home. Those green buddies brought me comfort during busy hospital shifts. Then there was my own family. Victor and Eleanor, my parents, raised my sister, Serafina, and myself in the same suburban home. They were excellent people, honest, diligent, and dedicated. Serafina, 3 years my senior, was always the confident one, the achiever, and the one who made friends easily. I was the quiet, studious one who discovered my voice only after college. But there was never any resentment. At least not that I noticed. I was proud of her accomplishments. As adults, we stayed close. Serafina had a successful career in real estate, selling luxury residences. She married Damian Vale, a financial advisor, 5 years ago. They were an attractive pair, always tanned from their regular tropical holidays. Their social media feed was a showcase of controlled perfection. Meanwhile, I stayed single and focused on my profession. Our lives couldn't be more different, but we still got together for coffee and family dinners twice a month. Serafina would occasionally make subtle remarks about my lifestyle or advise investments that I couldn't afford, but I just chalked it up to her wanting the best for me. Serafina and Damian moved into their gorgeous Craftsman home in Queen Anne, one of Seattle's most exclusive districts, 8 months ago. At their housewarming, I felt a tinge of envy as I walked through their perfectly refurbished rooms, complete with Viking equipment and panoramic views. "Someday you'll have this too, sis," she'd added, grabbing my shoulder. "You just need to aim higher." The day everything changed began like any other Tuesday. My phone vibrated as I was assisting Noah, a 7-year-old kid, change his bandages. I usually don't respond during patient treatment, but I was waiting for word regarding my elderly neighbor. "Hello, this is Lila," I said as I stepped into the corridor. "Miss Morgan, this is Marcus Hale from Washington Mutual Bank, and I'm phoning regarding your missed mortgage payments. We've sent multiple letters, and I'm afraid if we don't get this resolved soon, we'll have to start foreclosure procedures." My stomach fell. "I'm sorry. There must have been a mistake. I don't have a mortgage, I rent my apartment." His voice became slightly arrogant. "Miss Morgan, our records show that you took out a $623,000 mortgage in January for a residence on Highland Drive. You paid for the first 3 months, but we have not received anything since April." Highland Drive. This sounded familiar. Wasn't it Serafina's street? "This is a mistake," I repeated, my voice rising. I've never purchased property. My credit isn't even good enough for a mortgage that size. I'm a nurse, not a surgeon. The application shows an annual income of $192,000 and a credit score of 782 at the time of application. We have all the documentation, Miss Morgan, including your signature on multiple forms. Perhaps you could come into the branch to review the paperwork. The conversation went on as if nothing had happened. I returned to Noah's room on autopilot, my mind racing. Was there a clerical error? Identity theft? What about the address? That cannot be a coincidence. At the bank, Oliver Kent, the branch manager, laid out a folder of documents that made my stomach sink with each page. Loan application, income verification, credit check authorization, and closing papers, all with what seemed to be my signature. And there it was. Black and white. The property address corresponded to Serafina's new home. Could I get copies of all of this? I inquired, my voice remote. Miss Morgan, if you did not apply for this mortgage, I strongly advise you to contact the police. This appears to be identity theft and possibly fraud. I nodded numbly, but a voice within was screaming, not just any identity theft. My sister, my own sister, had stolen my identity to purchase her dream home. The days that followed were a flurry of fear, bewilderment, and thorough research. I called in ill to work for the first time in 2 years, unable to concentrate as my personal life unraveled. My flat, which had once been my haven, suddenly felt like a cage in which I wandered ceaselessly, alternating between wrath and confusion. Could there be another explanation? Perhaps Serafina had made a catastrophic administrative mistake. But as I examined the copied documents, my hopeful notion disintegrated. This was deliberate. Someone had painstakingly falsified my signature on several documents. Someone had provided my social security number, birth date, and work history. Someone who knows me well. My first call was to Equifax. The customer service guy seemed bored until I described the matter. Her tone then altered to one of trained pity. Let me pull up your credit report, Miss Morgan. A keyboard click, followed by a pause. There are several accounts here that appear to have been opened in the past year. The mortgage is the largest, but there's also a home equity line of credit for $150,000, 3 credit cards with limits between $20,000 and $30,000 each, and a personal loan for $45,000. I went to the doctor. All of these are fraudulent. I didn't open any of them. By the end of the day, I'd contacted all 3 major credit agencies, filed fraud alerts, and discovered that my credit score, which had formerly been a respectable 724, had plunged to 546 as a result of missing mortgage payments and maxed-out credit cards I was unaware of. The following morning, I met with Fiona Adler, a financial advisor. This is definitely identity theft, she acknowledged. And I must say, it's quite sophisticated. Whoever did this knew exactly what information would be required to pass verification checks. It was my sister, I added, making the accusation aloud for the first time. The house is hers. She's living in it right now. Fiona's expression changed from professional worry to real shock. That complicates things. Family fraud is unfortunately common, but it presents unique challenges both legally and emotionally. What should I do? Legally, it's clear you need to file a police report. Without this, banks will not regard you as a victim, rather than a participant. I hesitated. Despite the growing evidence, I still couldn't believe Serafina, my defender and role model, would do this to me. Before reporting to the police, I decided to acquire additional information. A handwriting expert verified the falsified signatures. Then I began looking into Serafina's finances. Through social media and informal discussions, I saw alarming tendencies. Despite their seeming prosperity, Serafina and Damien had been experiencing financial troubles for at least 2 years. Nonetheless, their lifestyle had not changed. If anything, they'd get more ostentatious. My buddy Marissa, who works at a premium vehicle shop, provided the most incriminating evidence. I probably shouldn't tell you this, Marissa explained over coffee. But when they ran her credit for financing, it was a mess. Damien ended up paying cash, but I overheard them arguing about it in the parking lot. He said something like, "We can't keep doing this." The house was risky enough. The property was damaged. My residence. I also noticed that many credit accounts had been started in my name, all of which were linked to online statements using a small variation of my email address. LilaMorgan883@gmail.com rather than my actual LilaWillMorgan193@gmail.com. It's easy to miss during verification processes, but it's definitely planned. Every new piece of information seemed like an extra weight on my chest, making it difficult to breathe and reject the truth. My sister, whom I had entirely trusted, had stolen my identity to fund a lifestyle she couldn't afford. She had put me under the bus without hesitation, leaving me to cope with the financial and legal consequences when everything eventually failed. After a week of investigation, I couldn't avoid taking the essential action. With a heavy heart, I drove to the Seattle Police Department's Financial Crimes Unit. I sat in a hard plastic chair for over an hour before Detective Nadia Cruz noticed me. "Lila Morgan," she inquired, a woman in her 40s with short brown hair and sad eyes. "My name is Detective Nadia Cruz, and I apologize for the wait. Please follow me." She brought me to a small interview room. "Now I understand you're here to report identity theft." "Yes," I replied, my voice smaller than I had intended. "By my sister." Detective Cruz's expression flickered with surprise, perhaps sympathy, before returning to her professional approach. "I see. That's regrettably more common than you might think. Tell me everything from the beginning." I spent the next 2 hours walking her through the entire story. The bank call, the mortgage I never sought for, the credit cards and loans made in my name, and the home my sister lived in were all obtained using my stolen identity. "Miss Morgan, I want to be clear about something. Filing this report means we will investigate fully. And if the evidence supports your claims, your sister could face serious criminal charges. Identity theft and mortgage fraud are felonies. She could go to prison. Are you prepared for that?" The query struck me hard. Was I ready to accept responsibility for sending Serafina to prison? To destroy her life, marriage, and career? I recalled our childhood, how she taught me to ride a bike, helped me with homework, and stood up to bullies. I thought of our parents, who would be devastated. But then I remembered my destroyed credit score, the $623,000 debt in my name, and the fundamental breach of trust that I couldn't grasp. "Yes," I finally said. "I need to protect myself. If she faces consequences for what she did, that's her responsibility, not mine." Detective Cruz responded with a nod. "I know this is difficult. We'll handle the investigation with caution, but I can't guarantee secrecy, especially if charges are made. These cases become public record." As I signed the report, my genuine signature, not the forged one, I felt a strange combination of relief and dread. The machinery of justice was now in motion, and I couldn't stop it even if I tried. 2 days later, Detective Cruz called to provide an update. "We've validated your suspicions, Miss Morgan. The mortgage application was made online using your personal information, but from an IP address traceable to your sister's old location. We're also looking into her husband's possible participation. Financial crimes of this nature are rarely conducted by a single person in a household." Damien. I hadn't considered his involvement until now, but he would have known. As a financial advisor, he may have even helped plan the entire scheme. "There's more," Detective Cruz added. "We've discovered evidence suggesting they were planning to declare bankruptcy in your name once the debts became unmanageable. There are searches from their home computer about bankruptcy laws and identity abandonment." The premeditated nature of their betrayal astounded me. They hadn't stolen my identity out of desperation. They had plotted to completely destroy my financial prospects while safeguarding their own. A week after filing the report, I received the formal police documents, which included a complete dossier outlining the evidence against Serafina and Damien. Bank papers revealing transfers from accounts in my name to their personal accounts, loan applications with fake signatures, and credit card statements showing transactions at locations and restaurants I'd never been to. Sitting at my kitchen table that evening, I looked through each document, carefully underlining the most damaging passages. The cops had done a superb job of constructing an airtight case. According to Detective Cruz, the district attorney was confident in filing charges. Tomorrow was our bi-weekly family supper. Serafina would be there, still convinced that her idea had gone uncovered. She wasn't aware that I had received the foreclosure notice. She had no idea I had spent weeks examining her. She was unaware of the police report, which was now sitting in a manila folder on my counter. As I was getting ready for bed, my phone vibrated with a text from my mother. "Looking forward to seeing my girls tomorrow. I'm making your favorite lasagna, love you both." The casual normalcy of it broke something in me. I cried for the first time since the nightmare began. Not just for myself, but for our parents, whose world was about to crumble. I spent nearly an hour deciding what to wear to dinner. It felt significant. I chose a simple navy dress, professional and serious, unlike my typical casual attire, but this was no ordinary dinner. I carefully applied my makeup, determined that Serafina would not notice how deeply she had injured me. I would not offer her satisfaction. As I drove to my parents' house, fond memories of happier family dinners came flooding back. Tonight would be the last of those dinners, at least in the shape I could recognize. After tonight, nothing would be the same. I parked a block away and took a moment to settle myself. As I approached the house, I noticed Serafina's white Range Rover in the driveway. Had that also been a lie? Had it been acquired using fake credit in my name? The comforting aroma of my mother's lasagna greeted me. I pondered turning around and driving home, pretending I was ill. I could confront Serafina discreetly, giving her the opportunity to make amends without public humiliation. But then, I remembered the bankruptcy searches that Detective Cruz mentioned. Serafina and Damien intended to leave me financially devastated while they walked away untouched. They deserved no mercy. I rang the doorbell. The weight of the police report in my backpack felt like a brick. "Lila," my mother said, grinning as she opened the door. She grabbed me into a hug. "You look beautiful, but so serious. Is everything okay at the hospital?" "Everything's fine, Mom," I said, returning her hug. "Just tired from a long week." Inside, my father was sitting in his customary seat, a recliner with a glass of red wine. "There's my girl. Want some wine? It's that Oregon Pinot you like." "Thanks, Dad." "That would be nice." Serafina's laugh, as brilliant and melodious as ever, echoed through the kitchen. She emerged in the doorway wearing an expensive-looking cream top and tailored slacks, her blonde hair neatly dressed and her smile radiant. "Lila, finally, I was telling Mom about this incredible patient success story I heard from Dr. Bennett at the club. You should talk to him about potential positions in his practice. The benefits are amazing." The audacity stunned me. Here she was, having stolen my identity and offered job advice as if she cared about my well-being. I forced a smile. "I'm happy where I am, thanks." If she detected my coolness, she didn't show it. Dinner continued with painful normality. Dad sliced steak. Mom served lasagna. Julian spoke about his new project. The children chattered. Serafina masterfully evaded any concerns regarding their finances, usually shifting the focus to someone else's affairs. "Lila, you're quiet tonight," my father remarked as we approached the end of the main course. "Have a rough week?" I carefully set down my fork. "You could say that." "Anything you want to talk about?" Mom said, her brow furrowing. Serafina stepped in before I could react. "Oh Mom, leave her alone. Not everyone needs to process everything out loud like me." She giggled and flipped her hair. "Some people just need to mull things over privately." The irony was almost overwhelming. Serafina, who had committed crimes that would soon be made public, was now arguing for my privacy. "Actually," I began, immediately meeting my sister's eyes. "There is something I need to discuss with all of you." Serafina's countenance flickered with uneasiness before returning to her usual confident smile. "Sounds serious. Let's at least have dessert first. I brought that chocolate mousse cake from Dahlia that you love, Lila." "That can wait," I replied firmly. The table went silent. Even the children sensed the sudden stress. "Julian, why don't you take the children into the living room?" my mother said, her sense of family drama finely honed. After the kids were settled, I dug inside my backpack and took out the manila folder. My heart beat so loudly that I was sure everyone could hear it. Serafina's gaze remained locked on the folder, her grin wavering. "What's that, honey?" my father inquired. I took a deep breath. The moment had arrived. There was no turning back. "This," I continued, resting my palm on the folder, "is a police report." The stillness lengthened. My mom's eyes widened. My father placed his wine glass gently. Damien, who had been mostly silent, was attentive, his gaze darting between the folder and Serafina. "A police report?" my mother repeated. "Lila, what happened? Are you all right?" "I'm not all right, Mom. I've been the victim of a crime." I moved the folder across the table toward Serafina, looking directly at her. "Identity theft and fraud, specifically." Serafina did not touch the files. Her face had become very still, with dynamic expressions frozen. "What are you talking about?" she inquired, her tone unusually high. "Open it," I replied calmly. Damien put his hand on Serafina's arm. "Maybe we should discuss this privately, Serafina." "There's nothing to discuss," she said hurriedly, still not touching the folder. "Lila's obviously confused about something." My father, who was never one for tension, attempted to lighten the situation. "Is this a joke, girls?" "No, Dad." I reached across the table and opened up the folder, displaying the first page of the police report with official letterhead and case number. 2 weeks ago, I received a call from Washington Mutual Bank about missed mortgage payments on a $623,000 loan I never took out for a house I've never owned at 4872 Highland Drive. My mother gasped gently. But that's Serafina and Damien's address. I finished for her. The dream house they'd been showing off to everyone for months was purchased through a mortgage fraudulently obtained in my name, along with a home equity line of credit, 3 credit cards, and a personal loan. All maxed out, all in default. All eyes shifted to Serafina, whose face had lost its color. Everyone remained silent for some seconds. Serafina gave a brittle, strained laugh. This is ridiculous. There's obviously been some kind of mistake. A bank error or… The police don't think so, I replied. Neither does the handwriting expert who confirmed the forged signatures. Neither does the IP address evidence showing the mortgage application was submitted from your old condo. Damien abruptly got up. We should leave, Serafina. We don't have to hear these accusations. My father found his voice, deep and shaking with rage. Sit down, Damien. Both of you need to explain what the hell is going on. Serafina's mood abruptly changed. The deer headlights appear to have fled, replaced by cold calculation. Fine. You want an explanation? We hit a rough patch. Damien's firm collapsed when his partner embezzled funds. My commissions dried up during the market correction. We were about to lose everything we'd worked for. So, you decided to steal my identity? I questioned incredulously. To saddle me with over $800,000 in debt I knew nothing about? It was supposed to be temporary, Serafina said, her voice rising. Once the market recovered, once Damien's new clients came through, we were going to refinance everything properly. That's a lie, I replied gently. The police found your searches about declaring bankruptcy in my name. You were never going to make this right. You were planning to destroy my financial future to save yourselves. My mother began crying gently. My father's cheeks had turned an alarming red. Serafina, he replied, his voice unsettlingly quiet. Tell me this isn't true. Tell me you didn't do this to your sister. Serafina seems to be on the verge of another denial, then her shoulders slumped. We were desperate. You don't understand what it's like having achieved a certain lifestyle, certain status, and then watching it all slip away. People were counting on us to be successful, clients, friends, family, everyone. I was counting on you to be my sister, I murmured, my voice breaking. To love me, not betray me. Damien instantly turned against Serafina. I told you this would blow up in our faces. I told you we should have found another way. There was no other way, Serafina exclaimed back. Your brilliant investment strategies lost us everything. What was I supposed to do? Do not commit felony fraud using your sister's identity, Damien responded. Do you have any idea what this means? We could go to prison, Serafina. My parents were astonished by this interaction. My father then stood up, his hands shaking. Get out. Both of you. Get out of my house. Dad, please, Serafina said, tears welling up in her eyes. I couldn't tell whether it was sincere or calculated. You have to understand. I understand perfectly, he said, cutting her short. You stole from your sister. You lied to all of us. You were willing to destroy Lila's life to maintain your facade. I don't even recognize you anymore. My mother, still in tears, glanced at Serafina, devastated. How could you do this after everything we taught you about honesty, about family? What happened to you, Serafina? Nothing happened to me, Mom. Serafina replied, her defiance returning. I just refuse to fail. Unlike the rest of this family, I have ambition. I have standards. Do you think I wanted to end up like Lila, living in a tiny apartment with plants as my only companions? Her nonchalant cruelty shocked me. Is that what you really think of my life? That it's some kind of failure because I don't have a mansion or a luxury car? You could have had more, Serafina said furiously. You're smart enough, but you've always settled for less. Honestly, it's not like you were even using your good credit score for anything important. Damien grabbed her arm. Enough, Serafina. We're leaving now. He turned to me, his face a mix of rage and panic. This isn't over, Lila. You have no idea what you've done by filing that report. I know exactly what I've done, I said calmly. I've protected myself from criminals. That's what you both are, criminals. And now you'll face the consequences. As they prepared to go, my mother screamed out for Serafina. The police. Will they arrest you? Serafina halted at the door. For a brief time her facade slipped, And I saw genuine dread in her eyes. I don't know, Mom. Probably. After they went, the three of us sat in startled silence. My father poured himself another glass of wine, his hands trembling. My mother wiped her tears with a napkin, appearing much older than her years. I should have seen it, she said finally. All those extravagant purchases. The house we knew they couldn't afford. I just thought they were being irresponsible with their money. Not this. None of us saw it, I replied, grabbing for her hand. I never imagined Serafina capable of something like this. Not to a stranger, and certainly not to me. My father looked at the police report, which was still open on the table. What happens now? The district attorney will decide whether to press charges. Given the evidence, Detective Cruz thinks it's almost certain. Serafina and Damien will be arrested, probably within the week. And the debts? My father, the ever-present accountant, inquired. The mortgage, the credit cards? I'm working with the banks to clear my name. It's a long process, but the police report helps establish that I'm the victim, not a willing participant. My credit is still destroyed, at least for now. We sat together for several hours that night, contemplating the shock, betrayal, and uncertain future. My brother Julian returned from putting his children to bed, and we discussed everything. His first incredulity turned to outrage on my behalf. I'll testify against her if necessary, he declared vehemently. What she did to you is unforgivable. Like I drove home that night, I felt hollowed out, like if something important had been removed from my chest. I had done all possible to protect myself, but there was no satisfaction, only anguish for the sister I thought I knew and the family that would never be the same. The immediate aftermath of that fateful supper felt like scenes from someone else's life, as if I were appearing in a television drama without auditioning. 3 days after the confrontation, Detective Cruz contacted. Arrest warrants have been issued for both Serafina and Damien. They were taken into custody at their home, my home, according to the fraudulent mortgage, and charged with multiple felonies: identity theft, fraud, forgery, and conspiracy. Their arrests generated local headlines. The headline read, "Prominent Seattle realtor and financial advisor accused with identity theft scheme." The casualty was Serafina's sister, according to the report, although my name was mercifully not revealed. Nonetheless, anyone who knew our family could quickly figure it out. My phone was continuously buzzing with messages from anxious friends, distant relatives, and even former classmates. I turned it off, unable to bear the well-intended but intrusive questions. My parents retreated into a state of shock and embarrassment. Dad stopped attending his weekly golf games because he couldn't face pals who had definitely seen the news. Mom has taken a leave of absence from teaching. Their social network, which had grown over decades, suddenly felt dangerous. Everyone must be talking about us, Mom stated during one of my visits, as she wondered what went wrong with Serafina. You didn't go wrong, I told her. A portion of me wondered the same thing. Were there symptoms of Serafina's moral flexibility that we had all overlooked or forgiven over the years? My family's pressure to withdraw the charges began subtly, but grew stronger as the truth of Serafina's condition became clearer. She and Damien had been released on bond but had to relinquish their passports. Their assets were frozen, including the house, which the bank was now attempting to seize. She made a terrible mistake, my mother pleaded over the phone one evening. But she's still your sister, still our daughter. Couldn't you ask the district attorney to reduce the charges? Maybe some kind of probation instead of prison. Mom, she stole my identity. She planned to declare bankruptcy in my name. Do you understand what that would have done to me? I wouldn't have been able to rent an apartment, get a car loan, maybe even keep my job if it required a security clearance. She was willing to destroy my life. I know, honey. What she did was inexcusable, but she has 2 young children. Think about your niece and nephew growing up without their mother. That was the hardest part. Ilara and Rowan, ages 5 and 7, are completely innocent in this situation. I adored those youngsters. They now risk losing their parents to incarceration as a result of my police report. My determination weakened. Marissa helped me recover perspective on a much-needed night out. Listen to me, she said, firmly putting down her vodka tonic. Serafina chose to commit many felonies, to victimize her own sister, and to endanger her children by engaging in criminal behavior. None of this is your fault. The repercussions are hers to face, not yours to ease. But your parents are doing what parents do, attempting to protect their child. But they are protecting the wrong child in this circumstance. You are the victim here, Lila, and don't let them make you feel bad for sticking up for yourself. She was correct, of course. When I visited with the district attorney the next week, I made it clear that I had no desire to drop or reduce the charges. "Miss Morgan, I want to commend your resolve," Prosecutor Clara Wu said. "Many identity theft cases involving family members never make it to court because victims withdraw under family pressure. But these crimes have real consequences, and they merit real punishment." The judicial proceedings progressed painfully slowly. Throughout it all, I had to keep working, paying my expenses, and trying to rebuild my broken credit. I'll never forget the day Serafina and Damien eventually agreed to a plea deal, 9 months after our showdown. I waited in the courtroom, seeing my sister, who was slimmer now and had replaced her fancy clothes with a modest blue suit, stand before the judge. "Serafina Vale, you have pleaded guilty to 1 count of identity theft, 1 count of fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy," according to the judge. "Before I pronounce sentence, do you wish to make a statement?" Serafina turned slightly to look at me in the gallery. For a brief time I caught a glimpse of my childhood sister, vulnerable, human, and flawed. "I want to apologize to my sister," she replied, her voice calm but soft. "What I did was unforgivable. I betrayed your trust in the worst possible way, and I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I was selfish and desperate and terrified of failure, but that's no excuse for hurting the person who has always supported me and believed in me. I'm so sorry, Lila." The judge sentenced Serafina to 18 months in federal prison, while Damien received 12 months. Both were sentenced to 3 years of supervised release and ordered to pay full restitution. As Serafina was brought away, our gazes met one more time. There was so much unspoken between us, so much damage that may never be mended. I wasn't sure whether I could ever forgive her. But in that moment, I recognized the complexities of my emotions, anger and betrayal interwoven with recollections of shared childhood, of love that had been genuine despite everything that had happened since. The weeks after the sentencing were a jumble of practical issues. The bank foreclosed on the house and sold it at auction. I worked with credit agencies to have the bogus accounts removed from my record, which was a painstakingly tedious process. My relationship with my parents stayed strained. They paid Serafina regular visits, but rarely mentioned them to me. We attempted to retain a sense of family connection, but our interactions were brief, avoiding the elephant in the room. Thanksgiving passed, and it was the first time in my recall that there was no entire family gathering. Christmas was likewise split. Our family's decades-long traditions, as well as our trust, had been shattered. The day the bank finally erased the false mortgage from my credit report was like coming out of a long dark cave. My credit score was steadily recovering. I'd relocated to a new apartment, hoping for a fresh start away from the memories of treachery. As winter transitioned into spring, I got an unexpected letter. Not from Serafina, who had repeatedly written with apologies I couldn't accept, but from my niece Alara. In shaky handwriting on pink paper she wrote, "Dear Aunt Lila, I miss you a lot. Grandma says you're mad at Mommy because she did something bad. I'm sometimes mad at Mommy too. Like when she wouldn't let me have 2 desserts. But I still love her. Do you still love her? Can you come see me in Rowan? We have a new apartment, but it's small and doesn't have a garden like the big house. Love, Ilara." Tears welled up in my eyes as I saw a child's innocence, unable to comprehend the gravity of what had occurred. Regardless of my feelings toward Serafina, Ilara and Rowan were innocent victims of their parents' sins. They deserved an aunt who loved them, even if that affection had to be kept aside from their mother's treachery. That evening I called my parents and asked if I might see the kids. The relief in my mother's voice was evident. "They ask about you all the time," she continued. "They would love to see you." My weekend visit with my niece and nephew was the first hesitant step toward mending. Not forgiveness precisely, but an acknowledgement that familial relationships, especially when severely wounded, do not simply vanish. They evolve, necessitating new boundaries, expectations, and definitions of trust. 6 months after Serafina began serving her term, the foreclosure sign was removed from the front of the Highland Drive house. Another family moved in, unknowing of the events that had occurred within those walls. I drove past on occasion, experiencing an odd mix of emotions. Not remorse or envy, but something more complicated. The house that had signified my sister's treachery was now simply a house, inhabited by people who had no relation to our family's grief. My credit score, while not totally repaired, had returned to the fair level. The bogus accounts had been removed. I'd settled into my new apartment, which was smaller than my previous one, but in a more secure building with a protected mailbox. The paranoia stayed, a regular companion I was learning to cope with. My weekly therapy appointments with Dr. Iris Lang had become an essential component of my healing. Family betrayal creates a unique kind of trauma, Dr. Lang stated. The people we expect to protect us become the source of harm. It fundamentally challenges our ability to trust. Will I ever trust anyone again? I asked, partly jokingly. You'll trust differently, she'd said, more thoughtfully and deliberately. That's not necessarily a bad thing. She was correct. I'd grown more careful, more vigilant in analyzing financial accounts, and more selective about who I let into my inner circle. But I hadn't completely withdrawn from life, as had been my concern in those dismal early days. My connection with my parents was slowly improving, but it would never be the same again. The strain of split loyalties, their natural impulse to support Serafina versus my justifiable need for acceptance as the victim, created an underlying tension. But we were all trying. Sunday dinners had resumed, but less regularly and with a cautious avoidance of certain issues. Your father and I visited Serafina yesterday, my mother said during one of these dinners, keeping a close eye on my expression. How is she? I inquired, shocked by my own real interest. Managing. Teaching an ESL class to other inmates. She asked about you. I nodded but gave no response. I still wasn't ready to see Serafina, to confront her across a prison table and hear more apologies. Maybe someday, but not now. My father, who had been relatively silent about Serafina for months, suddenly spoke up. She's different in there. Humbled, I think. I think she's finally understanding the magnitude of what she did to you. It was the first time he explicitly acknowledged me as the sufferer, rather than Serafina's suffering. The validation, though long overdue, meant more than I could say. Thank you for saying that, Dad, I replied quietly. Extended family provided the most unexpected help. My cousin Nadia, with whom I had never been particularly close, reached out. I never told anyone in the family, she informed me as she drank coffee. But my college roommate stole my identity, opened credit cards, ran up thousands in debt. I know something about what you've been through. What did you do? I inquired. Press charges just like you. Lost friends who thought I was overreacting. Never regretted it for a minute. Finding this community of understanding, other identity theft victims who fully understood the violation I had endured, became a vital part of my healing. I joined an online support group and later began attending in-person meetings of a financial crime survivors network. There I encountered people from all walks of life whose tales mirrored mine. The shock of discovery. The time-consuming process of clearing their names. The destroyed relationships with those who couldn't understand why they wouldn't just forgive and move on. In their presence, I was not required to explain or defend my feelings. They already knew. Through this network, I was able to contact with a charity group that assists victims of identity theft. After taking advantage of their resources, I started volunteering, utilizing my own expertise to help others navigate the maze of systems, credit bureaus, law enforcement, financial institutions. You have a gift for this, Celine, the director of the group told me. You're compassionate without sugarcoating the reality of what they're facing. This effort brought meaning to my pain by translating a traumatic personal experience into information that could benefit others. I couldn't reverse what Serafina had done, but I could utilize it to make someone else's path less lonely and more manageable. Moving to my new apartment was not only a practical requirement, but it also served as a symbolic new beginning. I filled it with plants as usual, but also with new furnishings that had little resemblance to my life before betrayal. I set up a tiny home office with a locking file cabinet, not because I expected another family member to take my identity, but because the experience showed me the importance of careful security. When Serafina had been detained for about a year, I received a letter that stood out among her earlier attempts at communication. Unlike her previous apologies, this one addressed the specific hurt she had caused me. I've been working with a therapist here, she announced. She's helping me understand that true accountability entails recognizing not only that I did something wrong, but also how my actions hurt you. I stole more than your identity, Lila. I stole your sense of security, your trust in family, and your faith in my love for you. I can't repair the damage, but I want you to know that I see it clearly now. I'm not asking for forgiveness, or even a response. I simply want you to know that I understand what I did, and I'll live with that knowledge for the rest of my life. I did not react right away, but I saved the letter and read it from time to time. The acknowledgement of specific harms felt more sincere, comprehensive and conscious than her earlier general apologies. Around this time, I made a decision that startled even myself. Using part of the reparation money that had finally began to arrive from Serafina and Damien's seized assets, I made a deposit on a little house with a large yard, ideal for an expanding garden. The irony was not lost on me. My sister's transgression eventually resulted to me acquiring the home she had fraudulently claimed in my name. The day I signed the legal mortgage papers, a time that should have been entirely joyful, I felt an unexpected surge of emotion. Sitting in the loan officer's office, studying documents that were strikingly identical to those forgeries in my name, I felt a strange circle closing. "Is everything all right, Miss Morgan?" the loan officer said. "Yes," I said, signing my real name on a loan I had chosen for a house I could afford. "Everything is fine, better than fine actually." Taking ownership of my new home was a strong act of reclamation. I painted my walls in colors I liked, started a vegetable garden, and invited friends to a housewarming party, my first true celebration since the identity theft discovery. Marissa brought champagne and a doormat that said, "Not today, identity thieves." Dark comedy made me laugh despite myself. My parents also visited, bringing a houseplant and awkward well wishes. They were striving to support this new chapter while maintaining their friendship with Serafina. "It's a lovely home, Lila," my mother exclaimed, holding me warmly. "We're so proud of you." "For buying a house?" I inquired. "For everything," my father explained. "For how you've handled all of this with dignity and strength. It wasn't completely mending. That would take years longer, if it ever arrived. But acknowledgement was important." 2 weeks after my housewarming, I finally did something I had been thinking about for months. I drove to the federal penitentiary institution where Serafina was serving her term, and put my name on her visitor list. I wasn't ready to see her yet, but I wanted the choice there if and when the time came. As I continue to rebuild my life, I've realized that healing is a journey, not a destination. Some days I feel strong and forward-looking. Others experience the betrayal as fresh and intense. Throughout my trip I've learned to accept both realities. What happened between my sister and me is a narrative with no clear finale or ideal resolution. Once betrayed, family relationships can never be fully rebuilt. However, they can evolve into something new, perhaps more honest, with clearly defined boundaries and carefully restored trust. I'm not sure if Serafina and I will ever restore anything approximating our prior intimacy. I'm not sure whether I'll ever totally trust her again. But I'm confident that I've weathered the worst betrayal I can conceive, and I've grown stronger, wiser, and more self-sufficient than before. If there's one takeaway from all of this, it's that trust should be viewed as a valuable resource, given wisely, guarded appropriately, and removed when necessary for self-protection. Love and trust are not the same thing, which I had never completely understood until today. I can love my sister while realizing that she has broken my trust in ways that may never be restored. This event taught me that there are and should be boundaries to family loyalty. Standing up for yourself, even when it means going against others you care about, is not selfish, but rather vital. If forgiveness is granted, it must follow accountability rather than replace it. I am continuously creating my story and figuring out how to move forward. But I know this. I will not be a victim in silence. I refuse to give up my financial future to protect someone who has not protected me. I refuse to accept betrayal as the cost of family harmony, and in those refusals, I found my strength. How about you? Have you ever been betrayed by someone you trusted completely? How did you manage it? And what boundaries did you set afterward? I would love to hear your stories in the comments section below. If this testimony made you feel less alone in your own experience with family betrayal, please like it and subscribe to my channel for more real-life experiences of perseverance and recovery. Share with someone who may be dealing with similar challenges. Knowing that others have walked the same arduous route can make a huge difference. Thank you for hearing my story. Remember, protecting yourself is not selfish. It is crucial for survival and eventual recovery. Sitting in the loan officer's office, studying documents that were strikingly identical to those forgeries in my name, I felt a strange circle closing. "Is everything all right, Miss Morgan?" the loan officer said. "Yes," I said, signing my real name on a loan I had chosen for a house I could afford. "Everything is fine, better than fine actually." Taking ownership of my new home was a strong act of reclamation. I painted my walls in colors I liked, started a vegetable garden, and invited friends to a housewarming party, my first true celebration since the identity theft discovery. Marissa brought champagne and a doormat that said, "Not today. Identity thieves." Dark comedy made me laugh despite myself. My parents also visited, bringing a houseplant and awkward well wishes. They were striving to support this new chapter while maintaining their friendship with Serafina. "It's a lovely home, Lila," my mother exclaimed, holding me warmly. "We're so proud of you." "For buying a house?" I inquired. "For everything," my father explained. "For how you've handled all of this with dignity and strength. It wasn't completely mending. That would take years longer, if it ever arrived. But acknowledgement was important. 2 weeks after my housewarming, I finally did something I had been thinking about for months. I drove to the federal penitentiary institution where Serafina was serving her term and put my name on her visitor list. I wasn't ready to see her yet, but I wanted the choice there if and when the time came. As I continue to rebuild my life, I've realized that healing is a journey, not a destination. Some days, I feel strong and forward-looking. Others experience the betrayal as fresh and intense. Throughout my trip, I've learned to accept both realities. What happened between my sister and me is a narrative with no clear finale or ideal resolution. Once betrayed, family relationships can never be fully rebuilt. However, they can evolve into something new, perhaps more honest, with clearly defined boundaries and carefully restored trust. I'm not sure if Serafina and I will ever restore anything approximating our prior intimacy. I'm not sure whether I'll ever totally trust her again. But I'm confident that I've weathered the worst betrayal I can conceive. And I've grown stronger, wiser, and more self-sufficient than before. If there's one takeaway from all of this, it's that trust should be viewed as a valuable resource, given wisely, guarded appropriately, and removed when necessary for self-protection. Love and trust are not the same thing, which I had never completely understood until today. I can love my sister while realizing that she has broken my trust in ways that may never be restored. This event taught me that there are and should be boundaries to family loyalty. Standing up for yourself, even when it means going against others you care about, is not selfish, but rather vital. If forgiveness is granted, it must follow accountability rather than replace it. I am continuously creating my story and figuring out how to move forward. But I know this. I will not be a victim in silence. I refuse to give up my financial future to protect someone who has not protected me. I refuse to accept betrayal as the cost of family harmony, and in those refusals, I found my strength. How about you? Have you ever been betrayed by someone you trusted completely? How did you manage it? And what boundaries did you set afterward? I would love to hear your stories in the comments section below. If this testimony made you feel less alone in your own experience with family betrayal, please like it and subscribe to my channel for more real-life experiences of perseverance and recovery. Share with someone who may be dealing with similar challenges. Knowing that others have walked the same arduous route can make a huge difference. My family mocked my trucking career for 15 years, then tried to trap me with a $6,000 restaurant bill. I said no, tossed $40, and walked out for good. I, a 36-year-old guy, have been on the road for nearly 15 years. I began as a corporate driver, earning money, sleeping in truck stops and missing every holiday. Back then, I was earning around $38,000 per year while dealing with dispatchers who regarded us like disposable parts. The cab of my first assigned truck smelled like 3 decades of cigarettes and fast food. But I had a plan. I saved every cent. I lived like a monk in a $600 a month efficiency apartment with cinderblock walls and a shower that barely suited my 6'2" frame, and finally purchased my own rig. A used Peterbilt 380-9 with 780,000 miles that I patched up myself. Then I purchased another. Now I operate a modest fleet of 8 vehicles, hire 12 drivers and 3 office workers, and make approximately $380,000 per year after expenses, fuel bills, maintenance, and payroll. Not too terrible for a dropout letdown. My trucking business did not start immediately. I drove for others for 5 years before saving the $45,000 down payment for my first used truck. I attended night classes in business management at the community college. My relatives didn't seem to notice. I investigated the most profitable routes, specialized in chilled items, which pay higher rates, and established a reputation for timely deliveries. Eventually, I negotiated contracts with regional distributors who were unwilling to deal with the hassles of fleet maintenance and driver administration. My best friend Cole saw it coming from the start. When everyone else was laughing at my truck driver phase, he was the only one who received it. "These people don't understand business," he would declare bluntly. "They think success only comes with a piece of paper on the wall." Cole has an auto repair shop across town, and is as subtle as a sledgehammer. This is exactly why we've been so close since high school. We played offensive line together. He was the right guard. I was a right tackle. And we protected our quarterback as if our life depended on it. That mentality persisted after graduation. Atlas, a German Shepherd, was rescued 2 years ago, and I adopted him. Some jerk abandoned him when he went out of state. He's with me practically everywhere. Riding shotgun in the F-350, sleeping at the office, and so forth. Best decision I've ever made. When dealing with a family like mine, having someone who is truly devoted makes a difference. Atlas has become the unofficial mascot for my company. My drivers bring him snacks. The ladies at the office treat him rotten. And my clients always inquire about him. He has greater social skills than I do, honestly, and he has a terrible feeling about people. If Atlas dislikes you, he typically has a good reason. Meanwhile, my 39-year-old brother Victor took the proper way. He earned his accounting degree, married his college love, Lauren, and they had 2 children, a boy and a girl, aged 8 and 6. Isn't it the perfect American dream? Victor earns roughly $90,000 working for a large firm downtown. He has a 4,000 square foot property in the suburbs with a $2,800 monthly mortgage, a leased BMW 5 Series that he can barely afford, and approximately $40,000 in credit card debt that he does not discuss. Dad believes he walks on water. Every Christmas, Victor brags about their recent family vacation or the new golf clubs he purchased. However, I did see his credit card statements when he left them on the counter when I was in their house. Minimum payments are made throughout the board. The guy is drowning in debt, but he acts as if his life is on the line. My parents are also pieces of work. Dad, a 63-year-old guy, spent his entire life as a middle management at a manufacturing facility, often moaning about being passed up for advancement. His favorite line is, "I would have been VP if it weren't for office politics." Nothing to do with his lousy performance or tendency to claim credit for other people's efforts. Mom, a 61-year-old female, worked part-time at a doctor's office where she largely gossiped about the patients and judged them based on their medical issues. They both have the boomer attitude, in which they believe they worked harder than anyone else, despite having things easier than any generation since. Dad liked repeating stories about how he paid for college by working summers, conveniently ignoring the fact that college cost roughly $500 per semester back then. Mom brags about buying their first property at 23, but fails to reveal that it cost 3 times their annual salary, rather than the 8 to 10 times that young people today pay. Over time, our connection deteriorated. Every time I visited, which wasn't often, Dad would make these disparaging remarks about my employment choice. "I saw one of those big rigs jackknife on the interstate," he'd say over supper. "I guess that's what happens when they let anyone get a CDL these days." Or he'd mention Victor's new promotion in front of me, then ask if I'd considered returning to school. What they didn't realize or decided to ignore was that, while Victor was living paycheck to paycheck in his McMansion, I was quietly developing something significant. My fleet generates $1.8 million in gross income. I have commercial contracts with 3 major distributors, a real estate portfolio of 4 rental properties that earn $5,700 per month in passive income, and a 7-figure investment account. My sister-in-law Lauren was aware though. When Victor wasn't present, she hinted at their financial problems. "Victor had to take a cash advance to pay for Timmy's baseball camp," she told me. Or, "We're thinking about refinancing again to consolidate some debt." Surprisingly, I've helped them out more than once. When Victor's mortgage was underwater during the housing crisis, I lent him $15,000 and never discussed it again. When Dad's transmission failed in his beloved Cadillac, I paid the $4,800 repair price. When Mom needed dental work that wasn't covered by insurance, I handled the $3,200 bill without a word. When Victor's child needed emergency surgery and their insurance had a $5,000 deductible, guess who paid? They easily forgot about these occasions when it came time to respect what I'd created. That's how families operate, Cole once informed me when we were watching a game. They'll take your help but still treat you like garbage. It's the Thompson family special. He didn't make any errors. I also have a half-sister, Maya, a 27-year-old girl, from my father's brief affair. Mom accepted him back, but always treated Maya as an outsider. Maya and I actually get along well. She is a tattoo artist who has never bought into her family's foolishness. She is the only person I have frequent touch with. For the past 4 years, I've scarcely seen any of them. Last Christmas, I sent gifts to the kids but did not show up for dinner. Maya came to see me on the road once or twice. That was it. I was too busy creating my business to cope with their drama. My blood pressure decreased by 15 points when I stopped making regular contact, according to my doctor. Then, last month, I received the call. Dad was retiring, and they were hosting a special family party at Morton's Steakhouse, reportedly the fanciest restaurant in town. Mom called first, then Victor, and then Mom again. Maya texted me, "They're being weird about this dinner. I think they're up to something." I should have listened to her, but like an idiot, I assumed they truly wanted to patch things up. After 15 years of their stupidity, I had a modest hope that they would ultimately view me as more than a failure. I drove up to Morton's in my F350 Platinum 7.3-liter Powerstroke diesel with 1,500 pound-feet of torque and a custom flatbed in the back for hauling parts as needed. It cost me $84,000 cash with no financing. Atlas sat in the passenger seat, staring at me as if he knew what was coming. I instructed him to stay and crack the windows. He'd be okay for a few hours. The valet examined my truck, showing care for the vehicle and bewilderment regarding the driver. He wasn't sure if I was someone important in business attire or just a contractor who had taken a wrong turn. I handed him the keys and instructed him to park somewhere noticeable. It has a security mechanism that is readily triggered. I lied. I just wanted it so I could view it from inside. Trust concerns perhaps. But they have served me well. The valet looked at me as if I were carrying meat to the kitchen. Whatever. I've seen that look my entire adult life. People think I'm just an uneducated grunt who takes things from point A to point B. They don't comprehend I handle complicated logistical operations, manage a multi-million-dollar firm, and earn more in a month than most of them do in a year. Their stupidity is not my problem. Inside, I noticed them at a large table in the middle of the restaurant. Dad was holding court, loudly discussing his legacy at the company. Victor sat next to him, nodding to everything like a dashboard bobblehead. Mom was on Dad's other side, occasionally smiling, the phony smile she keeps for public appearances. Lauren appeared uneasy, checking her phone repeatedly. The children were not present. They were most likely with a babysitter. Maya had not arrived yet. There were also a few that I didn't recognize. It turned out to be Dad's boss, Samuel, and his wife, Julia. Great. An audience. When Dad saw me, he did not stand up or do anything. Just nodded and said, "Well, the prodigal son returns. I thought you might be too busy with your trucks already." It began with contempt. I should have walked out right away. I started to sit in the empty chair next to Lauren, but Victor swiftly spoke up. "Actually, Ryan, that's for Maya. You can grab one from another table. This setup is for immediate family and Dad's guests of honor." I gazed at him for a second, taking in what he was saying. I'm not part of the direct family. Mom rushed in with an excuse about the seating arrangement. I looked around the table. Everyone was watching as if this were an exam. Victor had the arrogant look he'd worn since we were children. I grabbed a chair from a nearby vacant table and wedged myself between the wall and the corner of their table. The server approached, confused by the sitting arrangement, but said nothing. "Just some water for now," I advised him. That's when I started to notice things. Dad and Victor kept swapping these expressions. Mom repeatedly emphasized the need of proper retirement planning. Samuel and Julia appeared to be utterly unconscious of any stress, simply glad to be receiving a free supper. When Maya came, she took one look at the setting, arched an eyebrow at me sitting off to the side, and went straight for it. "This feels like a setup," she muttered as she hugged me. "Yep," I gently responded. "Let's see how it goes." She sat in her seat, unaware that no one had reserved a seat for her until I attempted to do so. Another telltale sign. Then the ordering began. Dad went first, proudly stating that he'd have the tomahawk ribeye for $165. Victor and Mom followed suit, placing equally pricey orders. Victor's wife, Lauren, seemed visibly distressed when he ordered both the lobster tail add-on and the black truffle butter, quietly mouthing something resembling, "We can't afford this." Samuel and Julia ordered the surf and turf. Mom made a huge show of urging that they also get appetizers. I soon figured that they had already spent almost $2,000 on one supper. As the food arrived and the beverages poured, it became clear what was happening. Every few minutes, someone would make a comment about my trucking business or inquire how I was doing financially. "Those big rigs must cost a fortune in fuel these days," Victor commented at one point. "What are you paying? Like $5 a gallon?" "Around that," I said, not disclosing that I had bulk contracts with 3 fuel suppliers that maintained my costs 22% lower than retail, as well as a fleet card that provided me an additional 5% rebate. "Ryan's probably doing better than you think," Maya said. "He's actually—" "Oh, I'm sure he's fine," Mom hastily said. "Though it must be hard living in that tiny apartment." I nearly laughed. I hadn't lived in an apartment for some years. I owned a house outright on 5 acres outside the city for $410,000, purchased in cash 2 years ago. But they wouldn't know because none of them had ever visited. My home features a 3-car garage where I keep my weekend car, a 2023 Corvette Z06 that I purchased as a gift for myself after obtaining a significant contract, a well-equipped home gym, and a workshop where I restore vintage motorcycles as a hobby. I am now working on a 1978 Harley Shovelhead that is almost finished. "But Mom, I'm in a small apartment." As dessert menus were handed out, Dad sat back in his chair, noticeably drunk, and said, "Let's go all out. One of everything for the table." The waiter agreed eagerly and raced off to place the order. Victor turned to me with what he probably thought was a subtle expression and added, "By the way, Ryan, we all figured since you missed so many family events over the years, you'd want to handle the bill tonight. Sort of a makeup gift for Dad's retirement. We already told the server." And there it was, the underlying reason for the invitation. All these years, I worried if I was the problem. But this verified everything. They didn't consider me family. They viewed me as a pocketbook. 3 hours and many drinks later, the server appeared with a black leather folder. He placed it in front of me without hesitation, saying, "Whenever you're ready, sir," with a smile. The table became utterly silent. Even Samuel and Julia appeared to understand something was wrong. Dad was looking at me eagerly, one eyebrow lifted. Mom had that smile she gives when she pretends everything is okay. Victor actually smirked. I grabbed the folder and opened it casually. $5,850.76. Almost $6,000 for a supper. I could have purchased a set of Michelin X-Line Energy Z tires for my entire fleet for that much. To put things in perspective, $5,850 is what? One of my trucks does an excellent 3-day trip from Chicago to Dallas. That includes 60 hours of operation, 900 miles of wear and tear, fuel prices, driver compensation, insurance, and other expenses. They spent that much on a single supper. I closed the folder and laid it in front of me without saying anything. The silence stretched awkwardly. "Well?" Dad finally said. "Are you going to take care of that or what?" I looked around the table. "Did anyone here actually ask if I was willing to pay for dinner tonight?" Victor scoffed. "Come on, don't be difficult. We all know you've got the cash. Those trucks of yours must bring in something. So because I have money, which by the way, I earned by busting my ass for 15 years in a job you all look down on, I'm automatically responsible for a $6,000 dinner bill that I didn't agree to." Mom leaned forwards. "Ryan, this is your father's retirement dinner. Don't make a scene." "I'm not making a scene," I explained gently. "I'm just asking a simple question. When exactly did I agree to cover tonight's bill?" Dad's face was turning red. "This is ridiculous. Just pay the damn bill so we can go home." I picked up the folder again, looked at it carefully, and placed it directly in front of my father. "No." That single word fell like a bombshell. Dad's mouth practically dropped open. "What did you just say?" he exclaimed. I said no. "I'm not paying for this." Victor went in. "You can't be serious." This was the arrangement. "An arrangement none of you bothered to discuss with me," I remarked. "You just assumed, like you've always assumed things about me." Samuel and Julia appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. Samuel cleared his throat. "Maybe we should contribute our portion." No, Dad replied immediately. "This isn't about you. My son is just being difficult." I slumped back in my chair. "I'm not being difficult. I'm setting a boundary. Something I should have done years ago." Maya tried to hide a smile behind her fingers. Lauren stared carefully at her empty plate. Mom's voice lowered to the lethal whisper she used when she was furious. "Ryan James Thompson. You will pay this bill right now, after everything we've done for you." That had me laughing. Actually, laugh aloud. "After everything you've done for me? Let's review, shall we? You belittled my career choice for 15 years. You excluded me from family events. You've never once visited my business or my home. Dad, you told your golf buddies I was between jobs when I was building a $1 million company. None of you, except Maya, even know what my company does or how successful it's become." Dad started to interrupt, but I raised my hand. "No, I'm not finished. You know what successful retirement planning actually looks like? It looks like the diversified portfolio I started building at 25. It looks like living below your means and investing the difference. Not blowing $6,000 on dinner and expecting someone else to cover it." I took out my wallet, placed $40 on the table for my drink and tip, and began walking away. "Ryan," Mom called after me. "You can't just leave." I turned around for the last time. "Watch me." The expressions on their faces were priceless. Victor appeared to have been smacked. Dad was becoming purple. Mom was performing her frightened Victorian lady routine. As I walked out, I could hear the manager approaching the table. The night was going to become even more miserable for them. I got halfway to my pickup when I heard footsteps behind me. Lauren, Victor's wife, appeared panicked. "Ryan, please," she begged, coming up with me. "They really can't cover this. Victor's been laid off for 3 months. He hasn't told anyone." That halted me in my tracks. What? She nodded, appearing depressed. The credit cards are maxed out. We're behind on the mortgage. Your parents aren't in great shape either. Your dad's retirement package wasn't what he expected. And you thought the solution was to trick me into paying for a $6,000 dinner? It wasn't my idea, she replied immediately. Victor and your dad cooked this up. They figured you wouldn't make a scene in public, especially with Samuel there. Why didn't Victor just ask me for help directly? Pride, she replied simply. And your dad convinced him this would work. I almost felt bad. Then I recalled 15 years of snarky remarks, marginalization, and judgment. Victor had told our extended family that my business was merely a phase, even after I'd made my first $1 million in revenue. Dad introduced Victor's children as his grandchildren, but referred to me as our younger son, as if I were still a teenager rather than an adult running a successful business. Tell Victor he can call me tomorrow, I eventually said. We can talk about a loan. But I'm not going back in there, and I'm definitely not paying for that ridiculous dinner. Lauren nodded quickly and returned to the diner. I got into my truck and sat there for a minute, staring out the window. I could see them all arguing around the table. Samuel and his wife took out their wallets and obviously contributed what they could. Atlas perked up when I got in, wagging his tail slightly against the seat. At least someone was pleased to see me. The server hovered around, becoming increasingly disturbed. The manager had joined him. I could only picture how the scene would unfold. But my son was supposed to pay. Well, he clearly isn't going to. This is outrageous, sir. We still need someone to cover the bill. I started the engine and drove off. My phone instantly began to fill up with texts begging that I return. I shut it off and drove about for a bit, feeling lighter than I have in years. Driving relaxes me. It always has. There's something about being on the wide road that puts everything into perspective. That's why I love trucking from the start. Even when the pay was bad and the hours were long, you had time to think. And that night, I wondered why I had ever anticipated anything different from them. They'd repeatedly revealed their identities to me. It was time I trusted them. I switched on my phone the next morning to see 17 missed calls and roughly 30 SMS. Most were from my relatives, but one from Samuel, Dad's supervisor, piqued my interest. Ryan, this is Samuel Williams from dinner last night. I got your number from the server. I think we need to talk. There's more going on with your father's retirement than you know. That was intriguing. I called him right back. Ryan. Yes. Thank you for calling back, he replied, sounding fatigued. Look, I feel like I need to clear something up. I'm not your father's boss. I'm his financial advisor. What the hell? Last night wasn't what your father made it out to be, Samuel explained. He told me it was a family dinner to celebrate your new business partnership with him. Something about you bringing him on as a consultant for your trucking company. I almost choked. That is utter fiction. He's never been in my business. I figured as much, Samuel said. Look, I don't normally discuss clients' situations, but given what happened last night, I think you should know the truth. That dinner last night wasn't actually a retirement celebration. Your father isn't retiring. He was fired 3 months ago for misappropriating company funds. They gave him a choice: face criminal charges or quietly resign with no benefits. My mind was reeling. And the dinner? Your father and brother set it up. They told us you were wealthy and wanted to treat everyone to celebrate a new business venture. We had no idea they expected you to pay until things got awkward. So they lied to get me there and then tried to charge me without notice. Classy. Samuel cleared his throat. There's more. Your father has been making some questionable financial decisions for years. He's essentially broke. The house has a second mortgage, his 401k is depleted, and he's got significant credit card debt. He's been telling everyone he's fine, but he's not. After appreciating Samuel for his honesty, I hung up and called Maya right away. Did you know Dad got fired? I inquired when she picked up. What? No, I thought he was retiring. She was taken aback. That explains why he and Mom have been selling stuff on Facebook Marketplace, though. What kind of stuff? Mom's jewelry, the riding lawn mower, Dad's golf clubs. I thought they were just downsizing. The more I dug, the worse things got. Victor had not only been laid off, he had been sacked for falsifying expense records. Dad has already burned through his 401k. Mom had been telling folks that I vowed to look after them when they retired. This is pure fantasy. They'd been living beyond their means for years, hoping to guilt me into bailing them out. The meal was their first attempt to access the bank of Ryan. I called Cole that afternoon and told him about it while throwing a tennis ball to Atlas in the backyard. "You've gotta be freaking kidding me," remarked the guy. "So, let me get this straight. They treat you like dirt for 15 years, then expect you to cover their asses when their financial house of cards collapses. Classic Thompson family." He was correct, as always. Cole has been my reality check since high school. When I was considering purchasing my first truck, he sat me down with a calculator and went over the numbers with me. When I was contemplating about hiring my first employee, he helped me calculate the true cost beyond wages. And when I dated that insane woman who keyed my car after 3 weeks, he was the one who stated, "I told you she was nuts. But you had to learn the hard way." So when Cole predicted that my family would crawl back with their hands out, I knew it was just a matter of time. 3 days after the Mortons incident, I received a text from Dad saying, "We need to talk. Family meeting at our house tomorrow at 6. There was no apology or acknowledgement of what had transpired. Just a demand for my presence, as if I were still a child who could be bossed around. I arrived just on schedule, pulling into their driveway in my truck. Atlas sat alert in the passenger seat. I chose to leave him in the truck again, partly because Mom is allergic, but largely because I needed a quick escape route. The house appeared to be the same as always from the outside, but I noticed the lawn hadn't been cut in weeks and Dad's beloved Cadillac was missing from the driveway. Inside, everyone was waiting. Mom, Dad, Victor, Lauren, and, surprise, Maya. They looked awful. "Have a seat, son," Dad said, nodding toward the couch. I remained standing. "I'd rather hear what this is about first." Dad cleared his throat. "We've hit a rough patch. I'm sure you figured that out by now, the company. Well, there was a misunderstanding about some funds, and they decided to part ways." "You mean you got fired for stealing?" I asked plainly. His cheeks reddened. "It wasn't stealing. It was an unauthorized loan I was going to pay back." "You were taking company money without permission. That's the definition of stealing, Dad. You don't understand the pressure I was under," he said. "We had appearances to maintain." "And Victor?" Victor cast a short glance up. "Creative accounting. They didn't appreciate my methods." "Creative accounting," I reiterated. "So fraud." Victor did not deny it. He just stared back down at his hands. "So now what?" I inquired, despite the fact that I was already aware of the outcome. Mom jumped in. "We thought, as family, we could help each other out just until things stabilize." "The dinner was a test," Dad admits. "We needed to see if you'd step up when needed." I laughed. "A test I apparently failed." "This isn't a joke, Ryan," Mom insisted. "We're about to lose the house. Victor's family may have to move in with us. We require assistance." I looked around at everyone. "Let me get this straight. You've spent my entire adult life looking down on me for being a truck driver. You've mocked my career, excluded me from family events, treated me like I was nothing. Now that you've screwed up your lives, you expect me to swoop in and fix everything." "You're doing well," Dad countered. "Those trucks must be worth something." "They are. I've built a successful business despite all of you, not because of you." Maya spoke up. "Ryan, they asked me to talk to you too. I told them they were crazy, but they wouldn't listen." I turned to face her. "It's all right, Maya. This isn't your fault." I then addressed the rest of them. "Here's what's going to happen. I'm not giving you money to maintain the lifestyle you think you deserve. What I will do is offer Victor a job." Victor's head snapped upward. "A job doing what?" "Driving one of my trucks." The silence was terrible. "You want me to be a truck driver?" Victor finally asked, disgusted in his tone. "Yes. Starting salary is $75,000 plus benefits, full health insurance, a $50,000 life policy, 401k with a 3% match. It's honest work, Victor, the kind you look down on." I could see him making the math in his head. Although $75,000 was less than his previous salary of $90,000, it was still better than unemployment. But he had to work for his younger brother, doing a job he had despised for years. Dad stood up, his face flushed. "This is your idea of helping? Humiliating your brother?" "No, it's my idea of teaching him some humility. Something this family could use a lot more of." Mom was crying now. "After everything we've done for you." "That's the second time you've said that," I informed you. "And I'm still waiting to hear what exactly you've done for me besides make me feel like dirt for most of my life." Nobody had an answer. I dug into my pocket and took out a folded piece of paper. "By the way, I paid off your dinner bill at Morton's." Their expressions brightened up briefly, but I proceeded. I filed it as a loan with my company's attorney. I handed Dad the paper. Those are the repayment terms. $6,000 plus 8% interest, due in full within 24 months. You can make payments monthly or Victor can work it off at $250 per payment. Dad's hands shook while he read the document. This is a joke. It's a legally binding loan agreement. My attorney has already filed the paperwork. You can't be serious. Victor replied. Completely serious. You wanted my money? Fine, but you're not getting it for free, and you're not getting it through manipulation. Lauren looked like she was about to faint. Victor seemed to want to punch something. Dad was becoming purple. Mom stood up dramatically. I can't believe I raised such a heartless son. You raised a son who learned to look out for himself because nobody else would, she said to me, and who learned the value of actual hard work, instead of shortcuts and schemes. I turned to leave but then paused. Victor, the job offer stands. It's honest work that pays well. If you're man enough to take it, call me. And what happens if we don't pay the loan? Dad inquired. I turned around for the last time. Then I'll take your house. It's listed as collateral in paragraph 3. It wasn't, and any lawyer would have immediately thrown out the deal. However, watching the blood drain from his face was worth the bluff. Outside, Maya followed me. That was brutal, she murmured, smiling. They had it coming. Oh, absolutely, so what now? You think Victor will take the job? Not a chance in hell, I said. His pride won't let him. But he won't find anything that pays as well, especially with a firing for accounting fraud on his record. Atlas watched us through the window, his head tilted. Maya laughed as soon as she spotted him. At least you've got one loyal family member. The next day, I returned to work as if nothing had happened. I needed to analyze 3 contract bids, approve a maintenance plan, and conduct an interview with a potential replacement driver. 2 weeks later, Victor proved me incorrect. He showed up in my workplace. He looked like hell. I'll take the job, he answered, avoiding my gaze. I looked at him for a moment. Part of me wanted to brag, to shove it in his face. But that's not how I run my business. Good, I said. You start Monday, 5 a.m. sharp. I've never driven anything bigger than my BMW, he revealed. We'll put you through training. You'll need to get your CDL. It'll take a few weeks, but we'll get you there. He felt relieved and thanked me for the first time in his life. After he had left, I called Cole. You're not going to believe this. Victor took the job. Holy, Cole exclaimed. Hell must be freezing over. We'll see how long he lasts, I said. My bet is 3 weeks, Cole stated. Want to put $50 on it? Make it $100. Dad and Mom eventually had to sell their home and relocate to a modest apartment. They still tell family and friends that I'm the monster who won't aid them in their time of need. That's all right with me. I learned a long time ago that you cannot control what others think of you. What about the loan agreement? I never filed, nor enforced it. That was not the point. The aim was to demonstrate them that they couldn't influence me anymore. Victor worked as a driver for 3 months before resigning. I won the bet with Cole. However, those 3 months altered him. He had a new regard for what I do. After that, he landed an entry-level accounting job that paid around half of his previous salary. Lauren thanked me for giving him a chance and said he's changed now, over coffee one day. Victor and I are not tight, but we are civil today. He occasionally invites his kids over to swim in my pool and play with Atlas. His son believes Uncle Ryan's trucks are the coolest ever. Maybe eventually I'll teach him how to drive one. Maya lived in my guest house for a while before opening her own tattoo shop with a small business loan that I co-signed for her. She's doing great. She's booked solid for 3 months out and has a developing reputation for custom mechanical designs like the ones on my arm. She repaid the loan in full a year early. Mom still does not speak to me much. Dad tries on occasion, generally when he needs something. I keep them at arm's length. Last month, I added 2 more vehicles to my fleet, signed an annual contract with a national retail chain, and purchased another rental property, which will increase my monthly passive income by $1,900. Business is growing. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had yielded that night at Morton's. If I had paid the bill and continued to be treated as a failure with money. It would not have ended. One bill would have resulted in another. Then came mortgage payments, credit card bailouts, and loans that could never be returned. Instead, I stood my ground, established boundaries, and forced them to face reality. Cole continues to give me grief over everything. Atlas still rides shotgun wherever I go. And I still am not invited to family events. And that is the nicest thing that has ever happened to me. Parents gave me until Friday to leave the house. Grandparents built. On Friday, I wasn't alone. My legal team was ready, and their faces went white. Sometimes life tosses you curveballs that you don't see coming. And for me, Celine, at 27, it was the gut-wrenching knowledge that my own flesh and blood would strive to take away everything my grandparents had built. They strutted in here, all smiles, believing they had me surrounded, gloating about handing over the house to my father's name, and told me I had till Friday to go. But their features contorted in amazement and bewilderment when they returned with a moving truck and saw who was waiting on my porch. Oh, that was completely priceless. And really, they deserved everything. To truly appreciate why I went to such great pains to preserve my grandparents' legacy, you must first comprehend the entire tale. My grandparents, Aldrich and Isolde Morgan, reared me since I was 5 years old. My parents, Garrick and Serafina, basically abandoned me to pursue their careers in another state. What they were really after was a life free of real responsibility, jumping from one get-rich-quick scheme to the next, each of which flopped spectacularly. My childhood home was not just ordinary house. It was a stunning Victorian situated in a historic neighborhood in Boston. This mansion had been in my grandfather's family for 3 generations, and it was part of a larger estate that comprised other important properties and investments valued approximately $3 million. Not a little fortune, right? But for me, that house was simply home. This is when I learnt the genuine meaning of family. Every morning, Grandma Isolde would wake me up with the most delicious smell of freshly cooked muffins. "Rise and shine, little lawyer," she'd say, long before I'd even considered law school. Grandpa Aldrich, bless his heart, taught me how to fish in the small pond at the neighborhood park. His patience seemingly limitless, even as I knotted my line repeatedly. In the evenings, we'd sit in the library, each buried in our own books and occasionally exchanging a section that piqued our interest. Those peaceful moments, those little encounters, meant everything to me. I learned from them the virtues that would shape my life: honesty, hard effort, and responsibility. Grandpa used to say, "Your word is your bond, Celine. Break it, and you lose something you can never buy back." Grandma, on the other hand, always emphasized education and independence. "A woman must be able to stand on her own 2 feet, she'd often say, especially when others try to knock her down. My relationship with my biological parents and younger sister Callista was, to put it mildly, problematic. They'd turn up around twice a year, generally around Christmas when gifts were expected, or any time they needed money. Every visit was the same: exaggerated adoration, then casual queries about Grandpa's finances, and eventually a tearful narrative about some unexpected expense, invariably followed by a request for a loan, which, of course, was never repaid. My father had filed for bankruptcy twice before I was even 10. Mom had dabbled in various questionable business ventures, peddling everything from miracle diet pills to timeshares. They lived far over their means, continuously looking for the next great chance that would eventually make them wealthy. Callista, 7 years younger than me, grew up observing and learning from them. By her adolescent years, she had perfected their manipulation and entitlement skills. "Your sister should come live with us too," Grandma once proposed after a particularly terrible visit, during which Callista stole money from my piggy bank. But my parents flatly refused. Callista was their baby, the child they could manage to raise because she required little actual parenting. As my grandparents became older, the family dynamic became increasingly tense. Dad began phoning more frequently, asking hard questions about their health, wills, and financial advisors. Mom would send links to retirement communities, quietly indicating that the house was too much for them to handle. Each visit became a cause of utter anxiety, with quiet conversations that abruptly ended as I entered a room. Through my school years, I prospered intellectually, thanks to my grandparents' unwavering support. While other children received new phones or fashionable clothing, my grandparents invested in books, museum memberships, and educational excursions. When I was 16, I began working part-time at the local library to help with expenditures. My grandparents argued it was unnecessary, but I could see how pharmaceutical prices and property taxes were stretching their limited money. My decision to pursue law was not simply a professional choice. It was heavily affected by an incident in our neighborhood when I was a senior in high school. The Wilsons, an elderly couple, lost their entire life savings after their son persuaded them to hand over power of attorney and subsequently emptied their accounts. The helplessness, the awful betrayal they faced, tormented me. I knew right away that I needed to learn how to prevent such abuses, particularly among vulnerable elders. College and then law school were difficult, particularly when my grandparents' health began to deteriorate. Grandpa experienced cardiac problems that required many surgeries. Grandma was diagnosed with early-stage dementia. I chose a local university so that I could live at home and care for them, turning down scholarships to more prominent schools further away. During my final year of law school, I was attending classes during the day, studying at night, and fitting in medical appointments and home care in between. It was completely taxing, yet they had given so much for me. It was just what family did. The day I graduated from law school was quite bittersweet. Standing there in my cap and gown, scanning the audience, I noticed Grandpa in his wheelchair, an oxygen tank beside him, and Grandma seated next to him, occasionally seeming bewildered but always beaming broadly when our gazes met. They insisted on attending despite their health worries. "Wild horses couldn't keep us away," Grandpa said that morning, as I helped him tie his tie. My parents and Callista were obviously absent, despite being invited months in advance. Mom had texted that morning, offering some lame reason about car issues. I'd stopped expecting their presence at significant occasions in my life a long time ago, yet their absence still hurt, like a deep pain in my chest. Following the service, we dined at Grandpa's favorite Italian restaurant. He gave a shaky toast with his water glass. "To our Celine, who makes us prouder every day. The finest granddaughter, and now the finest lawyer in Massachusetts." Grandma nodded heartily, adding, "Smart as a whip, just like her grandfather." Their pleasure in my accomplishment filled me with joy and fueled my drive to live up to their trust in me. During my final semester, I took an elective course in elder law and estate planning. Given my grandparents' situation, what began as a practical choice rapidly became a passionate obsession. Professor Lysandra Vey, a former prosecutor who specializes in elder abuse cases, introduced me to the frightening reality of financial exploitation of elders, frequently by their own family members. The greatest threat to elderly individuals' financial security rarely comes from strangers, Professor Vey informed our class. 70% of elder financial abuse is perpetrated by family members or trusted caregivers. The sense of betrayal is often more devastating than the financial loss. Her comments struck a deep chord with me, freezing to the bone. I immediately started looking at protective mechanisms, notably irrevocable trusts, that may protect assets from unscrupulous family members while allowing the elderly individual to maintain control during their lifetime. With increasing worry, I began to notice alarming connections between the case studies we reviewed and my own family circumstances. 2 weeks after graduation, I scheduled a private meeting with Draven Holt, an elder law specialist whom Professor Vey had suggested. I brought copies of my grandparents' financial paperwork, which I had access to because I had helped them manage their payments. Draven examined everything attentively, her countenance getting increasingly anxious. "Your instincts are correct," she said finally. "Given the pattern of behavior you've described, and these recent inquiries from your father about property values, there is serious cause for concern. An irrevocable trust would offer significant protection, but your grandparents would need to establish it voluntarily. Have you discussed this with them?" I hadn't, afraid they'd disregard my concerns out of loyalty to their son. That evening I mustered all of my bravery and gently broached the matter after supper. Grandpa originally reacted just as I had feared. "Garrick has many flaws, but he would never try to take our home," he said, his voice husky with emotion. "He is still my son, Celine." Grandma was quiet, twisting her wedding ring as she frequently did when nervous. "What makes you think such a thing, dear?" she finally asked. Reluctantly, I recounted all I had noticed: the increased frequency of visits whenever their health deteriorated, the incessant questioning about their assets, and the not-so-subtle suggestions that the house was too much work. Then I showed them something I had kept private, an email from Dad to a real estate agent inquiring about comparable sales in their neighborhood and the prospective market worth of their home, which I had uncovered while assisting Grandpa with his computer. Grandma began crying silently. "He borrowed $50,000 5 years ago," she told me, her voice shaking, "for a business opportunity that couldn't wait. He promised to pay it back with interest, but when your grandfather asked about it last Christmas, he became angry. Said we were wealthy enough not to miss it, that we owed him for taking you in instead of him." Grandpa's face had become very pale, with the color draining from it. "Show me that trust information again," he finally concluded, his tone heavy with resignation. 3 days later, we met with Draven Holt and began the process of establishing the Morgan Family Trust. The legal process was difficult, with numerous meetings with attorneys, financial advisors, and the bank. We created the trust so that my grandparents had complete authority and profit from all assets during their lifetime. However, after their death, I would become the trustee. The property, investment portfolio, and other significant possessions were transferred to the trust, shielding them from potential claims or manipulation. Throughout the procedure, we maintained complete confidentiality. My grandparents didn't tell anyone about the arrangement, including their closest friends. I was still living with them, working at a small legal company dealing in family law, and starting my career while also caring for them. To outsiders, nothing had changed, but I slept better knowing that their legacy and home were finally safe from whatever plots my parents were planning. About 6 months after we established the trust, Grandpa's health deteriorated dramatically. We thought his weariness was caused by his heart issue, but it was actually advanced stage pancreatic cancer. The prognosis was grim. 3 to 6 months at most. We were completely devastated. My parents learned of his diagnosis quite fast. Suddenly they began phoning daily and visiting weekly, which was completely uncommon in all of the years I had lived with my grandparents. Callista even took a leave of absence from her work at a nail salon to assist, albeit her assistance mostly consisted of searching through closets and cupboards and documenting valuable objects when she thought no one was looking. One evening, I overheard my parents talking in the garden. They assumed everyone was sleeping, but I had been up buying medication for Grandpa. "Once the old man is gone, we need to move quickly before she has time to hide anything," my dad said. "Mom is so confused these days. She'll sign whatever we put in front of her." "What about Celine?" Mom inquired, her voice tinged with dread. "She's always watching, and now she's a lawyer." "She's a brand new lawyer with student loans and no real experience," he said. "We'll offer her a small portion to keep quiet. If she makes trouble, we'll contest any will on grounds of undue influence. After all, she's been living here, dependent on them, possibly manipulating them. Who would believe her over us? The actual children?" I stood frozen, the glass of water in my hand warming, as they discussed how they would sell the house, liquidate investments, and finally live the lifestyle they desired. Callista joined them, eagerly contributing her own thoughts about which antiques would garner the highest prices, and I felt violently uncomfortable. The next morning, I checked in with Draven Holt, who confirmed that all of the trust documents had been properly filed and were unquestionably valid. She reassured me that the protection was strong, but cautioned me against any attempts to have my grandma sign fresh documents after my grandfather died. As Grandpa weakened, he sensed the vultures circling. One night, as I sat with him and he battled to breathe comfortably, he grabbed my hand with unexpected power. "Promise me you will protect your grandmother and this house," the man said. "It is not just property, Celine. It is the physical embodiment of our family history, our love, our sacrifices." Garrick never understood that. He sees only dollar signs, whereas I see memories. I promised, tears flowing down my cheeks, and he nodded in satisfaction. He entered a coma 3 days later. He died quietly the next morning, with Grandma and me by his bedside. The funeral was quiet and solemn, exactly as Grandpa would have wanted. A few close friends, neighbors, and former colleagues came together to commemorate his life. My parents and Callista arrived 20 minutes late, dressed poorly for a funeral, and left immediately after the service, citing a long road ahead. Before departing, Dad grabbed me aside and directly inquired about the will and when it would be read. I gave a brief eulogy that highlighted Grandpa's honesty, calm wisdom, and unconditional love. Looking out at the modest gathering, I understood that a life well lived is defined by the love shared rather than the wealth earned. Grandpa had been extremely wealthy by that standard. Following the funeral, the reality of becoming Grandma's primary caregiver weighed heavily on me. Her dementia had been growing slowly, but grief has hastened her demise. Some days she recognized me immediately. On other days, she'd keep asking when Grandpa was coming home. Each time I had to gently remind her that he was no longer with her, watching her grief all over again. I modified my work schedule to allow me to spend more time at home, focusing on cases that could be completed remotely. I hired Thalia, a kind home health aide, to remain with Grandma when I was at work or in court. In the evenings we formed new rituals. Watching classic movies that Grandma recalled from her childhood, looking through old photo albums, and reading aloud from her favorite novels. These activities appeared to stabilize her, providing islands of clarity amid her increasingly hazy mental condition. My parents called on occasion, constantly inquiring about Grandma's health in a tone that appeared more like checking on an investment than expressing genuine care. I offered scant information each time, becoming more protective as Grandma's condition weakened. 6 months after Grandpa's death, Grandma contracted pneumonia. Despite rigorous treatment, her frail system was unable to combat the virus. Her dying days were spent peacefully at home, in her own bed, as she had desired. I read to her from Jane Austen, her favorite author, and played classical music that she and Grandpa had enjoyed. On her last night she experienced perfect lucidity. She stared at my hand and squeezed it. "Elizabeth," she said, misunderstanding me for my mother. "I am so proud of the woman you have become. So different from—" She trailed off before refocusing. "Take care of our Celine." Before I could correct her confusion, she had fallen back asleep. She never awoke again, drifting peacefully through the night, her hands still in mine. The funeral was much smaller than Grandpa's. My parents did not attend, instead sending a generic floral arrangement and a card signed by their secretary. I wasn't surprised, just saddened by my realization of their true nature. I buried my grandma next to my grandfather at the modest cemetery where generations of Morgans repose, comforted by the fact that they were finally reunited. I returned to an empty house reverberating with memories both comfortable and disturbing. For the first time, I was genuinely alone, without my grandparents, who had served as my anchors and true north. But I was also strengthened by their loving legacy and the principles they instilled in me. I would honor them by preserving what they had created and using it as they would have liked. 2 weeks after Grandma's funeral, while I was still adjusting to the house's silence and the magnitude of my loss, the doorbell rang on a Sunday morning. When I opened the door, I saw my parents and Callista waiting there, melancholy emotions carefully placed on their faces. "Oh, Celine," Mom shouted, pulling me into a stiff hug that felt more staged than genuine compassion. "We are so sorry about Mom. We came as soon as we could clear our schedules." Dad nodded solemnly. "Family needs to stick together in times like these," he remarked, patting my shoulder awkwardly before moving past me into the foyer, his gaze already fixed on the antique furnishings and artwork. Callista, a 20-year-old dressed like a teenager, gave me a short side hug. "This house is even bigger than I remembered," she said, not trying to hide her opinion of its value. I welcomed them in with politely, offering coffee and the sweets I had purchased the day before. As we gathered in the living room, the conversation followed a script I might have written ahead of time, starting with a few inquiries about Grandma's dying days and rapidly moving on to inheritance. "Have you had a chance to look through her papers?" Dad inquired, trying a casual demeanor. "I assume there's a will that needs to be probated." "I'm handling everything," I said neutrally. Her affairs were in good order. Mom leaned forward, her voice falling to what she most likely assumed was a compassionate tone. "You must be so lonely in this big house, all by herself. It's a lot for one person to maintain." "Actually, I'm managing fine," I told myself. "I love this house." "Well, of course you do, sweetie," Mom replied with a patronizing smile. "But realistically, a young woman like you should be in a modern apartment downtown, close to other young professionals. Your father and I have been thinking we could help you sell this place and find something more suitable." Dad nodded warmly. "Property values in this neighborhood are at an all-time high. It would be smart to sell now before the market shifts." "And of course," Callista said as she inspected her nail polish, "whatever comes from Grandma and Grandpa's estate should be divided fairly between family members. I mean, just because you lived with them doesn't mean you get everything, right?" Their transparency was nearly laughable. If I hadn't been so distraught and humiliated, I may have chuckled at how poorly they concealed their avarice. Instead, I just replied that I would not make any decisions concerning the house in the near future, and changed the subject. They remained for 3 days, and I found my mother looking through Grandma's jewelry box when she thought I was on a work call. My father was measuring rooms and snapping photos, ostensibly for memories. Callista was continually attempting to extract information from Thalia concerning bank accounts and safe deposit boxes. On the second evening, I strolled out onto the back porch for some fresh air, and overheard my father on the phone, talking with someone about real estate valuations. "The house shows at least $3.2 million in this market," he said. "Maybe more with some updates. We just need to move quickly once we have control." Later that night, I discovered a browser window left open on Callista's laptop which had search results for challenging a trust and disputing inheritance. When I looked through the surfing history, I saw searches for local estate attorneys and methods to prove undue influence. The following morning, I confronted them gently over breakfast. "I noticed you all seem very interested in the house and Grandma's assets," I said with no emotion. "Is there something specific you're hoping to find?" Dad flushed red but immediately recovered. "Just trying to help you sort things out, honey. You have enough on your plate with your new career and all this grief?" Mom nodded vigorously. "We're just concerned about you, darling. Such responsibility for someone so young. And we want to make sure everything is fair." Callista pointed out. "Grandma and Grandpa might have been confused in their later years." I just nodded and stated I appreciated their concern, but had everything under control. They left later that day, promising to return soon to aid more. When their automobile pulled away, I called Draven Holt and informed her of the circumstances. She encouraged me to be cautious, but assured me that the trust was secure. I didn't hear from them for several weeks. I started to hope they'd accepted the situation and moved on. I was deep into a new case at work, finally establishing a routine that didn't revolve around caring, when they reappeared unexpectedly. As I was going for work, all three marched up the front way with triumphant faces. Dad was carrying a packet with documents. "Good morning, Celine," he replied, his tone tinged with feigned pity. "We hate to do this, but we need to talk about your living situation." Mom stepped forward with a strained smile. "We found some papers in our safe deposit box. An older will that your grandparents signed years ago, leaving everything to your father as their only child." "We had it verified by an attorney," Callista said excitedly. "We also have papers showing the house has been signed over to Dad. The trust you think protects everything. Apparently not valid when there's a prior will." Dad extended the folder toward me. "We're not unreasonable. We'll give you until Friday to pack your belongings. We've already found a buyer for the house." I glanced at their smug expressions and the folder containing what I was sure were bogus documents and felt a strange peace settle over me. "You really think I would let that happen?" I murmured gently. Their confidence wavered briefly, but Dad immediately recovered. "This is happening whether you like it or not. Friday, Celine. Be out by noon." When they turned to leave, I called after them. "Before you do anything irrevocable, you might want to consult a better lawyer. One who knows the difference between a genuine will and a fabrication." Dad's face clouded. "Don't threaten me, young lady. You're not the only one who knows about the law." With that final shot, they fled, completely certain in their victory. When my family left with their threats and phony documents, I went into action. My legal training kicked in, as did the powerful protective impulses that my grandparents had instilled in me. It was no longer simply about the inheritance. It was about keeping my vow to maintain my grandparents' legacy, while also standing up to years of manipulation and entitlement. First, I called Calum Ward, my firm's top litigator and fraud specialist. "Can you come over tonight?" I inquired. "My family is trying to steal my grandparents' estate with forged documents. They're giving me until Friday to vacate." Calum arrived within an hour, accompanied by his paralegal. I put out everything: the trust documents, my grandparents' medical certificates demonstrating they were competent to sign, the diary I'd kept scrupulously chronicling my parents' suspicious behavior, and my memory of the bogus claims they'd just made. "If what they showed you is what I think it is, they are committing several felonies," Calum stated, his demeanor severe. "Forgery, fraud, attempted theft by deception. But we need to see those documents to be certain." My next call went to Draven Holt, who had helped form the trust. "They're making their move," I informed her. "And it's as brazen as we feared." Draven remained reassuringly quiet. "The trust is ironclad, Celine, but we should file for an emergency injunction to prevent any recording of fraudulent deeds or transfers. I'll draft it tonight and file first thing tomorrow." As my legal team prepared, I moved to actual security measures. I called a locksmith, and he arrived that afternoon to change all of the locks in the house. Next, I hired a security company to install cameras at all entrances. By evening, the house was secure from unauthorized intrusion. I called my bank one last time to confirm that all accounts had been secured and reported for odd behavior. The bank manager, who had known my grandparents for decades, was shocked by my position and personally set alerts on everything related to the estate. As night fell, I organized all of the trust's documents, making numerous copies and storing them in various locations. One in my house safe, another with Calum, a third with Draven, and digital versions encrypted in cloud storage. No single point of failure might jeopardize our security. That evening, as I was evaluating everything, my phone started ringing non-stop with calls from my parents and Callista. I let them all go to voicemail. The texts began gently, with Dad recommending we speak it out like adults, but gradually escalated into explicit threats. "You have no idea who you are messing with," was my father's final voicemail. "And you will respect me. That house and money are rightfully mine, and I will have them one way or another." The next morning, I met with a bigger legal team led by Calum and Draven. Mireille Duval, a specialist in estate litigation, examined our documentation and approach. "Their claim about a prior will taking precedence over the trust is completely without merit," she informed me. "Once assets are transferred into an irrevocable trust, they are no longer part of the estate to be distributed by will. Any competent lawyer would know this, which suggests they either have a very bad attorney or, more likely, no legitimate attorney at all." We devised a multifaceted strategy. First, an injunction prohibiting any property transfers. Second, a cease and desist letter questioning their bogus claims. And third, preparation for a possible lawsuit for harassment and attempted fraud if they persisted. What about the documents they claim to have? I asked them. The supposed earlier will and property transfer? If they attempt to file those anywhere, we will immediately challenge them as fraudulent, Mireille told me. We have substantial evidence of your grandparents' intentions through the properly executed trust. Plus we have their medical records showing they were mentally competent, the ongoing journal you kept, and witnesses like Thalia who can testify to their clear wishes. While the legal team worked, I began gathering information regarding my parents' history of financial impropriety through diligent study and contacts from law school. I documented my father's 2 bankruptcies, a tax lien, and a small claims judgment against my mother for a failed business venture in which she received investments but never produced anything. By Thursday afternoon, my family's desperation was evident. Callista wrote a rambling letter on social media, saying that I had misled our sick grandparents and stolen the family legacy. She tagged extended family members and elderly neighbors, in an attempt to rouse public opinion against me. My parents adopted a more direct approach, showing up to my law practice unexpectedly, and wanting to talk with me. When the receptionist stated that I was in court, they refused to go, raising such a scene that security had to remove them out. My coworkers were stunned but extremely supportive. The incident simply increased their determination to assist me. Later that day, I discovered from a worried neighbor that my father had been going door to door on my street, informing people that I was mentally unwell, and soliciting community support for their seizure of the property. Fortunately, most neighbors had known my grandparents and me for years and were wary of these unexpected, anxious relatives they had rarely seen. As Friday approached, I prepared for every eventuality. Calum would join me at the house, along with Draven and a notary public, to observe any contacts. Thalia would also be present, prepared to testify on my grandparents' mental health and stated wishes if necessary. I contacted the local police, outlining the circumstances, and asked that they be prepared to respond if my family attempted forced entrance or caused a disturbance. The officer I spoke with took comprehensive notes and promised to flag the location for swift action. Finally, I installed legal recording devices in the main rooms of the house to ensure that any confrontations were documented. Massachusetts is a 2-party consent state for recordings, however I posted obvious signs informing all entrants that audio and video recording was taking place, which satisfied the notification requirement. Thursday night, I couldn't sleep because my mind was racing with scenarios. But beneath the fear lay a foundation of certainty. I was doing exactly what my ancestors would have wanted. Safeguarding the home they had lovingly preserved for generations from people who saw it solely as a source of income. Whatever happened tomorrow, I would confront it with the courage and integrity they had instilled in me. Friday morning dawned sunny and bright. A wonderful spring day that entirely contradicted the storm developing in my household affairs. I awoke early after a sleepless night, showered, and dressed carefully in a professional blue suit, instinctively reaching for the pearl earrings Grandma had given me for my law school graduation. For important days, she had stated. This surely qualifies. My support team had arrived by 8:30. Calum arrived first, bringing coffee and a calming confidence. We have everything covered legally, he told me. Today is just about standing your ground. Draven then arrived with the notary public, Octavia, a somber woman who had watched hundreds of property disputes. Thalia arrived shortly after, giving me a motherly hug before taking up position in the kitchen, where she began stress baking, the aroma of cinnamon buns quickly filling the house. Mireille Duval completed our team by delivering copies of the emergency injunction obtained by the court the previous day, which prohibited the registration of any property transfers relating to the estate. Just in case they try to go directly to the Registry of Deeds, she told me. We positioned ourselves strategically. My family and I would meet on the front porch, which served as a metaphorical threshold for them to cross. The rest would stay inside, out of sight, but ready to go forward if necessary. The folder with the pertinent trust paperwork, the injunction, and documentation of the estate's protected status sat on the tiny table opposite the porch swing, providing a visual counterbalance to whatever bogus papers my family could present. At 11:45 a.m., 15 minutes before their self-imposed deadline for my eviction, a black SUV came up to the curb. Behind it was a big moving truck, its engine roaring as it double-parked on the tight roadway. Several neighbors interrupted their gardening to witness the spectacle. My father was the first to emerge from the SUV, dressed in what he most likely thought was excellent business attire. A slightly too tight suit with sparkling cufflinks. My mother followed, her face set in grim determination, fashionable sunglasses covering her eyes. Callista came out last, virtually bouncing with excitement, phone in hand, as if eager to film her victory. Behind them, two men came off from the moving truck, visibly uncomfortable as they sensed the tension. My father waved them forward, impatiently. I stood up carefully from the porch swing, holding the folder in my hand, and waited. Allow them to come to me on my territory, the home that my grandparents had given to me. Right on time to witness your departure, I see, my father said as they neared the front walk. I hope you're packed and ready to go. He waved the packet he was carrying, which likely contained his false documents. As they approached, I stood erect on the porch steps, remaining silent. Several neighbors had crept closer, sensing drama and possibly afraid for my safety. We brought a truck to help with your things, my mother continued in a deceptively pleasant manner intended to convey a sense of familial concern to the onlookers. We know this must be difficult. As they approached the bottom of the porch stairs, I finally spoke. Before you come any further, I should inform you that this property is under video and audio surveillance, and there are witnesses inside the house. Anything you say or do is being recorded. That caused them to pause for a second. My father recovered first, his grin tightening. Always the dramatic one, Celine. This doesn't change anything. We have legal documents giving us ownership of this property. He waved his folder again. You mean your forged documents? I inquired quietly. The ones that supposedly override an irrevocable trust established over a year ago, when both my grandparents were alive and legally competent. My mother's smile wavered. Callista stared uncertainly at her parents, the script clearly not going as intended. My father's expression clouded as he ascended the first two steps. Now you listen here. This house belongs to me. My parents wanted me to have it. Whatever you tricked them into signing when they were sick doesn't change that. When the front door opened behind me, Calum stepped out, followed by Draven, Murray, Octavia the notary, and Thalia. My father was taken aback when he saw 5 individuals who were clearly professional and well prepared. Mr. Morgan, Calum replied with a smile. I am Calum Ward, attorney for the Morgan Family Trust. I believe you were just about to accuse your daughter of fraud and undue influence. Please continue. We are recording for the court. My father's mouth opened and closed silently. My mother grabbed his arm and whispered urgently. The moving truck men moved uneasily, with one checking his watch. Perhaps you should inform the movers that they will not be needed today, I said quietly. Or any day. My father finally found his voice and said, This is ridiculous. I have a legal right to this property. I have documentation right here. He waved the folder again, but made no attempt to open it. Murray walked forward, her professional manner unflappable. As counsel for the estate, I must inform you that we have obtained an emergency injunction preventing any recording of fraudulent property transfers related to this estate. She held out a copy of the court order. Additionally, I should warn you that presenting forged documents is a felony in Massachusetts, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. My father's face lost its color. My mother stepped forward, taking a different approach. Celine, honey, there has clearly been a misunderstanding. We only want what is best for the family. Perhaps we can discuss this privately, without all these people. There is nothing to discuss, I stated firmly. Grandma and Grandpa established the Morgan Family Trust to protect their assets and legacy. All properties and investments are held by the trust, which I manage as the designated trustee. This was their choice, made freely while they were alive and well. Any documents you have claiming otherwise are fraudulent. My father's irritability bubbled over. This is not over, Celine. I am your father. That counts for something legally. I will fight this to the Supreme Court if necessary. I will make sure everyone knows how you manipulated 2 elderly people. Your reputation will be ruined. Calum moved forward again. Mr. Morgan, are you threatening to file frivolous lawsuits and engage in defamation, because that would constitute harassment and possibly extortion? Should I add that to the record? The moving truck driver approached with caution. Sir, we're on the clock here. Are we moving anything or not? My father ignored him, his face distorted with anger. You ungrateful little. After everything we have done for you. I couldn't hold back a quick, astonished laugh. Everything you have done for me? You abandoned me when I was 5 years old. Grandma and Grandpa raised me, loved me, taught me everything important about life and family. You showed up only when you needed money or thought there was something to gain. The bare truth hovered in the air between us. Callista too appeared embarrassed, with her phone dropped and no longer capturing the humiliating scene. I have something else you should hear, I added, taking out my phone. I played the recording I had taken of their chat in the yard during Grandpa's final days, their voices clear as they plotted to use Grandma's bewilderment and completely block me out. My mother gave a gasp. My father's face turned an awful purple. "That is illegal," he muttered. "You cannot record people without their knowledge." "Actually," Draven interrupted, "Massachusetts law permits recording if the person recording is a party to the conversation or has consent from a party. Celine was present and consented to her own recording. Perfectly legal." Several police officers had arrived by this point, in response to calls from worried neighbors about the increasing confrontation. As they neared, my father seemed to realize the hopelessness of his position. "This is not over," he growled as he backed down the stairs. "Family should not treat family this way." "On that, we completely agree," I said softly. The cops inquired whether there was a problem. I briefly mentioned that my family had made false assumptions regarding property ownership, but that everything was under control. My legal team supplied more information by giving the officers the trust documents and the injunction. Defeated but undeterred, my parents and sister returned to their SUV. The moving truck drove away, its job unfulfilled. As they drove away, I felt no triumph, only deep regret for what family should have been, but never was in my situation. Thalia gripped my shoulder. "Your grandparents would be very proud," she added softly. "So very proud." Standing on the porch my grandfather had constructed, surrounded by people who had showed more concern and loyalty than my biological relations, I realized she was correct. It had never been about money or property. It had been about honoring the genuine meaning of family and keeping the promises we make to those we care about. Following the incident on the porch, numerous practical problems needed to be addressed. Calum completed the necessary papers to establish a permanent record of the trust's legitimacy and my role as trustee. Draven assisted me in obtaining further legal protection against potential future problems. The local police, already familiar with the situation, increased patrols past the house for several weeks. Most surprisingly, the district attorney's office approached me about filing charges for attempted fraud and forgery. Despite my family's activities, I decided not to seek criminal charges against them. Not because of residual affection, but because I knew my grandparents would have preferred that I take the high road. The DA supported my decision, but he kept the case open just in case. For several months I lived with chronic anxiety, leaping at unexpected sounds and frequently monitoring security camera feeds. My parents attempted a couple more contacts, swinging between threats of unending litigation and heartfelt calls to family devotion. When it became evident that the trust was truly unbreakable and that I had substantial evidence of their false objectives, the correspondence ceased immediately. Living alone in the house that had formerly been filled with my grandparents' love and wisdom was both comforting and painful. Every room contained memories. Grandpa reading in his favorite chair by the fireplace, Grandma humming in the kitchen as she cooked Sunday supper, and the two of them dancing slowly to old records in the living room while they thought I was upstairs studying. The silence was occasionally unbearable. I found myself talking aloud to them, asking for advice or simply sharing my day, just as I did when they were still living. Sometimes I imagined hearing Grandpa's deep chuckle or smelling Grandma's perfume. Grief, I realized, does not take a straight route. It returns unexpectedly, prompted by a familiar sound or the change of seasons. Recognizing that I needed help processing what had happened, I began visiting Dr. Ira Vaughn, a grieving and family trauma therapist. Her patient questioning helped me untangle the complicated emotions. Grief for my grandparents, rage at my parents, betrayal, guilt for occasionally wishing for a normal family, and a profound loneliness that appeared to have no bottom. "What you are experiencing is complicated grief, Dr. Vaughn remarked during one session. "You are not only mourning your grandparents, but also the loss of the idea of family as it should be. That is a significant double loss." Working with Mary taught me to divorce my parents' conduct from my own worth. To understand that their avarice and manipulation were a reflection of their character defects, not my own failures. Most significantly, I realized that family is defined not only by blood, but also by love, respect, and mutual care. My legal company partners provided unexpected help. Calum and his wife, Elowen, welcomed me to holiday dinners. Mireille checked in on a frequent basis with coffee and discussion. Even the generally reticent senior partners demonstrated their care by mentoring and participating in crucial cases. Around 6 months after the confrontation, I took the difficult decision to renovate parts of the house. Not to eliminate my grandparents' presence, but to incorporate their legacy into my own destiny. I preserved Grandpa's library, complete with his volumes and beautiful leather chair, but turned an empty bedroom into a modern home office. Grandma's kitchen stayed mostly unaltered. though I did add modern equipment that she would have enjoyed using. The most major impact occurred when I founded the Aldrich and Isolde Morgan Scholarship Fund at my law school, which supports students interested in elder law and the protection of vulnerable groups. Using a portion of the trust's assets in this manner felt fitting, as it continued their generous spirits while also creating something positive from our family's tragic history. My working life has evolved as well. Based on my personal experience, I refocused my legal practice only on elder law and estate planning. Working with families to establish trusts and protective measures to prevent the type of exploitation my parents attempted became extremely rewarding. Each customer protected seemed like a modest win, a positive rippling effect of my grandparents' wise decision to form our trust. Slowly, I formed a new kind of family around me. Thalia continued to pay regular visits, now as a friend rather than an employee. My neighbors, who had witnessed the drama on my doorstep, grew closer and invited me to block parties and community gatherings. I joined a book group that met monthly, and I found connection via sharing stories, just like I had with my grandparents. 2 years after our argument on the porch, I received a little envelope in the mail with no return address. Callista left a tiny letter inside saying, "I apologize for what happened. They were wrong. I was mistaken. I miss you." There was no request for money, no mention of the property or estate, only a simple acknowledgement and what appeared to be sincere regret. After much thought, I responded with an equally simple note. "Thank you for mentioning that. It matters." I did not initiate more contact, but did leave the door slightly ajar. It was unclear what would happen next, but the exchange felt like a small step toward healing, if not reconciliation. I've had no touch with my folks since that day. Sometimes I see their names in my email spam folder, or I get a missed call from an unknown number that could be theirs. I have accepted that we will never have a healthy relationship. That acceptance, however terrible it was to achieve, has been liberating. The most deep lesson of this journey has been that family does not guarantee affection or loyalty. True family, whether by blood or by choice, must be founded on respect, honesty, and true caring. My grandparents taught me the true meaning of family. In their absence, I've discovered new ways to commemorate their legacy by forming my own chosen family of friends and mentors. I still perch on the porch swing some evenings, especially in spring when Grandma's garden blooms. The house doesn't feel empty anymore, but rather full of memories and fresh possibilities. My grandparents established a trust that secured more than simply their possessions. It provided a base on which I could rebuild and flourish following loss. For anyone dealing with comparable family and inheritance issues, my advice is straightforward. Document everything. Trust your instincts. And remember that protecting yourself from exploitation honors those who actually loved you. Standing up to those who would exploit the vulnerable is not selfish. It is an act of bravery and integrity. My relatives shut me out for 8 years. Then they lined up at my mansion, begging for help. I let them in, gave the tour, and finally kicked them out. If you've ever been regarded as the family's cautionary tale, only to have those same people circle back the moment you achieve, you'll understand why last Sunday morning altered everything. I was in my garage working on a custom motorbike build when my Ring doorbell rang. Sunday morning, 9 a.m., and there's a line of folks on my front porch. At first I assumed it was a religious gathering or something, but as I checked the app, my blood ran cold. 7 members of my family stood there as if they owned the area, having said no more than 2 words to me in the previous decade. My grandmother Margaret, Aunt Laura, Uncle Daniel, cousins Jason and Lucas and older brother Leonard were with a blonde I'd never seen before. I'm Albert, 35, and seeing these folks on my land was like finding rodents in your kitchen. For reference, my house is not a typical suburban design. It's a 4,500 square foot custom home on 5 acres outside Austin, replete with a 4-car garage, workshop, and enough space that I can't see my neighbors. The kind of place that cost me 7 figures yet was completely worth it. My first instinct was to disregard them. These were the same individuals who had excluded me from family events for a decade because I chose to create my own construction company rather than follow their safe corporate career path. But something about their body language, the way they were all gathered together and appeared nervous, piqued my curiosity. The security cameras had seen them arriving in 2 vehicles, Leonard's beat-up Honda Civic which had seen better days, and what appeared to be a rental car, which Uncle Daniel would most likely have to pay for somehow. They'd been standing there for about 5 minutes before ringing the bell, apparently gathering up their nerve. I watched them whisper amongst themselves while using the app. Grandmother Margaret adjusted her handbag several times as if she were prepared for fight. To understand why this visit was so memorable, consider how we arrived. Growing up in a working-class family in Houston, I was the odd one out. My father, Charles, was a shift supervisor at a chemical facility. My mother, Helen, worked part-time in a dentist clinic. They were wonderful people, but they had a limited definition of success: college, corporate job, suburbs, retirement with a pension. My brother Leonard was their golden boy. Straight A's, football team captain, full scholarship to the University of Texas for business. I, on the other hand, was the kid who disassembled lawnmowers in the garage and made tree houses that looked like they came from a magazine. While Leonard studied for finals, I learned welding on YouTube and built unique furniture in shop class. The treatment we received was completely different. When Leonard returned home with his report card, it was time to celebrate. Dinner at his favorite restaurant, calling relatives to gloat about his accomplishments. When I brought home something I'd made in the wood shop, a jewelry box for my mother's birthday that took me 3 weeks to complete, the reaction was always the same. "That's great, honey. Did you complete your algebra homework?" Every Sunday, we would go to Grandmother Margaret's place for dinner. She dominated the family with an iron fist, and her favorite topic was comparing the grandchildren to one another. Leonard was always a success story. My cousins, Jason and Lucas, were figuring out their paths, which included messing around in community college, while I was the creative one. Code for future disappointment. The hierarchy was established early, and has never changed. Leonard had a wonderful seat at supper next to Grandmother Margaret, where he could tell everyone about his academic accomplishments. Even when I was 16 and 17, I was always wedged in between younger cousins at the kids' end of the table. The entire extended family had an obsession with appearances. Aunt Laura married Uncle Daniel, who worked in middle management at an insurance company, and they pretended he was some sort of business magnate. They lived in a decent suburban home and drove leased cars that they couldn't afford. They did, however, contribute to its success. Their social media posts were meticulously designed to include fancy dinners, vacation images, and modest boasts about promotions and raises. I was 17 years old when the cracks appeared. Leonard was finishing his sophomore year at UT, getting high grades, and dating someone our parents adored. Meanwhile, I was getting in problems at school. Not for anything horrible, just for missing school and working construction jobs under the table. As a high school student, I earned more money working weekends than most people in our family made in a month. I wasn't earning simply pocket change. I was earning $800 to $1,000 per weekend doing framing, concrete pours, and finishing carpentry. By senior year, I had saved $15,000, more than my parents had in their emergency fund. Instead of being proud, they felt humiliated. When neighbors inquired about my weekend occupations, my mother would swiftly divert the subject or make excuses about me helping a family member. When I told my parents I wasn't going to college, it was as if I had joined a gang. The conflicts were spectacular. Dad threatened to kick me out. Mom cried, calling me selfish and ungrateful. But the family's reaction was far worse. At Leonard's graduation party, Grandmother Margaret stopped me beside the BBQ pit and said, "Albert, this construction phase needs to stop. You are embarrassing the family. Leonard has a real future. You're simply playing with tools." That chat lasted 20 minutes, and she went over all the ways I was disappointing the family. She brought up my cousin Aaron, who had attended community college and now works at a bank. She highlighted family friends whose children are pursuing respectable jobs in education and nursing. She even likened me to my neighbor's son who had enlisted in the military. At least it was respectable service rather than hard labor. That's when I realized I was done trying to fit within their small box. I moved out the next week, got a job with Ramirez Construction, and began studying the company from the ground up. While Leonard partied his way through his final 2 years of college, I studied every element of the construction industry. My first flat was a studio above a garage, which I rented from one of my crew members. It wasn't much, 400 square feet with a hot plate and a little fridge. But it was mine. I outfitted it with items I made myself and felt more at ease there than I had in my childhood bedroom. The family's attitude became evident rather quickly. At family gatherings, they'd ask Leonard about his internships and employment prospects with real curiosity. When they spoke to me, they asked polite questions about my handiwork and suggested that I return to school for something more secure. The condescension was subtle but consistent. Uncle Daniel would pat me on the shoulder and say things like, "Well, somebody's got to do the physical work, right?" Aunt Laura would ask whether I was still doing construction, as if it was a pastime I'd ultimately grow out of. Cousins Jason and Lucas, who were barely passing their community college classes, would joke that I was the family's hired muscle. I reached my breaking point at the age of 23. My brother Leonard had secured a mid-level accounting job at $45,000 per year, which the family treated as if he had won the lottery. Meanwhile, I've recently founded Rodriguez Construction with 2 of my crew members, armed with a $25,000 loan on my truck and all of my cash. Starting my own business was not a whim. I'd been with Ramirez Construction for 5 years, where I learned everything there was to know about bidding, project management, permits, and supplier relationships. My supervisor was grooming me to take over, but I was too impatient to start something on my own. Those first several months were terrifying, sleeping on invoices, hoping clients would pay on time, handling everything from accounting to cleaning up myself. But we were seeing results. Our first significant project was remodeling a 1920s home, and the before and after images spread around town. At Christmas dinner, I made the terrible mistake of attempting to share my success. I'd just gotten a $380,000 custom home contract, my biggest project yet. When I brought it up, hoping for some family support, the reaction was nasty. "That's nice, Albert." Aunt Laura spoke, scarcely looking up from her phone. "What happens if the construction market crashes?" "Leonard has job security," Uncle Daniel said, nodding. "Construction is boom and bust, kid. You should think about getting your real estate license or something more reliable." What followed was a masterclass in backhanded compliments and worry trolling. They questioned my company concept, inquired about my insurance coverage, and claimed I was risky. Meanwhile, Leonard sat there smiling as everyone applauded his wise professional decision. But grandmother Margaret dealt the fatal blow. "Albert, playing contractor is okay for now. But when are you going to settle down and get serious? Leonard has even mentioned buying a house with Emily. You're still living in that flat, working with your hands like a laborer." The word laborer was spoken in the same tone as criminal. At that point, I recognized these individuals would never respect what I achieved, no matter how successful I became. The irony was thick. Leonard's steady position paid less than I was earning working for someone else, and my new firm was on schedule to make $400,000 in its first year. I departed early that night and did not look back. The last straw came at Leonard's engagement party. By then, my company was generating $600,000 per year, and I was earning approximately $180,000. I volunteered to help with the costs. The response: "Thanks, but we've got it covered. Maybe just bring a nice gift." At the party I sat with family acquaintances I'd never met before, while Leonard's college colleagues sat at the main family table. Leonard thanked everyone who had supported him throughout his speech, including his boss, professors, and even school buddies. 8 minutes of appreciation to everyone who had influenced his life, and I wasn't worth a single line. That's when I stopped trying. If they wanted to pretend I did not exist, I would make it simple for them. The following 5 years were the most focused of my life. Rodriguez Construction grew from 3 people driving a truck to 20 full-time employees with equipment worth more than most people's homes. I specialized in high-end custom builds and commercial projects, the type for which clients do not inquire about price because they understand that quality costs money. By 28, I was earning in the mid-6 figures per year, but I kept it quiet, drove the same F-250 work truck, lived in a decent apartment, and reinvested money in the firm. My family had no idea what I was doing. When I came into extended family around town, they'd inquire how the construction was going, with the same dismissive tone. Meanwhile, Leonard's suburban fantasy was collapsing. Word spreads in small circles. He had a large home, auto bills, credit card debt, and an expensive wife with no income. Around 2018, Austin had a significant real estate boom, and my life changed dramatically. Suddenly, every successful business owner desired custom homes, and they all preferred the builder who built quality without sacrificing corners. In 6 months, I got 3 contracts totaling more than $2 million. These weren't your typical projects. A 6,000-foot modern farmhouse for a software entrepreneur, a historic downtown building conversion, and a custom workshop for a rare automobile collector. Each assignment challenged my abilities while also fostering relationships with clients who became repeat customers and referral sources. That's when I purchased 5 acres of hill country and began planning my own home. Not to brag, but because I wanted to create something that would last. The design process took months. A historic appearance with all modern conveniences, meant to last generations. Custom millwork, imported tiling, and commercial-grade everything. The garage was organized like a professional shop. The office overlooked my own man-made lake. By 2020, I was worth millions on paper. Rodriguez Construction was booked solid for 18 months. I had employees earning more than most college grads. But to my family, I was still just Albert, who worked in construction. The loneliness did not worry me. I'd made lasting friendships with other company owners, artisans, and customers. Real relationships are built on mutual respect rather than family obligation. When my crew needed assistance, we all looked out for one another. My electrician's house flooded, so we spent the weekend reconstructing his basement for free. I dated but never went serious, especially after witnessing Leonard's marriage fall apart when Emily left him for a lawyer amid his firm's downsizing. I had other things to do than play such games. They say that living well is the best form of payback. While my family was confined in their suburban bubble, defining success based on appearances and social position, I was creating something tangible. Every morning I wake up on my own property, in a home I designed and built, surrounded by work that will outlast me. And you know what? It took them 3 years to realize I was gone. When CO struck, construction was deemed necessary. So, while everyone else was on lockdown, I was busier than ever. People who remained at home desired improvements, expansions, and custom offices. I established a second crew and began working on commercial projects for firms to adjust to the new reality. The pandemic provided chances I had not anticipated. Restaurants needed outdoor seating created rapidly. Office buildings needed to be modified for spacing. Families that worked from home desired dedicated office spaces, home gyms, and outside recreation areas. My company pivoted faster than others because we were always adaptive. While large construction companies were bogged down in paperwork and change orders, we could bid on a project on Monday and begin work on Wednesday. Clients were willing to pay a premium for that kind of attentiveness. By 2021, I was generating several $1 million in annual revenue and earning a substantial personal income. I bought a new truck, some investment buildings, and began considering extending into Dallas and San Antonio. The investment properties were a strategic decision. I purchased distressed properties in good neighborhoods, renovated them with my own crews during slow periods, and either sold them or maintained them as rentals. It was a logical extension of my building experience, and it provided a variety of income streams that were not entirely based on new construction projects. When cousin Jason's girlfriend spotted my truck at a petrol station, she recognized me. She followed me on a social media platform that I rarely used but that included a few photographs of my work. Next thing I know, family members are looking through my posts, seeing photographs of my house, my equipment, and the high-end projects I was uploading. My account was mostly a business tool. Before and after photographs of projects, shots of the staff at work, and the occasional image of a finished place. However, someone who knew me saw it as a clear picture of success. The projects were clearly high-end. The equipment was of the highest quality, and the work was undeniably good. After years of stillness, I started receiving strange texts. "Hey Albert, hope you're doing well. Saw your post about that mansion you built. Looks incredible. We should catch up soon." The communications were clearly false. Jason, who hadn't spoken to me in 6 years, suddenly wanted to get coffee and catch up. Lucas made a buddy request after avoiding me since high school. Aunt Laura even began appreciating my business posts, which was ironic given that she had spent years warning everyone that I was squandering my life. I disregarded them all. If they wanted to reconnect because they learned I had money, that told me everything I needed to know about their motives. But I had no idea they were preparing an ambush. Steel-toed boots echoed through the entryway as I walked to the front door. When I opened it, the expressions on their faces were wonderful. They were expecting the family failure they had been discussing for years. Instead, they got a 6'2" guy in shape, dressed in a good flannel and jeans that fit. "Albert," Grandmother Margaret said first, her voice trying to sound pleasant but coming over stiff. "What a beautiful home you have." "Yeah, well, hard work pays off," I said, not bothering to hide the sharpness in my voice. The quiet stretched on like a bad first date, until Aunt Laura stepped forward with a phony smile. "We were in town for the Johnson family reunion. Do you remember the Johnsons? We thought we'd stop by because we heard you lived out here." The casual mention almost made me laugh. These people hadn't cared where I lived for 10 years, and now they were acting like we were close. The Johnsons lived 2 hours away, so this wasn't exactly a casual stop by. "How thoughtful," I said, my voice flat. "Do you want to come in, or are we having this conversation on the porch?" The entryway alone probably cost more than most people's annual salary. Custom wrought iron chandelier, imported stone flooring with radiant heating, solid walnut staircase with hand-forged railings. They filed past me into the foyer, and I watched their eyes widen. Vaulted ceilings, custom ironwork, original art on the walls. Cousin Jason couldn't contain himself. "Man, Albert, this place is great. What did this cost you?" "More than you make in 3 years," I replied without missing a beat. I gave them the full tour because I wanted to see their reactions. The living room with 20-foot ceilings and a custom stone fireplace. The kitchen with professional-grade appliances and a center island larger than most people's bedrooms. And the office, which was adorned with awards and photos from luxury projects. Jason kept making low whistles. Lucas was taking pictures for his girlfriend, which meant documenting everything for later sharing. Leonard's new wife was calculating property values in her head, but grandmother Margaret's reaction told me the most. She was reevaluating everything she thought she knew about me, and the grandson she'd written off as a failure was clearly more successful than anyone else in the family. And the real reason reveals itself. We ended up in the living room with coffee and pastries, small talk about the weather, their drive out, safe topics that avoided the elephant in the room. I answered their questions about the house and business with just enough detail to make them understand the size of what I'd built. The living room was designed for entertaining, with a seating area that could comfortably accommodate 15 people. The fireplace was faced with stone I'd quarried from the property, and the mantel was a single piece of mesquite that I'd had milled and finished by hand. Floor-to-ceiling windows provided views of the lake and the landscaped grounds. Aunt Laura cleared her throat, signaling that we were approaching the true purpose of their visit. "Albert, we've been thinking about family lately," she began, using that delicate voice that made my skin crawl. "Leonard's going through some financial difficulties with the divorce settlement and legal fees." The setup was there, and I kept my expression neutral while waiting for the pitch. "Legal fees?" I asked, playing dumb. Leonard looked uncomfortable, but Laura pressed on. "The custody struggle with Emily has been costly. She hired one of those high-end divorce attorneys, and you know how complicated these things can be. Emily was seeking alimony, claiming she had sacrificed her career to support Leonard's advancement, despite the fact that she had never had a career to sacrifice. I had been hearing about Leonard's divorce from mutual acquaintances for months, so I knew how messy things could get. Uncle Daniel jumped in. "Actually, Albert, I've been researching investment prospects in the building industry. With your knowledge and connections, we could certainly put together something profitable for the entire family." I had to give them credit for inventiveness. Rather than asking for money directly, they framed it as a business opportunity and family support. But I could read between the lines. Leonard needed money, and they decided that his successful brother should provide it. The investment opportunity angle was especially insulting, as these people who had never shown interest in my business when it was struggling were now eager to become partners now that it was successful. They wanted to bypass the years of long days, financial risk, and developing relationships with suppliers and clients. Grandmother Margaret made what she felt was the final argument. "We've missed having you at family gatherings, Albert. It's time to put the past behind us and start acting like a family again. After all, family looks out for one another." After 10 years of treating me as an embarrassment, they were now ready to welcome me back into the family, as long as I brought my checkbook. I leaned back in my leather chair and studied their faces, remembering how they had written me off when I was struggling to build something from nothing. Now that I had exceeded their expectations, they wanted to be family again. "That's fascinating," I responded calmly. "Remind me, when was the last family event I was invited to?" The stillness was deafening, and they all looked at each other, hoping someone else would respond. "Well," Laura finally responded. "You know how it is with busy schedules and everything." "No," I said. "I'm not sure how it is." "Why aren't you telling me?" They'd come here expecting the old Albert, the one who desperately needed their acceptance and would do anything to belong. But they were about to learn that version of me existed in the past. Leonard finally found his voice. "Albert, I know we haven't been as close as we should have been." "Close?" I interrupted. "I haven't received a phone call, text message, birthday card or holiday present from anyone in this room in over 8 years. You got married twice and did not tell me. My grandmother told people that I was a construction worker who would never amount to anything. And now you want to discuss getting close?" Their cheeks paled as the comfy fantasy they'd been living with, that our separation was somehow mutual, was shattered by realities they couldn't refute. Jason attempted to play peacemaker. "Hey man, maybe we all could have done better at staying in touch." "Remaining in touch?" I stood up, my full height, making them all look up at me. "Let me tell you about remaining in touch. When I first started my business, I called Dad to tell him about my first major contract. Are you aware of what he said?" "That's nice, son." Leonard was recently promoted to senior accountant. "When I bought this land and began building, I sent Mom pictures because I was proud of what I'd accomplished. She presented them to people and said that I was still playing with tools." The room was dead silent, and the clock in the corner appeared to have stopped ticking. "When Leonard got engaged the first time," I said, "I offered to help pay for the wedding. Laura here informed me that they have it covered, but thanks anyhow." At the reception, I was seated with strangers, while Leonard's pals sat at the family table. When he gave his speech thanking everyone who had helped him achieve, He included his teachers, his boss, and even his friends, but not his brother, who had offered to assist. Leonard looked down at his hands. Albert, I'm not done, I said, my voice firmer. When Grandmother Margaret underwent heart surgery 5 years ago, I drove to the hospital with flowers and promises to pay her medical fees. The nurse informed me that visits were only for direct family members. When I mentioned that I was her grandson, Laura here told the staff that I was simply distant family and that I should wait. The nurse was perplexed because I clearly knew family details, but Laura insisted I wait until after the immediate family had visited, so I ended up spending 4 hours in the hospital cafeteria, waiting for permission to see my own grandmother. I had driven hours after receiving word about grandmother's surgery, bringing flowers and a card with a check to help with expenses, and instead of being welcomed, I was turned away like a stranger. When I finally got 5 minutes with her, she was groggy and barely acknowledged my presence. I left the check with Laura, who never mentioned whether grandmother even knew about it. Grandmother Margaret's face was white as a sheet. The reality of how they treated me was laid out in detail, and there was no way to spin it. So no, I responded, settling back down. We haven't been as close as we should have been. You completely shut me out of this family, and now that you know I am more successful than all of you together, you want to be family again. That is not family. That is a transaction. Leonard's wife, who had been quiet, decided to speak out. Look, Albert, she said, standing up with a confident tilt to her chin. I'm not sure what occurred between you guys in the past. And frankly, I don't care. What I care about is that Leonard has been struggling financially since his divorce. But you clearly have more money than you know what to do with. Family helps family. Period. I mean, look at this place. She motioned around the room. You're definitely loaded. Leonard is your brother, and he needs help. It's not like you earned it all on your own. You were fortunate to secure several construction contracts during the boom. The least you could do is support the family that reared you. I stared at her for a long time, contemplating the utter boldness of what she had just said, before breaking into a deep, real chuckle that made everyone in the room shift. What makes it so funny? She questioned, her cheeks burning. You, I murmured, wiping my eyes, are exactly what I was expecting. Leonard always had a type. Pretty, entitled, and entirely oblivious of how the real world operates. Albert, Grandmother Margaret snapped. I ignored her and concentrated on the blonde. What's your name again? Vanessa, she said, lifting her chin. Brittany, can you tell me what you do for work? I'm a social media influencer, she explained. Of course she was. How many followers? 12,000 on one platform, 8,000 on another. I nodded sincerely. And how much money does that generate monthly? Her confidence dipped slightly. Well, it's building up. So, nothing. You make nothing. I looked to Leonard. Brother, you divorced one rich digger and married another. That is either extremely awful luck or lousy judgment. Leonard's cheeks turned hot. Don't talk to my wife that way. Your wife just told me I should give you my money because family helps family, while admitting she has no idea or cares about our history. She referred to my accomplishment as luck and stated that I had not worked hard for it. But I'm the bad guy since I pointed out that she's a social media influencer with no salary instructing me how to spend my money. Vanessa crossed her arms. I'm just saying, if I had millions and my family needed help. You'd do what? I interrupted. You'd give it away to people who treated you like garbage for 10 years? Vanessa, tell me how much money you've given Leonard since you married him. That's different. What is the difference? You married him knowing he was struggling financially after his divorce. What have you done to help solve such problems besides telling others to pay? The quiet was deafening. Vanessa had no response because there was none, but she was not finished. Do you know what your problem is, Albert? You're selfish. You have a lot of money and are hoarding it instead of assisting your family. Leonard told me you were close when you were youngsters. Did Leonard tell you we used to be close? I looked at my brother. Is that the tale you've been telling people? That we grew up together yet eventually drifted apart? Leonard could not meet my gaze. Albert, we were close when we were kids. We weren't close, Leonard. You were the golden boy who did everything correctly, and I was the letdown who took the wrong way. That has been the dynamic since day one. And you never did anything to change this. Even when we were youngsters, you agreed with everyone else and treated me as if I were somehow inferior to you. The figures don't lie. I took out my phone and scanned through my contacts. Vanessa, You said I was lucky with building projects. Allow me to show you what luck looks like. I opened my banking app and pointed the screen to them. This is my business account. Current balance is in the millions. That's only the checking account. Does not include investments, retirement funds, or property values. Their eyes widened as they looked at the number on the screen. I spent a lot of money to build this house. I paid with cash. The workshop is outfitted with equipment worth hundreds of thousands. The trucks outside, the F-350 dually, were quite expensive. When I complete restoring the old car, it will be worth six figures, and that is just the toys. My investing portfolio is excellent. I have numerous rental homes with substantial equity. Last year, my company achieved multi-million-dollar revenue, and I personally earned a significant income after taxes. The silence was tremendous. They knew I was succeeding, but witnessing the actual extent stunned them. So when you say I got lucky, Vanessa, you mean that I worked long hours for 15 years, established a reputation for quality that demanded a premium price, and made prudent financial choices. But fine. We'll call it luck. Leonard stared at his hands as he delivered the final truth bomb. Albert, I had no idea. I have no idea what? Was your brother successful? That I had accomplished something substantial while you were playing office politics and getting taken to the cleaners. I've attempted to tell you about my success for years. You just weren't listening. I returned to the window and looked out at my land. You know what the saddest part is? I would have discussed anything with family members who genuinely cared for me. When I was building this house, I had visions of hosting family cookouts, having nieces and nephews visit for the summer, and being the successful uncle who helped with school funding. Turning back to face them, I said, but that needed having a family who recognized me as more than a disappointment. Instead, I developed relationships with people who valued what I was creating. I assisted my foreman in purchasing his own home. My office manager. I'm paying for her daughter's schooling. My concrete crew leader. I co-signed his company loan when the bank refused to approve him. Grandmother Margaret dabbed her eyes with a tissue. Albert, we made mistakes. Mistakes? I laughed briefly. Grandmother, you told people you were embarrassed to have a grandson who worked with his hands like an ordinary laborer. Laura informed her neighbors that I was the family failure who would never amount to anything. Leonard didn't even ask me to his first wedding, so I took out my phone again. You want to know about mistakes? Let me show you what you truly lost. I scrolled through my photos and found the ones I was looking for. This is the children's hospital wing I donated to build last year. It's named after our great-grandfather, who worked in construction his entire life to support his family. Their faces turned pale as they comprehended the ramifications. This is the scholarship fund I established at the community college each year for students who wish to learn a skill rather than go to four-year colleges. And this, I showed them another photo, is the shelter I helped build and furnish. I provided all labor and supplies. I was especially proud of the hospital's children's wing, which had been operating in a converted basement for years with poor lighting and outdated equipment. My donation helped fund a complete renovation that included child-friendly design, natural lighting, and a place for families to stay during treatment. Every year, I selected students who wanted to learn a craft but couldn't afford the necessary tools and materials. The scholarship covered everything, including tuition, books, tools, work boots, and safety equipment, and some of my winners now work full-time for my company. Aunt Laura was in tears now. Albert, we didn't know. You had no idea since you had never asked. You were too busy looking down at me to realize what I was actually doing. I placed my phone away and looked at each of them individually. But here's the point. I did not perform those things to gain notoriety or to prove anything to you. I did them because it was the correct thing to do. Lucas, who had been quiet, eventually spoke up. Albert, is there any way we can make this right? I understand we messed up, but family should mean something. I watched his expression for a long time. He appeared to realize the gravity of what they'd done more than anyone else. Lucas, family means something. It entails being there for one another during good times and bad. It entails praising each other's accomplishments without jealousy. It means having each other's backs when the world attempts to tear you down. I paused, letting that sink in. Tell me, when did any of you ever do that for me? He couldn't respond because the answer was never. Do you want to know what family means to me now? When the flood struck East Texas last month, I took 6 of my employees and 4 vehicles to assist with cleanup and repairs. We worked for free for 2 weeks to help people restore their homes. Those people are now my family. We support each other because we want to, not because we share DNA. We helped over 50 families get back on their feet by clearing debris, tarping roofs, and assisting families in salvaging what they could from flood-damaged homes. My crew volunteered their time, and I covered all of the expenses, including fuel, equipment, meals, and hotel rooms. I walked up to the front door and opened it wide. "That's what family looks like. Now go out of my house." Leonard came to a halt and turned around as they passed me, each looking defeated and humiliated. "Albert, I know I don't deserve it, but if you ever change your mind about giving us another chance." I looked at my brother. Really looked at him. The golden kid who had had everything handed to him and squandered it through stupid judgments and bad taste in companions. The man who had stood by while his family treated me like nothing for a decade. "Leonard, do you want another chance? Here's what it looks like. You solve your own problems without seeking assistance from others. You demonstrate your ability to be self-sufficient. Most importantly, you learn to treat people with dignity, rather than viewing them as either useful or disposable." He gave a slow nod, his eyes wet. "What if I do all that? Then maybe we can talk about being brothers. But not until then." As they drove away, I stood in my doorway, watching their taillights vanish down my private road. For the first time in 10 years, I felt fully free of their expectations and judgments. My phone vibrated with a text from my foreman. "Boss, we have a poker game tonight. Are you in?" I smiled and replied back, "Absolutely. Family supper, correct?" "You know it, boss." I secured the door and walked back to my garage where the Chevelle was waiting. Some things are worth preserving, while others are better left in the past. My parents abandoned my grandma with just 2 broken bags. 3 months later, a judge made them pay the price they never expected. Hello Reddit. I, Dorian, a 35-year-old man, went out one morning to discover my grandmother, 75, waiting outside my gate with 2 shattered luggage and no explanation. I wondered whether anything had gone wrong. I reviewed the security camera tape, and what I saw made my blood boil. Let's just say that my parents, 56 and 57, female and male, and my golden boy brother, 31, male, quickly realized the consequences of treating family like trash. So I awoke that morning to my phone buzzing like it was attempting to get away from the nightstand. I assumed it was spam or one of those pointless group chats where my cousin never stops talking. I did not even check the caller ID. I simply smacked the screen and responded with a drowsy, "Hello." That was when I heard my neighbor Bruce's voice. "Dorian, I believe your grandmother is sitting outside your gate." At first I didn't get it. I blinked. "Wait, what? Been there about 20 minutes? 2 bags with her. She's just sitting there." I sat up upright in bed like if someone had poured cold water down my back. "Are you sure it's my grandma? I've seen her before. It's her. She hasn't moved." I hung up and raced out of bed without saying goodbye. Nancy, my wife, awoke when she noticed me rummaging through the closet and grabbed a hoodie. "What's going on?" she murmured. I was already at the door. "My grandmother is outside, sitting on the ground." That drew her attention quickly. She was just behind me. We opened the front door, and there she was. Grandma Isolde, sitting on the frigid concrete at 5:30 a.m., as if she were waiting for a bus that wouldn't arrive. 2 broken old luggage sat next to her. One had a folded paper put into the handle loop. She wasn't crying or yelling. She was simply staring at the ground, as if she had no idea where she was. Her face was pale, and her hands shook violently. She didn't even look up as we approached. I hurried over. "Grandma, what are you doing out here?" She did not respond. I reached down and touched her arm, which was as cold as ice. Nancy was already opening the front door and increasing the heat inside. She helped me bring Grandma in as I grabbed the baggage and the strange folded note. The warmth turned on, and we wrapped Grandma with 2 blankets. She still hadn't said anything. Nancy sat next to her on the couch, softly caressing her back as I opened the note. It simply stated, "We figured this was best. Please understand. There are no names or explanations. Only that." I gazed at the paper, as if blinking would change anything. It did not. That's when it struck me. My parents did it. My mother and father dropped my 75-year-old grandmother outside my front gate as if she were junk furniture they no longer wanted. My hands shook as I approached the surveillance monitor next to the front door and picked up the recording. I scrolled till approximately 5 a.m., and there it was. My father's SUV drew up silently. He came out and opened the back seat. Mom helped Grandma out. They put the luggage next to her, said nothing, and got back into the car. They drove off as if they were late for breakfast. No hugs, no explanation, no knock on our door. Just gone. I felt a deep, slow burn in my chest, like a quiet but steady rage that would last all day. I called my father, but he did not answer. Called again. Nothing. I tried calling my mother and got voicemail. I tried both of them a dozen more times, pacing the living room as if I was about to wear a trench coat on the hardwood. Meanwhile, Grandma has finally spoken up. Her voice sounded like she hadn't talked in hours. I apologize for showing up like this, Charlie. I did not mean to bother you too. I almost dropped the phone. No, Grandma. Don't say that. You're not bothering anyone. Nancy leaned closer and nodded. You're always welcome here. I said, why didn't you knock? Why didn't you call? She stared down at her hands. I didn't want to wake anyone. I figured someone would come out eventually. I sat across from her, attempting to maintain a calm voice. Did they say why they dropped you off? She paused and then nodded slowly. Last night your dad packed my things, said Cale and Alara were moving in, and the house was going to be too crowded. I couldn't remember. That's it? No warning, no plan? She simply shook her head. He said it wouldn't be forever, just until they got settled. And they just left you in the cold? There was no response. She looked aside again, not crying, just dead silent. Next morning, we all ate breakfast together. I attempted to. Grandma just sat there, gripping her mug as if it were a lifeline. After Nancy drove our daughter Aria to school, I told Grandma bluntly, we're going over there today. I want answers. She appeared uncomfortable at first, but eventually nodded. Okay, but I don't want to fight. Too late for that. I excused myself from work. Nancy did the same. We placed Grandma into the car and began driving to my folks' home. When we drew into their area, I could feel the stress creeping up my spine. There was a white moving truck parked outside their house, and Cale was standing next to it, laughing with Alara. The wrath that had been building all morning began to boil. I parked further up the street, not because I had to, but because I didn't trust myself to pull into their driveway without damaging someone's bumper. We moved slowly approaching the home. Cale was the one who spotted us first. His smirk quickly faded as he spotted Grandma. Alara's face fell as if she had just been caught doing something unsavory at church. Neither of them said anything as we approached. We only gave awkward half nods, as if we were strangers rather than family. My folks sat inside as if nothing was occurring. I didn't bother saying hello. You dumped her at my gate like she was garbage. Dad looked at me. No emotion. Just the blank expression he used to give me when I didn't mow my yard. Right. She's staying with you now, isn't she? What's the problem? My jaw squeezed so fiercely, it cracked. The problem, I yelled, is that you left her outside in the freezing cold at 5:30 in the damn morning. Mom set her coffee down, all theatrical. Dorian, we're not going to do this. We had no choice. No choice? I looked at Cale. You couldn't stay in a hotel, an Airbnb, or rent a room for a few weeks? Cale shrugged as if it were clear. I'm not blowing money on rent when we can stay here for free. It's family. Yeah, I replied. Family. That's what this is about, right? Mom leaned forward and spoke quickly, as if she were explaining a spreadsheet to a toddler. Cale and Alara just had a baby. Dorian, you know how stressful it is. They needed stability. The house was getting crowded. Your grandma, she's just too much these days. Nancy blinked. Too much? Mom asked, waving her hands in a circle. The noise. The TV too loud. She forgets things. Always leaving the stove on. We were starting to worry about fire hazards. Honestly, we were doing her a favor. You've got more space anyway. I couldn't find any words for a second. You think abandoning your own mother-in-law in the dark cold is a favor? Dad finally asked. We're not going to stand here and be judged for a hard decision. It's not like we threw her out on the street. She's with you. You didn't even knock on the door. Alara finally spoke out, her voice gentle, as if she were trying not to be accused. We told them not to do it that way. I wanted to call first, but they said you'd understand. I switched on Cale. You just stood there and let it happen? He crossed his arms. Look, man, you're being dramatic. She wasn't happy at the house anyway. She complains constantly. She is locked in the past. Everything goes back to when your grandfather was alive. This is how I used to cook. Okay, we understand. I looked at him as if I didn't recognize him anymore. She gave up her retirement to help raise us. She paid your college deposit when your father insisted he couldn't afford it. Grandma's hands tightened around her bag for a second. She didn't say anything, but her eyes sank to the floor as if she was remembering it as well. He would hug her after supper and invite her to sit in the audience for every school performance. He no longer saw her as anything more than furniture. Not even the excellent kind. Only the kind you dump when you need space. Cale rolled his eyes, and I added, "Thank you. That doesn't mean she gets to control the house now." She was making Alara uncomfortable. Alara tensed but didn't dispute it. Grandma didn't say anything. She stood there, not a single word of defense. She seemed out of place in the conversation. That settled it for me. "You're all making me ill." Dad stood up cautiously. "Watch your mouth, son." Nancy stood between us. "You keep track of your own number. You abandoned your mother like a bag of old clothes when your golden boy showed up in need of a crib." Mom stood with arms folded. "We did what was best for all." "No," I shot back. "You did whatever was easiest for you." The air in the room became quite thick, as if no one wanted to be the first to blink. Cale appeared bored, as if he was over it already. "Are you done now? We have stuff to unload." I took a step toward him, without thinking. "You can't act as if this is usual. You can't pretend you're the victim because you had to give up cable TV for a week to make room." He shrugged. "Look, you are already taking care of her. It worked out. I don't see the big issue." Grandma's voice burst through everything. It was quiet, but it cut right through the tension like a needle. I did not want to be a burden. I quickly turned toward her. "You are not. Don't ever say that." Mom sighed, as if she were the one fatigued by everything. We did not want to upset her feelings. But sometimes you simply outgrow things, people. I believe that was the line that broke Nancy. She went to my parents and frankly stated, "You outgrew your mother-in-law." Dad snapped. "Get out of my house right now, or I'll contact the cops." I laughed. I truly laughed. "Are you going to tell them that you kicked your elderly mother out in the cold?" He pointed to the door. "Out." Nancy softly took grandmother's arm. "Let's go. We do not belong here." We moved towards the door. None of them moved to stop us. There was no apology or sense of shame. As I opened the front door, Mom yelled, "Don't turn this into some moral crusade, Dorian. She's your responsibility now." I didn't look back, simply said happily. We went away without saying another thing. Outside, the moving truck beeped and backed up the driveway as if nothing had happened. As I helped Grandma into the car, I gazed over at the house where I grew up. It did not feel like home anymore. It merely seemed like walls with a roof above greedy people. I opened the door for Grandmother. She walked slowly, as if her bones were holding weight that would never be totally released again. Nancy assisted her with the seatbelt, and I stood there for a second, staring at the home. I wasn't sad any longer. I wasn't even mad in the typical sense. I was simply clear. We drove away without another word. Cale did not come out. My father did not storm the driveway. Mom didn't say any last guilt-ridden line. They simply let us go like we were nothing. It was strangely silent in the car the entire way back until I parked into our driveway and shut off the engine. I said, "I'm filing a report." Grandma blinked. "You are what?" "I am not going to let that slip. They did something illegal." She shook her head slowly. "Dorian, we don't need any more issues." I stared her in the eyes. "They made you the problem. I'm only imposing consequences." Nancy was already nodding. "I will drive you. Let's go today." Grandma sighed and looked aside. "It will make matters worse. They will accuse me of pitting the family against itself." I shrugged. "Let them. If they were concerned about family, they would not have dumped you on concrete before sunrise." We assisted Grandma inside, ensured she had lunch and her medications, and then situated her on the couch with Arya. They were already settling into that strange groove. Arya asked her questions such, "Did you have TV when you were a kid?" And Grandma laughed as if nothing had occurred. Before we went, Nancy sat with Grandma while I got my keys. That's when she whispered it quietly, as if she wasn't sure if she wanted to speak it out. "You know, I made them think I was sliding. It made everything quieter." I halted. "They stated I was forgetful and left the stove on. I didn't, even though I pretended to forget a few things. It prevented them from asking for more. I wasn't sure whether to be impressed or heartbroken. Perhaps both." Nancy and I got back in the car and headed to the gas station. It wasn't far, maybe 20 minutes, But it felt much longer with everything going through my thoughts. I wasn't doing this just to prove a point. I was doing it because I couldn't forget what I saw that morning. I couldn't escape the fact that I was reared by certain individuals. We entered the police station. The house smelled like old coffee and floor polish. A man at the desk inquired what we needed. "I need to file an elder abandonment report," I stated clearly and directly. That caught his attention. He got up and grabbed a clipboard. "Are you the primary caretaker?" "Yes." He brought us to a little side office. 10 minutes later, a detective called Corvin entered. He was in his mid-50s, with graying temples, and appeared to be someone who didn't trust anything until it was proven twice. He sat down and stared me dead in the eye. "Tell me exactly what occurred." I did not ramble. I laid everything out step by step. 5:30 a.m., drop-off. Security footage from my house camera. The note was placed into Grandma's suitcase. Her age, physical conditions, financial contributions to her son, also known as my father, their refusal to even ring the doorbell, and their threats when faced. Nancy supported me with precise moments and what Grandma stated later. I showed him the text history. My 20-plus unanswered calls to both parents. I even added Cale's smug texts, which hinted that they will soon find peace. Corvin wrote everything down. Then he stared at me. "Do you have the security footage?" I brought a USB copy. I slid it across the desktop. "Good," he said. "This is not simply abandonment. This appears to be long-term financial exploitation." I raised an eyebrow. "Go on." He leaned forward. "If she has been paying her benefits and they still evicted her, especially without a care plan, notice or emergency, this is not just immoral, but also unlawful." Corvin paused before calling Adult Protective Services, APS. We waited about 25 minutes before a woman named Astrid came in. Late 30s, piercing eyes, no-nonsense energy. She introduced herself and sat with us to discuss the report. Her entire expression altered when she learned how they had abandoned Grandma. "This is serious," she explained. "She could have been hospitalized due to the cold." You saying they made no arrangements?" "Nothing," I replied. "Not even a telephone call." Astrid gazed at Corvin. "We need to conduct a wellness check on the home she came from. If the other parties refuse to cooperate, we will escalate quickly." I signed the document and provided them with Grandma's doctor's contact information and her medical history. Astrid organized a visit to our home for the following week. "We will confirm that she is secure and stable. Based on the footage and the circumstances, we may seek a court summons." Corvin returned my gaze before we parted ways. He stated that the majority of people do not report such incidents. "It's easy to remain angry and silent, but you're doing the right thing." I nodded. "That is what I do." Back in the car, Nancy grinned. "You know what? I suppose you scared him." I laughed. "Good." When we arrived home, Grandma was napping in the recliner. Arya had created a cat picture and glued it to the wall above her. I stood there for a second, watching them. I no longer felt like the youngster who had grown up in that ancient house. I felt like the man constructing the new one. That night, I blocked both my parents and Cale's numbers. Not because I was running, but because they couldn't barge back in and appear to care. This was not a timeout. It was a complete lockout. The next morning I received a call from a restricted number. I ignored it. It rang again 5 seconds later. Then I received an SMS from a new number. "You're really going to take this to court over one choice. You are destroying this family, Cale." I didn't respond. I took a screenshot and saved it to the report file. 5 minutes later, another one. "We did nothing wrong. You're going to regret this." That one received a reply. I typed back, "You'll regret underestimating me." I also blocked it. By that point, I wasn't even furious. Simply amused. It was as if they believed texting, "You'll regret this," would make me rush to the courthouse and ask them to return Grandma. I suppose when you spend your entire life believing you are the center of the universe, the repercussions feel like betrayal. Anyway, I've moved on. The week went by quickly. Grandma moved in as if she had always lived here. Arya began addressing her roommate as Isolde, which made her giggle for the first time in weeks. Nancy received a heated blanket, and I purchased one of those massage chairs from Amazon. Not to lavish her, but to provide her the basic minimum she had never received before. Astrid from APS arrived by midweek. She toured the house and asked Grandma a few questions to ensure she was secure, clean, and not sleeping on an air mattress in the garage. She looked almost relieved as she departed. "I've seen too many of these instances go the other way," she added, relieved that she ended up somewhere decent. That Friday I received the email. Preliminary hearing is scheduled. Elder neglect, abandonment, and financial wrongdoing. Location, County Courthouse. Date, Tuesday, 9 a.m. I did not need to prepare. I had been preparing since they decided to make her someone else's issue. Tuesday arrived, and I stepped into the courtroom as if I were checking in. Nancy is by my side, calm as ever. Grandma grabbed my arm, not for support, but because she wanted to walk in with me. Across the room, my parents and Cale sat in a tight row, as if they were auditioning for a remake of the Dysfunction series. My mother appeared to have not slept. My father appeared angry. Cale seems dissatisfied with his surroundings. Probably assumed this would be over with a slap on the wrist and a dramatic spiel about family ties. Nah. The judge strode in, an elderly man with steel gray hair and an attitude that said he did not tolerate fools or long-winded counsel. He introduced himself as Judge R. Kenley and got right down to business. "Mr. Dorian Bennett," he said, peeking over his glasses. "You are the complainant. Please state your situation." I stood cool and clear, with no dramatics. My folks dropped off my grandmother at my residence. I did not call or ring the doorbell. Instead, I left her with 2 bags and a folded letter. That morning the temperature was 38 degrees. I gave the clerk the printed photo of the notice and then the USB containing the clip. The tape will show them driving away without saying anything. She sat alone for 45 minutes before I discovered her. They did not try to follow up. I did not answer 21 phone calls. I also have confirmation that for the previous 3 years, she has given over $1,200 per month from her Social Security and pension to help them pay their bills. The judge nodded slowly. "Do they have power of attorney for her finances?" "No, sir." "Was there any formal notice given before she was removed from her home?" "None. Just a note." I sat. Then it was their turn. My mother stepped up as if she were about to present her dissertation on advanced victimhood. She opened her mouth and immediately began weeping. Like right on cue. We simply wanted what was best. Isolde. She was becoming difficult. She would argue over everything. The television was too loud. She forgot something. Ilara was overwhelmed with the infant. The judge cut her off. "I didn't ask about Ilara. I inquired whether you provided legal notice, medical consultation, or filed for alternative housing before evicting a senior individual from your residence." Dad rose up, as if he were going to rectify it with a stern tone. "With due respect, Judge, we were not evicting her. We were shifting her to a more suitable home with another family member." I leaned over to Nancy and whispered, "Did he just say appropriate like she's a broken vacuum?" The judge heard me and smirked before returning his gaze to my father. "You abandoned your 75-year-old mother on the pavement before daybreak. You did not relocate her. You abandoned her." That silenced them. Cale remained seated. He didn't say anything the entire time, which was probably a good thing. His brain cell budget had already maxed. Then came the moment nobody expected, the financial evaluation. A PS had conducted a thorough assessment of Grandma's deposits and withdrawals. The monthly assistance she provided them was not voluntarily. Every month, transfers from her account took place on the same day. Most bills are branded as assistance or simply Cale. 0 receipts, no repayment, and no accountability. Judge Kenley looked up from the report, as if someone had just spit in his coffee. "You've been eroding this woman's limited income for more than 30 months, and when she was no longer useful, you rejected her." He sat back and folded his hands. "The defendants are been found guilty of elder abandonment and financial malfeasance." No gasps, no screams. My parents are just sinking into their chairs as if they were furniture that could not be returned. The decision was fast. $3,000 fine. 12 months of probation. There is no county travel without clearance. A court-mandated financial ethics education. Grandma awarded permanent primary residence status at my home, with restraining orders pending her choice. Cale was not mentioned in the charges. He wasn't a legal guardian, but rather a freeloader with a weak spine and no voice on paper. But something told me that karma had penciled him in for later, most likely in Sharpie. My father then cracked. He stood up quickly and loudly. "You aren't my mama. No true mother would allow her son to be hauled into court." The judge struck the gavel once, hard. Silence. "Sit down." But he did not. He gestured at Grandma as if she had broken some unseen deal. "You raised a manipulator," he explained. "You raised a snake." Grandma stood up. She did not yell. She did not cry. She simply looked him in the eyes and said, "I raised a man who is standing next to me. You raised yourself into a corner." The judge nodded as if that was the true ruling. The court adjourned. We departed without looking back. Cal kept his eyes down the entire time. Mom was still rubbing dry eyes with a tissue. Dad was locked in place, as if he couldn't accept the idea that his status as patriarch meant nothing in front of the law. Nancy grabbed my hand while we were in the parking lot. Grandma gave the longest exhale I'd ever heard from her. "You okay?" I inquired. She gave me a steady glance. "I'm more than okay, I'm free." And yes, I believed her. We drove home from court with no music or casual talk, just the sound of tires and a sense of calm pleasure. Grandma did not say much. She sat in the rear, as if she had finally arrived at her destination. I returned home and placed an order for dinner. Grandma went into her room early, said she needed to ponder, which most likely meant sitting quietly by the window, as she always did when something was brewing. The next night, she invited us into the living room. I and Nancy sat down. She retrieved an envelope from beneath the couch. There's no build-up or huge spiel. I didn't inform anyone because I wanted to see how they'd react when I didn't have anything. I opened the envelope. Legal documents, deeds, financial summaries and asset records. She owned land in Santa Cruz, a large sum of money from an old restaurant, and assets I had no idea about. Total net worth. $51 million. All in her name, and all clean. Nancy sat up upright. I simply blinked at it. Grandma claimed she sold the acreage her sister left her years ago. I worked at that restaurant. I owned some of it. Silently share. I never told your dad. He would have sucked it dry. All of this is under my maiden name, she added, almost as a side note. I kept the documentation out of the house and utilized a P.O. box with a separate bank. Your father never had a clue. She spoke it as if she were reciting the weather forecast. No drama, just the facts. She then handed over another set of papers. I recall you two joking about opening a resort on the beach, somewhere tranquil. You are now the legal owner of a coastal property in Monterey. The facility is small, with 50 rooms and a spa. It is yours if you desire it. Nancy stared at the papers. This is real. Realer than the people I raised, Grandma replied. We did not celebrate or cry, we just sat there taking it in. Not only the present, but the significance behind it. She waited, watched, and took mental notes before rewarding what she saw. I don't want praise, she explained. I just want to rest, and I want to know my money is not going to people who would trade me for a guest bedroom. I cracked a smile. You're safe here, and we'll handle this gift as you would. Calm and smart. We did not quit our jobs. We didn't make any announcements. We waited. That weekend, Nancy and I drove to Monterey alone. The place was real, clean, and peaceful, and it was run by a retired couple who had been there for years, expecting it to be sold and converted into condos. When we informed them that we were the new owners, they did not inquire about money. They questioned if we intended to preserve the garden and reading room. We stayed for 2 days, taking notes and asking questions. We did not discuss quitting our jobs during the entire drive back. We discussed how to make it work without tossing everything away. Nancy replied, "We'll give it time. Instead of destroying our current life, consider whether this is a better fit." Exactly, I replied. We'll run it like Grandma did. Quiet, steady, no handouts, no noise. We didn't tell anyone that week. On Thursday, a strange distant cousin replied, "Congrats on Nancy's Instagram post from our Monterey trip." This was the leak. The following Saturday morning, the doorbell rang. I peeked through the peephole. It was my mother carrying a pie. Behind her were my father and Cale, all dressed as if they were going to a church function. Cale even wore slacks. Slacks. "Hi, sweetheart," Mom replied as if nothing had happened. "We've been thinking about you, Isolde." Nancy stood behind me. Grandma stood at the end of the corridor, her arms folded. "Can we come in?" Mom inquired, beaming so hard it appeared uncomfortable. "We simply want to reconnect." "Reconnect?" I asked. Dad jumped in. "It has been a long time. We miss our families. Things were tight before. Everyone said something they regretted." Cale held up a photo album. "We brought photos. We figured Grandma might want to see the baby again." "Right. The same baby who was reportedly allergic to elderly people last month." Grandma stepped forward, her expression unreadable. Then she smiled slowly and sharply. "You didn't care that I was cold on a sidewalk," she continued. "But now you want to reconnect." Nobody spoke. She nodded at herself. "You can keep the pie, but the door remains closed." I shut it firmly. Clean. No slam. Just finished. Monday morning, I filed the paperwork for a full household restraining order. Grandma did not ask for it, I just did it. No hesitancy. No dramatic pause. Monday morning, I went to the courtroom, signed the document in blue ink, and filed for a household-wide restraining order. Grandma's name, mine, Nancy's, and Arya's. Every name that mattered. No warning texts or lengthy explanations. Allow children to discover the same way Grandma did. She found herself sitting on the sidewalk without notice. Later that afternoon we received the confirmation. Approved. The sheriff's office would deliver the notice in person. No contact, no lurking, and no backdoor visits claiming to drop off food or some unexpected sentimental item. It was not about vengeance. It was all about control, our house, our peace, and our rules. 2 days later, the doorbell rang. This time it was not them. Ilara was alone. She stood on the porch, cradling the infant. No baggage and no stroller. Just sleepy eyes and a tight grip on the baby, as if she hadn't slept in days. Nancy opened the door without saying anything. I stepped beside her. "I'm not here to beg," Ilara replied hastily. "I'm not here for money," Grandma said, approaching us from behind and leaning slightly on the doorframe. "I just wanted to apologize," Ilara whispered, her eyes locking with her own. She did not pretend to cry. Did not play the helpless daughter-in-law. She just stood there, a baby on her hip and regret on her face. "When they kicked you out, I didn't say anything. I was afraid. I should have said something. I apologize." Grandma did not move right away. I just stood there observing her as if she were attempting to read the fine print on a contract. Then she spoke calmly, yet sharply. "And if I had frozen to death that morning," she asked, "would you have still been silent?" Ilara swallowed and replied, "I don't know, but I'd never forgive myself." Grandma nodded once. That was it. No hug, no grin, just acknowledgement. "You do not need to forgive me," Ilara added. "I just needed to speak it aloud." She turned to go. "Wait," Grandma said. Ilara froze. "You still with Cale? Number N." After blaming me for losing the fortune, he snapped and smashed a hole through the wall. I took Lyra and departed. I do not want anything from any of them. Grandma did not answer immediately. I just stared at the infant. "She has enough diapers and formula." Ilara responded, "We're managing. I'm working part-time in a clinic near my mother's home. Leave your phone number with Dorian. If the baby ever needs something vital, it will be her, not you. I'll help. But don't come here again. Not out of disrespect. I just need to keep everything clean." Ilara nodded, left her number on a sticky note and walked away without looking back. We closed the door. Nancy looked over. "Are you cool with that?" Grandma told me I was doing better than I expected. She did not lie to my face. That is already more than I can say for the majority. Later that night I browsed social media. A big mistake. Cale had made a passive-aggressive rant about snakes in the family and money changers, subtle. His comment section was a mixture of sympathy and perplexity. A few distant cousins weighed in with comments like, "Didn't she raise you? And this ain't it, Cale?" A day after that post my mother called from a different number. Didn't respond. She left a voicemail that began, "Dorian please," and ended, "We're still your parents." I didn't bother listening in the middle. That Friday, a letter arrived in the mail. There was no return address, but the handwriting matched my father's. A real piece of work. 3 pages, front and back. It alternated between guilt trips, phony self-awareness, and one memorable statement. "If Isolde is going to leave a legacy, do you think it should be shared fairly?" That was the nail. I scanned it, uploaded it to the court file, and then delivered it to Grandma. She read the line, placed the pages down and remarked, "They still think I owe them something." She then picked up the phone, dialed our attorney's number, and spoke 9 words. "Let us conclude the papers. I am ready to sign everything." That afternoon she had a notary come to her home. She revised her entire will. Dorian is the complete beneficiary. Nancy was identified by name. Arya Education Trust. Ilara's infant is in a separate monitored fund, with monthly release and no parental access. My parents, Cale, have been erased totally. She even included a clause. If anyone challenged the will, their portion would go to a local shelter. Clean, sharp, and final. 2 weeks have passed. There was no door knocking or phony invitations, just silence. Then the paper trail began. First, we were informed that Cale was attempting to dispute Grandma's mental competence through a dubious lawyer. We provided APS documents, court footage, medical notes, and an updated will executed under legal supervision. The case was thrown out after 5 days. Then followed the bogus apology letters, long paragraphs from my mother about mending the scars and not allowing bitterness to dictate our final years. She even included a sentence about reconciling the family over a lunch, possibly in Monterey. I did not even show it to Grandma. I trashed it as soon as I read that line. She was never interested in a reunion. She want closure. Now she had it. At night, she'd sit out back with Arya on the swing. They didn't say anything, just sat there and watched the sky dim. She did not brag. She didn't glow with vengeance. She merely looked steady, as if she had finally quit checking the door locks because she knew no one was coming in uninvited. That weekend, I printed a new sign for the front gate. No solicitation, no apologies, and no access. Grandma noticed it, chuckled once, and added, "Might as well hang it in gold." I smiled. Don't tempt me. The following week, word spread that Cale had returned to live with my parents, but only for a short time. 2 months later, he was kicked out. Apparently, he accumulated up credit card debt in an attempt to impress a new fiancée and borrow from their joint account. He was devastated when they told him no. Yelled, smashed a lamp, and hit a cabinet. They phoned the cops not to report him, but to intimidate him. Did not work. He left that night and hasn't returned since. Alara kept her word, never asked for more, and never returned uninvited. Grandma's monthly trust for the infant went into effect without any problems. We received the reports. Formula, doctor appointments, and daycare, nothing dodgy. My parents moved 2 towns over. Quiet neighborhood, low profile. I heard they tried to rejoin the local community church. Didn't last. People remembered the court case. Word spreads. No one forgot what they did. Mom has ceased posting online. Dad withdrew from every social circle he used to brag about. They attempted to have a family meeting once, but only 3 people turned up. And none of them lingered long. They are currently isolated. We didn't ruin them. They did it to themselves. They made their decisions. And for once, those decisions caught up. Grandma is still with us. Still gets up early, cooks pancakes that are too thin, and coffee that is too strong. She never brags. She does not have to. Her life currently speaks for itself. Last week she handed me a sealed letter and told me, "Open it when I'm gone, not before." I agreed. There are no questions. The truth is that we don't need the envelope. We already have everything important. Stability, harmony, and a genuine family founded on something more than shame and obligation. Family can be defined without the use of blood. You simply need individuals to show up when it counts. And Grandma, she came through for us when no one else did. So we did the same. Those who couldn't will have to deal with it on a daily basis. My mother pressured me to donate to the sister who slept with my boyfriend, but testing revealed the explosive affair she hid for decades. My sister Serafina has been suffering from kidney failure for almost 6 months. At first she was doing okay. She was undergoing treatments and holding on while waiting for a kidney transplant. However, things have recently gotten worse. Her health has deteriorated, and doctors now believe she requires a kidney transplant very away. Because of this, my mother has asked me to be tested to determine whether I am a match for Serafina so that I can give one of my kidneys to her. To be honest, I'm unsure how I feel about it. I have a lot of conflicting feelings about this. Serafina and I do not have a close relationship. Actually, we haven't had a relationship in several years. Growing up, she made my life difficult. It seemed like she went out of her way to make me unhappy. In school, I was frequently bullied by other students. I was little for my age, rather nerdy, and struggled with my weight. All of this made me a prime target for bullies. They used to tease me about my appearance, call me terrible names, and steal my lunch money on a regular basis. There were even a few instances where things were violent and I ended up getting banged up. That's when my teacher intervened and informed my parents about the situation. My folks thought Serafina could help me. Serafina is only a year older than myself, and we attended the same school. So she was there for all of those difficult years when I was bullied. But instead of standing up for me or trying to help, she did nothing to improve the situation. In reality, she made matters worse. She actually sided with my bullies. Serafina would tell them personal facts about me, such as what I wore at home and how few friends I had. She ensured that they had all of the ammunition they needed to make me feel even smaller than I already did. She would occasionally join forces with my bullies to gang up on me over lunchtime. They'd laugh at me, mock me, and keep pressing until I cried. I felt totally alone. I couldn't understand why my own sister, who was supposed to have my back, was so harsh. When I told our parents that Serafina was bullying me, she pretended to be completely innocent. She told them I was lying, and that I was either confused or overreacting. Despite my objections, my parents believed her. They encouraged me to stop blaming her and instead ignore the real bullies. It was extremely frustrating since, despite my own sister bullying me, no one believed me. Nobody saw what I was going through. When I finished and went to college, I expected my life to improve because my bullies were no longer there. I hoped to start afresh, and for a while, I did. College seemed like a fresh start. I even met someone special. Damien, my first boyfriend. He was pleasant and polite, and I adored him. I brought him home to meet my family, and my parents also liked him. However, Serafina's reaction was different. Serafina seems overjoyed to meet him, rather than simply courteous. Throughout dinner she flirted with my boyfriend in ways that made me uncomfortable. She made improper comments about his appearance, pointing out his large biceps and muscular chest as if it were a joke. At first I attempted to dismiss it, assuming she didn't recognize how she was acting. But as time went on, it became evident that she didn't care. She was plainly interested in my partner and was attempting to grab his attention. To make matters worse, I later discovered that Serafina had tracked Damien down on social media without my knowledge and sent him messages expressing her want to meet up with him. She did it behind my back. When I learned about it, I immediately confronted Damien. I completely expected him to block her and prevent any contact with her. He assured me that he had done exactly that, and I believed him. I trusted him. But as time went on, I noticed that he got increasingly aloof and secretive with me. What I didn't realize at the time was that Damien had not blocked Serafina at all. Instead, he began meeting up with my sister in private. They weren't simply speaking, they were also having regular sexual encounters. I had no idea about any of this until one of my close friends from college saw them together. She saw Damien and Serafina in his car, acting like a couple, and immediately came to tell me what she had seen. Hearing the facts felt like a strike to the belly. For months, I got the impression that something was awry. I couldn't describe it, but I got a gut feeling Damien wasn't being truthful with me. When I brought it up, however, he would gaslight me. He'd call me insane for being suspicious and say I was dreaming things. He made me feel like my uncertainties were hurting our relationship. But as my pal confirmed everything, I understood my instincts were correct all along. Damien had cheated on me. The most painful part was that, of all the people he could have betrayed me with, it was my own sister. As you may guess, when I met Serafina, everything exploded. We had a big fight, and I informed her how she had practically crossed the line by becoming connected with Damien. How could she be so desperate to get engaged with the guy I was seeing? However, Serafina exhibited no remorse. None. She doubled down and boasted about her accomplishments. She really boasted about sleeping with Damien before me, as if it were some sort of accomplishment for her. There was no apology from her end. This is why I raised the subject with our parents. I told them everything. How upset I was, how badly Serafina had hurt me, and how this was about more than simply Damien. It was about her betrayal as my sister. My father was appalled and plainly saddened by what he heard. But my mother's reaction was different. She said she didn't believe me and insisted on talking to Serafina and hearing the whole story before deciding who to support. Her response startled me. What kind of story could there possibly be? The facts were plain. My sister had sex with my boyfriend. What else did they need to know? I felt entirely unsupported and invalidated, as if my feelings and pain were irrelevant. Even when my mother spoke with Serafina, she supported my sister over me. She told me that Serafina claimed to be in love with Damien and that the only reason she did what she did was because she believed Damien was the right person for her. I couldn't believe what I heard. I sneered, telling my mother how stupid that excuse sounded. How could Serafina possibly justify her conduct in this manner? But my mother's remark startled me even more. Instead of addressing my agony, she responded, "Well, maybe this guy wasn't meant for you. Maybe he and your sister would be happier with each other. I mean, he was too good looking for you anyway. Next time, settle for someone who's more on your level. Then maybe he won't cheat on you." I was taken aback. It wasn't only that she backed Serafina, it felt like she was blatantly blaming me for being cheated on, as if I had brought it on myself simply by dating someone attractive. Was she truly implying I didn't deserve to be with someone handsome? Should I have settled for someone less attractive to prevent being hurt? Until that point, I knew my mother preferred Serafina. There were hints over the years that Serafina was receiving more praise, attention, and understanding. However, I had always convinced myself that my mother still loved me in her own way. Deep down, I hoped that she hadn't completely overlooked me. But after that chat, it was as if a switch flipped. I understood how mistaken I had been. My mother's statements made it plain that she loved my sister more than me. To his credit, My father chastised Serafina little for what she had done, but it was insufficient to make a significant difference. Despite his initial outrage, he ultimately supported my sister. My parents seemed more inclined to forgive Serafina's betrayal than to defend me. Their reactions made me feel insignificant, unimportant, and unsupported. So, after everything had transpired, I decided to cut off all three of them: Serafina, my mother, and my father. I informed my parents that Serafina may have my ex because, in my opinion, they both were garbage and deserved to be together. I also made it obvious to my parents that by siding with Serafina, they had demonstrated how little they respected me. Their acts and words made it impossible for me to trust or feel loved by them again. I informed them that I was done with all of them. My parents attempted to persuade me otherwise, but their arguments were ineffective. They didn't put up a battle to retain me in their life, which further strengthened my decision. Since then, I've maintained a distance from my family. I seldom spoke with any of them, except for the occasional update I received from distant relatives with whom I still communicate. I learned a few years ago that Serafina had married my ex. Yes, it was the same ex who had taken from me. I was disgusted that she was still with him and had not found someone better for herself. It also reaffirmed that I had made the correct decision by cutting ties with someone who had brought me so much anguish. Anyway, I now live my own life. I'm married to a beautiful man, and we've created a secure and happy life together. I also have a fantastic job that I am proud of. We are content, and I no longer think about my family. So imagine my astonishment when, early this week, I received a brief email from my mother. She requested me to call her since there was a family emergency. I hesitated at first, but ultimately decided to contact her back. When I did, I learned what the emergency was. It was regarding my sister's current health state. I had already heard about Serafina's kidney failure from several of our family, so the news wasn't particularly shocking. What surprised me, however, was my mother's plea. She asked if I wanted to get tested to determine whether I was a potential kidney match for Serafina. I told my mother that I'd think about it and let her know. I honestly don't want to. But here's the main issue. My paternal grandparents have become involved. They are aware of our family status, and despite my decision to cut off contact with my parents, my grandparents have always been present and supportive. My grandparents say there is no danger in me being tested. They say that if I'm not a match, it's no problem. But if I am a match, I may take my time deciding whether or not to donate my kidney to my sister. Obviously they want to help. But I am quite uneasy with the scenario. I'm concerned that if I'm a match, my family will put additional pressure on me to donate my kidney. I don't want to feel pressured or guilty for doing something I'm unsure about. My grandparents are extremely important to me, and I do not want to risk losing their support and love as a result of this difficult decision. So Reddit, am I the evil person if I choose not to be tested? Update 1. My mother contacted me again, begging me to get tested to see if I might help my sister. This wasn't the first time she'd brought it up, but I couldn't keep ignoring it or giving her ambiguous replies. I decided to be fully honest, so I informed her right away that I was unwilling to do it. I emphasized that I didn't want to get involved with my sister at all, and that was my final decision. I figured being direct might make her back off, or at least give her a clear image of where I stood. But instead of recognizing or respecting my emotions, she pushed harder. She told me she expected me to step up and aid my sister, regardless of how I felt about her. In her eyes, it made no difference what I believed I desired. My sister deserved a chance at life, and it appears that I was the one who had to give it to her. Then she said something that stung. She informed me, "My life isn't worth much anyway." I couldn't believe she was saying that, so I asked her to explain. Her reply was even more upsetting. She told me that Serafina's life is more precious than mine since she has a kid, whilst I do not. She made it apparent that she thought Serafina's status as a mother made her more important than me. My mother seemed to believe that because I didn't have children, my life was less valuable, and that it was my responsibility to do anything I could to assist Serafina survive for the sake of her child. In her mind, my worth was irrelevant. It was all about Serafina and her needs. As if dealing with my mother wasn't difficult enough, my father has now reached out to me. He asked me to be tested and instructed me to do so for him. He stated that Serafina might die without a transplant and cautioned me that if I didn't find out if I was a match, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. His remarks made it plain that he was putting the weight of Serafina's survival and my future feelings on my shoulders, as if I had the ability to change everything and would be making a huge mistake if I refused. Update 2. I was put to the test despite my best judgment. However, before you all turn on me in the comments, I have something really intriguing to share. Despite my doubts and the emotional weight of the situation, I went ahead and took the test just to get everyone off my back. Part of me felt that I was doing it for my grandparents. They had always been there for me, and I didn't want to let them down. But, deep down, I needed some clarity, and I hoped that the test findings would help settle things one way or another. The results came in, and they revealed two startling truths. First and foremost, I was not a suitable match for my sister. That in itself was a relief. I wouldn't have to face the terrible dilemma of donating my kidney to someone who had caused me so much anguish. It felt like I'd been let off the hook for something that had been weighing heavy on my mind. But the second surprise was completely unexpected. My genetic markers did not match my father's. The results revealed that the man I'd always named Dad wasn't my biological father. When I initially read the results, I felt as if the ground had been pulled out from beneath me. I was already coping with the emotional strain of my family's expectations, but now this entirely unexpected bombshell had been placed on me. It clarified so much, all the times I felt like an outsider in my own family. However, it was also heartbreaking. The revelation sent shockwaves through the family, resulting in a whole new level of drama that my mother had definitely not anticipated. My father was devastated. He had no idea I wasn't his biological child, and the betrayal hurt him deeply. He's the type of man who has always prioritized family over anything else, and learning that my mother had kept such a massive secret from him was a shattering blow. I could see the hurt in his eyes. Despite all, he is the one who raised me, gave me his name and identity as his daughter, just to discover that I do not even belong to him. My mother, on the other hand, was taken completely off guard. She had spent so much time urging me to help Serafina that she had obviously not considered the prospect of this coming to light. Now she's scrambling to explain herself and deal with the ramifications. For me, the finding feels like both a betrayal and a bizarre sense of clarity. It clarifies a lot about how I've been handled over the years, but it also raises other doubts. Who is my biological father? Why did my mom keep this from me and my father for so long? Where should I go from here? Did my mother hide this hidden from him too? Could my true father be out there enjoying his life unknowing that he has a daughter? Or did he know but choose to stay away? These questions have been rushing through my head non-stop, and they simply add to the craziness of what is going on right now. My paternal grandparents have also learned about the test results, and they are upset. They've always adored me as their granddaughter, and this news has hit them hard. They are demanding answers from my mother, just as my father is. But rather than confronting the matter head-on, my mother has completely shut down. She refuses to speak to anyone about it. When I contacted her directly, looking for clarification, she had the arrogance to imply that the test findings were incorrect. Do you trust her audacity? Despite everything, she continued to deny the undeniable. I told her that the results couldn't be inaccurate, but she insisted on pretending it never happened. Her response had me stunned. She professed to be as horrified as I was after discovering the truth, but her tone made it plain she was attempting to brush everything under the rug. The arrogance of her comments hurt more than I can express. How could she expect me to act as if this life-changing discovery was insignificant? How did she think she could hide the truth and escape the consequences of her actions? It appears that she is more concerned with keeping her image and avoiding accountability than with the agony she has caused in my father, grandparents, and me. Her inability to accept responsibility, her insistence that this is all a mistake that we should simply disregard, exacerbates my hurt and fury toward her. The revelation has flipped my world upside down. I've always felt like an outcast in my family, and now I know why. However, understanding the explanation does not make the pain go away. I will provide an update as soon as I receive further information. Update 3. The issue has only worsened. My dad has chosen to divorce my mother. I never believed my parents' marriage would end, but with everything that has transpired, I can't blame him. He's heartbroken by the truth, betrayed in ways I can't begin to comprehend. His entire existence with my mother, and the family they created, has been based on falsehoods. It's heartbreaking to realize that this is the end of something that was once a source of trust and affection for him. My mother, after days of pressure from my father, grandparents, and the rest of the family, finally gave in and told us all the truth. I'm not sure if it was guilt, the weight of continual probing, or simply the inevitable truth catching up with her, but she eventually spoke up. It turns out she had an affair with her personal trainer shortly before becoming pregnant with me. She'd been seeing him behind my father's back. The affair lasted only a few weeks. My mother ended it, confident that no one would ever find out. But when she became pregnant with me, she never considered whether I was genuinely my father's child. She just assumed I was. After I was born, she never checked. There were no tests or questions. Simply the assumption that everything was good. My mother felt I was her and my father's child, so she went on with her life. But the truth is that I wasn't. My entire life, all the events I thought marked my relationship with her and with my father, now feel like a lie. She never questioned the notion that I was not my father's child. Instead of admitting her error, she hid it for decades in the hope that it would never be discovered. The way things has played out has been quite strange. My mother was the one who urged me to be tested for my sister, and now everything has come crumbling down around her. She caused her own tragedy by lying, having an affair, and keeping secrets. None of this would have happened if she hadn't kept on testing me and pushed me to help Serafina. But I guess God intended me to learn the truth about this. I am pleased I was tested now. Mom is dealing with the aftermath from it all, and she deserves it. My father is heartbroken. My grandparents are outraged at Mom. They all feel deceived and want nothing to do with her anymore. Even my maternal grandparents, with whom I have always had a distant relationship, feel ashamed of what my mother did. They can't believe she's kept such a huge secret from us for so long. Since Mom's revelation, everyone around me, who had never truly cared about me before, has developed a strong sympathy for me. Even distant cousins with whom I hadn't spoken in years have contacted me to check in. It's bizarre, almost as if they're all attempting to compensate for years of indifference or avoidance. But while their sympathy is appreciated, it does not alter the fact that my life has been utterly turned upside down. My mom has lost everything. My father has kicked her out of the house and she now lives in a motel. She's contacted me several times, asking for money and other assistance, but I can't bring myself to give her much. I despise her for hiding things from me. It's as if the more I think about all she's done, the harder it is to have pity for her. My father is currently speaking with a lawyer about the divorce process. I can't imagine what it must be like for him. He's a man who has always prioritized family above everything else. And yet here he is, cleaning up the pieces of a life shattered by my mother's actions. There is a strong probability that my mother will not receive alimony due to her betrayal. No family, no money, and no support. It is almost poetic justice. Mom is reaping the repercussions of her decisions. And while that may sound harsh, I don't have much pity for her at this point. Now, to my sister's situation. She clearly still needs a kidney. My parents are not suitable candidates for donation owing to their own health difficulties, and her time period is shortening. After everything that had happened, I felt the desire to visit her. With all of the drama surrounding my mother's infidelity and the ramifications in our family, I wasn't sure how much time Serafina had left. I needed to go see her, even if it was just to say goodbye. When I saw her, I was shocked by how frail and exhausted she appeared. Her situation was plainly affecting her physically and mentally. Serafina startled me by apologizing for our past, which I never expected from her. She seems genuinely surprised by the truth of our mother's affair. We both agreed that Mom's insistence on getting me to take the test was ridiculous. For a moment, it felt like nothing had changed between me and Serafina, as if she hadn't bullied me, and we truly enjoyed spending time together. We talked for a few minutes, but I couldn't stay long. Serafina wanted me to meet her kid and ex, who were on their way to see her, but I knew I wasn't prepared to face them, particularly my ex. I still needed time to comprehend everything. The emotions were simply too much for me to bear. I feel a lot better about Serafina after that talk. I no longer harbor any hatred toward her. Despite our history, despite everything that has transpired, I sincerely hope that she and her family will make it through this. I want her to find peace and obtain the help she requires. Update number 4. It's been 3 months since I last gave you an update on all that has happened. Much has changed. First and foremost, my parents are now officially divorced. My father has been focusing on reconstructing his life, while my mother has been attempting to pull things together in her own manner. Though it is evident that she has lost so much, her family, her credibility, and her sense of security. She still lives alone and has been virtually abandoned by the rest of the family. She tried to contact me several times, but I blocked her. I don't care what she does anymore. I've realized that I need to go on with my life, regardless of what happened to hers. Serafina's wonderful news is that she has discovered a kidney match. Everyone, including myself, is relieved that she will finally get the treatment she requires. She's gone through a lot, and I know this transplant will give her a new opportunity in life. I am not sure if we will ever be close again, but I'm happy for her and hope she recovers well. I've also accepted that I will never know my biological father. My mother has refused to give up his name, and I am no longer concerned. Initially, it bothered me. The not knowing, the wondering who he was, if he knew anything about me, and how my life would have been different if he had been there. But now I know it doesn't matter. The answers aren't coming, and I've realized that it's fine to leave some questions unsolved. I can't spend my life chasing someone who isn't in my life right now. My hubby has been my rock throughout this. He helped me in ways I never thought possible. Throughout every emotional breakdown, he stood by my side, giving me strength I didn't know I possessed. Slowly, I've understood that I don't need to look for my biological father to feel complete. I have a fantastic life now, full of love and pleasure. My marriage, my work, and the life we're creating together provide all I need. I don't want to think about the past or let it hold me back anymore. My heart stopped in front of 40 people, but my parents missed it. Because my sister was screaming about paint colors, so I called my lawyer instead. Right there, in the middle of the most significant presentation of my life, my heart literally stopped beating. When I awoke alone and afraid, I learned that those who should have been there for me had chosen paint samples instead. The meeting room lights flickered, blinding my vision. I tightened my grasp on the podium, but it wasn't enough. When 40 sets of eyes met mine, I realized something was very wrong. And, as you can see from the Q3 forecasts, my voice fluctuated. The slides turned into a meaningless whirl of color. My heart wasn't simply racing. It seemed to be attempting to punch its way out of my chest. My name is AITA, and I was dying that day. "Miss Vale, are you all right?" someone asked from behind. I opened my mouth and nothing came out. The room swirled. As I fell to the floor, the ceiling panels began to rotate above me. Voices erupted. "Call 911. Is she breathing? Please clear the room." My assistant Aurelia came above me, her mascara already flowing. "Isla, stay with us. The ambulance is on its way." I attempted to reach for my phone, my arms as heavy as lead. Call my parents." I managed to whisper before everything went black. The next thing I remembered was the cold. So cold. Doctors spoke in urgent, quiet tones. Words like heart arrhythmia and emergency surgery are coming through the fog. "Please," I implored the nurse, prepping my arm. "My phone. I need to call my family." She paused before handing it over. With shaky fingers I dialed my mother's phone number, straight to voicemail. My father did the same thing. My texts were increasingly urgent. "Mom, I'm in the hospital." "Dad, please answer. They're taking me to surgery. I'm scared." The nurse gave me a compassionate smile as she gently removed my phone. "We need to go now, honey. I'm sure they'll be here when you wake up." They hadn't been. I awoke in the ICU hours later, dazed and completely alone. The continuous beeping of monitors provided the only soundtrack to my seclusion. Aurelia had left a letter promising to return, but the hospital's protocol only allowed intimate family members after hours. Immediate family. What a joke. Around 3 a.m., a night nurse arrived to check my vitals. She had nice eyes and a kind touch when she adjusted my IV. "Your mother left a voicemail earlier," she explained, grabbing for my phone. "Would you like to hear it?" I nodded, a little hope in my chest. Then her voice. "Hi, sweetie. We got your messages, but we can't come right now. Seraphine is having an absolute crisis over the color they painted her new apartment. She's inconsolable. You know how she gets. We'll try to stop by tomorrow if she's feeling better. Love you." The nurse's expression spoke it all. I looked away, hot tears running down my cheeks. "Would you like me to call someone else for you?" she inquired quietly. A memory rushed into my head. Last Christmas, I wrote a $50,000 check to pay Seraphine's credit card debt. My mother had scarcely looked up from helping Seraphine organize her new luxury handbag collection. "Thanks, Sophie. You're such a good sister, good daughter, good ATM." I wiped my eyes and gazed at the nurse. "Actually, yes. Could you please hand me my phone? I need to call my lawyer." She handed it to me with anxiety on her face. My hands remained steady as I navigated through my contacts and pressed call. "Adrian, it's Isla. I know it's late, but I need you. Bring the papers. All of them." "Yes, I'm sure. I'm in the ICU at Mount Si." I hesitated to hear his reply. "No, my family isn't here." "That's exactly why I'm calling." After hanging up, I stared at the ceiling, my heart monitor beeping in time with my new determination. I'd almost died today, but my sister's paint color problem had taken precedence. 20 years of comparable experiences rushed over me like a tidal wave. Seraphine threw tantrums at my college graduation. Seraphine had a disastrous date, so my parents were unable to attend my company's launch party. Countless times I cleaned up her messes while my own accomplishments gathered dust. My phone vibrated. An Instagram notice. Seraphine had recently uploaded a selfie with our parents, all three crowded around paint swatches. The caption read, "Worst day ever. Thank God for family support, #blessed #family #crisis." I turned off my phone and closed my eyes, feeling something hard and icy solidify in my chest. It wasn't my heart this time. It was determination. Adrian would join me tomorrow to begin demolishing what I'd made for them. And for the first time in my life, I would not feel bad about it. Adrian came at 9 a.m., crisp, with his leather bag overflowing. He looked at me, hooked up to monitors and still pale from surgery, and his professional attitude crumbled. "Jesus, Isla. You look like hell." "Thanks," I said with a faint smile. "I always knew I could count on you for honesty." "Did you bring everything?" He took a seat and began arranging documents on my bedside table. "Everything you asked for. But are you sure about this? It's aggressive." My heart literally stopped yesterday and my family was too busy picking paint swatches to care. I stated with a bitter tone. "I'd say aggressive is exactly what this situation calls for." Adrian nodded, his mouth clenching. We had been buddies since college. He had witnessed much of my family's behavior over the years. "All right. Let's start with the will changes." For the following hour, we worked systematically through the paperwork. My signature became steadier with each page, as if my hand knew what was proper, even as my heart grieved. "So that's your parents removed as beneficiaries," Adrian replied, moving papers. "Next is revoking their access to your accounts, the ones you've been using to support Seraphine's lifestyle." A recollection surfaced. Last summer I stood in my parents' kitchen, holding Seraphine's most recent credit card statement. "It's only $70,000 this time," Mom replied without glancing up from her magazine. "You know how hard things have been for her since that breakup." "Do it," I instructed Adrian. "All of it." He took out another stack of papers. "And the vacation house. List it today if possible. Your parents spend each summer there, not anymore." My phone vibrated. A text from Mom. "Seraphine chose the ideal shade of sage. Crisis averted. How are you feeling, sweetheart?" I showed it to Adrian, who blew a low whistle. "That's something else." "Watch this," I said, starting the family group chat. My fingers moved quickly across the keyboard. "I am still in the intensive care unit following emergency heart surgery. Thank you for asking. I'm glad Seraphine's walls are sage instead than seafoam. It's definitely worth missing your daughter's near-death experience for." Adrian lifted his eyebrow. "Poking the bear." "More like waking it up," I murmured, with cold satisfaction in my voice. "They've been hibernating in their bubble of denial for too long." My phone immediately filled up with notifications. She replied, "Don't be dramatic, Sophie. The doctor said you're stable." My dad. "We'll visit soon, princess. Seraphine as usual. OMG. Why are you trying to make my apartment crisis about you?" I turned my phone face down. "Keep going with the papers, Adrian." By lunchtime, we had completed everything necessary to officially separate my finances from my family's parasitic attachment. Adrian was packing everything when my buddy Alara barged in, bearing genuine coffee and looking homicidal. "I just saw Seraphine's Instagram story," she said handing me the coffee. "She's doing a full home renovation reveal tagged with #blessed #new beginnings, #family support. Not a single mention that her sister almost died yesterday." "Of course not," I replied, taking a sip. "That would require acknowledging someone else's existence." "I've got the papers ready to file," Adrian stated, standing. "But I'll hold them until tomorrow." "Give you time to think it through." I shake my head. "File them now. I've had 38 years to think it through." After they went, I scrolled through my phone. Seraphine had posted again, this time a boomerang of herself whirling in her newly painted living room. Mom and Dad stood in the background, applauding. The image's caption stated, "Sometimes it takes a village. So grateful for parents who drop everything to help in a crisis. #blessed #paint day, #family first." My fingers hovered over the comment button. Instead, I opened my email and sent a message to my whole contact list. "Dear friends and colleagues, I am currently in the ICU at Mount Si after emergency heart surgery. While I'm fine now, it was a near call. I'm sharing this not for sympathy, but to explain why I'll be out of the office for a long. I'm also sharing since yesterday I learned something important about family. Sometimes those who should be present aren't, and sometimes that is the wake-up call you need. Best, Isla." I pushed send, and then switched off my phone. Let them cope with the consequences of their decisions being made public. I was finished covering for them. A nurse came in to check my vital signs. Looking at the papers Adrian had left behind, she inquired, "Big decisions today. Life-changing ones? Your heart rate is much higher?" she observed, examining the monitor. I stared out the window at the Manhattan skyline and felt lighter than I have in years. "Yeah," I replied. "I think it finally remembered how to beat for itself instead of everyone else." She touched my hand before leaving. In the silence of my hospital room, I swear I heard the sound of bridges burning, which sounded like liberation. My parents eventually came to see me 3 days after surgery. Mom walked in, wearing her characteristic Hermes scarf and bearing a flower that likely cost more than my hospital bill. Dad trailed behind, appearing uneasy in the sterile setting. "Oh, darling," Mom said, as if we were meeting for lunch rather than seeing her daughter after a cardiac incident. "These fluorescent lights are absolutely brutal on your complexion." "Nearly dying tends to do that," I said bluntly. Dad cleared his throat. "Now, princess, no need for that tone. We're here now." 3 days later, I explained. Mom placed the flowers, breaking the stillness with conversation. Seraphine wanted to come, but she's still dealing with the contractor. Such a nightmare. They completely botched the crown molding. She's been crying all morning. I punched the morphine button on my IV, not for pain but for patience. "Where is Seraphine anyway?" Dad inquired, gazing around as if she could emerge from behind the curtain. "Probably posting about her crown molding crisis on Instagram," I predicted. "Did you know her story about paint swatches got more attention than my emergency surgery announcement?" Mom's hands remained still on the flowers. "Isla, please. You know how sensitive she is. She's been absolutely beside herself about your situation." "My situation?" I repeated. "You mean my heart stopping?" A knock on the door kept them from responding. Adrian entered, dressed impeccably and carrying a leather portfolio. My mother's face lightened up. She had always thought we would date. "Adrian, how lovely to see you. Are you here to check on our girl?" "Actually," he continued, approaching my bedside, "I'm here in my professional capacity." He gave me a folder. I carefully opened it, enjoying the experience. "Mom, Dad, you remember Adrian's my lawyer, right?" My mother's face lost its color. Dad's false smile faltered. "These are copies of the documents I filed yesterday," I explained, my voice firm. "I've removed you both from my will, revoked your access to all my accounts, and listed the vacation house in Florida for sale." "But the house," Dad said. "But where will we go in the summer?" "Not my concern." Mom's nicely manicured hand moved to her throat. "Isla, you can't be serious. We're family." "Family." I laughed, and the cardiac monitor revealed my outburst. "Let me tell you about family. Last month I paid off Seraphine's $70,000 credit card debt. The month before that, I covered her rent when she forgot to pay it for 3 months. Last year I funded her failed jewelry business. Want to know what I got in return when my heart stopped and I needed you most? You chose paint swatches over your dying daughter." "That's not fair," Dad said softly. "No," I replied, leaning forward. "What's not fair is that I've spent my entire adult life being your backup plan, your safety net, your human ATM. Well, guess what? The Bank of Isla is officially closed." Adrian gave them each a stack of papers. "These detail the changes." "I'd recommend reading them carefully," Mom said, flipping over the documents. This is ridiculous. You won't go through with this. Family sticks together, Isla. You know that." I stared her right in the eyes. "If that's true, how come I almost died alone?" The silence that followed was terrible. "The house is already listed," Adrian said quietly. "We expect it to sell quickly in this market." Dad fell into a chair, papers crumpled in his fingers. "Princess, please, let's talk about this rationally." I had plenty of time to think rationally while lying here alone for 3 days, I admitted. "Did you know the nurses took turns sitting with me after surgery because they felt bad that I had no family here? Strangers showed more concern than my own parents?" Mom's mascara was beginning to run. "You're being dramatic. We came as soon as we could. After Seraphine's paint crisis was resolved," I clarified. "Check your priorities, Mom. Better yet, check your phone. I'm sure Seraphine's having another meltdown about crown molding right now." Mom's phone vibrated as if on cue. She looked at it immediately. "Go ahead," I replied. "Answer it. We both know you will." She rose up and smoothed her skirt with shaky hands. This isn't over, Isla. You're upset. You're not thinking clearly. We'll discuss this when you're feeling better. Actually, we won't. I tapped the nurse's call button. I'm ready for my rest now. As security took them away, as Adrian had requested, I heard Mom's voice crack. She can't do this. She's our daughter. No, I said quietly to the empty room. I'm just the backup daughter you never wanted, but always needed. And I quit. The monitor showed my heart rate returning to normal, steady and robust, as if it knew this was only the start. The phone rang at 3 a.m. Seraphine's name appeared on the screen and I responded out of morbid curiosity. How dare you? Her voice was filled with wrath. How dare you do this to Mom and Dad? Good morning to you too, Seraphine. How's the crown molding crisis? Don't you dare be sarcastic with me. They're devastated. Mom hasn't stopped crying and Dad had to take a Xanax. I moved my hospital bed to sit up straighter. Interesting how they can have such strong reactions to consequences, but couldn't muster any concern when I was literally dying. Oh my God, you're not dying. Stop being so dramatic. My heart stopped, Seraphine. Actually stopped. But please, tell me more about your paint emergency. She produced a sound something between a scream and a sob. You need to fix this. Call Adrian right now and undo everything. Or what? Or I'll never speak to you again. I laughed. I genuinely laughed for the first time in days. Is that supposed to be a threat? The line went silent for a moment. Seraphine spoke again, and her voice had that familiar manipulative tremble that normally preceded getting her way. Remember when we were kids and you promised to always take care of me? A recollection flashed. I was 12, and Seraphine was 6. She ruined my science fair project the night before the presentation, spilling glue all over weeks of labor. Mom criticized me for not sharing my resources. Actually, I do remember, I said. I remember a lot of things, Seraphine. Like how I sold Grandma's ring, my only inheritance, to bail you out of debt 3 years ago. Remember what you said then? Thanks, sis. You're the best. Right before you went on a shopping spree with Mom. That's different. I needed you. You always need, and I'm always expected to provide. Well, guess what? I'm done. Mom wants to meet, she explained, shifting tactics. One last family meeting to talk things through. I pondered it. Fine. Tomorrow at noon, the hospital cafeteria. But my contractor, noon. Take it or leave it. She agreed. But I wasn't finished. And Seraphine, I'm bringing Alara. Your annoying friend. Ugh, why? Because I'm done being outnumbered. The next day, Mom and Dad arrived first, looking as if they had not slept. Seraphine arrived 15 minutes late, wearing huge sunglasses and clutching an iced cappuccino as if it were life support. Alara sat next to me, radiating protecting energy. She'd known about my family dynamics for years and had always been my voice of reason. Isla, Mom said, leaning across the table. Let's talk about this rationally. Rational? Alara asked. Like ignoring your daughter's emergency surgery? This is a family matter, Seraphine said abruptly. Funny, I said. I was family when you needed your credit cards paid off. Dad raised his hands placatingly. Princess, we understand you're hurt, but this revenge, it's beneath you. Revenge. I leaned in. This isn't revenge, Dad. This is boundaries. This is me finally saying no. Seraphine slapped her cappuccino down. You're being selfish. Do you know what this is doing to me? My anxiety is through the roof. My followers can tell something's wrong. Alara snorted. Your sister almost died, and you're worried about your Instagram aesthetic? Stay out of this, Seraphine yelled at Alara. This is your fault. You've always tried to turn her against us. No, I interrupted. You did that all by yourselves. Mom began crying. Her trained tears, precisely on time. We can fix this, sweetie. Just call Adrian. Stop. My voice was firm. The house is already in escrow. The accounts are closed. It's done. Seraphine sprang up so quickly that her chair toppled backward. You ungrateful. She snatched her latte and hurled it at Alara, who barely evaded the cup. The cafeteria became silent. Security approached immediately. And that, I continued slowly, as if to clarify something apparent, is exactly why this is happening. As security led Seraphine out, her screaming ringing throughout the corridor, I turned to my parents. "We're done here." "Isla, please." Mom tried one more time. "No. I'm going to be discharged tomorrow. When I leave this hospital, I'm leaving this dysfunction behind too." I stood up, Ilara alongside me. "Oh, and one more thing. I've instructed my lawyer to file a restraining order against Seraphine. Consider this her first and last warning." Ilara gripped my hand as we walked back to my room. "You okay?" I nodded and felt lighter than I have in years. "You know what's funny? My heart's actually beating better now that I've stopped letting them break it." Behind us, I could hear Seraphine's distant screams blending with Mom's sobs, the sound of consequences finally catching up with them. The Florida home sold in 3 days, much above the asking amount. I signed the final paperwork for my new flat, where I had been resting for the previous week. Adrian sat across from me, passing me a cashier's check for $4,200,000. "What are you going to do with it first?" he inquired. "I'm hiring an estate sale company to clear it out," I told them. "Everything goes, including the piano." My hands remained still above the check. The baby grand piano was my childhood hideaway. Mom had given it to Seraphine for her 16th birthday, although knowing I was the only one who played. Especially the piano. My phone vibrated. A news alert. A local lady was removed from a premium boutique following an incident with personnel. The thumbnail depicted Seraphine being led out by security, mascara pouring down her face. "Your sister's making headlines," Adrian said, staring at my screen. "She always wanted to be famous." I shared the item to Ilara, who immediately replied, "Karma is working overtime." The estate sales business arrived the following day. I watched on FaceTime while they cataloged everything, assigning prices to fragments of my past. Colette, the woman in charge, displayed a familiar jewelry box. "What about this?" Inside was a spot where my grandmother's ring had once resided before I sold it to pay off Seraphine's gambling debts. "Sell it," I replied. "Everything goes, Isla." A voice shrieked from off-camera. Seraphine had somehow slipped through security. "You can't sell Mom's anniversary china." Colette turned the camera, revealing Seraphine attempting to retrieve goods off a table. "Should I call the police?" "Immediately." I watched as Seraphine was removed once more, this time screaming about family treasures and betrayal. My phone lit up with text messages from Mom. "How could you resell our memories? Your father is heartbroken. That piano was for Seraphine. We are still your family." I blocked their numbers. Later in the afternoon, Adrian called. His voice was tight. "We have a situation. Seraphine tried to file for temporary conservatorship over you." "She what?" "She's claiming your cardiac event affected your mental capacity. Says your erratic behavior proves you're unfit to manage your affairs." I laughed, but there was nothing funny about it. "Let me guess. She's volunteering to manage my money for me." "Got it in one. Don't worry, it's ridiculous, no judge would uphold it." I abruptly interrupted. "Make it expensive. And Adrian, countersue for harassment." The estate sale began on Saturday. I watched the security cameras on my phone while outsiders sifted through my family's meticulously manicured photos. The piano was delivered initially to a music school. Perfect. My phone received an email from an unexpected address. The subject line chilled my blood. "Your father's medical records." "What is this?" I asked Adrian on speakerphone. "Open it." Inside was a single line. "Dad also had a heart issue. Mom never informed you. I guess she liked one daughter enough to warn her." H. I felt my newly strengthened heart skip a beat. "Is this true?" "I had it verified," Adrian remarked quietly. "Your father has the same condition. Genetic. Seraphine's been monitored for it since childhood." The room swirled. They had known. They knew I may have inherited it. And they never informed me. Seraphine was protected. But I wasn't. Never me. "Adrian." My voice remained firm despite the tremble in my hands. "Remember when you said the conservatorship claim was ridiculous?" "Yes." "Prove it. Release my medical records to the court. Show them I'm not only competent, I'm thriving post-surgery. Then leak the fact that they knew about this genetic condition and deliberately withheld the information. That's nuclear, Isla. Nuclear feels appropriate." As we hung up, another notification appeared. A certified letter from Seraphine's attorney. I opened the attachment anticipating more threats. Instead, I found myself staring at a photograph of myself at the age of 12, standing protectively alongside Seraphine, then 6 years old. On the back, in my mother's handwriting, "My girls will be inseparable forever." Seraphine had written below it, "Remember who you are supposed to be. My protector and sister, please don't make me destroy you." I forwarded the thread to Adrian and opened my laptop. It was time to share my story, all of it. Decades of manipulation, financial abuse and neglect. No names, just the truth. As I typed, I remembered something my grandmother taught me before she died. Sometimes the most courageous thing you can do is to cease shielding people from the repercussions of their own actions. My fingers moved quickly across the keyboard. Each word was another brick in the wall I was constructing between my past and future. Let them arrive. Let them threaten. I wasn't their protector anymore. I was finally on my own. My blog entry went live at midnight. By 6 a.m., it had exceeded 100,000 shares. The title stated, "A Story of Family Toxicity and Survival." I hadn't mentioned any names, but anyone who knew us would recognize the truth. Alara made the initial call. "Have you seen Twitter? You're trending." I updated my newsfeed. Thousands of comments, most of which shared similar stories of family dysfunction. The phrase "golden child syndrome" appeared everywhere. "Your mother's country club friends are having a field day," Alara said. Apparently she had to leave her tennis match early because everyone was whispering. My phone vibrated. "Julian is Seraphine's on-again, off-again boyfriend. Your sister's losing it," he remarked without hesitation. "She's been screaming for hours, throwing things. I can't handle this anymore." "Not my problem. She says you're lying about everything, that you're just jealous of her." I laughed. "Ask her about Dad's heart condition. Ask her why they never told me I could die from the same thing that almost killed me last month." Silence. They knew since we were kids. Seraphine got tested. I didn't even know it ran in the family." "Jesus Christ," he sighed deeply. "I'm done. Tell Adrian I'll testify about her behavior if he needs me to." By lunchtime, the tale had made local headlines. A prominent family's dirty laundry was exposed, a story of medical negligence and financial abuse. They didn't use our names, and they didn't have to. Dad's phone call was next. "Princess, please. They're asking me to step down from the country club board." "Tragic," I replied. "Almost as tragic as not telling your daughter she had a potentially fatal heart condition. We were trying to protect you from worry." "No. You were trying to protect Seraphine from responsibility, as usual." "Your mother's devastated. Our friends are finally seeing who you really are." Adrian called with updates. Seraphine's conservatorship attempt was thrown out. The judge actually laughed. "But there's more. She sent a cease and desist letter, stating that your blog piece had caused her irreparable anguish." "Perfect. Counter with the medical records." "Already did." Her lawyer withdrew the letter in under an hour. My email notification came as I was studying asset transfer documents. "Julian sent this message. I thought you should see it. She has no idea I taped it." Seraphine was yelling at our parents at her apartment, according to the attached video. "Fix this. Make her stop. I can't take people looking at me like this. Do something." Mom's voice. "Darling, we're trying. But try harder. I'm the one who matters. I'm your real daughter." The video was chopped off. I forwarded it to Adrian with a single word. Leverage. My phone flashed up with a text from an unknown number. A photo of my grandmother's ring, which I'd sold to support Seraphine. The wording indicated that something was missing. "Who is this?" I typed back. "Someone purchased it from a pawn shop. Want it back? Meet me." I blocked the number and contacted Adrian. "They're getting desperate." "Good," he said. "Because I just filed the harassment suit. And Isla, the ring thing, that was amateur hour. I bought your grandmother's ring back months ago. It's in my safe." Tears stung my eyes. "You did?" "Of course. I knew you'd want it back someday." That evening, my blog entry made national headlines. My inbox was swamped with interview requests. Dr. Phil's producers called twice. Then Mom left a voicemail. She was crying, yelling, and apologizing all in one breath. "Please, baby, we can remedy this. Tell everyone you were perplexed. Say you made it up. We are your family." I performed it for Alara over wine. "Wow," she replied. "She actually sounds sincere." "She's not," I answered. "Listen carefully. She's not saying she's sorry for what they did, she's sorry they got caught." My phone vibrated again. A local socialite has a dramatic meltdown during a charity banquet. Seraphine was once again escorted out, according to the photo. Your sister is really committing to this spiral, Alara commented. She's never faced consequences before. She doesn't know how. I reopened my laptop and started typing again. This isn't another blog entry, it's an email to my realtor. Subject line: looking for property in California. Running away? Alara inquired, reading over my shoulder. No, I said, thinking of the grandmother's ring in Adrian's safe. Running towards something better. Mom's phone number appeared on my screen, almost as if on cue. For the first time in my life, I felt no impulse to respond. Certain bridges are not meant to be repaired. Some fires must burn until only truth remains in the ashes. The family home seemed smaller than I remembered. I stood in the driveway, keys in hand, gazing at the colonial facade that had held so many meticulously curated lies. Do you want me to go in first? Alara asked, standing alongside me. No, I need to do this. I'd come to gather the remainder of my possessions before moving to California. Adrian had planned for a police presence just in case, but seeing the vehicle parked discreetly down the street felt odd. The front door opened before I could use my key. Mom stood there, looking strangely shrunken without her normal flawless makeup. You brought security? Her voice broke. I brought witnesses, I corrected, nodding at Alara and the police officer who was now going up the driveway. Dad appeared behind her. Princess, this is unnecessary. After Seraphine's latest stunt, I'd say it's very necessary. They stepped aside, allowing us to enter. The house reeked of desperation and Chanel No. 5, Mom's distinctive stress-cleaning fragrance. I'm here for my belongings, I said, starting up the stairs. Just my childhood photos and some documents. Wait, Mom shouted out. There's something you need to know first. I turned to observe her twist her wedding ring, a warning sign of impending manipulation. You should sit down for this. I'll stand. She exchanged glances with Dad, who nodded briefly. It's about your adoption. The word hung in the air, like smoke. Alara gripped my arm and studied me. My what? Mom's voice wavered. You're technically your Aunt Aurelia's daughter. When she died, we took you in. You were only 2. We never told you because we wanted you to feel like real family. The room tilted. Aunt Aurelia, Mom's sister, perished in an automobile accident. My mother. My true mother. Dad stepped forward. We loved you like our own. Stop. My voice was icy. You loved me like your own? You let me believe I was your biological child while withholding life-saving medical information because it wasn't actually genetic for me. You prioritized your biological daughter while I paid her bills, cleaned her messes, and nearly died alone. We didn't want you to feel different, Mom insisted. Different? I laughed, the sound harsh even for my own ears. You mean like how you treated me differently my entire life? Seraphine had arrived, as evidenced by her heavy footsteps on the stairs. Oh good. She finally knows she's not really my sister. I'm not, I said, turning to her. Then I guess I'm not really responsible for you anymore. All those years of guilt, of obligation, they never belonged to me, did they? You ungrateful, Seraphine began. But Mom cut her off. We gave you everything, she exclaimed. A home and education opportunities. No, I interrupted. I earned those things, every single one of them, while you were busy coddling your real daughter. I walked up the stairs, pushing past Seraphine. I found the box I was looking for in my old room. Photographs, documents, and memories. A little frame was wrapped in tissue paper and placed at the bottom. Inside was the last photograph of Aunt Aurelia, my true mother, cradling me as a newborn. Downstairs, mayhem ensued. Seraphine screamed about inheritance rights. Mom was grieving about family loyalty. Dad was attempting to speak over everyone about sensible conversations. I ascended the stairs with my package, the police officer approaching. That's my baby photo album? Seraphine screamed, reaching for my box. The cop moved between us. Actually, I quietly replied, these are Aunt Aurelia's photos. My mother's photos. I'm taking what's mine and leaving what never was. You can't just walk away from this family. Mom gripped my arm. I shook her off. I'm not walking away from my family. I'm walking away from people who kept me around as a convenient backup plan. There's a difference. We'll sue, Seraphine exclaimed. We'll take everything. Go ahead. I approached the door. But remember, I have proof of financial fraud, medical neglect, and now proof that you knowingly withheld my adoption status while using it against me. Want to see how that plays in court? Silence fell. I turned to them one more time. You know what's funny? You kept the secret, thinking it would make me feel less like family. But knowing the truth, it finally sets me free. I'm not your backup daughter. I'm not your ATM. I'm Aurelia's daughter. And I'm done carrying your burdens. Alara opened the door, letting sunlight in. Behind me I could hear Mom crying, Dad's failed attempts to console her, and Seraphine's incomprehensible wrath. But ahead of me? Nothing but open roads and possibilities. Are you ready? Alara said. I gripped my package of actual memories, feeling lighter than ever. Ready. We stepped out into the sunlight, leaving the shadows of lies behind. In my pocket, my phone vibrated with another lawsuit threat from Seraphine's lawyer. Let them arrive. I had truth on my side now, and I was discovering that truth was the most powerful weapon of all. As I completed typing my last blog entry, the California sun shone through my office window. My heart, now steady and strong, beat perfectly in time with the keyboard sounds. And that's when I realized that family isn't about blood or obligation, I wrote. It's all about choice. Every day, we pick who enters our hearts. Adrian's call made my phone light up. The lawsuits are officially dismissed, he stated. All of them. The judge called them, and I quote, frivolous attempts at financial manipulation. How's Seraphine taking it? Not well. Have you seen the tabloids? I looked up the latest headline. Socialite public meltdown goes viral. My sister has ruined my life. The video showed Seraphine tossing drinks at paparazzi outside a Manhattan eatery. She's trending again, I explained. Not the kind of fame she wanted. Speaking of trending, I remarked, spotting an unread email. It was from Mom. The subject line said, your father's birthday. Inside was a snapshot from our last family vacation before everything fell apart. She had written below it, we miss you. Couldn't we just go back? I selected erase. My doorbell rang. Alara stood outside, holding 2 coffees and a small box. Special delivery from Adrian, she said, handing me the box. Inside, snuggled in velvet, was my grandmother's ring, which I had sold for Seraphine and Adrian had saved, but now it was on a fresh chain, converted into a necklace. Adrian suggested you wear it differently now, Alara explained. New meanings for new beginnings. I put it around my neck just as my laptop chimed. A contribution confirmation. I had recently paid a year of heart screening for low-income families through my local hospital. The application was named after my biological mother, Aurelia. Your support group starts soon, Alara reminded me. Are you ready? When I logged into the video call, dozens of faces appeared. Everyone who had discovered their own power through my narrative. We weren't only healing ourselves. We were creating something fresh. Welcome everyone, I said. Today we're talking about setting boundaries without guilt. My phone vibrated about halfway through the session. Julian texted me. I thought you should know that Seraphine is trying to sell a story about your adoption to the newspapers. Don't worry, I sent them a video showing her admitting to financial crimes instead. I smiled. Karma was certainly working overtime. Another email arrived, this one from Dad. The subject line made me pause. I apologize. For what it's worth, he wrote that I was mistaken. We were all mistaken. Not simply how we treated you, but also what family meant. You are stronger than any of us ever were. For the first time, his comments had no influence over me. I did not need his approval or apology. I was no longer the girl who yearned for her family's affection. The support group session concluded with our regular affirmation. We choose ourselves today. Alara pointed at my laptop screen. Look at your blog comments. A fresh message jumped out. I have left my poisonous family today. Your tale gave me courage. Thank you for showing me that walking away does not imply giving up. It is growing up. I stroked my grandmother's ring, which was now resting on my heart rather than weighing down my hand. Are you ready for dinner, Alara? I inquired. The new Thai place has outdoor seating. Oh, and I invited someone from your cardiac support group. That writer who also survived family drama. She seemed cool. Outside, the sunset painted the sky in colors that no paint swatch could match. My phone buzzed one more time. Seraphine had posted another diatribe about familial betrayal. I turned off the notifications and grinned at Alara. You know what? I think I'm finally done carrying their stories. It's time to live my own. We strolled towards the restaurant, my grandmother's ring catching the final rays of sun. Behind us, a stream of responses poured in on my blog post. You helped me find my voice. Today, I choose myself. Thank you for showing us the path out. Revenge had led me here, but it was not what kept me standing. That stemmed from something greater, the power to choose myself. Of creating a life in which love did not need sacrifice. My heartbeat is steady and true. No more rushing to please others or breaking under the weight of unnecessary obligations. This was freedom. This was tranquility. And it tasted better than any revenge ever could. My brother forged documents, claiming he owned 50% of my company. When I found out, I decided to destroy him with evidence he couldn't escape. I, 35, own a profitable chain of fitness clubs in North Texas. There are 4 locations now, with 2 more planned for next year. We generate roughly $1.2 million in sales each year, and I employ approximately 50 individuals, including trainers, front desk staff, maintenance crews, and administrative professionals. Not bad for a guy who started with nothing but a GI Bill and an ambition after leaving the Marine Corps at the age of 23. However, this is not a story about my business success or how I built my empire from nothing. It's about how my poisonous, dysfunctional family tried to drain me dry for years, and what occurred when I eventually resolved to fully destroy them, rather than simply walking away, as a decent person would do. Growing up in suburban Dallas, my family dynamic was quite evident from the start. We had 2 children in our household. Me and my younger brother Lysander. He's 32 now. Lysander was always the golden boy who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes, whereas I was forever presented as the responsible one who never required attention, assistance, or acknowledgement. You are familiar with the type of family arrangement. Lysander was applauded heartily for properly tying his shoes, whereas I had to earn everything via blood, sweat, tears, and flawless behavior. When I was 17, a senior in high school, I worked 2 part-time jobs after school every day to accumulate enough money for a quality used automobile. I worked in a small grocery store, bagging goods and collecting shopping carts. I also worked weekends for a landscaping company, performing manual labor in the Texas heat. Meanwhile, Lysander was caught for shoplifting video games from the local mall. Instead of suffering any serious penalties for his criminal activity, my parents purchased a brand new Honda Civic to boost his confidence and self-esteem. When I asked where my car was after 8 months of saving every penny I earned, my father looked at me and said, "You're more responsible and mature, you'll figure it out yourself, as you always do." After graduating from high school, I immediately joined the Marines because college was out of reach for me financially. Our family was purportedly struggling financially and unable to pay tuition. Meanwhile, Lysander had a full college experience thanks to mom and dad's mysterious secret stockpile of money, which came out of thin air whenever their beautiful baby boy needed something vital. I spent 5 years in the Marine Corps, served 2 deployments overseas, and returned home with discipline, work ethic, and real-world experience. I used my GI Bill benefits to acquire a business degree while working full-time at a local gym chain, where I learned everything about the fitness industry from the ground up. I lived in a studio apartment that was essentially a glorified closet for 3 years, eating nothing but cheap pasta, canned tuna, and peanut butter sandwiches, and saving every dime I could to start my first gym. Lysander? He dropped out of college after 3 years of relentless partying, 4 changed majors, and barely passing grades. But according to my parents, he was simply discovering his true path in life and exploring his creative alternatives. By the age of 30, I had 2 highly successful gyms, a nice house in a decent neighborhood, and was working hard to build true generational wealth. Lysander was 27 years old and had never kept a job for longer than 8 months. His routine was predictable. He'd acquire an entry-level job, work just long enough to qualify for unemployment benefits, then purposely dismiss himself and live on government aid while waiting for the proper career opportunity. But guess who was still the family's favorite? He had never done anything substantial or constructive in his adult life. Then Lysander met Ophelia. And that's when our family situation shifted from annoying to completely ridiculous. Ophelia represented every terrible cliché about materialistic, superficial women in one irritating person. She got phony chest implants, lip injections, eyelash extensions, and acrylic nails that were so long and intricate that she couldn't do basic activities like type or unlock car doors. She'd never worked a genuine job in her life, yet she always had the latest iPhone model, designer purses worth hundreds of dollars, and outfits that cost more than most people's monthly mortgage payments. She hooked herself to Lysander like a parasitic leech because he was ignorant and naive enough to believe he could finance her absurdly extravagant lifestyle with his unemployment checks. And what about my parents? They adored her because she was meant to inspire Lysander to be more ambitious and help him evolve into a responsible adult. Yeah, he was inspired to discover increasingly inventive methods to spend money he didn't have and would never get. The girl also had the cognitive abilities of a houseplant. I recall one particularly terrible family dinner when she inquired if my fitness centers were similar to Planet Fitness but more expensive, and then proceeded to confidently describe to me how the fitness industry operated based solely on what she'd seen in romantic films and reality TV shows. This amazing explanation came from someone who truly felt that cardiac activity was bad for your health since it made you too thin and feeble. About 2.5 years ago, my parents' phone calls were much more regular and urgent. These weren't casual, "Hey, how's business going?" social calls, but rather direct, "Lysander needs help with his electricity bill," emergency calls. Or, "Lysander's car needs expensive repairs," crisis calls. Or, my personal favorite, "Lysander and Ophelia are having an unexpectedly difficult month financially." Calls for bailouts. Initially, the requested amounts appeared to be little and reasonable, $400 for utilities and $600 for car troubles. I'm not gonna lie, I helped out because I assumed that's what family members do for one another at difficult times, right? But every time I wired money to aid them, Lysander never called to thank me or explain the issue. Mom was always the one to make the initial request on his behalf, followed by a thank you call, as if he were still a helpless child incapable of handling his own communications. The demanded amounts gradually increased, and the supporting excuses became more inventive and complicated. $1,200 for a deposit on a much nicer apartment because their existing one was allegedly causing Ophelia's bad allergies. She wanted to live somewhere more Instagrammable. $2,800 when Lysander was purportedly laid off unexpectedly, which I later discovered meant he was dismissed for arriving 2 hours late 3 days in a row while intoxicated. $3,500 for Ophelia's alleged emergency dental work, which turned out to be solely cosmetic veneers since she wanted to become a social media influencer. The breaking point should have come last Christmas, when Ophelia posted elaborate Instagram stories documenting her week-long luxury spa retreat in Scottsdale, complete with expensive treatments and designer shopping, the same week that Lysander called me crying and demanding $2,200 for urgent car repairs that couldn't wait. But I was still playing the good brother character like a total idiot. The true wake-up call occurred 8 months ago, when I went to Mom and Dad's house for our weekly Sunday family dinners. When I entered through the front door, Ophelia was virtually throwing her left hand in everyone's faces, displaying this unbelievably massive engagement ring that had to cost at least $20,000. "Look what my amazing Lysander surprised me with," she exclaimed like a giddy teenager. "Isn't it absolutely perfect? I've been wanting something exactly like this for months and months." I looked right at Lysander, who was desperately avoiding eye contact as if his life depended on it. 4 weeks ago, he called me, in tears, to say he needed $3,800 for unforeseen medical expenditures because he didn't have health insurance. "That's quite an impressive ring," I said, attempting to keep my tone neutral. "Must have been a very significant purchase." Ophelia laughed and did this goofy little hair flip gesture. "Oh, Lysander always finds a way to give me exactly what I deserve. He's so generous and thoughtful about showing his love. Yeah, generous with my hard-earned money, and attentive in keeping it hidden from me." During the same uncomfortable dinner, Ophelia made multiple passive-aggressive remarks about how some people are simply not relationship material, all while staring directly at me with apparent judgment. I was 35 and single by choice. I had been too preoccupied with expanding my business empire and safeguarding my financial future to consider dating or marriage. But she made me feel like a pitiful failure because I wasn't married to someone who continuously squandered my money. "Maybe you should focus less on those gym things and more on finding a wife," she suggested with a patronizing sneer. "I mean, what's the point of making all that money if you don't have anyone special to spend it on?" My mother actually nodded in perfect agreement, as if Ophelia were imparting deep insight. "She makes a really good point, Silas. You can't work every single day forever." That night, while laying in my own bed in my own home, which I had paid for with my own money, I made a clear decision. I was finished being their personal bank account. Things became unusually quiet for a few months after I stopped responding to their increasingly urgent money solicitations. I honestly thought they'd learnt their lesson about financial responsibility, or had found another stupid victim to fund their absurd dream lifestyle. I was completely wrong about both scenarios. Then Mom called 3 weeks before Thanksgiving, and I should have realized something was wrong based on her tone alone. "Silas, sweetheart," she said in that unnaturally sweet, unduly joyful tone she saves for when she wants something incredibly vital. "Are you planning to come for Thanksgiving dinner this year?" To be honest, I had considered skipping the entire affair. Every family reunion felt like an exhaustive theatrical production, in which I was compelled to play the role of the successful son, who should be eternally grateful for the opportunity to address everyone else's financial and personal difficulties. But I made a critical mistake by saying, "Sure." I will come. That's absolutely wonderful, Mom said, far too relieved and delighted for a simple Christmas dinner invitation. It'll be so nice to have the entire family together for such a special occasion. The overwhelming joy and obvious relief in her voice should have been my first significant red flag. Mom was never actually enthused about holiday dinners, unless there was a huge underlying motive. When I arrived to their house on Thanksgiving morning, Ophelia answered the door in what appeared to be a whole new dress from head to toe, perhaps costing more than most people earn in a week. Her artificial nails were freshly painted with an exquisite crystal and glitter pattern that must have taken hours at an expensive salon. "Silas," she said with the most obvious phony smile I'd ever seen. "Oh my goodness, thank God you're finally here. We've been waiting and waiting for you to arrive." Red flag number 1 was literally waving madly in my face. Lysander stood in the living room, looking more scared and agitated than I had ever seen him in our entire life together. When I stepped into the room, he could barely look up from his phone screen, and his leg was hopping rapidly, as if he was genuinely concerned about something significant happening. "Hey there, bro," he muttered without making any eye contact. Red flag number 2 has now joined red flag number 1 in a developing line of evident warning indications. Dad was acting normally, asking his typical surface-level questions about how things were doing at the fitness centers, while Mom rushed around the kitchen making unnecessary dramatic gestures and movements. Everything looked typical and ordinary until we sat down at the dinner table, plates full. Mom cleared her throat in that very specific manner, and gave me that particular look, the very same expression she used to give me when I was a kid. As if she were ready to ask me to undertake extra household chores that Lysander always managed to get excused from. "So, Silas," she explained, carving her turkey with almost surgical accuracy and methodical movements. "Lysander and Ophelia have some really exciting news they want to share with the entire family. Here we go with whatever sophisticated plan they've devised this time." Lysander squirmed uncomfortably in his chair, as if he were sitting on something sharp and uncomfortable. "We're getting married next month." "Congratulations," I responded. But something felt odd about the rushed timing and haste. Why the sudden need to get married so quickly? "It's going to be absolutely beautiful and perfect," Ophelia exclaimed excitedly, clearly excited. "Small ceremony, just immediate family members, very intimate and romantic." Mom grinned, clearly proud and satisfied. "They found the most perfect venue possible, very elegant and sophisticated." I waited patiently because after years of experience, I knew there was always a catch with these people. "The only thing is," Lysander finally remarked, looking squarely at his plate rather than at me, "we're running a little short on the venue deposit and all the catering expenses." And there it was. The true reason for the mandatory family dinner meeting. "How short are we talking exactly?" I inquired, knowing full well that this would be absolutely absurd and outrageous. Lysander and Ophelia exchanged one of those meaningful stares that couples have before tagging someone for money. Then Ophelia leaned forward across the table, wearing an outrageously entitled smile that made my skin crawl with revulsion. "It's honestly not that much money when you think about it," she answered dismissively, waving her hand as if she were talking about change. "Just $22,000. I actually almost choked on the food in my mouth. $22,000? "Well," Mom replied right away, clearly having practiced this speech, "when you actually break it down properly, it's really quite reasonable for a quality wedding. The venue rental is $6,000. Professional catering is $10,000. Floral arrangements are $3,000. And then there's the photographer, the musicians, the cake, and all the other essentials." "Hold on just a minute," I said firmly. "You haven't actually paid for any of this stuff yet?" Ophelia's phony smile became substantially tighter around the edges. "We put down small deposits to hold everything, but all the full payments are due next Friday." I scanned the table slowly and deliberately. Everyone was looking at me expectantly, as if this intricate setup had previously been planned and I was simply going through the motions before opening my wallet and fixing their issues. "And you want me to pay for your entire wedding?" "Not pay for it exactly," Lysander replied hastily, attempting to sound fair. "Just help out significantly, you know, as a generous wedding gift from my successful big brother." Ophelia laughed aloud, and it was the most condescending sound I had ever heard in my life. "I mean, what else would you spend your money on anyway? You don't have a wife or children or any real family responsibilities. Your parents only love you when you pay their bills." The entire room became utterly silent. Even my parents seemed uneasy about how blatantly and viciously she had just insulted me. I carefully put down my fork and leaned back in my chair, glancing at my mother. "Is that true, Mom?" Rather than refute it, Mom smiled and nodded. Well, if you're not willing to help family, then you can't come to family events anymore. You can't come unless you pay off your brother's credit card. The words struck me like a physical blow. After everything I'd done and all the money I'd given them over the years, they saw me as a wallet rather than a son or brother. I got up slowly, grabbed my jacket, and smiled back at her. You know what? You're absolutely right, and that's why you'll never see me again. The transformation in the room was sudden and dramatic. Mom's confident smile disappeared instantly. Dad's face turned white. Lysander appeared to have been smacked. Ophelia's arrogant face faded as she realized what had just occurred. Their faces fell as they knew they had lost me forever. Wait, Silas. I didn't mean... Mom began, but I had already moved toward the door. Yes, you did mean it. And now you get to live with it. I walked straight out the front door, not looking back. For 3 weeks following the Thanksgiving incident, my phone was continuously vibrating with incoming messages from every family member. Mom sent long, guilt-tripping text messages about how upset and wounded she was by my selfish actions over dinner. Dad left me several voicemails lecturing me on family loyalty and standing up when it really matters. Lysander sent several sad messages, usually complaining about how I was ruining his special day and hurting his happiness. But the greatest and most entertaining messages came straight from Ophelia herself. This woman gave me genuine multi-paragraph essays about how I was a greedy, bitter person who was clearly envious of Lysander's happiness and success in life. She branded me sad for being alone at my age, strongly implied that I was probably gay, and concluded with increasingly vague warnings about how I would absolutely regret this decision if Lysander became phenomenally popular. The irony was really stunning. She was calling me envious and literally begging for my money to support her extravagant lifestyle and fantasy wedding. I meticulously screenshotted each message she sent me and saved them in a separate folder. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, all of the messages came to a halt. I honestly assumed they'd either found another naive victim to fund their crazy wedding, or that they'd finally chosen to have a much smaller ceremony that they could actually afford with their own limited resources. As always, I was utterly wrong about both possibilities. 4 weeks later, my acquaintance, a loan officer at a major regional bank, contacted to provide some very fascinating and troubling information. Hey, weird thing happened at work today, he nonchalantly stated. I saw your brother and his fiancée at our main branch earlier this afternoon. My gut plummeted with fear. What were they doing there? They were asking about substantial business loans. But here's the strange part. They were using your fitness centers as collateral and financial references. My blood became very cold. What exactly do you mean by that? They had official-looking paperwork claiming Lysander was a 50% business partner in your company. The loan officer who met with them was immediately suspicious because the documents looked potentially fraudulent, so they didn't approve anything. But I thought you should definitely know about this situation. I quickly hung up and contacted my business counsel. After considerable investigation and research, we learned that Lysander and Ophelia had been actively seeking to obtain large loans around the Dallas metropolitan area by using wholly falsified documents saying Lysander was a major owner of my fitness center business. They'd even prepared complex bogus employment records identifying Lysander as my director of operations, making $85,000 per year. They were aggressively seeking to conduct major fraud on my business reputation, credit history, and financial status. That's when I understood these people had passed a boundary they could never recover from, and I wanted to utterly destroy them rather than simply walking away and ignoring the problem. I spent the next 6 weeks systematically gathering all available information on their situation. I did not employ private investigators or do anything unduly spectacular. I recently began paying close attention to details and asking the correct questions of the right people in my network. First, I realized that the wedding was still taking place, despite their apparent financial issues. They'd managed to save enough money for a little ceremony at a low-cost site outside of the municipal limits. But here's what was particularly interesting. Ophelia was informing everyone on her social media sites that they'd decided on an intimate wedding, and that certain people who weren't supportive of their love were not invited. She was actually portraying my unwillingness to support their wedding as an intentional exclusion from their big day. Then I discovered something quite interesting about Ophelia's background. My banker friend recalled that Ophelia had visited his branch several months before, when she and Lysander began dating seriously. She'd tried to register a business account for a multi-level marketing scheme, but during the routine credit check, numerous huge red flags showed on her financial background. I requested him to go a little more into her background. Banks exchange data, and he owed me a big favor after I helped him get a great bargain on gym equipment for his home training space. What we discovered was very amazing and eye-opening. Ophelia had quite a recorded financial history with men. She'd been married twice before. Both times to men with significant wealth and holdings. Both marriages lasted only long enough for her to obtain legal access to their financial accounts and possessions. Both ended in bitter divorce processes in which she walked away with a sizable chunk of their assets while claiming various sorts of emotional and physical abuse. Lysander was going to be the third spouse, and he had no idea about the previous two. However, that was hardly the most interesting discovery I found. The most fascinating element was what I discovered about their present financial status from numerous sources. Remember all of the emergencies and unforeseen expenses that Lysander had asked me to assist with over the previous 2 years? In some ways, those were actual emergencies. Lysander had been spiraling into considerable debt while attempting to maintain Ophelia's exorbitant lifestyle and spending habits. But instead of cutting back on expenses or having honest conversations about money, they'd been taking out payday loans at exorbitant interest rates, continuously creating new credit cards, and borrowing money from anyone who would lend it to them. They weren't simply plain broke. They were catastrophically, devastatingly broke. The type of financial scenario in which one missed payment could mean losing everything. What about Ophelia? She had no idea about their true predicament. Lysander had been desperately concealing their true financial situation from her while feverishly attempting to find new ways to keep the money flowing and maintain the appearance of financial success and stability. That's when I knew Lysander was no longer the spoilt golden child. He was absolutely trapped, perhaps afraid, and undoubtedly in over his head with a lady who would destroy him the moment she realized he couldn't afford her lifestyle any longer. So I decided to hasten the eventual discovery process. The wedding was planned for a Saturday afternoon in February. I obviously did not attend the ceremony, but I had more significant and strategic plans for the weekend. You see, I'd spent several weeks meticulously assembling a complete information bundle that would transform everything. Screenshots of Ophelia's abusive text messages, which called me pitiful and envious. Complete copies of all false loan documents they attempted to use, with my company details fabricated on them. And the absolute crown treasure of evidence, a lengthy background study on Ophelia's 2 past marriages, her well-documented history of financial manipulation and gold mining, as well as comprehensive proof of their present dire debt predicament. However, I did not convey any of this negative material to Lysander directly. That approach would have been too easy and predictable, and given our family dynamics, he was unlikely to believe anything I said. Instead, I delivered the complete comprehensive package directly to Ophelia's mother, along with lengthy explanations. Here's what my extensive research found regarding Ophelia's family history and circumstances. They were legitimately affluent, but they were completely consumed with their social standing, public appearances, and family reputation. Her father was a successful investment banker at a famous business, and her mother was one of those high society country club women who prioritized their family's social standing above all else. They had been financially supporting Ophelia for years without question, but they assumed she was in a serious relationship with someone financially successful and secure with promising prospects. They had no notion Lysander was bankrupt and in debt, and they certainly had no idea about their daughter's well-documented history of systematically marrying men for their money and assets. I sent the entire information packet to her mother with a short, clear note. I felt you should know who your daughter married and what kind of financial predicament she's gotten herself into. The wedding ceremony took place on Saturday afternoon. By Monday morning, 8 a.m., my phone was ringing insistently. It was Lysander, and he sounded more destroyed than any other human being I'd ever heard in my life. "Silas," he whispered, his voice quivering from sheer passion. "I desperately need to talk to you about something extremely important." "What's going on, Lysander? Can you possibly meet me somewhere today, please? I'll pay for coffee or lunch or whatever you want." He sounded completely shattered and defeated, and I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. We agreed to meet at a coffee shop near my primary gym site. When Lysander arrived 30 minutes later, he appeared to have not slept adequately in several days. His eyes were extremely bloodshot, his hands were visibly shaking, and he kept looking around nervously, as if he was worried someone bad might follow him. "She's completely gone," he stated without preamble or salutation. "Who's gone?" "Ophelia. She left me permanently, took absolutely everything valuable, and just disappeared." I raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. "Everything?" Lysander nodded miserably. "All the wedding gifts we received, the money her parents had given us for the honeymoon, even our security deposit for the apartment. She cleaned out our joint bank account down to the very last penny and vanished completely." "What exactly happened over the weekend?" "Her parents called her early Sunday morning while we were still at the hotel. They'd somehow gotten incredibly detailed information about our real financial situation, about my actual employment situation, and our debts. They flew down here immediately and had this massive screaming confrontation with her in the hotel lobby. Lysander ran his hands through his hair feverishly and repetitively. She tried desperately telling them it was all lies and misinformation from jealous people. But then they started asking very specific questions. About money. About my employment history. About all our credit card debts and loans. And she suddenly realized the complete truth about everything. She realized you're completely broke and have been lying to her. Worse than just broke. We owe over $50,000 in credit cards, payday loans and personal debt from friends. Her parents immediately cut her off financially and told her she was completely on her own from now on. And Ophelia, he laughed with absolutely no humor whatsoever. She looked directly at me and said, I definitely didn't sign up to be poor and struggle, and just walked out of my life forever. I sipped my coffee calmly and waited for him to resume his narrative. Silas. I'm completely screwed beyond repair. Like absolutely and totally ruined beyond any hope of recovery. The apartment rent is due this week. All the credit card minimum payments are due, and I literally cannot make any of them. I'm going to lose everything I have left. What about mom and dad? Can't they help you out? Lysander's face was utterly crushed with humiliation and disgrace. They don't know how catastrophically bad the real situation actually is. They think I just need help with a few monthly bills and regular expenses. If they knew the actual truth about everything. He ran off helplessly. They'd be disappointed in you. They'd completely disown me forever and never speak to me again. You know exactly how Dad feels about financial irresponsibility and poor life choices. I almost burst out laughing at the tremendous absurdity of the scenario. Dad claimed to despise financial recklessness above all else, yet he had been personally encouraging Lysander's bad actions for years without even recognizing it. Lysander gazed up at me with the most pitiful, begging eyes I'd ever seen on another person. I know I've completely messed up everything in my life. I know I've been a terrible brother to you for years, but I'm literally begging you, Silas. Please help me one more time. I need your help more than I've ever needed anything in my entire life. How much help are we talking about exactly? $50,000 minimum. Maybe 60 to get completely clear of everything and start over with a totally clean slate. I leaned back in my chair and watched his desperate expression. $60,000 to clean up a situation that could have been avoided if he had made even one decent decision. You know what, Lysander? You're absolutely right about some things. You did completely mess up everything, and you have been a terrible brother to me for most of our adult lives. His face dropped with terrible disappointment and anguish. But more importantly than any of that, you've been a user and a parasite for your entire adult life. For years and years you've treated me like your personal ATM machine that exists solely for your benefit. You've never once asked how I'm doing personally or professionally, never offered to help me with anything whatsoever, never even bothered to say thank you when I bailed you out of your various messes and crises. Silas, please, I'm literally begging you on my knees. I'm not done talking yet. My voice was now ice cold. You married a gold-digging manipulator who insulted me repeatedly in our parents' house and then tried to commit serious fraud using my business reputation and credit. You've spent years systematically taking advantage of my success while contributing absolutely nothing to this family except constant problems, drama, and financial emergencies. Lysander was openly crying now, real tears flowing down his cheeks. I know. I know everything you're saying is completely true. I'll change totally. I swear on everything holy. I'll get a real job immediately. I'll pay you back every single penny with interest. I'll do whatever you want me to do. No. You won't change. I stood up and carefully put on my jacket. You know why you won't actually change? Because you've never actually had to face real consequences. Every single time you've screwed up your life completely, someone has been there to fix it for you without question. Mom, Dad, me. We've all been enabling your pathetic, irresponsible behavior for decades. I gazed down at him, sad and broken in his chair like a defeated child. So, here's exactly what's going to happen moving forward. You're going to go home and figure this entire mess out completely by yourself. You're going to get any job you can possibly find and work your way out of this financial hole, $1 at a time, over many years. And maybe if you actually learn something meaningful from this experience and demonstrate real change in a few years, we can discuss having some kind of genuine relationship. Silas, please don't do this. I'm your brother. No. I firmly said, marching toward the door without looking back. You're my parents' son. There's a significant difference between those two things. I went away from him forever. 6 months later, I learned from Mom that Lysander had filed for bankruptcy and was living in a tiny studio apartment across town while working double shifts at a warehouse loading trucks for minimum wage. Ophelia had married a corporate lawyer she met on a dating service just 2 months after leaving Lysander. Mom and Dad were constantly urging me to help him financially, to be the larger person, and to forgive family since blood is thicker than water. I told them exactly what I told Lysander. Certain important life lessons can only be learnt by first-hand experience and consequences. Lysander still contacts me on occasion, maybe every few weeks. He no longer asks for money. He learned his lesson the hard way. He's just trying to check in and gradually rebuild a friendship from the ground up. The conversations are really awkward and stilted. But perhaps it is exactly how genuine change and growth should begin. My sister tried to steal $50,000 with fake loan papers in my parents' name. At dinner, I put the evidence on the table and watched her world collapse. I was video calling my brother Dorian to discuss coming home for Easter break when he said something that made my blood run cold. Our sister Serafina had gotten into a heated argument with our parents over dropping out of nursing school. When Dad threatened to cut her off, she blurted out that, unlike me, she wasn't disguising her homosexuality. She showed them photographs from my private Instagram and informed them that I had been recruiting our youngest sister Celeste into the lifestyle. She told them I had been mocking their beliefs behind their backs, and she had tried to keep them from discovering who their daughter truly was. Mom cried while Dad shut himself in his office, and Serafina spent the next hour soothing her and presenting herself as the nice daughter. I drove home and went directly to Dorian's house. Celeste was also there, crying because Serafina had told Mom she discovered lesbian content on Celeste's phone, implying that I had corrupted her as well. My brother informed me that Serafina was already working to obtain power of attorney over our grandmother's estate by convincing everyone that I could no longer be trusted with family matters. We discovered Serafina had been doing this for years. For example, she blamed Celeste for being pregnant in high school when Serafina actually needed abortion funds, and she claimed Dorian stole from the church fundraiser when Serafina took the money for spring vacation. Then Dorian showed me Serafina's Instagram, which proved she'd been lying about nursing school for the entire semester, posting images in scrubs she never wore to clinicals that didn't exist, all while our parents paid $30,000 in tuition for classes she wasn't taking. Celeste discovered Serafina's Venmo history, which revealed that she had spent the tuition on concerts and Miami trips while emailing our parents phony grade reports she had created in Photoshop. Dorian's girlfriend, who worked at the registrar's office, revealed Serafina was expelled for paying someone to take her anatomy exam 2 months ago, rather than willingly dropping out as she had stated. We discovered emails in which Serafina attempted to obtain loans using our parents' details without their knowledge, and she was already authorized for $50,000, which would be posted next week. Serafina had been bragging to people about breaking our connection with our parents, calling me a self-righteous person who deserved to be shunned, and threatening to make sure I never saw the inheritance money. She had really looked into whether sexual orientation could be used to dispute wills in our state, and she was unhappy to learn that it could not. We learned she had been intercepting mail to hide credit card statements, revealing that she had used Mom's emergency card to make hundreds of dollars in purchases at designer boutiques. We discovered falsified checks from Dad's company account, stolen credit card bills, and evidence that Serafina had been selling our deceased grandfather's possessions on Marketplace while telling our parents she was handling his inheritance. She had made $20,000 by selling his watch collection and war artifacts, which were intended to stay in the family forever. My brother discovered text messages in which Serafina was negotiating the sale of Grandma's jewels while she was still alive in hospice, promising bidders that the pieces would be available shortly. We gathered everything into a 3-inch thick folder, revealing 3 years of systematic falsehoods and fraud. Serafina had been texting the family group chat about praying for my soul and suggesting conversion treatment programs, including links to camps that used electroshock therapy with remarks about extreme situations requiring extreme measures. She had persuaded our parents to invite their pastor and his wife to Sunday dinner for spiritual support, knowing that it would be even more humiliating for me. Sunday dinner arrived, with the pastor and his wife seated next to our parents, everyone staring at me as if I had an illness, and Serafina wearing a cross necklace I'd never seen before. Mom made me wait on the porch for 5 minutes before allowing me to enter what she now termed God's dwelling. Serafina had printed Bible verses about homosexuality and placed them in my seat, highlighted in pink. Mom began her speech by saying how sad she was, and how I had ruined their name at church and in the neighborhood, while the pastor interjected scripture references between her sentences. Serafina kept interjecting about trying to guide me, even alleging she'd caught me attempting to convert Celeste, which caused Celeste to clutch my hand under the table so tightly her nails pierced into my palm. Dad refused to look at me, while Mom talked about bringing shame to our family name and destroying everything they'd built. The pastor began praying over me without asking, placing his hand on my head as Serafina grinned behind her prayer hands. Mom was about to kick me out or demand conversion treatment, but I stood up, the folder heavy in my hands, and placed it on the table with a thud that caused the water glasses to shake. Serafina's sneer faltered briefly before returning, and she began to say something about honoring prayer time. Before anyone says another word about my soul or my choices, you need to know the truth about Serafina. The pastor's wife gasped at my interruption, but I continued, my palm on the folder's cover. Everything she's told you is a lie, starting with nursing school. Serafina paled as I began to open the folder, and Mom warned me, but I looked directly at Serafina. Should we start with the teen pregnancy, or the forged checks? Serafina's face became absolutely white as I removed the first paper from the folder. My fingers discovered the official letter from the college registrar, which I held up so that everyone could see the school's letterhead. The paper rustled softly in the suddenly quiet dining room. Mom stretched across the table for it. Dad's jaw tightened, and the pastor's hand halted midway through his prayer gesture. I handed the letter to Mom and watched her eyes glide over the phrases that confirmed Serafina's expulsion 2 months earlier for paying another student to take her anatomy exam. Serafina moved forward, attempting to take the paper from Mom's hands. Her chair scratched against the floor when she stood up too quickly. The pastor's wife shifted in her seat and gazed at her husband with startled eyes. Serafina's voice became high and urgent as she claimed the letter was forged and that I was attempting to destroy our family because I was upset over being called out. Her hands shook as she continued to grasp for the paper, but Mom took it away. I remained calm and took the next stack of papers from the folder. These were printouts from Serafina's Instagram account, showing her in scrubs she purchased online but never wore to the non-existent clinical rotations. Each photo included a timestamp, indicating that she submitted it during the class hours she was meant to be attending. Dad scooped up the papers, his hands trembling slightly. His reading glasses reflected the dining room light as he examined each image. Serafina's voice grew louder as she asserted that someone had stolen her account and posted phony photos. She kept gazing between Mom and Dad, as if she was trying to decide who to convince first. Celeste cleared her throat, and everyone turned to see her. Her voice was quiet but steady as she informed everyone about the pregnancy scare in high school, which Serafina blamed on her. She described how Serafina needed money for an abortion, but blamed Celeste when their parents discovered the pregnancy test. Mom's face fell as she gazed back and forth between her daughters. Serafina quickly pointed at Celeste and branded her a liar. She claimed that I had been manipulating Celeste and feeding her lies in order to turn the family against her. Celeste's hand found mine beneath the table again and gripped hard. I dug deeper into the folder and pulled out the Venmo transaction history that we had printed. The records revealed that $30,000 earmarked for tuition had been spent on Miami excursions, concert tickets, and expensive clothing in just one semester. Each transaction included descriptors such as Spring Break Miami and Coachella tickets, as well as the dates Mom and Dad wrote tuition checks. The pastor cleared his throat and advised we treat this as a private family problem. I kept going and spread out more papers on the table. Dad finally looked Serafina in the eyes and inquired as to whether she had been attending nursing school this semester. His voice was calm, yet there was something frightening about it that made everyone stand still. Serafina's eyes welled up with tears, which appeared to appear on order. She clasped her palms to her face and stated that everyone was ganging up on her. She tried to get closer to Mom for comfort, but Mom remained transfixed in her chair, staring at the evidence on our Sunday dinner table. Dorian took out his phone and turned the screen toward Dad. The screenshots depicted Serafina's chats to her friends in which she boasted of destroying me. She'd called me terrible names and rejoiced that I'd been kicked out and abandoned. She had actually stated that she couldn't wait to see me homeless while she received the entire fortune. The pastor's wife leaned in and whispered to her husband that she needed to leave. He shook his head slightly, telling her they should remain as witnesses. I took a big breath and looked around the table. I informed them I was gay and not ashamed of who I was. I explained that using my identity as a weapon would not make Serafina's crimes disappear. Except for Serafina's murmuring that I was attempting to divert attention away from my perversion, the room fell silent. She continued repeating that term, as if it would distract everyone from the evidence in front of them. I reached for the most damaging documents in the folder. The counterfeit checks from Dad's company account appeared one by one. Each check demonstrated Serafina's varying degrees of success in copying his signature. Some were clearly forgeries, but others were near enough that the bank cashed them. Dad's countenance changed from perplexed to enraged when he recognized transaction amounts he had never authorized. He instantly grabbed out his phone and began contacting the bank's fraud department number, which he appeared to know by memory. His voice was aggressive as he informed them that he needed to report many instances of check fraud on his business account. Serafina began to retreat toward the dining room entrance, but Dorian stood up and barred her route. Mom eventually found her voice and asked Serafina how she could do this to her family. Her words came out broken, like if she couldn't get them past her throat. Serafina's entire body was shaking, but she said everything was a lie. She assumed I fabricated everything because I was upset about being exposed. She said that I had computer skills and could have created any of these documents. She even alleged that I had hacked her social media accounts and fabricated proof. Nobody was buying it anymore, and she knew it. The papers on the table told a story that was too precise and consistent to be fabricated. 3 years of lies and larceny, chronicled in black and white, which no amount of tears or accusations could undo. Next, I dug out the credit card statements, which Serafina had hidden by seizing the mail before Mom could see it. As I placed the papers on the table between the water glasses and the bread basket, I heard a quiet sliding sound. Mom picked up the first statement and her eyes widened as she noticed charge after charge that she had never made. Her hand shook when she saw the $2,000 purse from Nordstrom last month. She continued reading down the list, discovering other purchases at stores she had never visited before. Dad took another statement and began putting the sums on his phone calculator. His face turned scarlet with each number he punched in. Serafina attempted to take the papers from Mom's hands, but Dorian grabbed her wrist and held it. The pastor cleared his throat and suggested, "Maybe we should all pray about this difficult situation." Dad interrupted him with a swift sweep of his hand. "Prayer won't fix fraud and theft," he stated as he dialed the bank's number. Serafina began to back up toward the dining room door as Dad spoke with someone about suspicious behavior on various accounts. Celeste abruptly stood up, her chair scraping across the floor. She informed everyone that Serafina had been rummaging through her phone for weeks. Serafina saw some Pride Month posts Celeste loved, and threatened to tell Mom she, too, was lesbian. Celeste's voice became more assertive as she described how Serafina requested money from her part-time work at the bookshop. Every week Serafina would deduct half of Celeste's income or show Mom the screenshots. Dorian slung his arm around Celeste's shoulders, and Serafina began denying everything. First, she said Celeste was lying. Then she said Celeste had offered her the money. Then she said it was a loan. Her story changed every few seconds, and everyone noticed. I went back into the folder to get the documents that would hurt the most. The marketplace screenshots appeared slowly, and I displayed them in front of Dad. When he saw grandfather's purple heart posted as sold for $800, his breathing came to a stop. The next page revealed his whole watch collection sold for $20,000 in total. Dad sprang up so quickly that his chair toppled backward onto the floor. His fists clenched, and I feared he was going to hit Serafina. She must have thought so too, since she dashed for the door. Dorian was already blocking her route, his arms folded. "You need to face what you've done," he told her. Serafina began yelling that we were all jealous of her success. She described herself as the lone good child in this ill household. The pastor and his wife stood up gently, gathering their belongings. The pastor stated that this was clearly a family situation that required legal assistance, not spiritual help. His wife refused to look at anyone as they headed towards the front door. I heard her mutter to him that they should not have gotten engaged in this mess. Dad's voice rose as he wanted Serafina's phone and laptop immediately. He needed to find out what more she had been keeping from her family. Serafina shook her head and attempted to run past Dorian towards the stairs. Mom's voice silenced her with a single word that rang across the room. "Enough." Serafina froze on the third step before gently turning around. Mom told her to sit down and discuss the $50,000 loan applications we discovered, which used their social security numbers without authorization. Serafina's face changed from red and angry to white and afraid. She understood we had accessed her email account and knew everything. Her legs appeared weak as she walked back to the dining room table. She sat down hard in her chair and stared at the evidence that was around. I told how Dorian's girlfriend at the registrar's office helped us discover the truth. Serafina had been removed 2 months earlier, not last week as she stated. She'd paid $500 to have another student take her anatomy exam for her. When the school discovered out, she was promptly booted out and given no chance to return. Serafina cashed all of our parents' subsequent tuition checks. She'd been retaining the money and claiming to attend classes that didn't exist. Mom began crying again, but this time her tears felt furious rather than sad. Dad was still on the phone with the bank, writing down case numbers. Serafina tried to influence everyone once more by falling on her knees. She sobbed about the strain to be the perfect daughter and how difficult it was. Nobody moved to comfort her, so her wailing became more urgent. Dad took out his phone again and dialed a different number. "Rowena Cade, please," he asked someone. "Tell her it's about a family emergency involving fraud." He placed the phone on speaker and set it on the table. Rowena's voice came over as clean and professional as Dad narrated what we had learned. She listened without interrupting until he finished describing the fraudulent checks and stolen funds. "You must file a police report immediately," Rowena said. "Tonight, if possible." She also instructed us to immediately lock all bank accounts and credit cards so Serafina could not drain them, which caused Serafina to leap up from her chair and knock over Mom's water glass. Serafina began pleading Mom not to call the cops, promising to repay everything somehow. But when Dad asked her how she intended to accomplish it without a job or a degree, she just kept saying she'd figure it out. Dorian cleared his throat and dropped another bombshell, telling everyone that he had already called the hospice where Grandma was staying that morning because he was concerned about Serafina attempting to obtain power of attorney. The administrator confirmed that someone matching Serafina's description came by yesterday to inquire about jewelry and estate paperwork, claiming to handle family business, but was turned away since she was not on the approved visiting list. Serafina's face turned pale to blazing crimson as she cried, "Dorian is lying." But he pulled up the email confirmation on his phone, which showed the administrator's response along with the security footage timestamp. Celeste abruptly rose up and walked over to Mom with her phone, displaying her screenshot after screenshot of texts Serafina had sent her for weeks. Mom's hand shook as she read Serafina's threats to expose Celeste to their youth group, email her links to conversion therapy camps, and threaten to make sure everyone at church knew Celeste was gay if she didn't pay Serafina money from her part-time job at the mall. Mom's eyes welled up with tears as she scrolled through message after message in which Serafina called Celeste nasty and threatened to destroy her life in the same way that she had mine. Serafina attempted to take the phone from Mom, but Dad stopped her. Serafina played her final desperate card by placing her palm on her stomach and claiming that she was pregnant and needed the money for her kid. Celeste actually laughed out loud and instantly called up Serafina's Instagram from the previous week, which showed everyone footage of Serafina doing shots at a downtown club, dancing on tables with a drink in each hand, and writing about being hungover the next morning. Serafina claimed the films were outdated, but Celeste displayed the date stamps from 5 days ago, as well as Serafina's Snapchat story from yesterday, in which she was drinking wine at brunch. Dad's phone started ringing, so he stepped aside to answer it. Coming back a few minutes later, his jaw was clenched tight. The bank had blocked all of their accounts after identifying abnormal behavior dating back 6 months, and the manager requested that they come in first thing tomorrow morning to check security camera footage of ATM withdrawals they did not recognize. Serafina jumped across the table, attempting to seize the evidence folder, knocking plates to the floor and splashing crimson wine onto Mom's white tablecloth. Dorian had to physically restrain her as she screamed that we were ruining her life, and she'd tell everyone at church that I'd converted Celeste and destroyed the family with my unhealthy lifestyle. I stood up and stared Serafina straight in the eyes, telling her that her threats no longer scared me since the truth about her crimes would be revealed regardless of the lies she propagated about my sexuality. She spit at me, but it hit the table instead. Mom finally snapped and told Serafina to leave the house immediately. Serafina demanded to know where she should go after we destroyed everything. And Dad informed her, in the coldest voice I'd ever heard, that she should have thought about it before stealing from her family. He allowed her only 1 hour to pack her necessary belongings before changing all the locks. If she took anything that wasn't hers, they'd include it in the police report. Serafina went upstairs, shouting and wailing, and slammed her door so violently that a picture fell off the corridor wall. Mom sank into her chair, questioning how they'd missed all of the warning flags and how their daughter could do this to them. I knelt down next to her and recounted how Serafina had been pitting everyone against one another for years, making us believe we were the problem while she was the victim, and using their trust and religious beliefs as weapons to conceal her crimes. Mom grabbed and grasped my hand. It was our first genuine contact since Serafina outed me, and I could feel her entire body shivering. Dorian was already on the phone with the police non-emergency line, gently outlining the fraud issue and inquiring about the documentation required for a formal report. Celeste had her laptop out and was compiling a spreadsheet of all the connections Serafina had harmed with her falsehoods over the years, including friends she'd turned against each other and family members who had stopped speaking because of the stories Serafina circulated. Dad was in his office, on the phone with credit card companies, his professional voice firm despite his trembling hands as he jotted down case numbers and dispute claim information. We could hear Serafina upstairs throwing things around and shouting on the phone to someone about how her nasty family was kicking her out for no reason. Rowena remained on speaker the entire time, guiding us through each move we needed to do to protect ourselves legally and financially from any more harm Serafina would attempt to create. 20 minutes later, Serafina stomped down the stairs pulling 2 massive suitcases behind her. Her face was red and puffy from sobbing, yet her eyes were wild and deadly. She placed the suitcases by the door and turned to face the rest of us. She claimed that if we called the police, she would commit suicide and it would be our fault. Rowena's voice came through the phone speaker right away, informing us that this was textbook manipulation. She advised us that if we suspected Serafina was suicidal, we should call 911 immediately. Serafina's cheeks turned even more red when she heard that. She began yelling that I had destroyed the entire family with my unhealthy lifestyle. She continued, God would punish me for being gay and turning Celeste against them as well. Her comments no longer hurt, because everyone knew who she truly was. She seized the door handle and yanked it open so fiercely that it smashed into the wall. A picture fell off the wall and landed on the floor. Dorian laughed at her high school graduation photo. She stormed out, dragging her baggage, and we heard her car pull out of the driveway. The next morning, Dad took us all to the police station to meet with Detective Celine Voss. She was a tall woman with gray hair who took our folder of evidence and began going through it page by page. She stated that Serafina's pattern of deceit could result in several criminal charges. She questioned us for 2 hours and took copies of everything we had. While we were there, Dad received a call from his accountant regarding an unusual item on his business credit report. 3 months ago, he booked a nice condominium in downtown with his work credit card. Serafina claimed to have been attending to this address for study groups all semester. The lease was in Dad's name, therefore he was liable for $12,000 in back rent. Detective Voss added this to her notes, claiming it demonstrated preparation and intent. We went straight from the police station to the bank, where Dad kept his business accounts. The manager led us to a back office and displayed surveillance footage on his computer. Serafina was at the ATM, hiding her face behind large sunglasses and a baseball cap. She repeatedly withdrew the daily maximum from Dad's company account. The manager assisted us in filing fraud reports for each transaction. He stated that having a police report will help them reverse the charges and possibly get some money back. We had hardly left the bank when Rowena called with very frightening news. Serafina sought for a $50,000 loan using our parents' details, which was approved yesterday. It would be posted to their account tomorrow morning, unless we halted it right now. Dad spent the next 3 hours on the phone with the loan firm, attempting to establish it was identity theft. He had to email them copies of the police report and sign many paperwork stating that he had never asked for a loan. They eventually agreed to cancel it, but stated that it would harm his credit score regardless. That evening, our phones began to fill up with Serafina's texts. She'd make extended apologies, stating she was sorry and simply wanted assistance. Then 5 minutes later, she'd send us a message threatening to ruin our life if we didn't drop the charges. She wrote on Facebook that our parents had kicked her out for attempting to save me from sin. She claimed they preferred their gay daughter over their straight daughter, who was simply trying to help. Most individuals who knew our family could tell something was wrong with her story, however. Celeste couldn't take the turmoil anymore and asked Dorian if she could stay with him for a few days. They spent the evening calling folks who had purchased Grandpa's items through Marketplace. Dorian stated that the items had been stolen and requested if they would consider returning them. When one old man who had purchased Grandpa's Purple Heart learned the truth, he became extremely outraged. He stated he bought it because Serafina had informed him the family needed money for medical expenditures. He offered to mail it back to us for free and even apologized for purchasing it. Mom spent the majority of the day in her room, crying and praying. She kept asking me whether she had failed as a mother and what she had done incorrectly with Serafina. I sat with her and assured her that Serafina made these decisions entirely on her own. Mom held my hand while she cried, which was the most touch we'd had in months. She couldn't comprehend how Serafina could lie so much about so many things. I informed her that Serafina had been doing this since we were kids, but she had gotten better at hiding it. Mom stated she felt terrible for not noticing it, but I assured her Serafina duped all of us. She questioned if I thought Serafina would truly hurt herself, and I replied that Serafina cared too much about herself for that. The next morning, Detective Voss called with more awful news for Serafina. They discovered credit card applications under Celeste's name that Serafina had submitted last week. The applications were rejected because Celeste was too young, but they demonstrated Serafina's desperation. Detective Voss stated that this was another criminal case for attempted identity theft of a juvenile. She asked Celeste if she would come in and make a statement about it. Dad's hands were shaking as he hung up the phone. Celeste came downstairs, pale, and asked if we could go to Rowena's office right away, as Serafina had arrived at her school that morning. She'd been waiting beside Celeste's car in the parking lot, and began following her to the main building. Celeste claimed Serafina repeatedly grabbed her arm and told her she needed to tell the cops she was confused about everything. The school security guard noticed Serafina become hostile, and had to forcibly remove her from Celeste. Rowena's assistant, Callum, arrived at the office within an hour and began filling out the restraining order papers while Celeste's hands shook. He stated that the school incident would strengthen our case because it had witnesses and security cameras. Celeste had to write down everything Serafina told her, even threats to destroy her college applications if she didn't help. Callum filed the emergency order that afternoon and informed us that it would be served to Serafina within 24 hours. 2 days later, Rowena called to inform us that Serafina had been sacked from her job at the mall. The manager had detected inventory issues and checked the security cameras during the previous 3 months. Serafina was discovered processing false returns and putting the cash in her pocket instead of the register. The management intended to file charges, adding another felony to Serafina's expanding record. Rowena stated that this strengthened our case because it demonstrated a pattern of theft from various sources. Dad spent the next morning at his accountant's office, reviewing every business transaction from the previous year. They discovered $28,000 in falsified checks and an additional $12,000 in fraudulent credit card payments. The accountant estimated that insurance would cover around half of the losses, leaving Dad to bear the remainder. Dad's face was gray when he arrived home, and he needed to take his blood pressure medication twice that day. That evening, the church elder called, and Dad put him on speaker so Mom could also hear. The elder stated that people were discussing our family status, which was generating division among the congregation. He advised that we take a break from all leadership posts until things calmed down. Dad simply said, "Okay," and hung up without arguing, indicating how weary he was. Mom began crying again and returned to her room without eating dinner. My phone vibrated with a message from someone I didn't recognize, who turned out to be Serafina's college acquaintance. She claimed Serafina had told everyone I planted all of the evidence because I was jealous of her success. The buddy stated that she stopped believing Serafina after seeing the police report that was uploaded online. She wanted me to know that Serafina was also lying about working at a legal firm, despite the fact that she had been unemployed for months. She emailed me screenshots of Serafina's communications, stating that our entire family was homophobic and that she needed to protect herself. I submitted everything to Rowena, who stated that it would help demonstrate Serafina's pattern of lying. The next afternoon we received an urgent call from the hospice where Grandma was residing. Someone attempted to enter her room after visiting hours, claiming to be her granddaughter with a family issue. The person matched Serafina's description and had attempted to persuade the night nurse that she needed to purchase jewelry for a funeral. Security turned her away, but not before she created a scene in the lobby. We had to impose additional security measures and provide a list of allowed guests. Dorian was so enraged that he smashed a hole in his apartment wall and needed to ice his knuckles. Mom finally met with me 3 days later, when Dad was in another meeting with lawyers. She explained that she had been thinking about everything and realized Serafina's betrayal was worse than anything else. She told me she needed time to comprehend my sexuality, but she could now see what true hurt looked like. She took my hand and told me Serafina had taught her the difference between disagreement and destruction. It wasn't complete acceptance, but it was the first time she'd freely touched me since finding out. She inquired if I'd always known, and I replied that I had since middle school. She nodded, saying she wished I had felt safe enough to tell her earlier. The following week, Detective Voss called to say they were bringing Serafina in for formal questioning. Serafina arrived at the station with a public defender who instructed her not to say anything. Detective Voss claimed Serafina's need for a lawyer immediately made her appear guilty to everyone. They had to release her but told her not to contact any family members. Serafina disobeyed the injunction within 2 hours, contacting Mom from a prohibited number. Mom hung up and immediately contacted Detective Voss to report it. Meanwhile, Dorian had gone through old emails and discovered something awful. Serafina has been uploading our information on questionable websites that sell personal information. She had listed all of our social security numbers, Mom's maiden name, and even our previous addresses. Dorian discovered at least 3 websites where she had sold our information for quick cash. We had to instantly freeze our credit and replace every password we'd ever used. In just 1 week, the credit monitoring service discovered 4 attempts to open new accounts in my name. Dorian's girlfriend assisted us in setting up identity theft protection, but warned us that the consequences could last for years. 2 weeks after the explosion, Dad received a call from an older guy who had purchased some of Grandpa's watches on Marketplace. The man explained that he had been thinking about it and wanted to do the right thing. He offered to sell them back to us for the same amount he paid Serafina. No profit. Dad met him in a coffee shop and returned with 6 of the 12 watches, including Grandpa's favorite from the war. Dad cried while clutching that watch, saying it felt like he was getting a piece of his father back. The man apologized for purchasing them, saying he should have recognized something was wrong because Serafina appeared so desperate. Dad praised him and stated that not everyone would have been as honest about returning them. Celeste arrived at my flat 3 days later, carrying an envelope she discovered in her backpack after school. Her hands shook as she handed it to me, and I immediately recognized Serafina's handwriting, which featured Bible lines on family loyalty and forgiveness on both sides of the paper. Celeste had already contacted Detective Voss, who arrived within an hour to retrieve the letter as evidence that Serafina had violated the restraining order. The detective photographed everything and informed Serafina that if she contacted any of us again, she would face jail time. She stated that the prosecution will add this to the charges, reducing Serafina's chances of avoiding prison. Celeste stayed with me that night because she was afraid Serafina might show up to Mom and Dad's house, even though the restraining order protected all of us. The next morning, I finally scheduled an appointment with the therapist my doctor had recommended weeks earlier. I sat in her office, attempting to explain all that had happened, and she listened without judgment as I described being outed and witnessing my family burst. She helped me realize that Serafina's use of my sexuality as a weapon revealed nothing about who I was as a person. She taught me breathing exercises for when my anger became too much, and she helped me understand that Serafina's nastiness stemmed from her own issues, not anything I had done wrong. We planned weekly meetings, and she stated that healing will take time, but I had already demonstrated amazing bravery by standing up for the truth. 2 days later, while I was at work, Rowena called with news from the bank. They had evaluated all of the fraud complaints we had made and agreed to reverse almost 60% of the charges because we had reported everything so promptly. Dad would recover $24,000 of the $40,000 Serafina had stolen, but the remainder was deemed too old to challenge. Rowena said it was better than other fraud cases she'd handled, and we'd at least gotten something back, even if the emotional toll would last much longer. Mom contacted me that afternoon to tell me that she and Dad had begun visiting a marriage counselor to deal with what Serafina had put them through. The counselor was assisting them in understanding how Serafina had perverted their religious beliefs in order to conceal her crimes and manipulate them against one another. Mom stated that the counselor pointed out how Serafina had used their faith as a shield whenever she got into problems. Dad was beginning to forgive himself for not recognizing the warning signs sooner, and Mom was processing her sorrow over raising someone capable of such brutality. They went twice a week, and Mom said it was the first time in months that they had actually chatted rather than arguing about who was to blame for everything. Rowena called back a week later, this time sounding irritated. Serafina's public defender had approached her about a possible plea deal, in which Serafina would admit to fraud and identity theft in exchange for probation and repayment. The attorney stated that Serafina would submit to therapy and separation from her family, but she wanted to avoid jail time due to mental health issues that allegedly caused all of this. Rowena stated that we had to decide as a family whether to accept the offer or seek for prison time, which could result in a lengthy trial. Dorian wanted her in jail, but Mom was concerned about Serafina's future with a felony record. Dad stated he just wanted to get this over with so we could go on. Celeste claimed she'd feel better knowing Serafina couldn't reach us for years. After 3 family meetings and dozens of phone calls, we agreed to the plea agreement, but only under tight terms. Serafina was required to make full compensation, even if it took decades, and attend forced therapy for at least 2 years. She couldn't contact any family members for 5 years and had to complete 300 hours of community service. Rowena emphasized that any infraction will result in instant jail time and no second chances. The plea hearing took place 2 weeks later, at the downtown courthouse. Serafina arrived in a conservative suit, attempting to appear sorry, but the ruse fell apart the moment she opened her mouth. She told the judge that we were punishing her because she was the only moral member in our family, and that it was all a misunderstanding. The judge saw right through her and stated that he had rarely seen somebody display less regret for destroying their family. He agreed to the plea offer but added 500 hours of community service and obligatory financial management training. Serafina's counsel attempted to disagree, but the judge stated that she was fortunate to avoid prison and should be grateful for her family's kindness. That night, as I lay in bed, my phone buzzed with a text from Mom. She had been reading books about LGBTQ people and spirituality that the marriage counselor had suggested, and she wanted me to know she was trying to understand. She said she still had questions and troubles, but I was her daughter, and that would never change. She said that witnessing Serafina's hatred taught her what truly harmed a family, and it wasn't who someone loved. It was the first time she'd reached out with anything other than disappointment or Bible passages since the beginning. Reading her reply made me cry, and I wrote her back that I loved her as well. The following week, Celeste requested if I'd accompany her to our parents to discuss something important. We sat in the living room where the horrific supper had occurred, and Celeste took a big breath before revealing that she, too, was lesbian. Mom's face went through roughly 10 distinct emotions, but Dad simply nodded slowly, as he had suspected for a while. Celeste held my hand and told that she had known for years but had been too afraid to say anything after seeing how they had responded to me. Mom began crying, but not the angry tears she had previously shed, but rather the sad tears of not providing a safe environment for her girls. Dad explained that Serafina's betrayal had taught them that honesty was worth respecting even if it contradicted their views. They pledged to try to comprehend and urged Celeste to be patient as they learned. Mom hugged both of us, and stated she would rather have honest daughters than another Serafina. 3 weeks following the plea hearing, Dorian asked everyone to supper at his apartment to commemorate his girlfriend's advancement at work. She'd been so helpful with Serafina that she seemed like family, and Dorian wanted to make it official. We all brought food, and for the first time in months it seemed like a proper family supper, free of resentment and accusations. Dorian raised his glass to toast the truth, even when it hurt, and the familial links that had withstood Serafina's attempts to break them. His girlfriend thanked us for accepting her and stated she had never seen a family battle so hard to be together through such adversity. We remained up late talking and laughing, and Mom even inquired about my girlfriend's job without passing judgment. Celeste brought her girlfriend, and nobody made her feel strange or uncomfortable. Dad expressed his pride in his children for being honest, even when it was scary. 3 months passed before the first check from Serafina arrived in Dad's mailbox. It was only $200 of the $40,000 she owed, but Dad looked at it for a long time. He drove to the downtown antique dealer who had one of grandfather's watches and paid $800 to get it back. The dealer recalls purchasing it from a young woman who claimed her grandfather had died and the family needed money. Dad put the watch in his safe, alongside the others we'd been finding. With finals and everything else happening school, my graduation day arrived earlier than intended. Celeste wore a little rainbow pin on her dress collar. Mom noticed it but didn't say anything, just squeezed both of our hands as we went across campus together. She kept snapping pictures and informing other parents about her honest daughters, who made her proud. We went to lunch after, and no one mentioned Serafina's empty chair at the table. Detective Voss contacted me 2 weeks later, while I was packing my dorm room. Serafina had been detained in Nevada for attempting to open credit cards with fraudulent documentation at 3 different institutions. The detective stated she will face federal prosecution since she crossed state boundaries to commit fraud. She'd been using a fictitious name and dyed her hair black, but they nabbed her nevertheless. Mom and Dad decided to reaffirm their vows on their 25th anniversary, 6 months after everything had occurred. They kept it small at the courthouse, just the kids and Dorian's girlfriend. The judge read something about truth and trust as the foundations of marriage. Mom wore her original wedding dress which still fit, and Dad grieved during the ceremony. They went to supper afterward, and Dad made a toast on discovering what truly counts in a family. Celeste received her acceptance letter to State University the following spring, along with a full scholarship for her essay about discovering bravery. She'd written about seeing her sister devastate their family with lies while learning to be herself. The scholarship committee described it as the most moving essay they had read that year. She moved into the dorms that fall and displayed pride flags in her window. Dorian had been planning his proposal for months and eventually pulled it off at our 4th of July backyard barbecue. He dropped down on one knee and informed his lover that she had demonstrated true loyalty. She answered yes right away, and everyone rejoiced as Dad prepared burgers and Mom shed happy tears. They arranged the wedding date for next summer and invited me to join the wedding party. 8 months after her incarceration, Serafina's lawyer sent a hefty package with her prisoner number on the return address. I opened it and found 10 pages of her blaming me for ruining her life and future. She called me names and accused me of turning the family against her because of my LGBT agenda. I read the first paragraph and then threw it away without looking at the remainder. 2 years after that dreadful Sunday supper, we all gathered at Mom and Dad's place for Thanksgiving. Without Serafina, the table was smaller, but it felt larger since everyone was being honest with one another. Nobody acted strangely when Celeste brought her girlfriend. Dorian's wife was pregnant and showed everyone ultrasound photos. Mom prepared the same foods she always did, but this time, we truly loved eating them. Dad said Serafina, thanking God for the truth and family members who chose honesty over dishonesty. We stayed up late playing board games and telling stories, with no one hiding secrets or scheming manipulations. The house felt quiet in a way it never did when Serafina was lying about everything. We weren't perfect, and Mom battled at times with having two queer daughters, but we were trying. That was more than we had ever had when Serafina poisoned everything with her lies and plots. My sister mocked me in the family chat as an unemployed gamer, then begged for free help. I said no. Weeks later, the bar suspended her license. My sister Alicia, 29, a female, created a meme about me, called her, 31, a guy, and how being a freelance coder equaled being an unemployed gamer, which she posted in the family group chat. Everyone laughed. Nobody defended me. I quit the chat without saying anything. Fast forward a few weeks, and guess who is calling me because something critical has happened? And now my skill set matters. What began as her attempting to use me escalated into a full-fledged breakdown with attorneys, falsehoods, and some wonderful karma for which I did not have to lift a finger. You're going to enjoy this one. It becomes messy. Have you ever looked at your phone and knew it was ready to piss you off? That was me last Tuesday. I work as a freelance software engineer, so, while I was eating leftover Chinese and correcting a malfunctioning contact form for a client whose website appeared to have been time-traveled from 2007, I received a ping from a family group chat. For context, this chat was always a mess. My mom sends me good morning gifs every day, my dad sends me recycled hustling quotes, and my sister Alicia sends me odd images of her successes, like she's conducting her own press release campaign, while Aunt Morwen sends those ridiculous Minions jokes. So, half the time, I would silence the chat and move on. But this one hit differently. That was a meme. A cartoon drawing of a scruffy person in a hoodie with Cheeto dust on the keyboard, surrounded by empty energy drink cans. The caption read, "Freelance coding equals unemployed gamer." My name was tagged twice. To emphasize the point, Alicia added, "El Mao had to share, you doing okay over there, Calder?" My mother then responded with a laughing emoji. Dad said, "So true. Haha." And my cousin Narissa threw in a Kevin Hart laughing gif as if it were the greatest thing she'd seen. I did not respond. There's no point. I simply left the conversation silently. There is no dramatic exit message. There was no, "You'll regret this." Instead I tapped leave chat and that was it. Not because I was angry. I mean, that irritated me, but basically I didn't want to waste any more of my time on folks who still believe that working for a law firm implies success and that starting your own business means you're one bad day away from streaming Fortnite for rent. Alicia has always been known as the golden child. Straight A's, honor society, and law school. The family essentially organized a graduation week for her. Custom cake, photo shoot, the works. When I became certified in front-end development and took on my first serious client, cricket. Dad termed it a phase. Mom inquired whether I was still doing that computer thing. Alicia joked that I should write digital handyman on my business card. So, no, I did not leave because I had been harmed. I departed since I did not want to stay for a roast session to which I had not RSVP. It is not about ego, it's all about self-respect. I grew up as the 13-year-old who built his own PC while everyone else was playing sports or taking dancing lessons. I enjoyed figuring out why things didn't function and correcting them without having to ask anyone for assistance. However, my family thought I was antisocial or lazy at the time. At the age of 10, Alicia started giving fake court presentations in the living room, dressed in her mother's blazer, and with her stuffed animals serving as jurors. They ate it up. Our tiny lawyer. Every time she spoke, they pretended she was healing cancer. Every time I mended the Wi-Fi or assisted Mom's friend in resetting her email password, I was just the child who knows how to use technology. By the age of 20, I had stopped trying to impress anyone. I freelanced, worked on well-paying jobs, and gradually built up a client base. I didn't make a big deal out of it, nor did I bring it up in front of anyone. I simply toiled silently, believing that achievement would eventually speak for itself. Apparently not loud enough for them to hear over Alicia's constant bragging about her bar exam and LinkedIn followers. So, yeah, that meme, that was the moment I knew there was no way to win them over. They weren't laughing because they had misinterpreted me. They were laughing because that's how they perceived me. The weaker sibling, the joke. So I bounced. No huge speech, no rage texting, simply done. Later that night, I continued to think about it. Not the meme itself, but how casual it felt for them. They acted without hesitation. Similarly, they don't hesitate to compliment Alicia on everything, including things I assisted her with in the background. Yes, that is a fun little detail. She once called me up, worried, since her company's internal portal was malfunctioning during a live conference. I fixed the CSS and JavaScript on the spot. Never asked for a thank you. I just did it because I am not petty. But guess who said she figured it out on her own on the following team call? So, no, I am not mad. I am not bitter. I'm done being the team mascot for a family that only applauds when the lawyer speaks. I screenshotted the meme not for retribution, but because I enjoy preserving receipts. Especially for situations like this. It's strangely motivating, like a digital version of, they'll see. I returned to work. 3 tickets are in my inbox. A client asked if I could create a custom widget to track bookings. Another user is looking for assistance with a broken WordPress site. Today was a good day. Quiet, productive, no memes, no phony smiles, just code, coffee, and tranquility. And you know what? That meme was the nicest thing they could have done for me since I now understand exactly where I stand. And unlike them, I am not pretending. They can fabricate whatever they want. Status, proximity, and even the tight-knit family photo they publish online for likes. I'm not playing that game. I do not need their approval. I have invoices that speak louder. So imagine my disappointment when I received a text from Alicia 5 days later. There was no, hey. There was no, how are you? There was no sign of humility. Just pure panic. Alicia, I need your help, it's urgent. I think someone hacked my files. Something important might get leaked. I gazed at the message for a good 10 seconds, blinked, and then laughed out loud alone in my room like a crazy person. This was the same person who mocked me as a basement IT guy in front of my father's coworkers last Thanksgiving for wearing a sweatshirt instead of a blazer. Now she has urgent technical issues, and I suddenly appear. I didn't respond. Not right away. I took a screenshot and went back to work. We had a payment gateway integration to test. Her problem did not even make my top 5 of the day. The next morning she reiterated. Alicia, I'm serious. These files are strictly confidential. I could go into trouble. You're familiar with this material. I truly need you. Then a second text arrived. Alicia, I'm not asking you to fix everything. Just look into it. You're not even working a real job anyway. That's the last line, man. That's what made it enjoyable. I could almost hear her voice in my thoughts. Smug, dismissive, as if asking me for help was a favor. Unemployed gamers have nothing better to do, right? So I said, you want professional help? You'll need to pay my professional rate. I was short, direct, and respectful, with no sarcasm. I was so pleased of myself. She did not like that. Alicia, wow. Seriously? You're charging your own sister? Alicia. You'd really let me get into trouble just because of a joke? Yes, exactly. It was always just a harmless little joke. I said, I'm not going to let you get into trouble. You are. I then muted her. 3 hours later, my mother called. I let it ring twice before answering. I knew what tone she would use. That gentle, theatrical, guilt-filled voice. The one she pulls out when someone is in the hospital or when she needs a trip to the airport at 4 a.m. Calder, she began. Your sister is going through a serious situation. You really can't just help her out. I took a breath. She said I wasn't working a real job, remember? So, this unemployed gamer's busy playing on his keyboard right now. Don't be petty. I hadn't been. I handled billing. She's your sister, Mom said, as if it were some kind of global override code. And I'm your son, I said back. Funny how that only counts when Alicia requires something. She sighed as if I were being difficult, as if I wasn't the one being asked to clean up a mess for free and then ridiculed for doing so. That's the issue with individuals like them. They want the rewards of your skills but not the respect for your labor. They believe that love equals unpaid labor. What made it funnier? She had already tried approaching other people. Later, I discovered that she had approached 2 of her firm's legitimate tech guys, whom she had previously boasted about in her network. One informed her it would cost $1,200 with no shortcuts. The other requested $500 merely to open the files. No handouts, no phony sibling discounts. So she looped back to me, believing I'd joined for free because we shared a last name. Like I was still the kid who fixed her printer in exchange for pizza. She's nervous, Calder, my mother explained. She should be, I answered. Confidential files, legal career. Those consequences aren't a joke. Mom paused for a moment. Then she said what she always says when she loses an argument. You've always been jealous of her. There it was. The typical fallback. Not, you're right. Not, we've been unfair. Just the same tired narrative they've used since we were little. Alicia, the star. Calder is the problem. It doesn't matter how many clients I've helped or how successful my business is. In their perspective, achievement is only meaningful if it occurs in a courtroom or on a LinkedIn headline. I'm not jealous, I responded quietly. I'm just tired of being treated like the family tech support with no salary. She didn't answer. I just said fine. And then hung up. No goodbyes. That night I went to bed wearing the sweater she previously mocked. I felt at ease, stress-free, and confident in my decision. The following morning, I awoke to commotion. Screenshots are everywhere. Elysia's files were leaked. And not just any file. We are not discussing contracts or legal memos. We're talking about screenshots of affair conversations, personal messages, sexual content, material with names and timestamps, and even a few office allusions. Apparently, she had been coaching one of her clients too closely. My sister is married, so she was having an affair. Suddenly, every mutual connection started murmuring. The group chat that I had left was silent. My mother didn't call. Elysia did not text. Nobody asked me for assistance anymore. I sat at my desk, sipping cold coffee, watching the action unfold as if I were a spectator at a game for which I had not purchased tickets. I did not laugh. I did not post anything. I quickly opened the Notes app and scribbled 3 words. I warned her. Not directly or dramatically, but in every way that counted. I told her months ago that her passwords were lazy. That putting sensitive information in Google Drive folders labeled "Do Not Open One" was not exactly Fort Knox. She rolled her eyes. They told me that not everyone has to be a paranoid neckbeard. All good then. Her crucial legal files were scattered, but not for the reasons she claimed. It was not client contracts or secret firm information. Nope. It became out that the hacked files included screenshots of explicit messages between her and one of her married clients. Texts, photographs, and even a silly audio note in which she referred to him as daddy, and joked about invoicing their amorous conversations as consultancy hours. Professional, correct? The screenshots included names, timestamps, and her work email address in the corner. She didn't even bother with a burner, just sheer ignorance uploaded directly to the cloud. By lunchtime, they were everywhere. Someone delivered them secretly to a private legal organization. Someone else shared them in a group chat at her alma mater. And of course, it made its way into the local legal gossip circuit. To make matters worse, one of the texts included her legal firm's name. Let's keep this quiet. My firm would flip if they saw this. Oh right. What do you think? I sat at my workstation, checking a dashboard for a client's e-commerce backend while seeing her reputation plummet in real time. My phone vibrated several times. One from a high school friend. Yo, is that your sister trending on Legal Mess? Another. Didn't she always call you unemployed? Yes, the same one. What truly shocked me was how quickly it escalated. It wasn't simply embarrassment. It was possible disbarment territory. Some others began to speculate about who the person was and whether he was a customer she represented. If it was, she may have crossed ethical lines that go beyond oopsie zone. Then came the cherry on top. Someone revealed that she was under internal review at her company for conduct-related issues. They were attempting to figure out how quickly they could cut her free without catching any stray shrapnel. Approximately 3 p.m. I got the first actual message from her since the whole thing started. Elysia, what did you do? No. Hi, no, help, just an allegation. I stared at it. The irony was amazing. She asked me to help her, refused to pay, and now believes I shared screenshots from her affair in retaliation. Nah, I'm not really bored. I accomplished nothing, yet it is still more than you deserve. I didn't even get a reply. She just sent a status update on WhatsApp saying, "People will lie when they feel threatened." Sure. You are the victim in this situation. You are the victim. By the evening, her spouse had gone into ghost mode, deleting his social media, removing their wedding photos from his site, and updating his bio to simply say, "Forward." It was the coldest move I'd seen since someone angrily quit a Dota tournament. The guy was known for his low-key demeanor and dislike of controversy. So witnessing him act as if she was dead to him taught me everything I needed to know. She did not make a simple mistake. She set fire to her own house, expecting the rest of us to hold the hose. And just when I thought everything was over, I received a call from a burner number. I normally don't respond to unknowns, but I was interested. It was her spouse. "Hey man," he replied, "not trying to start anything. I know you do tech stuff and I need to know. Did you leak that?" His voice sounded tired, not angry, the type of tired you hear from people who have been lied to in stereo. "No," I informed him. "She came to me asking for help. I told her I'd do it for a price. She refused. Then it leaked. I had nothing to do with it." He was calm. Then he said, I believe you. I just needed to hear it. We didn't speak after that. But later that night, he posted a picture of their dog on Instagram with the comment, "She got the law degree. I got the better loyalty." That's peak poetic justice, regardless of who you are. Meanwhile, I kept working since, unlike her, I did have clients. I wasn't simply surviving, I was scaling. I even had a local HVAC technician recommend me to one of his company associates who need custom back-end work for scheduling installs. He said, "I told him you're the guy who doesn't mess around." That single remark meant more to me than everything my family had ever said. The family group chat is still calm. Nobody reached out. There is no damage control, even from Mom. They must have been occupied cleaning up the mess left by the kid who claimed to have direction. Around midnight, I received one final message from Alicia. "Alicia, you're loving this, aren't you?" I did not respond. I have recently archived the chat. I wasn't enjoying it. I wasn't even celebrating. This was not a win for me. It was simply another reminder that the same individuals who had looked down on me for years were now pleading for my assistance when things became serious. And I have receipts to prove it. I backed up all of her texts, sorted the timestamps, and put them in a folder labeled, "In Case of Blame Game." Because if I've learned anything about individuals like her, it's that they don't take defeat lightly. They're looking for someone to drag down with them. But this time, I wasn't near the blast zone. I'd spent years providing the emotional safety net for everyone in that family. The guy they'd criticize on Monday then turned to for assistance on Tuesday. But not anymore. This time, I was merely the man watching everything burn from a safe, well-insulated distance, complete with receipts, backups, and a protected folder labeled, "Not My Problem." Alicia, meantime, was free-falling. First, the law firm. Apparently, the moment the screenshots arrived in their inbox, they went into full CYA mode. Internally, they referred to it as misconduct concerns. Externally, there was radio silence. Not even a PR ruse, just a silent removal of her name from the firm's website as if she never existed. The clients come second. I recognized one of them. He had attended a number of her "Look Who I'm Representing" meals, which my parents were oddly proud of. A man who owned multiple homes and hired Alicia for contract work. When the story broke, he removed his files and recruited someone else. He did not even call to say goodbye. I just left a review online that read, "Unreliable. Would not recommend." Then came the personal breakdown. Her husband went into full ice mode, changing the locks, taking the car, and, according to one of my friends who still lives nearby, giving away her Peloton for free on Craigslist. And just when I thought the worst was past, I had a tap on my door. It was Mom and Dad. Now I live in a modest apartment around 15 minutes from their home. They rarely pay a visit unless they need something or have run out of individuals who will tolerate them. So, when I answered the door and found them standing there with that strange, excessively friendly look, I realized it wasn't about catching up. "Can we talk?" Mom inquired. I stood aside. "Sure. Shoes off." They sat stiffly, as if they were attending a parole officer. Dad cleared his throat, as if preparing to begin a PowerPoint presentation. "Your sister's going through a rough time, he told you?" I nodded. "Yeah, apparently she's been going through people too." Mom grimaced. "Called her, please. She said I'd be nothing." I reminded them that freelancing was code for unemployment, that I was just lucky if someone needed a cheap website. I remember that. "Do you?" They alter their posture. Neither made eye contact. "We're not here to relive old fights," Dad stated in his usual bland tone. "We're here to ask for your assistance." I raised an eyebrow. "You mean the same help she refused to pay for?" There was silence. "She's being investigated. The Bar Association might get involved. She could lose her license," my mom warned. "She leaked her own affair texts," I explained. "The only thing I did was say no." "She says you manipulated them," my dad replied. I laughed loudly, the kind of laugh that makes others uncomfortable. "Then she should sue me." "Oh wait. She probably will." "She's scared," Mom stated again. "She should have been scared before she hit send," I told her. Then came the true reason why they were there. The guilt was not working. As a result, they reverted to their preferred strategy: manipulation through responsibility. "We just need you to clarify a few things," Dad explained, digging into his folder. He gave me a letter. It was previously signed by Alicia, a written statement stating the screenshots were forgeries, maybe by a family member who had access to her cloud credentials. They wanted me to sign it too. I blinked. "You're asking me to admit I staged a scandal to ruin my sister's life on paper?" Dad nodded, as if he were passing me a grocery list. "It's just to calm things down." No one's going to check the details. Mom jumped in with arms folded. You don't even have a reputation to protect, Calder. She does. Be reasonable. They were staring at me. You're actually saying I have nothing to lose? She's a lawyer, my mother replied. She built something. You work from your laptop. You could recover. That is the dumbest logic I've ever heard. I responded, You want me to lie so she can keep pretending to be better than me? We're not asking you to lie, Dad explained. We're asking you to support your sister. I laughed again. This is support? You want me to burn myself to keep her warm? You always twist things, Mom exclaimed. This is why no one takes you seriously. You act like the world owes you something just because you didn't get enough attention as a child. I stood up. You can take the letter and leave. You can take. Dad frowned, as if I had failed a spelling bee. You're being emotional. No, I replied. I'm being done. Mom grabbed her purse as if it particularly offended her. I hope you're happy when she loses everything. She lost it the second she treated me like trash and expected me to play janitor. They walked out stiff, mumbling. Right as the door closed, Dad added, You've always had a chip on your shoulder. I reopened it. Yeah, and it's gotten me farther than your approval ever did. That night, I received a text from Elysia. Elysia, you always wanted to watch me fall. You finally got your wish. I didn't respond. Instead, I opened an email from a new client, a property manager seeking back-end assistance for a housing site. He claimed he found me through a referral from a real estate agent. Heard you're the guy who gets things done without the drama. I accepted the deal. The next morning I received an unexpected DM on LinkedIn from someone I hadn't communicated with in years. Her former law school roommate. Hey, don't know if you heard but Alicia's been suspended. Word is she's blaming you. There it was. I had been expecting it. The pivot. The scapegoat maneuver. She did not merely fall. She needed to take someone with her. And because I was the one who said no, I became the antagonist in her little courtroom drama. That afternoon I received another mail from a company Elysia had applied to before all of this. Their hiring manager had watched the situation online and contacted me immediately. Would you be willing to consult with us instead? We'd love to work with someone reliable. I said yes. The new client was clean-cut, professional, and unconcerned about the noise. We saw your code samples and the feedback from Elm Creek Realty, he remarked over Zoom. You're clearly the guy for the job. That was it. There's no drama. No digging. Just respect. But while I was troubleshooting their tenant portal, Elysia was on a different mission. Damage control through deflection. The official legal notice arrived in my mailbox 3 days later. Subject: cease and desist. Notice of intent to take legal action. My immediate reaction was to laugh so hard I almost knocked over my coffee. The document was a poorly formatted PDF with her firm's letterhead, most likely a remnant from her office, and it was full of legal jargon strung together like it came from a template generator. It still had the Microsoft Word formatting lines visible, indicating that she saved it in a hurry and forgot to export clean. Real professional stuff from someone attempting to rebuild her reputation. She was suing me for defamation, intentional emotional distress, and, get this, malicious sabotage of professional reputation. I scrolled to the bottom. The claimed damages totaled $120,000. Yep. She attempted to sue me for 6 figures because she felt ashamed and wanted someone else to wear it. I sent the document to my attorney, a kind guy named Bramwell who I've worked with for years. Dude's built like a bouncer and speaks like a barista. He read it, and then sent me a voice memo that began, "Bro," and finished, "We're going to eat her alive." We issued a formal response, rejected everything, and moved to dismiss with prejudice. I've attached a neatly named folder containing screenshots of her pleading for aid, her refusing to pay, her admitting it was urgent, my refusal, and her later accusation of me. We also shared metadata logs that proved I never accessed her files, because I didn't. I couldn't have spilled something I'd never touched. What made it even better was that her Google Drive folder was unlocked. It was shared with a total of 3 persons. None of them is me. But guess who was on the list? Yep. The guy she was having consulting hour pillow conversation with. His personal Gmail is as plain as day. That alone invalidated her entire case. If it was leaked, it was either her or her male toy. I wasn't even inside the building, let alone the suspect lineup. The court date is 2 weeks away. At the time, I did not respond to her. I did not communicate with my parents either. Mom tried to call once. I declined. She responded with a passive-aggressive reply. You're blowing this out of proportion. Families don't sue each other. No, however, it appears that they try to frame each other when it suits their tale. I arrived early in the morning for the hearing. Not because I was anxious. I just wanted a decent seat at the circus. Alicia was already present, sitting stiffly alongside a junior associate I had never met before. I guess the firm didn't want their name associated with this crap. I'm guessing she found someone green or broke enough to take on her case. In any case, he appeared to be practicing law between DoorDash shifts. Anyway, she appeared to have not slept in a week. Dark circles. Flat expression. Like reality had finally hit her in the face, and she wasn't sure whether to cry or pretend it didn't hurt. Her lawyer began the court with a dramatic reenactment of Alicia's alleged reputation assassination, claiming that I had expert access to her devices, that I purposefully twisted private conversations to incriminate her, and that I had a personal hatred stemming from childhood jealousy. I nearly choked. Dude was reading from a screenplay, as if this were Suits. Then Bramwell got up. No manipulation occurred, he stated flatly. What happened was that the plaintiff kept sexual, damning content in a shared cloud folder with no encryption or password precautions, and then attempted to shift the blame onto the defendant, who refused to help her for free. He has produced paperwork proving she sought for assistance, refused payment, and then blamed him when the leak occurred. Then he brought us our receipts, which included timestamps, metadata, emails, logs, and a complete list of the IP addresses that accessed her Google Drive, none of which matched mine. But do you know who did match? Her affair partners. When Bramwell pointed it out, Alicia turned pale. Her lawyer attempted to pivot. I claimed I might have directed someone else to disclose it. The judge responded, "Do you have any evidence of that?" "No, Your Honor, but the timing is circumstantial." Move on. I almost gave Bramwell a high five in court. When it was Alicia's turn to speak, she delivered an unconvincing speech about treachery and my own brother turning on me. It was like seeing a student who had not studied try to give a presentation based on the Wikipedia synopsis. The judge eventually leaned forward and stared directly at her. You didn't file a case. You filed a personal vendetta dressed up as a legal complaint. That's not justice. That's weaponizing the court system to clean up your own mess. And we don't play that game here. You should know this since you were a lawyer. Boom. Case was dismissed with prejudice. This meant she couldn't refile, try again, or take me through another round of crap. It was over. I did not gloat, I did not smirk. I simply stood up, nodded to Bramwell and walked out, as if I had better things to do. Which I had. That night, I shared a photo on my business Facebook. I'm just standing in front of my laptop, middle finger taped down to hold up a cup of coffee. Caption: Unemployed gamer. Lawsuit survivor. The schedule is full. Make an advance booking. It was not petty. Okay, maybe so, but it was also a flex, a well-deserved one. The remarks came in quickly. Tell us the story, King. Hire this man before he's too expensive. Even better, one of my former professors from a bootcamp program stopped by. Knew you had it in you. Let him talk. You're building while they're blaming. The next day, Alicia shared something strange on her social media. A black and white quotation image. Sometimes those closest to you strike the deepest. There's no name or context, just pure victim mode. It received 4 likes. Mom contacted me again. You embarrassed her in public. Was it really worth it? I responded. She sued me. I just showed up with the truth. No response. Business continued to increase. More referrals came in. Bramwell even added me to a development contract with another firm he represents. Small but dependable clients. Good individuals. They viewed me as a builder, not a failure. Meanwhile, Alicia remained silent. I heard she'd moved out of her condo, sold all her expensive handbags online, and was taking time for her mental health. Which, by the way, take all the time you need. But don't pretend you're mending when you were swinging a knife the week before. That chapter was finished. But the narrative did not end there, for achievement is loud even when whispered. I didn't have to rub anything in. I did not go about posting side-by-side images of court filings and the meme that began it all. I did not dunk on her LinkedIn or tag her in motivational comeback quotes. I simply worked quietly and efficiently, and the louder they were with damage control and excuses, the more attention fell on me. 2 weeks following the court victory, I signed 3 more clients. One was a referral from Bramwell. The second was from a person who saw my humorous post and remarked, "Anyone who survives a lawsuit and still delivers clean code is worth hiring." And the third was just random, some real estate agency on the other side of the state. Apparently, their internal tech person had left following a crash and they wanted someone to clean things up quickly. I have it running in 48 hours. They sent me a testimonial that basically said, professional, no drama, no excuses. Would hire again immediately. That review prompted 4 additional inquiries. I hired a part-time employee to help me with the overflow. He was still at school, rough around the edges but hungry. Reminded me of myself, minus the chip on his shoulder. I liked that. Then it occurred. A knock on my door again. I already knew before I opened it. I stood there for a second, peering at the door, thinking, do I really want to hear this today? But curiosity triumphed. I cracked it open. Mom and Dad. Round 2. But this time, they appeared different. Not furious or desperate. Just embarrassed. Dad's normal confidence had deflated into the stiff hands-in-pockets pose he adopted when he neglected to pay the water bill when I was 13. Mom wore sunglasses indoors. Classic. Can we come in? She inquired, her voice low. Didn't work out with Alicia, huh? I asked. No response. I stood aside. They did not sit down right away, they just hovered, as if waiting for me to give food or make light talk. I did not. Dad eventually cleared his throat. We just wanted to talk. I leaned against the countertop. Talking's free. Just making that clear up front. Mom sighed. We're struggling a bit. I didn't say anything, just raised my eyebrows. We've been helping Alicia out, she said, as if I hadn't guessed. She's been through a lot, Dad explained, still in justification mode. And after everything that happened with the firm she's not exactly bouncing back. She was living with us for a while, Mom explained. But she needed her own space again, so we helped her get an apartment. I tilted my head. Your golden child needed your help getting a place to live. Thought she was rebuilding her empire. She's trying, Mom said. But she can't get work. No one will hire her right now. I remained quiet. Allow it to breathe. This always made them uncomfortable. Then came the punch. We were hoping, Dad whispered, that maybe you could help just a little. She's not asking directly, obviously, but you know how hard things have been. Let me stop you right there, I told you. You want me to give her money? They paused. Mom tried again. Just a small loan. We know you're doing well now. You have your own business. It wouldn't be much. And you think that makes this okay? I inquired. You laughed when she called me unemployed. You backed her up when she tried to drag me through court. You accused me of sabotaging her, and now, because I didn't crash like she did, I owe her? It's not about owing, Dad replied immediately. It's about family. I chuckled. Right now I'm family again. Not when you needed a signature to save her bar license. Not when I was building my business from nothing. But now that you need cash. Now I'm back in the club. Mom's voice increased. Calder, don't do this. We've had our differences, yes, but Alicia's still your sister and we're still your parents. Yes you are, I answered. And I remember exactly how you acted when she was on top. I remember how many times I got ignored, dismissed, laughed at. You never believed in what I was doing. You thought coding was a phase. You thought freelancing meant lazy. You never saw me as anything but the backup plan. You're twisting this into something it's not, your dad responded. We didn't mean any harm. You just didn't think I'd make it, I explained. Following that, there was a loud silence. I went over to the tiny table beside the entryway and grabbed a manila envelope. Inside are a copy of Alicia's lawsuit, the court's dismissal decision, and my most recent business registration documents for tax season. I handed it to them. What's this? Mom inquired. Proof, I said. Of where I've been. Of what I built. Since you didn't seem to notice before. She opened it, looked inside and set it down without saying anything. I'm not giving her a cent, I said. And I'm not giving you one either. You made your choices, you backed the wrong horse. Don't act surprised now that she can't carry you. That's unfair, Dad yelled. No, it's math, I replied. You invested everything in her, emotionally, financially, publicly. And when I succeeded, you weren't proud. You were quiet. So keep that same energy now. They did not argue after that. They just stood there awkwardly, as if they were hoping that if they looked pathetic enough, I would reconsider. Eventually, they left. Didn't even properly close the door. I had to walk over and close it myself. By spring, everything she previously boasted about had vanished. The bar suspension became permanent. Quietly. There was no news statement or appeal. Just a stripped title and a notation on the official website. License deactivated due to ethics violations. No firm would touch her after that. Even the one where she interned removed her from the alumni list. The Whisper networks did not forget either. Everyone chatted, including lawyers, clients, and recruiters. Not loud or public, but loud enough to close every door before she could knock. She tried pivoting, consultancy, and strategic coaching. Nothing stuck. People used Google. They witnessed the screenshots, the court proceedings, and her effort to blame her own brother. That type of discoloration does not wash away. She moved again. Smaller and less centralized. No more coffee balcony images. No more thriving captions. Just silence. Her pals have stopped tagging her. The mutuals unfollowed. Those who had before said, "Your sister's killing it," now said nothing, and the silence was the loudest part. The lawsuit she filed against me was not simply dismissed. It followed her. Every firm she applied at regarded her record as frivolous, personal, and desperate. It explained everything they needed to know. She never reached out again. Neither did my parents. I did not require an apology. I simply needed space. When people ask what occurred between us, I make things simple. She staked everything on being better than me. I just kept building. My stepmother erased me from Dad's obituary, but as co-trustee I blocked her plans. 2 years later, she was in court, guilty on 14 counts. My stepmother prevented me from attending my father's funeral and removed me from his obituary. So I denied her his inheritance. I was 14 when my father married Celine. She was everything you'd expect from a woman who used the term networking and referred to her nail technician as her therapist. On the surface, she was all smiles and high-end perfume. But behind closed doors, Celine acted as a gatekeeper for attention, affection, and finally, my father. When Dad married her, she insisted on blending families. But what she truly meant was that I should blend into the background. She had 2 adult children from her former marriage, who were both noisy, entitled, and allergic to labor. And she ensured that their needs came first. If Dad gave me $50 for a school trip, she'd huff and say, "Must be nice." My kids didn't get handouts like that. They did, all the time. If Dad had scheduled a weekend with me, there was an unexpected family issue on her end that demanded his presence. By the time I was 18, our relationship had been limited to brief phone conversations and the occasional lunch, which Mom was always too busy to attend. Then 2 years ago, Dad became ill. It wasn't the type of illness you could recover from. I discovered out via my cousin, not Celine, who presumably did not want to concern me. By the time I arrived at the hospital, she had already established control over who could visit, when, and for how long. I was given a few hours every week, but only if she was present to monitor. When I asked Dad about it, he just sighed and said, "Let's not make things harder than they have to be." That was his way of avoiding controversy. But I saw it in his eyes. He wanted me there. A few months later, I received the call. Dad was gone. I cried until my chest hurt. Then I inquired about the funeral. Celine's voice was stern when she stated, "I don't think it's appropriate for you to be there." I assumed I misheard. "I'm his daughter. And I'm his wife," she exclaimed. "This is going to be a private ceremony for people who were actually part of his life." I had trouble breathing. "I am a part of his life." "Not in the way that matters," she responded before hanging up. I drove to her house that night, enraged, but she refused to answer the door. The following day I tried again. Still nothing. Finally I called her from a different phone number. She responded with the phony, nice tone she used on strangers. But when she learned it was me, she added, "If you show up, I'll have security remove you." I didn't believe she would go that far until I saw the obituary. My name wasn't mentioned once. It named her children as his cherished family, but left me out completely. I can't convey the pain it causes. It wasn't simply losing my father. It was being removed from his life story while his body was barely cold. So I stayed at home the day of the funeral. I sat on my couch, clutching one of Dad's old flannel shirts, attempting to breathe through the sadness and wrath. But as the hours passed, something changed. I realized that if she could cut me out of saying goodbye, I could also cut her out of the lovely little world she had created for herself. This is when the backstory becomes vital. Dad had managed his cash wisely. He had a will, which he revised after marrying Celine. She assumed she would get everything. She was wrong. Dad had left me a 50% share of their home, as well as control over a small trust fund for property taxes and upkeep. I hadn't done anything with it while Dad was still living, partially out of respect, and partly to avoid starting a battle. But once she barred me from attending his funeral, the gloves came off. Within a week, I had met with an attorney. We examined the deed and trust clauses. Legally, Celine could not sell or refinance the house without my permission. She couldn't even do big renovations without my agreement. I also served as a co-trustee for the trust fund. That meant that any expenses she requested had to be paid through me. I didn't say anything to her at first. I merely started utilizing my rights cautiously and deliberately. She wanted to renovate the kitchen, but was forbidden. She wanted to have a big Christmas party, but not without the event insurance I required for any gathering above 20 people. She wanted the trust to pay for landscaping, but only if she utilized the budget service I recommended. At first, she attempted to ignore me. Then she attempted to charm me. When it didn't work, she erupted, accusing me of attempting to destroy her life. I gently reminded her. I'm simply protecting my father's assets, the man whose funeral you barred me from attending. It took her less than 6 months to put the house on the market. She couldn't bear living in a home where she had to seek my permission to paint a wall. When it sold, I received a portion of the proceeds, enough to cover the down payment on my own home. The best part was that word spread around the family about what she had done. She thought she had control over the story, but people began to question why I hadn't attended the funeral. I spoke the truth. Now she's the one who isn't welcome at family gatherings. I never got to say goodbye to my father in the way I wanted, and I will never forgive her for that. But every time I unlocked the door to the house I bought with the money she thought she'd keep, I saw Dad smiling, knowing I hadn't let her win. But just when I thought it was all over, I received a call from the hospital. That was the truth regarding my father's demise. I was unpacking boxes in my new living room when my phone rang with an unfamiliar number. The woman on the other end identified herself as Marisol Torres, and she had worked as a nurse in the intensive care unit where Dad died. Her voice was cracking as she informed me she couldn't keep quiet about what had happened to him. My fingers trembled so badly that I had to put down the photo frame I was holding. She wouldn't say much over the phone, only urging that we meet in person at a coffee shop called Neutral Grounds, about 20 minutes from the hospital. I agreed to meet her the next morning, despite my mind racing with 1,000 possible ideas about what she might know. I couldn't sleep the entire night, replaying every memory from Dad's final days in the hospital. When I walked into Neutral Grounds the next morning, a woman in her 40s with sleepy eyes motioned me to a corner booth. She had a manila folder on the table and kept her hand on it, as if she was scared someone would grab it. Before I could even sit down, she pushed the folder across to me and instructed me to review Dad's prescription logs from his final week. The papers within indicated dosage after dosage of pain medication, each higher than the previous, and none of them matched what his doctors had prescribed. Celine's signature appeared on every authorization as his medical proxy. According to the notes, Dad's morphine levels tripled in just 3 days, despite the fact that his condition was improving. Marisol leaned forward and told how she had tried to convey her worries to the hospital administrator, Dr. Adrian Kessler, but he rejected everything and changed her schedule so she could no longer be near Dad's room. She stated that 3 other elderly patients who used Celine as a proxy had demonstrated the same tendency. They all died within weeks, leaving huge estates. My stomach fell when I realized this may be bigger than just my father. After leaving the coffee shop, I waited in my car in the parking garage for 20 minutes, unable to even turn on the ignition. My hands were shaking when I contacted Rowan Russo, the estate sale attorney, and left a voicemail requesting immediate legal guidance regarding Dad's death. The concrete walls of the garage felt like they were closing in on me as I struggled to grasp the possibility that Celine had murdered my father. Rowan contacted me back within an hour, and I could sense the concern in his voice as I described what Marisol had showed me. He instructed me to document everything, make copies of all papers, and submit a complaint with the medical board immediately. When he asked if I was prepared for Celine to face murder charges, I said yes without hesitation. I spent the entire weekend at my kitchen table arranging medicine logs and drawing a chronology of Dad's final days with sticky notes and highlighters strewn about. Every aspect I remembered about Celine's behavior began to change, such as her insistence on being alone with the physicians and her control over who learned about his health. The way she hovered over the nurses when they gave him medication appeared less concerned and more like she was making sure they followed her instructions. 2 days later, my cousin Alara called me unexpectedly, claiming she had heard from other family members that I had been asking questions about the burial. She claimed she had something I needed to see and asked if she could come over right now. When she came, she took out her phone and played a tape she had covertly recorded at the burial when Celine was outside taking a call. Celine's voice was as clear as day, as she assured someone that the situation had been resolved and that the estate will be cleared soon. Alara thought it was strange at the time, but didn't think much of it until she learned I was looking into something. I immediately called Rowan and met him at his office the next morning with all of the evidence we had obtained thus far. He'd previously retrieved the estate records and discovered that Celine had filed paperwork to accelerate probate just 2 days after the funeral, which he thought was rather quick for someone who was apparently grieving. The timing of everything, the medicine adjustments, the hastened probate filing, the phone call at the funeral, suggested that Celine had planned this for months. That evening, Marisol told me that Dr. Kessler had been interrogating other nurses about her, wondering if she had spoken with anyone about prior patients. That medicine log reveal made me wonder what Celine's real strategy was here. The timing of those dosage increases appeared particularly handy for someone who was already measuring the kitchen for improvements. She was afraid he would find out she had contacted me and wasn't sure what to do. I told her to act normal and go to work as if nothing had changed. While Rowan was preparing formal complaints to submit with the medical board and the district attorney's office, I needed to get some fresh air, so I drove to Riverside Park, where Dad used to take me fishing every Saturday morning before Celine entered our life. The wooden benches were frost-covered, but I sat nevertheless, staring at the frozen pond where we'd caught bluegill and talked about everything except what really mattered. The last time I saw him awake enough to converse. 2 weeks before his death, he grasped my hand and began to say something about Celine before stopping himself and simply squeezing harder. His eyes had this look that I couldn't place at the time, but now realized was a combination of terror and guilt. He knew something was wrong, but lacked the strength to fight it. A week later, my phone called at 2 a.m., and I almost didn't answer the unknown number. Dorian's voice was slurred and aggressive as he talked about his mother acting wild since the burial. He claimed she had been burning papers in their backyard fire pit all week and kept calling a guy named Adrian at odd hours. I set my phone to record as he rambled about finding shredded financial records in the garbage and hearing her rage at someone for not telling the truth. He repeated Adrian's name 3 more times before hanging up and throwing up. Rowan filed a formal complaint with the medical board 2 days later, including Marisol's prescription logs and Alara's tape from the hospital parking lot. The board responded with a form letter stating that they had launched an investigation that would take at least 60 to 90 days for initial assessment. I wanted to yell at the timeline, but Rowan reminded me that solid cases take time to develop properly. My phone called the next afternoon, and it showed Celine's number for the first time since she had barred me from attending Dad's burial. Her voice dripped with artificial kindness as she inquired about my well-being and added that she had heard I had been questioning Dad's care. She stated she didn't want me to become irritated with conspiracy theories when I should be focusing on healing and moving forward. The danger hovered between us, and I remained silent, allowing her to reveal more with each tense word. She added that Dr. Kessler was concerned that I was pestering his employees, and that I might need professional help to handle my grief correctly. I remained silent, and she hung up after telling me that spreading lies against decent people had consequences. Marisol texted me to meet at a downtown Starbucks the next morning, when she handed a manila folder over the table. Inside, there were printouts from a charity website showing Celine and Adrian working on the same hospital foundation board 15 years ago, before Dad met her. There were images from galas where they stood together smiling, as well as donor lists indicating that they had co-sponsored various events throughout time. Marisol showed a newspaper piece about the organization being probed for financial problems. Celine looked me in the eye right before she left the board and told me that this wasn't a coincidence and that she believed Dad had been targeted since the beginning. The following week, Rowan summoned me to his office, where he had spread property records across his conference table like a desperation chronology. Celine attempted to refinance Dad's house 3 times in the year before his death, but each application was denied because the trust required my signature. The loan amounts increased each time, beginning at $200,000 and ended at $500,000. The final application was submitted about 2 weeks before Dad went into the hospital for what was intended to be routine surgery. Rowan pointed out that each denial letter cited the trust structure that secured my inheritance as a roadblock. My apartment was too quiet that night as I laid in bed, rehashing every contact with Celine since she married Dad. I remembered her expression when Dad informed her that he had revised his will to safeguard my portion of everything they owned jointly. She had smiled, but her knuckles were white as she grasped her wine glass and spoke how families should entirely trust each other. Even then, the way she phrased trust felt threatening, but I was too little to understand it. Alara arrived at my door 3 days later with her laptop and a flash drive containing images from Dad's funeral. She'd been in the parking lot during the reception I'd been barred from and noticed Celine meeting with Adrian among the dumpsters. The timing read 2:47 p.m., while everyone else was inside eating finger sandwiches and discussing recollections that I was not permitted to hear. Adrian was swinging his arms and pointing at Celine, and she was holding up her hands as if to calm him down. In one photo his face was red and aggressive, and Celine appeared terrified for the first time. 3 weeks after her first call, Marisol texted me in a panic, claiming the medical board had contacted her for a formal interview that morning. By lunchtime, she'd been suspended from work pending an internal inquiry into patient confidentiality violations and improper access to medical documents. She was crying when she called, stating she couldn't afford to lose her job and nursing license because of this. Rowan immediately drove to the hospital with paperwork for a whistleblower protection claim, claiming that her suspension was illegal reprisal for exposing probable patient injury. He also served subpoenas on all patient records where Adrian was the attending physician and Selena was designated as the family contact or healthcare proxy. The next morning, Ilara called and invited me to come over because she had discovered some old photo albums from family gatherings. I drove to her modest kitchen where she had boxes all over the table. We began looking through photos from 2 years ago, when Dad appeared fully healthy and robust. Ilara pointed to one when he was carrying her daughter on his shoulders at a birthday party. She calmly stated that he should have had at least 10 more good years. I nodded and continued turning the pages till my phone rang with Dorian's name on the screen. His voice sounded different this time. Sober and frightened, rather than intoxicated and angry. He informed me his mother had been shifting money between bank accounts all week. She discussed Adrian's plan falling apart, and the need to cover their tracks. He was starting to suspect his mother was involved in something very awful. I told him to write down what he remembered and phoned Rowan's office right away. 2 days later, I met Marisol at a park near the hospital, where she burst into tears. She kept insisting that she couldn't afford to lose her nursing license or her work with 3 children at home. I pledged to pay for all of her legal bills, as well as any lost wages, as a result of this fiasco. I assured her that my father would have wanted the truth to be out, regardless of the cost. She wiped her eyes and hugged me before returning to her car. Rowan contacted me from his office that afternoon, sounding upset for the first time since I had known him. Celine's lawyer had written him a cease and desist letter, threatening to sue for defamation if I continued to propagate what they deemed malicious lies. Rowan immediately filed a formal criminal complaint with the Milwaukee Police Department on the same day. He claimed the threat merely showed they were terrified, and we were on the right road. After almost a month of paperwork and waiting, my phone rang with an unknown number. The woman introduced herself as Detective Calla Monroe from the Milwaukee Police Department's Fraud Division. She wanted to set up an interview about my father's death and the claims we'd made. She said that they were conducting a formal inquiry into alleged medical fraud and elder abuse at the hospital. The investigation was officially underway, and they would be contacting everyone involved for statements. 3 nights later, around 11 p.m., someone knocked on my door, which scared me because I hadn't expected anyone. Through the peephole, I noticed Leora standing there, afraid and staring over her shoulder. When I opened the door, she virtually fell inside and began chatting quickly about her mother. She'd overheard Celine on the phone with Adrian, talking about how to tie up loose ends before the probe became deeper. Leora was convinced her mother would target her next because she knew so much about their relationship. I grabbed my keys and drove her straight to Rowan's office, despite the fact that it was nearly midnight. He met us there and took Leora's written testimony, during which she divulged all she knew about her mother's activities. She explained that Celine had used her old nursing textbooks to investigate certain drugs and their interactions. This investigation began months before my father became ill, which made things considerably harder. Leora gave us images of her mother's notes on medicine dose and interaction effects. The next week, Detective Johnson summoned Adrian to the downtown police station for questioning. Adrian appeared uneasy and constantly wiping sweat from his brow during the interview. He argued that Celine was simply a caring wife making routine medical decisions for her ailing husband. However, when the investigator inquired about the pattern of similar fatalities and his long association with Celine, he was unable to say anything. He continued altering his tale and contradicting himself, as documented in the detective's report. Meanwhile, I went through the storage unit where I had stored Dad's possessions after selling the property. I discovered a journal he had been keeping throughout his dying months that I had no idea existed. His handwriting became shakier as the pages progressed, and he described feeling fuzzy following Celine's visits. He wondered if his prescriptions were correct and why he felt worse after she helped him take his pills. Leora showed up at 11 p.m. With dirt on her own mother, she elevates family drama to Olympic proportions. Most kids steal car keys, but she's out here gathering evidence of murder plans like they're Pokemon cards. Reading about his conflicted feelings about trusting his wife while suspecting something was wrong made me sick. The next day, Rowan received a call from Marisol's lawyer with some shocking news. 2 additional nurses from the hospital had contacted them, expressing similar worries about Adrian. They'd been too terrified to speak up before, but Marisol's bravery inspired others to do so. After that, the inquiry picked up speed, and Rowan suggested we meet with the detective again to go over everything we'd discovered thus far. 6 weeks had passed since the first hospital call, and I was beginning to believe we were making progress when I ran across Celine at a grocery shop near my new home. I was piling suitcases into my car when I heard her voice behind me. My entire body turned cold. She was standing in between two automobiles, obstructing my path, and her face appeared different, thinner, and older. She got closer, and I could smell the same expensive perfume she always used, but it made me want to throw up. "You have no idea what you're destroying," she remarked in a low tone that didn't sound like her. I took out my phone and began recording without thinking about it, holding it at my side while ensuring it was pointing at her. She kept talking, claiming that my father would die anyhow, and that this way it meant something. Whatever that meant. Her hands were shaking, and she kept looking about, as if she was afraid someone would notice us together. I told her to get away, but she grabbed my arm and squeezed hard enough to leave scratches. When another shopper approached and asked if everything was okay, Celine let go instantly, putting on her best fake grin. She went away quickly, but not before warning me that I would regret it because I didn't understand what I was doing. My hands were so shaky I couldn't drive home, so I contacted Rowan right away to tell him what had occurred. He summoned me to his office immediately, and we played the recording for Detective Arden, who listened to it 3 times before calling for assistance. The investigator stated that Celine had effectively confessed on the audio, and an arrest warrant would be issued immediately. 2 officers went to her house that afternoon, but she had already left. Her car was still in the driveway, and the neighbors reported seeing her put suitcases into a cab earlier that morning, before she confronted me at the store. The inside of the house was a shambles, with drawers open and clothes strewn about like she'd packed in a hurry. Dorian called me crying that night, which was unusual because we had never spoken much before. His mother had drained their joint bank account and left him a message stating that she would contact him once things settled down. She had taken everything, including money from his sister Leora's education fund, and simply vanished without telling her own children where she was heading. He continued screaming he couldn't believe she'd desert them like that, but I wasn't surprised, because Celine only cared about herself. The medical board began looking into Adrian's other cases after learning of the probe, and what they discovered made everyone sick. Over the course of 5 years, they discovered 17 patients who died in unusual situations, and each one had money and a relationship to either Celine or Adrian. Some were Celine's country club pals, while others were Adrian's own patients who had been transferred from other doctors. The patterns were consistent, with prescriptions changed just before death and family members kept away during their final days. On paper, each death appeared natural, but when combined, it was clear that something horrific had occurred. 2 months had gone since that first hospital call when I finally went to see Dad's grave for the first time since the funeral I was not permitted to attend. I had been putting it off because I wasn't sure I could take it, but I needed to tell him what was going on. The cemetery was quiet, and I sat on the cold ground, discussing the inquiry with his headstone and pledging to get justice for him. Ilara arrived while I was there, and she must have known I had finally summoned the confidence to come because she simply sat next to me without saying anything. We held each other, and I grieved harder than I had since his death, finally allowing myself to experience the anguish I'd been suppressing while fighting Celine. Rowan summoned me to his office the following week because the FBI had entered the investigation when Celine crossed state lines, and they suspected interstate fraud was involved. They said she had been tracked to a hotel in Chicago, but she was using a phony ID, and they were still trying to find her specific whereabouts. The agent stated it was only a matter of time before they found her, but I could see they were frustrated that she had gotten such an early start. Adrian was arrested that same day in the hospital lobby in front of all of his coworkers and patients. They accused him of medical fraud, elder abuse, and conspiracy to commit murder. Marisol was watching from across the lobby as they handcuffed him. She looked sorrowful, even though she had been vindicated, because the entire situation contradicted everything doctors were supposed to stand for. The investigation grew, and 17 families eventually filed a civil claim against the hospital, Adrian, and Celine. Rowan and I spent hours going through all of the case papers, and the hospital's insurance company was already pressing for a settlement since they knew how horrible things would look in court. Leora contacted Rowan's office one day and asked to meet, bringing a laptop full of emails from her mother and Adrian. They'd been using the phrase, the Milwaukee Protocol, as code for their scam, and she had dozens of communications in which they discussed which patients to target and how to split the funds. The detective granted her immunity in exchange for her cooperation, and she appeared relieved to finally reveal what she knew. I wasn't sleeping or eating well anymore, and I kept checking the locks on my doors, terrified that Celine would show up at my new home, despite the FBI's claim that she was hundreds of miles away. 3 days later, Rowan called me at 6 a.m., his voice quivering with excitement. The FBI apprehended Celine at Chicago's O'Hare Airport as she attempted to board a trip to Costa Rica with a forged passport and $90,000 in cash. They pulled her off the plane in handcuffs, while other passengers recorded films on their phones. Within 12 hours, she was back in Milwaukee, sitting in a holding cell at the county jail. The judge set her bond at $2 million, which she couldn't afford. They accused her of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and financial fraud totaling more than $300,000. I watched the news from my couch, and my hands shook every time they displayed her mug image. 2 weeks later, I had to visit her in person for her arraignment. The courthouse was filled with reporters, and I wore sunglasses despite the overcast weather. Celine entered the courtroom wearing an orange jumpsuit, her hands shackled in front of her. She appeared 20 years older, with gray roots visible in her hair and significant creases around her mouth. Her lawyer stood by her in an expensive outfit as the judge read the charges. Celine maintained her chin up and stared straight ahead, as if she were attending a board meeting rather than facing life in prison. When the court inquired about her plea, she said, "Not guilty," in a clear voice that made my stomach flip. I noticed she was still wearing Dad's wedding ring and the diamond earrings he gave her on their anniversary. After the hearing, Dorian and Leora waited for me in the corridor. They both looked dreadful, with dark circles under their eyes, and Dorian's hands were shaking even more than mine. Leora started crying before she could say anything, so Dorian had to speak for both of them. He apologized for everything, even how they treated me, taking Celine's side, and squandering Dad's money as if it were their own. They stated that they wanted to testify against their mother and would return any remaining money from the estate. I didn't know what to say, so I simply nodded and went away. Rowan called the next morning to say Adrian Kessler's lawyer wanted to meet with me to discuss a possible plea offer. We met in Rowan's office that afternoon, and the other lawyer was a young man who was constantly sweating through his shirt. He stated that Adrian was willing to testify against Celine in exchange for a reduced sentence of 5 to 10 years rather than 25 to life. He said Celine was the mastermind behind Adrian's seduction and subsequent extortion over his gambling debts to the wrong individuals. Adrian would send emails, text messages, and recordings of their conversations to plan everything. Rowan gazed at me, waiting for my response. I wanted them both to rot in prison forever, but Rowan explained that without Adrian's evidence, it would be more difficult to convict Celine of murder, rather than negligence. My fists were clenched under the table, and I could barely breathe as I imagined Dad dying alone as they counted their money. Rowan told us we didn't have to make a decision right away, but the offer would expire in 48 hours. I went home and threw up twice before contacting Rowan again to accept the agreement. 3 months of depositions, evidence reviews and motion hearings left my head spinning. The pretrial hearing was scheduled for Tuesday morning, and Celine's lawyer attempted to have the entire case thrown out. He stood there debating about circumstantial evidence, chain of custody, and reasonable doubt, while Celine remained still in her chair. The prosecutor brought forth 8 boxes of evidence on the table, including medical records, financial statements, and a timeline indicating that Celine and Adrian were together the night Dad died. While we sat there waiting, the judge spent an hour evaluating everything. Celine's grocery store confrontation seems curiously timed. She is about to flee but stops to threaten me first. Her comment about Dad's death implying something makes me wonder what warped reasoning she's using to excuse everything. When he finally spoke, he dismissed the motion, claiming there was more than enough evidence for a trial. Celine's face turned white, and she grasped her lawyer's arm so firmly he winced. That same week, Marisol contacted to let me know she was back at work after winning her wrongful termination lawsuit against the hospital. They had to pay her $200,000 and promote her to head of patient advocacy. She stated that the hospital developed new supervision measures and removed 3 additional officials who were involved in the cover-up. She thanked me for standing by her when everyone else had abandoned her. A week later I met with the prosecutor's expert witness, a toxicologist at Johns Hopkins who specializes in medication interactions. We were in a conference room, reading over Dad's medical papers page by page as he described what each prescription performed. He demonstrated how the medications they gave Dad would cause his liver and kidneys to shut down in just hours. The doses were 3 times more than usual, and combined with medications that should never be administered together. He claimed it was almost certain to induce organ failure, and whomever ordered it knew exactly what would happen. Each page felt like another stab in my chest, as I saw Dad's vitals sink while they continued to pump him full of poison. Alara contacted me that night, crying because she discovered something on her father's old computer. There were emails from 2 years ago, in which my uncle feared Selena was having an affair with someone he dubbed Ma. The emails were sent around the same time Selena and Adrian were on the charity board together. My uncle reported that he spotted them at a hotel restaurant when Celine informed Dad that she was visiting her sister in Phoenix. He never told Dad because he didn't have proof and didn't want to raise difficulties without knowing. The next morning, Celine's lawyer called Rowan and said his client wanted to make an offer. Celine would tell me Dad's true final words and explain what happened that night if I agreed to dismiss the criminal accusations. Rowan placed the conversation on speaker, and I could hear the lawyer's distress. I ordered him to inform Celine that she could accept her offer and go to hell since I already knew what she did to Dad. The lawyer attempted to protest, but Rowan hung up on him. Rowan phoned me 2 days later and asked me to come to the district attorney's office immediately. I traveled downtown and found the building crowded with reporters, who jammed microphones in my face as I pushed through. Inside the meeting room, 3 federal prosecutors sat with boxes of files placed on the table. The chief prosecutor, a lady with gray hair twisted tightly into a bun, spread out documentation linking Celine's name to hospitals in Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. She pointed to dates dating back 7 years and stated that they had uncovered 17 families just like mine. Each case followed the same pattern. Elderly individuals died abruptly as Celine or Adrian oversaw their treatment. The FBI was now investigating this as organized crime, and RICO charges were being filed. I left that meeting feeling ill, but yet glad that Dad was not the only victim. The following week, I found myself sitting in a circle of folding chairs at a community center, listening to strangers recount stories that sounded identical to mine. Miriam cried as she explained how her mother's nurse refused to allow her to visit during her final days. A man named Gareth presented us an obituary in which his stepmother deleted him, exactly like Celine eliminated me. We gathered on Tuesdays, and I began bringing coffee and pastries since these individuals understood what I was going through. 4 months after the first hospital call, Rowan invited me to his office to discuss a settlement offer. The hospital sought to avoid a trial and offered $8 million to be split among the 17 families. I looked at the sum on the paper and felt my stomach turn because no amount of money could bring Dad back. Rowan gave me 48 hours to decide, and I spent the 2 days roaming around my house, unable to eat or sleep. I eventually consented since the other families required closure, and some of them had medical bills from attempting to save their loved ones. Adrian gave his deposition the next week in a room with 2 stenographers and 5 lawyers. He sat there in his orange jumpsuit explaining how Celine would visit charity galas and hospital fundraisers solely to pick targets. She sought out wealthy widowers or guys with strained family situations, whom she might separate from their children. He elaborated. My dad was perfect because of our existing tension and his guilt about not standing up to her. Adrian described their system, in which Celine would advocate for specific drugs that confused patients while Adrian manipulated medical records to conceal the deaths. Leora contacted me crying one afternoon, claiming she had discovered something dreadful. Her mother had handed her bank account numbers years before, claiming they were for emergencies. However, Leora learned that Celine was accessing them from jail using a contraband phone. She had previously attempted to transfer $200,000 to a Cayman Islands bank account. Leora drove immediately to the police station and turned over everything, even passwords and routing information that Celine had placed in a recipe box. Detective Ezra congratulated her and quickly notified the FBI, who froze the accounts within hours. The forensic accountants discovered more than $3 million distributed across 12 separate offshore accounts, all paid by Celine's prior victims. The authorities confiscated every dime and began the process of restoring it to the family she had plundered. I chose to go to Dad's old house, despite the fact that strangers currently dwell there. The new owners, a young couple with a newborn, allowed me to wander around the rooms where I had grown up. I stood in Dad's study, where he used to help me with homework, and realized I had been so intent on gaining justice that I had never allowed myself to grieve. The woman served me tea and let me sit in the backyard, where Dad and I used to grill burgers on Sundays. I cried for an hour on their patio furniture while they pretended to be busy indoors. A few weeks later, Dorian called to tell me he had landed a job loading trucks at a warehouse. He'd never worked a day in his life, but he felt compelled to do something honest after years of surviving off his mother's criminal activities. We met for coffee, and he apologized for the years he had treated me as garbage. He showed me his first paycheck and claimed he was saving it to repay some of the families his mother had wronged. I didn't entirely forgive him, but I was glad he was attempting to improve. The prosecution discovered additional evidence, including 3 life insurance policies that Celine had taken out on Dad without his knowledge. Each policy was worth between $1 and $2 million, and they were all obtained within the year of his death. The insurance companies had already paid out, but were now suing for their money back due to fraud. The judge conducted a hearing 2 weeks before the trial to consider Celine's lawyer's request to shift the trial to another county. Her lawyer claimed that the media coverage made it hard to find an impartial jury in our area. The judge, an older guy with glasses, looked at Celine and stated that she caused the situation via her own selfishness and brutality. He refused the motion and scheduled jury selection to begin Monday morning. Rowan's office was on the third floor of an old brick building downtown, where I spent the next 3 days attempting to prepare my victim impact statement. I sat at his conference table with a legal pad, striking off sentences as Rowan studied case files across from me. Every time I tried to convey what Celine had done, the words were inadequate for the damage she had inflicted. I wrote about being barred out of Dad's hospital room while he was dying. I wrote about the funeral I was unable to attend and the obituary that removed me from his life. I wrote about discovering she had been poisoning him with excessive morphine doses. Rowan looked up as I dumped another draft in the garbage. He instructed me to simply write what I would say to Dad if he could hear me. That helped. And by Thursday afternoon, I had 3 paragraphs that made my hands shake as I read them aloud. Marisol arrived at my place on Friday morning, carrying coffee and a folder full of medical charts. She sat on my couch and spread the papers on my coffee table, pointing out dates and dose quantities marked in red ink. The prosecutor had asked her to testify about the pharmaceutical patterns she'd noticed during Dad's final weeks. She stated that preparing for this had transformed her, making her question every instruction she followed at work. We both realized we'd never be the same people we were before Celine entered our lives. That weekend, I opened the final box of Dad's belongings from the storage unit. The majority of it consisted of old tax returns and appliance instruction manuals that he had discarded years before. But at the bottom was a shoebox filled with cards and letters, some addressed to me but never delivered. One envelope contained my name in his unsteady handwriting and a date from a month before his death. Inside, he'd written that he regretted not doing more to protect me from Celine, that he knew she was keeping us apart but was too weak to confront her. He stated he loved me and wished he'd had the courage to stand up to her while he still could. I sat on my bedroom floor, crying and holding that letter until the ink blurred from my tears. Adrian had been attacked in the county jail, according to the report that arrived on Rowan's office phone Monday morning. Another inmate, whose mother had died due to medical neglect, had trapped him in the shower with a sharpened toothbrush. Adrian lived, although he required surgery to repair liver damage and was in serious condition at the same hospital where Dad died. The prosecution called Rowan to explore whether Adrian's taped deposition might be used if he was unable to appear in person. The judge's denial of Celine's motion for a change of venue because she caused the issue through her own greed and cruelty is the legal equivalent of telling someone they built their bed and now they get to rot in it. Detective Cyrus came by that afternoon with more unpleasant news about Celine's plans. They discovered emails on her laptop indicating she had already chosen her next target, an 82-year-old widower from the country club called Leonard Voss. She'd volunteered to help prepare his granddaughter's wedding and had been meeting with him twice a week for coffee, telling him how lonely she was after losing her husband. Leonard's daughter called police after watching Celine's arrest on the news and recognizing her from wedding planning meetings. The detective stated that Celine had been following the same pattern, getting close to the family, becoming essential, and portraying herself as the loving friend. Everything hit me all at once on Sunday night, just before the trial. Alara found me on my bathroom floor at 2 a.m., unable to breathe and with a feeling that someone was sitting on my chest. She assisted me to the couch and stayed with me as I gasped and shook, urging me to count my breaths. She stayed awake with me till morning, pouring tea and telling me that my father would be proud of what I was doing. She said he wanted me to be tough in court and tell the truth about what Celine had done. When we arrived at the courthouse on Monday morning for the first day of trial, it was filled with reporters and cameras. The prosecutor, Helena Vargas, a woman with silver streaks in her black hair, stood up for opening comments and informed the jury that they will hear proof of a planned murder disguised as medical treatment. She depicted Celine as a predator who had separated a dying dad from his daughter, altered his medications, and taken not only his money but also his last moments with his family. Celine's lawyer, a man in an expensive suit who was constantly checking his phone, claimed that Celine was a dedicated wife who had made difficult medical decisions while caring for her terminally ill husband. He claimed the prosecution was attempting to criminalize sympathy, and Celine's only offense was loving a man whose daughter had abandoned him. I had to dig my nails into my palms to prevent from getting up and yelling at his lies. On Tuesday, it was my turn to testify, and my legs shook as I approached the witness stand. Celine gazed at me the entire time, her lips drawn into a thin line, trying to get me to focus on her rather than the jury. Helena inquired about the funeral, and I detailed receiving the call that I had been banned, driving to Celine's house, and being threatened by security if I showed up. I told them about the obituary that included Celine's children but not mine, and how I was removed from my father's life story while his body was still warm. One juror wiped her eyes as I read the letter Dad had written apologizing for not protecting me from Celine. When Celine's lawyer cross-examined me, he argued that I was upset about the bequest and seeking vengeance, but I remained calm and kept to the facts. Marisol took the stand on Wednesday afternoon carrying a trolley loaded with medical charts and papers. She guided the jurors through each morphine dose, demonstrating how the doses rose while Celine was alone with Dad. She pointed to her own notes in the margins, where she had questioned the dosages but was overridden by Dr. Kessler. Celine's lawyer attempted to portray her as a dissatisfied employee with a vendetta against the hospital administration, but Marisol's comprehensive record spoke louder than his allegations. She'd saved copies of everything, photographed prescription logs, and even taped phone calls with Dr. Kessler when he told her to increase the morphine despite Dad's stable health. The court requested a pause following Marisol's evidence, and when we returned 3 days later, the TV screens were put up for Adrian to testify from his hospital bed. He looked pretty awful, with tubes sticking out of his arms and a neck brace holding his head immobile. The prosecutor requested him to describe what occurred to my father and the other patients. Adrian began slowly, his voice hoarse across the video link, explaining how Celine would come to his office with cookies and coffee. She'd ask inquiries about pain management procedures and end-of-life care, always implying that she was concerned about her husband's comfort. He claimed she knew exactly which drugs would hasten organ failure without raising alarms. She'd looked for combinations that resembled natural decline in sick patients. Celine sprang up from her seat and screamed, "He's lying, trying to save himself." The judge banged his gavel and ordered her lawyer to control his client, or she would be removed. Adrian continued to relate, detailing how Celine would cry in his office while watching Dad struggle. She'd ask him to increase the morphine, claiming Dad was in pain even though the nurses stated he was okay. The next witness was Leora, and I couldn't believe she was about to testify against her own mother. She proceeded to the stand without looking at Celine, and her hands shook as she took the oath. Leora spoke to the court about growing up with Selena's concern with money and prestige. She explained how her mother would practice crying in front of the mirror to get the correct mood for each circumstance. Leora had walked in on Selena the morning of Dad's burial, rehearsing her heartbroken widow expression. Selena had chuckled and explained that she needed to look great for the cameras since some distant cousins were affluent. During lunch recess, I went to the toilet and discovered Celine already there, correcting her lipstick. She turned to me and said that Dad had asked for the medicines. She stated he'd rather die than continue living with a daughter who had abandoned him. Although I recognized the manipulation, it still stung. So I simply washed my hands and left without saying anything. That evening I sat with Alara at my kitchen table, poring over Dad's journal, which the police had returned. We discovered an entry from 2 months before his death in which he expressed fear of Celine. He claimed she was becoming someone he did not recognize, cold and calculated about everything. He had written that he wished I could visit more often without generating fights, and that he missed our Sunday breakfasts. The prosecution called in a financial expert the next morning, who tracked down Celine's offshore accounts. The jurors leaned forward as he displayed charts of money moving through shell companies for 3 years before Dad became ill. He described how Celine had looked into each victim's familial condition, looking for parents who had strained connections with their children. She had carefully selected patients whose families were unwilling to ask probing inquiries regarding their deaths. 2 days later, Celine's defense team summoned witnesses, the majority of whom were members of her book club and charity committee. They all said she was devoted to Dad, often discussing his care and comfort. However, when the prosecutor cross-examined them, they revealed they had never seen Celine with Dad. They'd only heard her stories over meals and meetings, never seen their true interaction. One woman acknowledged that Celine had asked her to testify and offered to donate to her charity. Then Celine took the podium and gave the best performance of her life. She wailed about being tortured by her envious stepdaughter, who had always despised her. She claimed I was unhappy over the will and attempting to destroy her out of spite. However, when the prosecutor began asking specific questions, her tale fell apart. She couldn't explain the offshore accounts or why she was researching those particular meds. She contradicted herself regarding Dad's condition, first saying he was in excruciating pain and then claiming he was tranquil. The prosecutor retrieved Adrian's texts in which she expressed a desire to expedite proceedings. During cross-examination, they played the recording I recorded in the parking lot, in which she admitted everything. Celine claimed I edited it and took her statements out of context, but the forensic expert determined the video was legitimate and unedited. Celine finally agreed she had uttered those things, but claimed she was simply upset and exaggerating. After her testimony, I could no longer sit in the courtroom and stepped outside to the steps. Rowan found me sitting with my head in my hands, trying to digest everything. He reminded me that, whatever the outcome, I had already won by exposing the truth. He added 3 other families had come forward after hearing the news, concerned about their own loved ones' deaths. We'd kept her from injuring anyone else, and that was more important than the verdict. Dorian was the last witness that day, and it was difficult to watch him take the stand. He seemed broken, not like the arrogant guy who used to mock me at family dinners. He testified about finding records that his mother attempted to burn after his stepfather died 2 years ago. He revealed her relationship with Adrian, saying they had been meeting covertly for months before his stepfather became ill. Dorian burst out crying as he apologized to me, stating he should have seen what she was doing. He claimed he was too concentrated on the money she provided him to consider where it came from. The prosecutor stood up the next morning for closing arguments and proceeded gently to the jury box, placed his hands on the rail and looking at each juror individually. He took out a thick folder and began arranging images on a board. My father's hospital records, bank statements indicating the transfers, and text exchanges between Celine and Adrian that they had retrieved from her deleted files. He pointed to each piece of evidence and explained how Celine had planned everything, how she'd gradually upped Dad's prescription amounts, how she'd made sure she was always the one giving him his medications, and how Adrian had altered the medical records to conceal what was actually going on. The prosecutor's voice grew stronger as he spoke about the other families, displaying photos of 3 other elderly patients who died in identical circumstances while Selena was present. All of them left money behind, which mysteriously wound up in her accounts. Adrian's testimony from his hospital bed makes me question what happened to put him there. The narrative mentions tubes and a neck brace but does not elaborate on his ailments. Celine's lawyer stood up next and fixed his tie before approaching the jury, arguing that the entire case was based on chance and that Celine was simply an easy target since people disliked her demeanor. He claimed Adrian was attempting to rescue himself by blaming Celine, that there was no concrete evidence she'd given anyone the improper prescription, and that being a lousy stepmother did not make someone a killer. The jury departed to deliberate, and I found myself in the courthouse waiting area, Ilara holding my hand and Rowan checking his phone every few minutes. Then Dorian and Leora came in and sat across from us. None of us spoke, but we were all waiting for the same thing. I couldn't remain still any longer, so I drove to the cemetery where Dad was buried, crouching at his gravestone and tracing my fingertips over his name inscribed in the granite. I told him about the trial, how I found the courage to fight Celine, and how I hoped he could see what was going on. The wind rose up and rustled through the oak trees above me, making me wonder if he was listening. 2 days passed with no word from the jury, until the bailiff summoned us back to the courtroom, my heart hammering so loud I felt everyone could hear it. The foreman stood up, his hands shaking, holding a piece of paper that read, "Guilty on all counts: murder, conspiracy to commit murder, financial fraud, elder abuse." Celine slumped in her chair, and her lawyer grasped her arm to keep her stable. The judge pounded his gavel and announced that Celine would be sentenced in 6 weeks, ordering her to be held without bail because she had been guilty of a felony. 2 officers approached with handcuffs, and she glared at me with hatred in her eyes but said nothing. Outside the courthouse, the families of the other victims surrounded me, with an elderly woman clutching my hands and thanking me through tears, and a middle-aged guy saying I had given his mother justice. Reporters threw microphones at me, but I simply shook my head and stated that the verdict spoke for itself. That night, I cooked pasta for Ilara, Marisol and Rowan at my house, and we raised our glasses of wine in honor of Dad's memory and the realization of justice. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I was able to take a deep breath without feeling as if my chest was being crushed. A week later, I sat in the same courtroom for Adrian's sentencing, watching as the judge sentenced him to 15 years in prison with a 7-year parole possibility, as well as orders to make compensation to all of the victims' families, which didn't feel like enough for what he'd done. But it was something. 6 weeks after the verdict, I stood at a podium in the packed courtroom for Celine's sentencing hearing, my hands grasping the edges as I gazed at her sitting there in an orange jumpsuit, her hands chained to the table. I talked about losing my father, being barred from attending his funeral, having my last chance to say goodbye taken away from me, the months of pain and grief exacerbated by her cruelty, and my voice breaking as I described discovering he'd been murdered by someone who was supposed to love him. The courtroom was dead silent except for those crying in the gallery, including Dorian, who had his head in his hands, and even the court reporter had to pause to wipe her eyes. When the next family stood up, an older man with trembling hands, he spoke of his wife dying alone while Celine collected insurance money she had taken out without his permission. Another woman reported finding morphine missing from her mother's hospice supplies. The same medications that killed her mother weeks before physicians expected. Family after family depicted the same picture. Loved ones died too quickly and too conveniently. Always with Celine as the beneficiary of new insurance plans or unexpected will modifications. Celine stayed motionless through it all, not blinking when a guy burst into tears over his brother's final days. The prosecution displayed bank records on the screen with deposits matching death dates for 14 victims over 8 years. When the judge finally spoke, his voice was as hard as steel. He described her crimes as the biggest violation of trust he has seen in 30 years on the bench. She claimed she had turned caring into a deliberate murder. Celine's face cracked, revealing her true terror for the first time. The judge issued the sentence: life without parole on all 14 counts, to be served consecutively. Essentially, she would die in prison even if she lived to be 200. Celine jumped up, yelling that I had ruined her life and that everything was my fault. But the bailiff seized her arms and took her outside while she screamed my name. The courtroom remained still for a long time after the doors closed behind her. Outside the courts, the other relatives gathered around me, all of us linked by this horrific event. They were forming a non-profit to advocate for improved oversight of medical proxies and wanted me on its board. They claimed that my boldness in speaking up had saved other people's lives. I answered yes without hesitation, knowing Dad would want something positive to emerge of all this grief. 3 weeks later, Alara assisted me in cleaning out the storage container to which I had taken Dad's belongings after the house was sold. His toolbox remained in the corner, the one he'd used to teach me how to wield a hammer when I was 7. Instead of crying, as planned, I felt prepared to let go of what didn't important and keep what did. We donated his tools to the technical school that he had always supported. He kept his watch and a few photos and donated his clothes to charity. 2 months after the sentencing, Dorian texted to see if we might meet for coffee. He and Leora appeared healthier than I'd seen them in years, both in therapy and attempting to rebuild their lives. Leora was returning to nursing school with her own money from a job she'd found, and Dorian had been saving for his own apartment rather than live on welfare. They apologized for not seeing what their mother was. They said they understood if I never wanted to see them again, but looking at them trying so hard to be better, I realized they were also victims in their own way. The hospital settlement came through the following month, with each family receiving compensation for their loss. I utilized my half to fully fund the foundation we had established and to establish a nursing scholarship in Dad's name at the institution. The grant would go to those who are committed to ethical conduct. Children who realized that caring for the defenseless was a sacred responsibility. Marisol contacted me crying after the hospital made her director of their new elder care supervision program, which they established after everything was revealed. She promised to respect Dad and the others by ensuring that no nurse would ever do what Selene did again. By Thanksgiving, my life had settled into a new rhythm. I held supper at my house for Alara's family, Marisol, and shockingly, Dorian and Leora, who brought homemade pie. We raised our glasses to the individuals we'd lost, and to the weird family we'd formed through shared grief and healing. Nobody mentioned Celine by name. A week before Christmas, Selena received a letter from the prison with her prisoner number on it. I recognized her handwriting and understood without opening it that she was attempting to influence me one final time, most likely by begging for money or making me feel bad. I didn't read beyond the first line, when she stated that I owed her an apology. I went to my fireplace, struck a match, and watched her words burn to ashes. The remainder of her influence over me rose up the chimney as smoke. Spring arrived early that year, and I was finally ready to start the memorial garden I had been preparing. I got Dad's favorite flowers. The yellow roses he'd planted at our previous home before Celine forced him to pull them out since she was allergic. As I dug the soil with new tools, not ones I'd donated, but ones I'd purchased myself, I reflected on how Celine took his final moments but couldn't steal what truly important. She couldn't take away the Saturday mornings Dad taught me how to change oil in the garage, the way he held me at my college graduation, or the fact that he proclaimed me his greatest accomplishment, even while Celine rolled her eyes. Every spring, the garden would flourish, proving that truth can find its way through even the deepest dirt. Dad would have enjoyed it, knowing that in the end, love and justice triumphed over any untruth.